Welcome, duelists from around the world! We are live in Seattle, Washington, USA for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel. For the first time ever, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel. Returning for its second year, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and of course, Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG and OCG. All with championship titles on the line and duelists with the heart to claim them. I am Steve Kangas, and I'm honored to be on the player stage to kick things off for WCS 2024, where the best duelists from around the world will compete for a world championship title. Now, we all share in the language of dueling, though we may speak in different tongues, but we are not alone this weekend, as we have the English broadcast as well as the Japanese broadcast concurrently. So, without further ado, it's time to pass it over to the casters to get us ready for day number one.
Thank you very much, Kangas. We are thrilled to be here. Good morning, everybody, wherever you may be and however you may be watching us. Thank you for tuning in to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship 2024. I'm Jerome McHale, and I'm here with Billy and Isala to bring you all of the dueling action from the TCG and OCG tournament here this weekend. Gentlemen, how are you feeling about it all?
I'm feeling excited, nervous, just so much anticipation. Been waiting for this tournament all year. Some of the best players from all around the world competing to find out who's going to be crowned the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Game World Champion this weekend.
Yeah, excitement can't even fathom. Like, this is the pinnacle of the competitive season. All these players have been working all year to get to this point. There's only 28 players here playing, and this is it. This is the World Championship. There are going to be a World Championship crown. You know,
it's the highest pressure tournament of the year, and here is how it's going to work. So this weekend, we're having not one, not two, not three, but 4 different tournaments. One for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, both TCG and OCG combined. One for Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel, one for Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel, and then the return of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Now, 3 of these are one-on-one competitions, whereas Master Duel is a 3 versus 3 competition, as you saw last year. That means by the end of this, we are going to have 6 new world champions.
Yeah, it's always fantastic. There's more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than ever. That means there's more world champions to crown than ever this year. But looking at what's going to be the regulations for the tournament here at the WCS 2024 for the OCG and TCG, the tournament rules are based on the rules as of April 1st, 2020. That means you're going to be able to summon those monsters from the extra deck to any of the main monster zones, not just the one those link arrows point to. And each round consists of 1 match. The first duelist to win 2 out of 3 duels wins the match. The deck size for your main deck is going to have to be somewhere between 40 and 60 cards, as per usual. The extra deck has a maximum of 15 cards, and of course, your side deck also with a maximum of 15 cards. We're going to expect the players to max out on both the extra deck and the side deck there, because they're going to have to bring everything here this weekend if they want to win the World Championship.
that's right, Billy. Now, even though there are those maximum set, there are still some cards that are in restricted form. So if cards are forbidden, they can't be used at all. If they're limited, you can only have 1 copy in each deck, and if they are semi-limited, you can only have 2 copies. If they are not on any one of those categories, then you can play all 3, unless otherwise noted, though. So cards released after April 27th or after Infinite Forbidden, they cannot be used.
Now, for this tournament this weekend, we're going to have 7 Swiss rounds. Normally, 28 players isn't enough for that, but because this is the most difficult tournament of the year, we're going to make it more difficult, but also give them a little bit of leeway into making that top 8 cut. So 7 Swiss rounds today, 45 minutes apiece. After that, we're going to cut to the top 8 players who will enter our single elimination playoffs. But we're not going to make you wait to see who makes it to the semifinals, because we're going to play the top 8 round tonight at a time limit of 55 minutes. And then on day 2, we'll begin with the semifinals, which will also be 55 minutes, and close out the day with the finals, which will have no time limit.
That's right. I'm really excited. That's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! We're going to have playing today. I mean, the 7 rounds of Swiss plus that top cut round, that means 8 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! And not just any players, not just some random duelists. The best players from all around the world are going to be competing against each other. This is one of my favorite tournaments because you get to see the OCG and TCG dueling head-to-head, something you don't get to see at any other tournament that goes on throughout the entire year.
Yeah, at the very minimum, every single player here is a World Championship competitor, so at scale, they are some of the best duelists to have ever played the game, and there's so many ways to watch it here. We have the TCG broadcast, the Master Duel broadcast, as well as the Rush Duel and Speed Duel broadcast in YouTube and Twitch in English, and also in Japanese, so make sure to check it out. You want to be able to watch it in every single form here, and make sure not miss any dueling action.
at least have one of each of the games open to make sure you don't miss a minute of it. But I'd watch both at the same time. I'd just get one of these on every single screen in the house, make sure that I'm completely hooked up for the entire weekend, because there's just so much. And if you blink, you're going to miss it.
Definitely. There's more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than ever, and you can see the world competitors at their tables already getting ready for round number 1. These are our TCG and OCG players. You can see them preparing for that first match. I know round 1 of the World Championship is the most nerve-wracking round, so they're having to battle their, feelings, emotions, get it all together, and just realize that they're just playing that game that we all know and love. It's just going to be another day in the park, hopefully, but this is where a lot is on the line. There's only one World Champion crowned for the TCG and OCG every year for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game, but round 1 is so close to being underway.
Yeah, round 1 has always been that most critical round as far as nerves go in every single tournament. But the World Championship, right? There's no tournament with higher scale nerves. We've joked about it this in the past. It's the most stressful local you'll ever play, 28 Duelists. But I think the addition of 7 rounds versus previous years, maybe 5, I think that helps a lot. You have a lot more leeway, there's a lot less variance when you're able to play more rounds, but you do have to win more rounds overall. It just means you can have a slightly worse record to make it into that top cut, but I think, playing that many more rounds, you have to go through that much more fatigue. It is very challenging.
All right, now we can take a look at some of the prizes that our duelists will be playing for this weekend. Well, in this case, these are prizes that they have already been awarded, because just by making it to the World Championship, you get an awesome swag bag filled with all of this, including the coveted Rescue Rabbit plushie, the brand new Time Wizard plushie, as well as that special envelope with the quarter-century secret rare Doom Caliber Knight and Swords of Revealing Light cards. In fact, some of you at home might be about to win some of those as well, because they're being given out at selected official tournament stores as part of the World Championship celebration watch parties. So if you're watching us there or taking part in the Worlds format yourself at one of those celebrations, I wish you the best of luck and hope you get to go home with some of those cards.
Yeah, but definitely awesome cards that you can win just by playing along at your local OTS. I know I want to get my hands on one of those Rescue Rabbits from one of the player goodie bags. All Rescue Rabbit, one of the cutest plushes we have. Time Wizard, also amazing. But we have all sorts of things. You can also see here, talking about things that the players can win. We have the prize cards right here in front of us. There's also an awesome trophy we're going to see a little bit later on. Shout outs to Cubis for making such an amazing trophy that we will reveal just in a little bit.
These things are so cool. I really love these cards, especially the Master of Duels.
Yep, Master of Duels is amazing. It's going to be an epic weekend, and I can't wait to see who's going to walk away with these cards if, I don't walk away with them first.
You better not.
I don't think I would make it very far.
Yeah, I'd catch you first. I'll take them for myself.
So we've got 28 players here in the TCG and OCG regions this time around. Unfortunately, one of our duelists was unable to make it this year. Paulie, the world champion from last year, was unable to defend his championship this year for personal reasons. We're sad that he's not here. So normally in this case, you would take the second place player from the World Championship last year and bring them out, but they also couldn't make it for personal reasons. There was no third or fourth place playoff at the World Championship last year, so as the host region, North America brought the 5th ranked duelist from the World Championship qualifier. It's Mark Solis. And he did have to play off to get that 5th spot. So after 4 players were eliminated at the World Championship qualifier, 4 of them got their invites, and then the remaining 4 played off for positioning, or just in case something like this happened. Mark was the winner, and I keep an eye on him because duelists who make it to the World Championship this way, they just kind of they seem to perform better a lot of times than other duelists.
Yeah.
Galileo is the main one that I think of when I think of this.
Yep, luck is on their side, and you got to see all of those players here that are competing this weekend from all around the world. We even had a returning world championship there, returning world champion in the pool. He won in 2018. That's
Wang Chichen.
Yep, Wang Chichen, and he is back trying to win it again. He got second place the following year in 2019, and now he could win it for a second time. But we have plenty of duelists watch, right, Asala?
Absolutely. From Central America, he took second place at his points playoff, Giancarlo Valdez. He was also the national champion. He got top 4, at the Dominican Republic National Championship. And he is, very successful in multiple top cuts. He made top 8 at YCS Medellin, and he's been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For quite some time. Started playing at the age of 6.
Wow, that's just incredible. I started at 11 when it came over, so I know I'm significantly older than this player, but that's why I'm here and he's there. And, seeing his Yu-Gi-Oh! Favorite moment, it's about the friends you make along the way. that's for the show, the anime. It teaches you that from the very first episode. It's about the power of friendship, and playing the trading card game or the OCG. You do make friends, and the lifelong friends I've made along the way, and it's really impacted my life. And it's great to see how Yu-Gi-Oh touches the hearts of people all around the world.
So one of the things I really love about going to the YCSs is you see everybody hanging out with their friends and just having a good time out on the floor, win or lose.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, is the people you make, the friends you make along the way, and they are going to be there and having your back. And also traveling is a great way to learn about the world through Yu-Gi-Oh!
Speaking of traveling, Noguchi Daigo has come here from Japan. He is the winner of the Japan Championships 2024. Played 11 matches, won them all. Can't do any better than that.
Definitely not. And, he says he just enjoys the duel with a strong enemy before carrying Japan on your shoulders. There's nothing more than, it feels great to win, but when you beat someone that you respect, that's an excellent duelist, it feels so much better because, you're like, wow, an incredible match, and I came out on top. And, of course, representing your country is just incredible and a feat that a lot of players don't get to do. So you have to do it proudly and be at your best game here at the World Championship.
I think he really understands the philosophy of every single round matters. It's not like you have to play throughout the entire tournament. You're playing every single individual game, and respecting your opponent is a big part of that.
Definitely.
And especially at this tournament, like, there's no slouches here. Like, all these duels are extremely good. And for, like, people who live and breathe Yu-Gi-Oh!, this has to just be the greatest thing ever, to have just a non-stop gauntlet of all the best duelists to play against all at once. Like, that in and of itself is one of the most important parts of the experience, I think, is just getting everybody together and hanging out and, trading blows in a duel.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I know Rasal and I competed at the World Championship in 2017, and I think, my favorite part was just getting that opportunity to play some of the best players from across the world, like people I would never get a chance to duel normally, even if we were at a YCS or something like that. It was very nerve-wracking, and I know that these players are probably feeling that same kind of pressure that we felt back then here in this tournament.
Yeah, watching it happen is also something really interesting. On Friday, everyone's really nervous. Something like maybe a little secretive, but as soon as it gets closer to Sunday, the tournament's starting to end, everyone is just so excited to be around all these other people, all these other influences, and then talking to each other, coming up with new ideas. Because even after the tournament, the game's not over. You can always qualify again for next year, and just seeing how all these ideas are shared across all these different territories, everyone's playing under the same game, right? It doesn't matter where you're from.
So the trick is, and I found out this, the other day before, when players were checking in and doing their headshots and the like, if you want to attract duelists, all you have to do is sit down at a table and pull out cards, and duelists will just appear around the rest of the table. Oh, what's that? What's going on over here? Is this an actual Worlds format deck? What's this guy playing? What's going on over here? It's just, as soon as the cards come out, the language barriers go down.
Yep, everyone's their friend. It's like them all along. The words from the cards transcend the language barrier, as you mentioned. I mean, I know that the creator Kazuki Takahashi was one of his goals was to break down the barriers around the world and bring everyone closer together through the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think that has certainly happened here this weekend.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see. I love this part of the game, just being able to break down these barriers and be able to all share this thing that we love. And it's going to be really exciting to see how this tournament plays out as well.
All right, round one is getting close, but before that, we'd like to thank some of our sponsors here for the World Championship this weekend, including Alienware, providing PCs.
We also have Logitech.
Special shout out to the Calpico.
As you can see, we have a Calpico right here. I'm using everything in my power not to just, drink it and chug it right here in front of me. But
not during the match.
Nope.
You gotta wait. We got a lot of them, though. They all look really good.
Definitely. And, today's just going to be so epic. I'm so excited. Like, as you mentioned, 28 players, normally 5 rounds, something like that at your local tournament. But
4 even sometimes. I think you got to get to 32 to get 5.
Maybe. And then here, having 7 rounds is just so exciting. And also getting to see that top 8 match at the end of the day, that's something I'm going to be looking forward to because normally you come back for like a day 2 after the Swiss rounds to play the single elimination portion of the tournament. But here the action doesn't stop on day 1. We get to have that final match here today.
So it used to be back when regionals were smaller that you played out the entire top 8, and those could playing 7 or 8 rounds and then playing your top 8 stuff right afterwards. That was tough.
It is.
That was back when I was playing.
Yeah, it is definitely tough. The fatigue sets in, could play a factor, but that's part of playing in tournaments. You got to be mentally strong, stay hydrated, keep yourself, make sure you eat. We will have a lunch break at one point, so the players will have a chance to eat in between rounds, so they won't be running on empty all day, which is a really fantastic thing.
So you mentioned the fatigue here. Playing all 7 rounds and then immediately going into the top 8, you don't have that break that you normally would playing day 2 and then going into top cut after. Do you think that's going to be a benefit for some of these players, or do you think they want that reset? Do they want to be able to get their energy back? Or, you know, being in the mentality already, you already played 7 rounds, you want to just go straight in top 8? I think I personally like it, being able to continue and play one more time.
Could be the case, yeah. I think for me, it really could go either way. It depends on how early I woke up, how I'm feeling.
Yeah.
If I traveled around the world and I'm jet lagged, I might want to get that extra rest before I have to play another round. But yeah, if you're doing well, you're running hot, you're drawing really well throughout the tournament. Sometimes you want to just keep it going and finish it as much as you can. But we'll have to see how it works out.
Yeah, I think it'd be a little tougher for me. I like the break between it because it's not single elimination right until the top 8. So having to switch gears from I might be able to take a loss to I can't. And then having to stick with it is a little tough. So here is our round 1 pairings for the tournament. One of these matches is going to be our featured match this weekend. But you already see some matchups, some inter-region matchups over here.
Yeah, definitely. I think where my eyes kind of like gravitate towards table 5 there, we see Mike Thomas from NA's taking on that returning world champion from 2018, Wang Qiaxing. That's going to be a cool match. There's so many. It looks like a lot of cross-formats, cross-region matches here in round number 1.
I don't immediately recognize any territory playing itself in this bracket.
That's a little rare. There's usually at least one, and they have some stories when they come back from the into the players' room after that match.
Yeah, but definitely a lot of awesome matches here just in round number 1. All these players, decorated duelists, deserve to be here. Had to qualify so many tournaments to make it to the World Championship eventually. And now here they are with round number 1, just moments away.
And it's a combination of players who placed highly at the WCQ and made it there through the qualifying points playoff, where their performance at tournaments over an entire year's worth of tournaments gets them into a special playoff before the WCQ, where they can lock up a trip without having to play a single card in the main event.
Yep, the World's Qualifying Point Playoff started back in 2017. Saul and I just,
we know a little thing about it.
We were the 2 of the first players from NA to make it through the points playoff, not having to play in that North American World Championship qualifier to make it. Now it's a little bit, I wouldn't say it's easier because you have to play that 16 tournament. Because, yeah, back then it was just the top 2 most points, but now you do have the top 16, and you're able to play off to get the top 2 from that mini tournament on Friday at the NAWCQ, which we see Jose there was one of those World's Qualifying Point playoff winners from the NAWCQ this year. He's an up-and-coming duelist that's been on my radar for a while at the YCS scene, and I'm not surprised to see him making it all the way to the World Championship this year.
There were a lot of cool decks from those playoffs as well, especially down in LATAM, where we had the Sprite Ice Barrier deck.
Yeah.
That is a really cool deck. Yeah, I was really happy to see that one. Ritual Beast also came.
Beast as well. Ritual Beast made it through the actual WCQs itself as well over the European Championship.
Oh yeah, came in 2nd place over there. That was really cool to see the finals of the EU WCQ. There wasn't any Fiendsmith Snake Eye. It was just Ritual Beast versus Tempai Dragon, which Tempai Dragon ended up walking away with it. And that player is here this weekend. We'll have to see if he is continuing with that same strategy, since we did mention that the World Championship has its own unique format, because it is kind of like the OCG Forbidden Limited List combined with the TCG Forbidden Limited List. And then there's some exclusive cards on both sides. I think Necroquip Princess Arrow Eater not being legal this weekend. That's huge for the TCG players. It's going to have to adapt to those changes and see if they can still use those same strategies to do well here this weekend.
Yeah, it's a big point here, because it is such a restricted list. It's both the harshest restrictions on each respective list, but then also not being able to play any of those exclusive cards. Now, going into the NAWCQ as well as the EU WCQ, a lot of players were practicing with effectively that format minus some of the restrictions, because they weren't aware of the exclusives that were going to be in Infinite Forbidden up until like around a week before the NAWCQ. So they already had some of these combos in mind without having to use those cards. So maybe they had to go back to their notes and just see what they had, cooking.
That's kind of like how the OCG players have to do at the World Championship every year. They do get the sets earlier than the TCG players. As you saw, the Infinite Forbidden and the OCG came out in April, while it came out in July here for the TCG players. So I think they also have to adapt to do the same kind of thing, like walk it back a couple of months and figure out what is going to be the best strategy with these combined lists.
And you'll see when Rage of the Abyss comes out over here in the TCG, but there are some pretty big additions from that set that will no longer be in the format. And they're also going to lose cards like Link Karibo or Baron de Fleur that might have been a big part of some of their strategies that they qualified with.
Yeah, certainly. And, thinking back to that gift pack that all the players get, I did see Rage of the Abyss box from the OCG. I can't wait to watch the players open that. I'm really jealous. I'd love to see what their pulls are for there. I'm a big fan of opening like OCG products as long as TCG products. But usually at the World Championship, that's where you get a little bit of both.
You get some of both.
It's everyone from the world is here.
Yeah, everyone just kind of cracks it together at the end, just sees who pulls better. It's a little bit more of like a ease to the excitement, you know, just getting to do something fun all together.
Definitely. It's a lot of fun seeing what you pull and a lot of great prizes. I mean, I can't believe we have these cards here right in front of us. Like these are some of the rarest cards in the world right now. I mean, they are. No one has them. These are unreleased. They're prize cards for the World Championship.
Most people never actually see these cards at all. Like, certainly not in person, but there aren't a lot of images from any of the prize cards as well. And you're kind of limited to, you know, cases like the Legendary Dragon of White and Legendary Magician of Dark, where maybe there'll be a replica version of it that comes out, you know, sometime in the future, years later. But, you know, just being able to show them to you here on air is really wonderful. So I hope everybody enjoys it.
Yeah, it's definitely the World's prize cards. You always get to see them at Worlds, but it does seem like there's so few of them that after they were given out, the prizes are awarded to the players, they kind of fade into the ether and to become things of legend.
They're just gone.
Yeah. World's prize cards are as exclusive as they get, really. A lot of players, they don't see it until like the Sunday of the tournament as they're being handed them. And then that's essentially, they disappear after that. You know, the people keep them and then they're gone. I feel like we're just lucky to be able to hold them right now before we eventually have to give them away.
Yes.
We'll enjoy it for all of the rounds this weekend. Enjoy having these up here.
Definitely. It's going to be an exciting weekend. I mean, we're going to find out who's going to walk away with these cards as well. And I mean, this year is really exciting. As we saw, there's so many different ways to watch, so many different versions of Yu-Gi-Oh! To watch. You have Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 different Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling tournaments, the first year for Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel. If you haven't checked that out in Duelings, I highly recommend it. Rush Duel is a match made in heaven for Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelings. It has the 3 monster card zones all ready to go. You get to draw 5 cards every turn. You have unlimited normal summons, including tribute summons as well. It's a really unique game, and you know, based off the way they play in Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. If you haven't checked out that anime yet, I would highly recommend it. Luke's my favorite character. You definitely want to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s and check out Rush Duel. But we are going to be here for the TCG this weekend.
Yeah, a little unfortunate because I actually really want to watch Master Duel. I might have to just have keep it on my phone right here. There's a lot of grudge matches in that one. Obviously, the World Champion is returning to play off for the title again, but the the other finalists are back again too.
You were able to qualify early on. Ryan Yu, I think, is the one that actually made the qualifying performance and then came back and did it again just for fun in the next Duelist Cup.
Yeah, I'm just going to, you know, play Master Duel for 3 days nonstop and come in first place just for fun the second time. No big deal.
Yeah, like he wasn't even trying to. He enjoys Master Duel that much.
All right, but it sounds like we are finally getting ready. The players for our first round feature match are standing by, and we're going to jump into our first round of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024.
Let's meet our players here.
Sitting in the red chair, it's Ginga Moriuchi of Japan.
Yep, this is Gabriel Neth.
Yeah, this is Gabriel Neth.
That is Ginja. His opponent is Ginja. Gabriel Neth, though, while we're looking at it, he is representing the UK, but from Brazil.
Yeah, he qualified in Europe via points.
And here is his opponent, Ginja, as Jerome already called that. His favorite card, Heroic Champion Excalibur.
Yes.
Really cool ring for it.
Nets' favorite card is meant to be Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres.
Oh, for Nets?
Yeah.
I believe that is correct.
Is Nets a Dragon Link?
Oh, he is a Dragon Link extraordinaire.
Oh, I remember he had that Kashtira combo that turned into full Dragon Link, the full Dragon Link board, right?
I don't think I have time to cover all the combos he's created.
Yeah, he's definitely creative, but his opponent... So this is going to be a TCG versus OCG match right off the bat.
Kind of like getting a taste of that the first time. We could see maybe some of the differences in the play style between the two of them. There's also differing deck building philosophies as well. Like the way in which they build the decks. So like in Japan, for instance, Crossout Designator was a really popular card when it first released. And they were playing packages, you know, Crossout Designator, and played their Ash and their Max C, but also just one of all the other things that might stop them. And that took forever to catch on over here in the TCG, if you can even really ever say that it did. And I always thought that that was really fascinating, a difference.
Yeah, it's just a difference in philosophies, I'd say. And I think it's going to be really represented here because, if anything, Gabriel Nets is really big on the philosophy of efficiency. He's a programmer by trade. So he is maximizing just how well he can make a deck consistent. And oftentimes, I feel like when I look at deck lists from the other side, they are going for a little bit more of the high roll aspect. You know, they play a lot of the 1-ofs just to see if it comes up, it comes up and it's good. But as something that we rarely see on the TCG side, so it's going to be interesting to see how those two face off here.
I know personally, I lean more towards that philosophy of having like, oh, there's a card I only want to draw one of. I'm going to play one copy of my deck. So when I do see it, it's great. I don't need to see it every game. I'm okay with one copy of it.
And I'm constantly yelling at you.
Yeah, I do think there's a good discussion there between efficiency and you know, the redundancy factor that when you're doing deck building, for sure.
There's also a difference between, you know, playing these really powerful one-ofs that are just super haymakers when you draw them and don't really matter if you don't, but also just diversifying the number of different cards you play. 'Cause there's a lot of things you can only activate once per turn, so being able to just make sure that your opening hand has as many playable cards as possible.
That is definitely key here. You see the players are getting ready here for the first round of Swiss. I'm filled with so much anticipation. I cannot wait to see what these players are playing here. And we are in Seattle, Washington. You know, it's been a little warm here on the West Coast for the first week of September, but beautiful morning here this morning to have the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
Yeah,
it's a very pretty
have
city.
The World Championship in the middle of August.
Yeah.
So perhaps some of the heat's been following us all of this time, just waiting to strike.
And we thought we could escape, but
we
no.
tried. We tried our best to escape the heat, but it's still a little warm. But the heat and the pressure is on here in the building as well as these players are getting ready to play the first round here at the World Championship. You know, Nets doesn't look too nervous here. I know I felt a lot more nervous than what he appears to be on his face, but could just be cool, calm, and collected there.
I mean, he's been to similar stages before. Obviously not the World Championship, but he's made it to the top tables plenty of times, and he's come close to that first place finish several times before. I think he's just looking to finish it out here at the World Championship.
Nope, looks like the players are told they were on the wrong side of the tables.
Yep, now they have to swap.
Makes sense, probably just for, yeah. So, easy swap, just switch the decks, the sides of the decks, and the players get to sit in their different chairs. You also see our judges there, right at the ready, watching the feature match. We have an excellent judge staff, some of the best judges from around the world here this weekend to watch our tournament.
Just got to make sure that the decks really do switch over. We have had instances at WCQs in the past where similar decks were not exchanged, and nobody noticed until the wrong rarity of a card showed up.
Shout out to Jesse Cotton and Jimmy Wynn.
Yep.
Top eight. Jesse Cotton's still here.
I always forget that it's them.
Yeah.
In fact, he's here this weekend over playing in Master Duel.
I promise you, Jesse has not forgotten.
When you're both playing Burning Abyss, like who's to tell? The decks are pretty much built.
They played like 2 turns until they realized I don't own a gold rare.
That is a piece of Yu-Gi-Oh! History from back in the day for sure, but I think the players will make sure that they do have their appropriate decks, hopefully, before we jump into our first round feature match. Oh, it looks like even the translator for the player from Japan also had to switch sides of the table. But this is exactly what I'm here for. I'm here to see TCG versus OCG. I have so much respect for the OCG players. They kind of lead the way. I mean, they do get the cards a little bit sooner than the TCG. So I know a lot of the TCG players are always looking to the OCG. What are they doing over there? How are they using these new cards? And sometimes that doesn't always equate to how they're going to use them over here in North America either. There's sometimes a lot of different changes. Jerome was also noting about Crossout Designator, the big difference, Max C existing in the OCG format, not available in the TCG format, and how that can change deck building considerably. And that's also, I think, the biggest adjustment for the OCG players is playing a format without Max C is a lot different. And the TCG players are used to not using Max C, which could have big implications.
I think a lot of it comes down to you're not accepting the fate of having to stop your game mid-turn a lot of the time. So you're trying to do as much as you can turn one, so you're looking for that max efficiency. And sometimes that's where a lot of our innovation comes from. And, you know, mentioning innovation, Gabriel Netz here, he is one of the first players to really focus down on Small World when that card was released and look at every single way to resolve that card. And that's why Dragon Link was such a big deal for him, because he found ways where Small World was always full combo.
Yep, that's one. Small World is one of, I know Jerome and I, was one of our favorite cards when we saw it for the first time. We were really excited about it, hoping that the players would also be able to figure out how to use that card successfully. And yeah, Nets was one of those players able to do that as well. But maybe I was wrong. You see him breathe out the stress.
He's locking in.
Focus. It's just another game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just like you're playing at home. The duelists are ready. The decks are shuffled. The dice are about to be rolled. And we are jumping into round number 1. It's game 1 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024.
The players shake hands here. Hands are being drawn.
All right, so I believe that Nets won the roll, and it's going to be going first here.
You can tell that by the phase indicator there at the top. Excellent there. So now we are in the main phase 1, starting with a normal summon of Snake Eyes Poplar.
Not ideal necessarily, but usually good enough. Going to be adding the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's just a habit of picking up.
Yep. So we do have this card to mark that you don't have to shuffle in between your turns until you have to draw another card. It's going to save some time here for our players.
Okay.
The temple is able to resolve and place any Snake Eye from the deck into the spell and trap zone. Likely going to be that Snake Eye Duel, and there it is. Activating original Sinful Spoils.
He had already drawn it. That's an interesting hand, starting with Poplar and Sinful Spoils. 2 cards that you normally search out of your deck.
Certainly. And now the original Sinful Spoil is going to spell summon Snake Eye Ash. The card is limited to 1 here this weekend.
Okay.
Going to be able to add another Snake Eyes Poplar, which is able to use its other effect to special summon itself from the hand when it's added from the deck.
So the FNL list for this event is based on the previous FNL list, not the one that currently has Snake Eyes Poplar limited. So this is fine for this weekend.
Going to send 2 monsters to the graveyard to summon Link to Moon of the Closed Heaven. That is a Light Fiend.
Can't forget that Poplar uses its effect when it's sent to the graveyard to place that Snake Eye Duel back in the spell and trap zone, so it still has its effect to summon itself.
Yeah, the interactions with Snake Eyes Poplar and Snake Eyes Diabellstar are excellent.
It makes sense, right? Like in the pictures, it's like the same guy.
Then he's going to tribute off Fiendsmith's Requiem to special summon Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the field.
Requiem effect? Okay.
The Requiem is going to equip itself from the graveyard to the Engraver here.
Now I know what we're not going to see. Necroquip Princess. Not legal here.
So this is one of those points where things are going to diverge a bit. Also, I believe we're at 5 summons now, just in case that matters.
Yep, and now he's going to use Snake Eye Ash to send the 2 cards to the graveyard to special summon a Snake Eye monster from the deck or hand.
Okay.
Looks like he does have Snake Eye Oak in the hand, so he just summons it.
A little bit of an awkward hand here for Gabriel Nets, having a lot of the pieces already. But I think, you know, as long as it functions out fine, you can't really complain.
Yeah, so by divining things based on what he's done so far, his hand was Oak, Poplar, original Sinful Spoils, and then a couple cards we don't know about. That is an awkward hand for sure.
Just thinking here. Okay.
This is a fine position to be in. There's still no interruptions from Ginga so far.
No Nibiru just yet. Going to send Snake Eye Ash and Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard for a Link 2, it looks like maybe.
Yep, going to be able to go into the IP Masquerade, link it away, putting it in the graveyard for later. Going into Celine with the Snake Eye Diabellstar as the spellcaster, being able to summon it back because there are 3 spells somewhere.
Sorry? What's the spells? 1.
So it's 1, 2, and then the original. That's 3. Don't forget that those cards that are in your spell and trap zones are considered continuous spells. Not always that case for all the themes. Centurion in particular makes them traps instead.
And as Dro mentioned, this is using the previous TCG Forbidden Limitless, so Appaloosa Bow the God is still on the table here at the World Championship.
And now he'll be insulated from, I believe, 2 monster effects. You mean that with 2?
Indeed he did. 1600 attack there for the Bow of the Goddess.
Flamber. Oh, sorry. Flamber's effect. Okay.
Flamebridge has now hit the field and going to be able to use its effect to go after that IP Masquerade sent to the graveyard earlier and be able to place it in the spell and trap zone to be summoned later.
Looks like he's going to shuffle back, or return the Moon of the Closed Heaven back to the extra deck to special summon back Fiendsmith Engraver. Now he's going to link away Flamebridge and Engraver.
For the Moon again. This makes sense. So now you can develop more bodies and you put a Fiend back on the field.
Now, you'd think maybe with Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess protecting nets, there are combinations of cards that Ginja could have in his hand to be able to still disrupt this field quite significantly, but it's going to need to be a combination of cards now.
Yeah, not just one. Couple points about Appaloosa can only use the effect once per chain. So in fact, 2 monster effects could do it.
Indeed. Now it looks like Fiendsmith's Sequence hits the field. That's going to let him return 1, 2 Light Fiends and Fiendsmith Engraver. That meets the fusion material requirements for Fiendsmith's Desiree.
Desiree will hit the field here, and now he could use the effect of Lacrima to equip from the field, but I imagine he wants to get it off the field first.
Oh, so he also has Bestial Magnum in the hand. That's a really cool bestial to have in your opening turn because you can summon it, use it as a free monster on the field to use as materials, but you're also going to get the bestial like Druid's Room to replace it there at the end phase as well if you do play, which you can only assume them other bestials potentially.
Okay. So Promethean Princess hits the field next. You can make that with any effect monsters, not just fire monsters. So that is what it summons.
So this was a really effective play here, putting the Lacrima in the graveyard, and now the sequence will be able to put on the Desiree. So now he's going to use the effect Desiree to negate the effect of the Bestower. So now you are no longer locked into fires, and you can link them away into Nightmare Griffin.
Ooh. So that's going to prevent the use of effects by non-linked monsters.
That is quite the formidable field.
So linked monsters are anything that a blink arrow is pointing to.
Which is currently everything.
Except for the... Oh, yeah, no, the Flamberges as well, because Apollosa has that bottom left, too.
Yeah, I really like the being able to utilize those awesome arrows from the Appaloosa Bow, the goddess, to really show off this Nightmare Griffin. Not something we see a lot often in this Fiendsmith Snake Eye strategy.
And even when the IP Masquerena comes back to the field, that Griffin is pointing left and right as well, so that's going to be fair game, too.
Excellent point there. Now it's up to Ginja. We'll see how he's going to deal with this field that Gabriel Nets has presented him in the first turn here. He is playing Fiendsmith Labyrinth, as we can see, so going to be interesting here. Not going to be a typical deck, which could catch Nets off guard.
Oh,
there is a Lava Golem going to be able to easily answer some of those powerful effects.
Oh, and it's nice, too, because it strands the Griffin there. Now there are no linked monsters on the field.
This could be huge for Ginga here, playing into his own Griffin.
Yeah, he can't use the Flame Bridge to bring out the IP. He does still have the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, though. That could be useful.
Yeah, he's going to have to right now put it right between.
So he will be able to move that to the zone that Griffin is pointing to.
Now we do have linked monsters.
Still a fine position. The Lava Golem locks Ginga out of his normal summon for the turn.
I don't know if I had Lava Golem round 1 of the World Championship on my bingo sheet in game number 1, but I'm excited to see it here.
Okay.
So linked monsters are pointing to or pointed by a link arrow.
Okay, we're attempting to go into the end. Yeah, well, likely this IP Masquerena is going to use its effect, link away, I imagine, with the Flame Bridge.
Does seem to be the case here.
Try to get all the follow-up that you can here, and I think I know what he's going to summon. He has a couple of Link 2 options here. Potential Link 3. But it looks like it's going to be that SP Little Knight. He's going to be able to banish a card, as well as get the Flame Bridge to summon back his monsters from the graveyard.
SP Little Knight, probably one of the best cards released in recent times. Just absolutely incredible. And that's going to
hit Welcome Labyrinth.
Huge, getting that Welcome Labyrinth.
Ginga was able to crack the field fairly well, but he needs to start playing his own game, and Welcome Labyrinth was one of those cards that will help him do that. Going to be cut off here from the SP Little Knight.
And the SP Little Knight having that same kind of arrows as Griffin pointing to the sides, he's going to be able to use all of these monster effects.
Yeah, really great positioning from both players here, just Nets taking advantage of everything that he can. Now, important to note here, because there are no more arrows for Ginga, he's not going to be able to use any special summon effects if any come up.
Okay, so still in the main phase. He's going to activate
Labyrinth.
End of phase.
I know you're a big fan of Labyrinth.
I am a big fan of Labyrinth, and I like how he held it back here. So even though he lost the Welcome Labyrinth, he didn't lose the one copy of the field spell.
On standby.
Yeah,
he will still be able to add that additional effect if he does have another copy of Welcome Labyrinth or a big Welcome Labyrinth to be able to destroy a card on the field, which is huge for Labyrinth. But
so Nets is now checking the effect of Lava Golem and whether or not it activates, which it does, which means that because it's not a linked monster, it can't activate here. It's not going to work.
Really awesome interaction. That's
So
kind of fun.
Going to save himself some life points here.
Yeah, because no damage, okay. So
Yep, no damage. We can move into standby. Looks like Ginja is thinking here in the standby.
There's several powerful Labyrinth or trap cards in the Labyrinth deck he could use right now.
That's one of them.
That's one of them. That's what I was thinking.
Effectively removes the Link monsters, but still leaves quite a good amount of monsters for Gabriel Nets to just flip back up.
Yeah.
And he actually gets rid of nothing here, because those monsters will be returning to the field.
But he did activate a normal trap card, a non-Labyrinth, which can summon from hand or graveyard.
Well, it'll have to summon from hand.
Mhm. It looks like Nets here is wanting to verify if it's summons from the hand or graveyard. It is from the hand.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's
Yep.
fine.
And now that the Griffin is off the field, his Ariana will be able to resolve its effect.
Yeah.
Assuming there's no interruptions from Nets, and there are none.
All right, that goes through, and now Giga has a chance to start fighting back in this thing.
Yep.
Of note, all of those monsters that were flipped face down can be flipped face up, since they were already on the field this turn.
Yeah.
Nets in a demanding position right now, but there is still one
Hello,
set for Ginga. Could be anything.
Okay.
If he did add Lady, or yeah, it was Lady to the hand, I believe, right? Yep.
Going to be able to protect itself from, because now a Labyrinth effect has been activated, he's going to be able to summon it at any point this turn. Depending on what that spell and trap is, it could be very impactful. And I imagine Nets is going to try to eliminate all variables as quickly as he can.
Now, Mimicles aren't legal, but we're seeing a lot of flip summons here.
And it's a little tough. So the Lady Labyrinth is now summoned. Nets wants to use Promethean Princess here.
He will have to target the Ariana. But going after the Poplar is also extremely strong here. You're going to get access to that Snake ID Bellstar again.
The gift that keeps on giving there. Let's see if there's a response. Another copy of Destructive Druma Karma Cannon.
Ooh.
Those monsters won't be able to be flip summoned again, and the princess will probably be going to the graveyard.
I'm honestly a little shocked that he flipped them all immediately. He could have taken his time on it, like, you know, as many, only flipping up the ones he needed.
Looks like Net's considering a response.
That's fine. Effect. Yeah.
Now he's going, since he didn't, that's why Ness was thinking, if you can chain something to cut off the trap, he won't be able to use Lady's effect to set a trap from the deck.
I don't remember.
Yep.
Is it
And
once-
Nets is questioning right now whether or not the card's once per turn, but believe it or not, it's not. Many powerful effects like this are, but not this one.
Didn't get to quite see the trap that he said.
It was a big welcome Labyrinth.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
like, that. If I had to guess, that would be the one.
You got to get into your engine somehow. And the Snake Idea Bellstar hits the field again because of the effect of Snake Eyes Poplar. Able to special summon itself if he chooses to.
Now, Nets' extra deck is pretty depleted. Only like 6 or 7 cards left there. We'll have to see how he's going to navigate this.
But no more activatable cards from Ginga at this point. Every card is known.
He has no cards left in hand?
No cards in hand, and everything on the field is like, even though they're face down, they're essentially face up.
Effect. Okay.
So Dia Bellstar is going to come forward to the monster zone by placing a fire monster there in the spell and trap zone. That'll be the Flamberge Dragon.
Now, there has been no normal summon committed here from Gabriel.
Now we know that he got back that Ash off of Oak.
It's a strong normal summon, even at 1 copy.
Yeah, I mean, Snake Eye Oak being able to add back to your hand or special summon is incredible, especially when the limitation of Snake Eye Ash, you're going to want to have to be able to recycle those resources.
He's not going to be able to add anything, though. There might not be any copies left in the deck to add. But just being able to use its effect here, sending itself as well as a Snake Idea Bellstar, or is he going for a Link Summon? I think he's actually going for a Link Summon here. Back into Moon of the Close 7.
The third time it's come out this duel.
Putting in a lot of work and none of it's with her effect.
That's going to immediately be linked away for the Link 1 Phoenix Smith's Requiem, tribute away for Engraver as we saw in game number 1.
I believe Gabriel is looking for the effect if he can target a face-down special summon monster. Like,
Equip the
Pretty sure it's any monster, maybe.
sequence engraver.
going to be using the sequence effect instead of the Requiem here. And then, yep, you're going to be using the effect of Engraver, going after that lady. So now all Gabriel has to do is find some damage. Oh, there's that Druid's Worm added from the Magnamut in the last turn. Going to get rid of the lady here. Going to be able to link away these two. They were 2 level 6s, so we had a couple options there. But
Certainly did. Nah, only 5 cards remaining in the extra deck. Looks like he's going for Hida.
well, it was a light in the dark, so okay, yeah. We're going to be going into Nightmare Phoenix. Going to discard the Poplar here. Going to be able to go after that big welcome. And then use the effective Engraver, putting back the sequence. and then linking those two away, potentially into a link 3 here. Or no, back into the sequence.
Okay.
Gonna use its effect.
I mean, that's a big part of the Fiendsmith cards. They just keep recycling the Light Fiends to be used again and again.
So he's gonna be putting back the Moon's Claw 7, that's 1 Fiend, as well as maybe the, I imagine probably the Requiem, right? Oh no, go back with the Engraver.
Looks like he is going to be summoning, based upon those materials, is going to be Fiendsmith's Lacrima.
And Lacrima's going to use its effect. Oh, this makes so much sense. He wants to keep the Requiem in the grave because you already used the effective sequence, so he can summon back the Desiree and still have an equip for it.
Okay. Battle phase? Okay. So 36. Okay.
Looking like this is going to be enough damage to wrap up game number 1 in Gabriel Nets' favor.
So.
And if he's just a little bit short, the Fiendsmith Lacrima does do that extra 1,200 points of effect damage if it is into the graveyard just by shuffling back another Light Fiend.
800, right?
Yep, he's confirming he's at 800 life points. All it takes is a Link summon here.
Okay, 800, right? Make this shoot.
Going to be able to Link away now for back to the 4th Moon Claw 7. And that is enough.
Yep. Okay. Nets is going to take game number 1, our first game here at the World Championship in 2024. You know, going first with your Fiendsmith Snake Eye strategy, really strong. Had a good hand. You know, his opponent Ginja had some solid answers, had the Lava Golem. But, you know, maybe that just new board I've never really seen there from that strategy. The Griffin really helped out there. He just was able to have a lot of monsters where Lava Golem just wasn't enough.
And that's a dual finish that you're not going to see in next year's World Championship, I don't think. It's maybe the only one where you see the Lacrima burn for game.
Yeah, we said this is operating under not the latest TCG list, but the previous one where Lacrima is legal. But for the newest one, for so many players out there, you'll know that was on our last forbidden list for sure.
Snake Eye Ash is still limited from the OCG regulations as well.
Definitely a different kind of deck that they had to adapt here to, but Nets winning game number 1, you know, that has to feel good. You know, winning the first game, the nerves kind of have to relax a little bit, but on the other side, you have Ginja who, you know, is down game number 1. He's not out. Losing, it's the best of the 3 for anyone. He can bounce back. He has to stay cool, calm, you know, focus on his deck. He's diving into the side deck. He's going to be able to go first in game number 2. There's a lot of things that could be turned around for him. And it wasn't that bad of a game for him. He had some answers, had cards that he got to play, got to deal with the board a little bit, but Nets just building an excellent board to navigate that strategy.
I mean, you're really just showing Snake Eye's dominance that it's had for, I believe, every territory up to this point. You are able to find those tools like Lava Golem to try to deal with the board after the fact, and then, you know, pair it with some really powerful trap cards to just try to pick it apart. And that we did have that, right? We had 2 copies of Daruma Cannon, we had the Lava Golem, we had access to the Welcome Engine, but it just wasn't enough this time.
Definitely not, but it looks like the players are shuffled up, and we're going to jump right into it. It's going to be game number 2 for the World Championship 2024.
Very efficient side decking as well.
As it should be. You should have a mapped plan going to this tournament, knowing the kind of decks you might be able to face, what's going in, what's going out. It's not something you want to think about on the fly at the World Championship.
Given I don't think Labyrinth was something necessarily that Gabriel was really planning that much for. Maybe a little bit, but I think at the very least he knows how to play against Labyrinth. He's played Labyrinth before, and it's not that hard for him to adapt in this scenario.
No, Jerome, do you think Ginja's going to side out the Lava Golem or some of those kind of cards since he is choosing to go first now?
Yeah, if he's going first, I think in particular the Lava Golems are headed out. If you had a more impactful option, that might stay in just in case you need to be able to, you know, play across multiple turns and break through a board a couple of times. But really, he's just hoping that he gets those Daruma Cannons again and can get them to fire off before any of the major damage has been done.
Yeah, if he can draw that same kind of hand here going first in game number 2, he might be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, that would have been a great going first hand.
Yeah, a double Karma Cannon going first, that's tough to play through for any deck. But also on the other side, Nets also got to dive into his side deck. It's, you know, it's to be a bold move to enter any tournament and not have some form of spell and trap removal in your side deck, prepared to go second against these strategies.
I'd argue that you don't even want to focus down on the spell and traps as much, because a lot of them are chainable, right? You're trying to remove them. I think you just need to focus down on the monsters, and I mean, given it's a bit of a gamble either way, but just making sure you're not hit with any of those really powerful blowout trap cards. You just want to focus down on getting rid of the monsters and keeping maximum efficiency here. Just getting, like, when you're playing against trap cards, you're just trading for value, right? You just want to make sure you're outvaluing them. Right, and considering his options here as he gets to start game number 2, going to be normal summoning. Is that Ariane?
Yep, that is the other one.
Yep.
It's going to send a Destructive Daruma Karmakan into the graveyard to try and special summon a level 4 Fiend from the deck, and it's going to resolve.
Very similar to Summoner Monk, but for the Labyrinth strategy, discarding traps instead of spells.
Also a reasonable attacker as well at 1800.
Definitely.
I know it does. Okay.
Yeah. That's the way to do it if you want that translation. Let him continue playing. Just make sure you know all the effects. Make sure that the second effect, there's usually an effect with the Ariana, like when a monster leaves the field by a trap effect that gets to do something, just making sure he knows exactly what that is.
Yeah, especially because I believe that one, like Ariana, it's locked to one of those per turn. I don't think Ariana is. I think you can use both.
Could be. And now we see a discard for Fiendsmith Engraver to add Fiendsmith's Track from the deck to the hand.
Could be a very explosive turn 1 here. What you really want to see when you get to go first with this deck.
Yeah, Labyrinth is one of those decks where you like, think about, it's a trap deck. They're going to set a lot of trap cards. But you're saying the monsters are the cards you want to be worried about because it can combo off and do a lot of cool things on turn number 1. So he added the Fabled Lure, and then Fabled Lure is being discarded by track. Since it was discarded, it can special summon back to the field.
Going to be immediately linked away into that Requiem. Requiem's going to use its effect. No responses from Gabriel up to this point. We've seen so far that Ginga's deck is built a little bit more so to deal with the board after the fact, but I imagine Gabriel playing Fiendsmith Snake Eye, that deck is generally more focused on making sure your opponent's strategy doesn't go off. It wants to try to disrupt their plays on their turn as they're going, but we see nothing of that sort so far.
I really like the addition of the Fiendsmith cards to the Labyrinth strategy. It's kind of notorious for not having a huge amount of early offense, and that's something that the Fiendsmith cards provide in spades.
Yeah, like, not only is it early offense, but it's offense throughout the rest of the game because as soon as it's set up once, it's set up forever.
Right.
Yep.
Maybe even just getting 1,200 a turn from Lacrima is good enough.
I mean, it was good enough with Satellar Knight Alsam all those years ago. Just keep bringing it back with Driver.
Yep. I remember those days.
This is something we haven't even mentioned yet, just the power of the Fiendsmith cards in addition to the Labyrinth cards, the synergy of just being able to access some of your powerful trap cards with the effect of Beatrice.
Oh yeah, Beatrice, really cool card in Labyrinth strategy. Oh, we also see a piece of the furniture there.
Okay.
Gonna discard Bestial Druisworm to set a Labyrinth trap from the deck.
That's a great point on Beatrice. Sends any kind of card to the graveyard, as we've seen in some of our previous events where it set up the Nightmare Archfiend's transaction rollback combo a little bit before.
That was quite scary. I mean, anytime Beatrice touches down, it can be frightening, and he's going to go ahead and use the effect here. Let's go and see what he's going to send. Is it going to be something like transaction rollback?
So this is in the end phase, I believe.
Yeah, trying to play around some potential interruptions from Gabriel here up to this point, even though like if Gabriel had been saving them for the Beatrice.
40. This is big welcome, right?
Just trying to play as proper as possible. You're not playing tight, so there's limiting any amount of mistakes that you can make and making sure your opponent can't capitalize on it. Those small things, right?
Drop.
Right. Gabriel is going to enter his draw phase. That was a lot of spells, looking at it. Oh, and there's a Power Sync Stone.
That's a cool one. It's very kind of similar to Skill Drain, right? But you have to have 2 monster effects that activated before it can turn off monster effects.
Yes, it gets counters every single turn. Once 2 monster effects are activated, it has a maximum of 2. Monster effects cannot be activated, and monster effects on the field are negated, and it resets every turn.
And this is really strong because he's going to get 2 monster effects right here. One for Beatrice, and then one for the Lacrima afterwards.
I wonder how much of that was planned. That has to be something that happens so consistently in this deck that you just know that you're going to immediately have a semi-skill drain by just resolving 2 of your powerful effects immediately.
Yeah, I think
if you've got an Engraver and a Power Sync Stone, you've got it.
I think that was definitely according to plan here from Ginja. This is his game plan going into it. Oh, so he has Mettle Tronus.
I like it.
It's such a good card. It's a quick play.
Legacy of Destruction.
Yep, and so he's going to be able to target a monster, and he can special summon a monster with the same type and attribute. Well, let's have either
one
the
of the
same
3,
type and attribute,
or 2 of the 3,
or the attack and attack and defense. It might just be attack, but you can special summon a monster with 2 of those 3 stats.
From your deck or extra deck.
Yep, negates both of the monster's effects and banishes them face down.
If it's the same monster,
the same card.
Banish them face down.
The same card.
Yeah.
A lot of the times it is. Especially with something like Beatrice. But that could be game saving for him.
It is. Well, in this case, it's going to get Beatrice off of the field so that it'll resolve successfully.
Oh, the big welcome. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, so he gets to send the black goat last to the graveyard. That's an excellent card.
Now a lot of options for both like the transaction rollback. We have the big welcome that could be used as effect because the lovely is on the field as well. Okay, only one effect so far. So he
Good
still
looking
has...
duck.
Oh, and now we're going to use a bunch of effects in the same chain,
This
which...
is negated, right? Because this is going to be on 2 counters.
Ooh, how does that work?
I mean,
Does it
you can
apply
activate
immediately
right?
in the
You
middle of
can
the
apply it,
chain?
that's fine.
Or does it happen
Yeah,
at the end of the
okay.
resolution?
So this goes
We'll have
to
to pull up the card text here on Power
and then
Sync
this is the
Stone.
result. Okay. I'm telling him it doesn't resolve because the Power Sync Stone has 2 counters already.
いや、カウンターが乗ってないから、まだ1のはずです。カウンター2つじゃないです。
So the Power Sync Stone says that each time a monster effect is activated, place a Spellstone counter on this card. However, the activation... So the effect of... The activation has to be successful. If the activation is negated, then it doesn't get the counter.
Right.
So you place the counters at the time that the monster effect is resolving. So once it gets to 2, you can't activate the effects of face-up monsters on the field, and the effects of face-up monsters on the field are negated. So what you want to do here is you want to have it so that the lady that's on the field is the second effect, the one that causes the second one to be placed on the field, so that your effect in the graveyard still resolves.
I see.
And that's what he's doing here.
Yep.
Yeah, but he played it properly. He knows his cards.
And just a heads up about the time clock. I do think the time clock might be for just the regular round of time. The feature match is on their own time clock, so they may have a few more minutes than what appears on the screen here.
Yeah, so don't be shocked if you see the clock update in the near future.
Yep, just like that.
All right, so it looks like Fiendsmith's Tract is up next.
Going to be able to add the Lurie and discard it, special summon it, because its effects are not negated in the graveyard. Linking away for the Requiem that we've seen many times so far.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, it can't be activated.
That's the difference between it and Skill Drain. You can't activate effects on the field. Yeah.
It even does both. Can't activate effects on the field, and the effects of the monsters on the field are negated. Face-up monsters.
I was like, is he tribute summoning? Yep,
Yep,
that
he-
is the case.
This is pretty ideal for it here. I think the Power Sync Stone did exactly what it wanted to do.
Yeah, things are looking tough for Nets.
Requiem. I can
I
use
was
it,
like,
right? I can't use
it's only on the field, right?
Yeah, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can use it in the graveyard, so Requiem gets to pop back onto the field.
Gives Fiendsmith and Graver a little bit more attack points.
Cool 600.
Nets thinking about his next move.
So trying to figure out what you're prioritizing removing at this point, because as soon as Ginga gets his turn again, the Power Sync Stone does reset, so it no longer has any counters on it, so he has 2 monster effects that he gets to take advantage of before there's anything turned off. Oh, looks like we're going to be using the original sending the Requiem here. It's a little tough because anything you summon out will not be able to use its effect. Just going to be going for that Snake Eyes Poplar. Going to be able to make a Link 2 here. Looks like it's going to be Hida, the Fire Charmer. And then Graver's going to now use its effect, putting the Requiem back in the extra deck to try to special summon itself.
Battle phase.
All right, going straight to battle. The monster effects are power sunk, as it were, and now he is just going to have to play some good old-fashioned beatdown.
So 1850 does beat 1800. Ginga
Good
checks his graveyard real fast. He's got plenty of effects to activate in there.
Yeah, at some point, the Big Welcome has not been activated this turn, right?
It has.
Yeah.
It has.
it was.
It's yes, it was chained to summon the to bounce the Beatrice, correct?
But he does have the Black Goat laughs
As well,
in there
yeah.
from the Beatrice, and transaction rollback as well.
But I don't think he's feeling any pressure to do anything right now. He just gets to go immediately to his turn.
Yeah, this game is feeling a lot better here for Ginja than game number 1.
まあまあもらいますで
Nets does have 1 card in his spell and trap zone. Play back to Ginja.
Now, I imagine Ginja wants to take advantage here of his effects before he's locked under his own Power Sync Stone.
Okay.
Yep, he's going to be activating the effect of Lovely, setting that Daruma Cannon. That's putting one counter on the Power Sync Stone.
So one more effect.
It looks like we're activating Transaction Rollback, are going to be copying the effect of Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Half of that, so
It's going to be an expensive activation, going to cost half the life points, but totally worth it.
Half 17 or 73.50 is what? 36.25?
I believe
36.75.
Yep.
36.75.
I'm glad you guys are here to do it so I don't have to.
7.5.
Oh, that was
Oh,
me.
just
at-
wait for the cannon.
Yeah, I was doing the simultaneous equation cannon with Mike at YCS Sacramento. I was letting him run the numbers, and I was there to enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's a card you'd play in this particular tournament, though.
Probably not. Yeah, it's a little more niche.
で、
Oh, so now he's
So the
using.
result.
9。
You got cook lock, right?
結構
Just confirming here, because the Power Sync Stone was already at 2 counters when the lady would attempt to activate its effect to destroy, it will resolve negated.
The second effect was what? The first effect was lady placing face down?
Yes.
What did you shuffle back? What the left?
Oh, the second was sequence.
So he puts back the sequence to summon Feast with Engraver from the graveyard. Every time I say that line, I'm like, how many times am I going to say that?
Oh, you should get ready. There's plenty more to go.
It looks like we're going to battle phase, taking out the Engraver with the Lovely.
Ginga gets to take it slow here. He's not feeling any pressure to do much more than that.
バトルフェーズエンド。
Okay.
Going to main phase 2.
メディエフェクト。
Okay, gonna be able to use the effect of Lady in the hand.
メイン2シエンド。
main two.
Okay, try I think to end main 2 here. Let's see if there's anything used from Gabriel. Doesn't seem so. Power Sync will be able to reset here.
Yeah, not quite
No,
as
no, because he
draining
went
as
for cook
skill
lock.
drain, because you at least get a couple effects potentially, but obviously with so many different effects as we saw like on his first turn, there's ways to get those counters on before your opponent can get a monster on the field.
Yeah, honestly, it feels a lot stronger than skill drain when you're able to use it like this.
Nah, I don't know about stronger, but similar at least.
I mean, it stopped a Requiem. That skill drain can't do that.
True, true. There are definitely differences in between the two. Yeah, not being able to activate an effect is way different from all effects being negated for sure.
It does both.
During the standby phase, we can see the big Welcome Labyrinth effect from the graveyard activated. Put that Hita back in the hand, or in this case, the extra deck. And that's going to
be able to
trigger the lady.
That's one.
Thinking.
Okay.
No response here from Nets. He's going to lose a card.
Let's see where he goes. He's going for the hand here. Let's see what he hits. Oh, it's the Poplar.
Ooh, he hits Poplar. That can activate in the graveyard to come back.
Nets does have original Sinful Spoils in his graveyard as well, so he's going to have some plays here this turn, potentially. He's just got to keep that second counter off the Power Sync Stone.
Yeah, so this is tough because it's not just the monsters that activate on field that put the counter on Power Sync Stone. Also, this Poplar, if it were to come back, would place the second counter.
Oh, that is really good to note, because it does only stop the ones on field, but to get the counters could be anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
That's very key.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's opting to use that effect, but he's going to use the effect of original here, putting a Poplar back on the bottom of the deck and adding to hand maybe Snake Eye Ash? Really, I don't know. It could be like really any Snake Eye here.
It looks like he is eyeing Snake Eye Oak.
Yep, Snake Eye Oak is a very strong one, able to potentially summon back that Snake Eye Poplar that's already in the graveyard.
Oh.
Main phase one.
So I guess Nets is not going to be going back into the deck this turn.
Confirming that we are in main phase 1 after using the effect of original.
Okay.
Effect.
Okay.
So this will be the second one when it resolves successfully.
Shuffle.
Okay.
Alright, gonna summon Fiendsmith Engraver back to the field.
Oh, oh.
Player's being a little nervous here. Gabriel really trying to figure out what he can do in this situation. It's really hard here.
Yeah, you want to take your time to think, but you always want to keep your pace of play up as best as you can.
Yeah, it feels like maybe a go to next on this one.
I mean, he's looking for any answers he could find.
Gonna
Trying to power his way through.
crash, and then leave the oak.
Yep, we're just going to go into the end phase here. Oh, he shouldn't shuffle, right? Like, oh no, he could shuffle because of the effect of the Engraver. Putting the Lurry back in the deck.
Yeah, might need to use the card there to not shuffle during the turn of.
Yeah, you could see
a little
it
bit more
just off screen
effectively.
beneath the phase.
Yeah, because there was
indicator.
three shuffles there this turn without a draw.
Well, there was one because you had to put a card on the bottom.
Yeah.
Sure, okay, I guess
So that was the
makes
extra
sense.
shuffle.
That makes sense. All right, monster's going to attack position.
Let's see how much pressure Ginga applies here. Even though you are in a demanding position, you don't really want to give Snake Eyes that much time. Going to be using the effect of Stovey Torby, sending itself as well as Chandragolier to set a big welcome Labyrinth.
Big Welcome Labyrinth, notably, it's at semi-limited for this event, as it is semi-limited in the OCG.
Interesting. It is a really good card. All right, now we're going to battle. Engraver's going to attack over Oak.
It's just 900 points of damage there, and these other two monsters are quite large.
It's 28 and 29, or 29 and 30.
29 and 30, I think, so leaving them at 100.
Just one Requiem equipped short of game here. But he might still, it was this Power Sink Stone up. Probably not going to be able to finish him off with something like Lacrima or something during this turn.
100.
Well, Lacrima does also activate in the graveyard, but it's just a matter of getting to that
get
point.
to it with, yeah,
If there's a tract in the grave, you never know.
True, he would just need to get another Light Fiend onto the field. Nope, just going to leave him at 100 points past the nets. Let's see if he draws anything that's going to change the outcome of this duel. I believe in the heart of the cards, but I don't know if he has anything that's going to bounce him back into this game.
The time is starting to run down here.
Okay.
Just adding a monster and passing.
All
Alright, what is the most powerful set monster you could think of?
Spirit Reaver?
I don't think it's big enough, but Spirit Reaver would be pretty good here.
Maybe a Penguin Soldier?
It's just an effect
Veiler.
Veiler, and
That is
gonna
enough.
Take game number 2. So we are going to game 3 here in our first round of the World Championship here in 2024 in beautiful Seattle.
I mean, you see why he chose to play Labyrinth, right? If your deck is able to do that every single game, that is enough to win. You know, the power of Power Sink Stone right now.
I think that is the key card from that second duel. There was the Power Sink Stone. It really
I'm
let
sold,
Ginja
yeah.
take control of the game. He was able to use his effects to place the counters on it to really stop Nets from being able to use those monster effects on the field.
Yeah, it works better, obviously, in decks where you only need to resolve 1 or 2 monster effects. I don't know that you can really quite play it in the same way that you did the Skill Drains in the Snake Eye deck.
Yeah, it might be a little bit tougher for sure. But it is a cool card to look at if you're watching at home or if you're watching at your local OTS with one of our watch parties that are going on this weekend. I hope you're enjoying it if you are watching it from there. Shout out, give a big thanks to the store owners that were able to bring that to your shop and have everyone come out for a tournament and watch along as we enjoy the World Championship here in Seattle, Washington.
I wonder if perhaps the decks that players are bringing there are similar to the ones that we see here, or if maybe they're a little more similar to what they normally play as well.
That is interesting. Hopefully we get to look at some of that later on and check out what people were playing at their OTS watch parties.
I imagine it's still a lot of Snake Eye and Yubel. Those decks were already so popular. People just, stick to what they have a lot of the time.
I feel like maybe we'd see a little more Tenpai Dragon there than we might otherwise.
True, Tenpai Dragon's still a strong deck. It does have the Sengen Summoning Limited, But, oh, it looks like we are taking a look at that prize card. It's beautiful. That is the first place prize card. Just mere feet away from the players playing here at the feature match stage.
Yeah, it looks like they've made their decisions there, and they're counting to make sure that all cards are in their proper places. 15 cards still in the side deck and extra deck. We're going to get ready for a kind of short game 3. It's going to be under 7 minutes, probably closer to 6 by the time we kick this thing off.
And players are going to have to play fast.
I mean, Gabriel already knows how to play strategies extremely well. He's going to be efficient with his plays here. And now that he has knowledge of what his opponent is playing, the kind of cards that are in his deck, he's going to be able to maybe alter his strategy just a little bit. Maybe he wants to make a different end board. I don't know if he's going to prioritize Nightmare Griffin as he has in the first game.
Okay. You can draw, yeah.
Yep. Gabriel choosing to go first, as you'd imagine.
Yeah, I think that's a big, that's an interesting point you make there. Is he going to make that same play? Because, I mean, you're going blind in game number 1. You're just going to make the board that you've been practicing, that end field that you want. But we'll see, if he does adjust it for the Labyrinth strategy. I think he is going to look to have something like IP to go into SP, which is pretty good against something like this. But we'll have to see if he does go for Griffin as well alongside that.
I mean, I think the remainder of that field was extremely powerful in the matchup, so we'll just have to see if that's what he does here going into game number 3. He's going to take the lead here.
Okay.
Clock has started once again.
And by main phase. Okay.
We're now in the main phase. Oh, normal summon Snake Eye Ash. One of the most powerful starters.
Wow. Limited to 1 here, but only takes 1.
You got to draw some of your cards.
Yeah, it's also limited to 1 in Master Duel, and I feel like after the limitation, I saw it in my opening hand in Master Duel almost every game.
See, it happens to me with other one-ofs, but they're usually named Cyframe Driver.
Oof, that's a tough one. Now,
2 sides of the spectrum.
Snake Eyes Poplar is going to add to the hand, special summon itself to the field, and then add that Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes from the deck to the hand, which is going to place Snake Eyes Diabell Star into the spell and trap zone.
Nothing too different from what we've seen before. He had to work for it a little bit harder in his first hand, but now we see the Snake Eye Ash able to do it all in 1 card. Oh, and there is also a wanted. Not choosing to use that in the draw phase, trying to play around something, some other points of interaction here, but like using it now to try to understand what potential interruption Kinga has.
That's also a one-of in this tournament, is not wanted?
That's where I was about to go with it. Definitely an excellent opening hand from Nets. He's going to summon Diabell Star, the Black Witch, by sending Effect Veiler from his hand to the graveyard. It's going to let him set original Sinful Spoils of the Snake Eye.
Thinking here? Okay.
Just keeping track for my own sake, there are now 3 spells accounted for. It looks like we're just going to be making a Link 2 here. Oh, into IP Masquerena?
Okay.
And then using the effect of Poplar to put itself back in the spell and trap zone.
Interesting. Going to send IP Masquerena and Diabell Star, the Black Witch to the graveyard to Link summon the Link 3 Celine.
Okay, choosing to use the IP Masquerena now rather than saving it for later in the turn in case you need a generic Link 2. We're just going to be able to bridge that, link away with the Celine, and we're going to be making another Appaloosa here.
It's the original Starlight one, too. It's a nice-looking card.
Very beautiful indeed.
If there's anywhere to flex, it's going to be the World Championship. Original is going to resolve as well, sending the Poplar to summon that Snake Eyes Oak from the deck. Snake Eyes Oak is able to, looks like it's going to special summon the Poplar from the graveyard, and then the Snake Eye Diabell Star is going to use its effect to place the Snake Eye Ash back in the spell and trap zone and summon itself from the spell and trap zone. And now it looks like we're going to be making another Link 2 here. I feel like it's going to be a pretty familiar face. Yep, it's Moon of the Closed Heaven. Just going through the motions here, linking the Fiend into the Requiem. Requiem able to use its effect here. Special summoning out Fiendsmith Engraver.
Activate. Requiem? Okay. Okay.
Oak uses its effect, sending itself as well as the Fiends with Requiem to special summon out Snake Eyes Flamebridge. Flamebridge can now go after that IP Masquerader that was sent earlier, but now we're going to lead with the Wanted here. Get a draw before you make any more decisions.
This is when I like to use Wanted, is once I get that Flamebridge Dragon out of the deck, it's not something you want to draw off of your Wanted draw.
Yep. I think this is probably where his plays could branch out a little bit more as well. You could see how he uses Extract differently depending on the cards that he draws, tries to figure out what it is that he needs to prioritize. Linking away the Engraver as well as the Flamebridge here. Flamebridge has not activated its effect just yet, so likely going to be summoning it back later. Flamebridge using its effect in the graveyard to special summon back Snake Eyes Oak as well as Snake Eyes Poplar.
So how many Fiends has he got in his graveyard? He's got enough, right?
I believe it's at least Requiem and Engraver. And there's SP Little Knight on the field here, a little preemptive, going to be able to protect some of his bodies in case there's something that targets them. Using the effect of Lacrima.
3, but we're only going to use 2 here. And that is going to make Lacrima.
Sequence is going to be able to, put those back for the Lacrima, as you mentioned. Lacrima is going to be able to use its effect. Going after the Engraver. It looks like he's adding it back to his hand here and then using its effect. Able to add a Fiend Spit Spell or Trap. Let's see what he grabs. It's going to be the Tract.
I don't think we've seen the Lurie discard quite. Oh no, Ginga had Lurie.
Ginga had Lurie, yeah.
Ginga had Lurie.
Lurie does hit the field after Tract discards it from the hand.
And that's taking his time to consider his next move carefully.
You don't want to make an illegal move at this point.
Looks like we're going back into Wind Close Heaven, linking away the Lacrima as well as the Lurie. And Lacrima is activating now. Gonna go ahead and shuffle back the Lurie.
Yeah, 12.
Gets him for 1,200 damage there. Now this is where you drop the Gores. You get the Gores Effect Veiler combo here.
Engraver.
Barrel behind the door from the hand, that would be nice also. Oh man.
Engraver gets to use its effect, puts stuff on the field. Now the Tract is going to be able to use all 3 of those Fiends on the field.
Yeah, we don't see the Tract graveyard effect used too often, but it lets you just polymerization basically infuse your Fiendsmith cards for Desiree.
Now Sequence is on the Desiree, so it's no longer able to be targeted. And now finally there's a Bestial Baldrake at the end of all this as well. Going to be able to go after the Celine.
Baldrake's a tough one too with that summon negation effect. Never mind, it's going away.
We haven't gotten to Promethean Princess yet. That's true. We still have access to that Flamebridge in the graveyard. Flamebridge is going to be able to use its effect here. Putting back that... Oh, SP Little Knight, because IP's already used. We're negating...
We're seeing this cool interaction where Desiree can negate your own Promethean Princess, since it is part of the effect that locks you into fire, and now he can link summon something that's not fire, but still links into a Nightmare Phoenix anyway, which is kind of funny to me.
That might have just been like the last thing he could have possibly used.
Yeah, he's used almost the entirety of his extra deck in this combo here.
And the announcement of time having run out has just been made.
And it looks
That's
like,
enough.
Yep, and that's just the way he walked into the qualification for the World Championship on the backs of Fiendsmith Lacrima. He is now winning round number 1 here at the World Championship with that 1,200 damage to the just effect damage there and winning game the first round.
I mean, he was also resolving full Snake Eye combo, so one way or another.
Oh, we'll never really know because we didn't see what was in his hand. There might have been something really cool in there that was going to get through that. I mean, Lava Golem wouldn't have done it like we saw in the first game, but perhaps there could have been something in there that would have worked.
Yep, but Nets is representing the UK. He qualified at the EU WCQ, but he is from Brazil, I believe.
Brazil, yeah.
So he has not just one, but 2 countries, rooting for him. And he is the victor. You see that awesome victory logo going off in the background for the blue side.
I mean, this has worked so hard to get to this point. He's put in the hours. He knows all those combos. I mean, you saw like 2 very different combos there, depending on what he needs to do. And
that's a good way to put it. But yeah, I mean, you do adapt your strategy when you're playing against Labyrinth. You're not going to make like the same opening board now that you know that your opponent is on that Labyrinth strategy.
Yeah, like Nightmare Griffin has a lot of power across a lot of matchups, but it's a little bit different against something like that. A lot of those effects are really all that relevant on the field, and especially only going off of something like Big Welcome and something like that. But usually you have a lot more to deal with that, especially a little bit redundant when you already have Appaloosa as well.
I think the big thing is like he got Lava Golem in game 1 too, so you have to know that these kind of monsters that can tear apart your field without you having to interact with them definitely was on Net's mind there.
Yeah, you need 3 essentially to make sure once you see the Lava Golem that you're not going to get caught by it again.
Definitely, and you know, that's what Yu-Gi-Oh's all about. It's about adapting, seeing what your opponents are bringing. Even if you win game number 1, you have to take down your mental notes about what happened, how can I deal with this in game number 2? Is he going to have those cards in for the next game? Are they going to come in again game number 3 when I'm going first? And those are all the thoughts that are going to be running through the players' heads as they're side decking. And you know, now we have our first winner from our first feature match.
And there's an information game here to be played as well, because you're going to see all of these people all around. The more you know about your competitors, the better. Because if you make it to the top 8, you might have to play the same person again.
Yeah.
Might get a rematch with them.
I think anyone watching this round, they look at Gabriel's list and they say, okay, so he's summoning Nightmare Griffin. He plays the Fiendsmith cards. I wonder, does he play Beatrice? Is he sending something off Beatrice for that Nightmare Griffin? There's like other things that we haven't seen yet that could be found later. And I think it's really interesting strategy. We didn't see him do that in that combo, and it doesn't seem like it's necessary for the combo, but I think it's one of those things that's really flexible, right? He does what he needs to do based on what he has in front of him.
Yeah, flexible is a good word to use for the Snake Guy or the Fiendsmith strategy. Like, there's so many different ways you can go about it. But even with just one engraver, where you go, you can have the rank 6. You can even go into an Appaloosa with the Fiendsmith Lacrima. There's so many different ways you can navigate it. You can find a way to get to Desiree. I mean, I think that's the way I would like to go in the tournament, is finding a way where my infield is going to have that Desiree, especially post-side decking when they have those board-breaking kind of cards. You want to have something that can stop something like Evenly Matched, or, I mean, it's more so in Yubel where you see them able to stop Dark Ruler no more, because you're going to have to be able to chain something else that's not a monster effect to be able to negate a face-up card in the field with that Desiree. And with Unchained, they are able to always set one of the Unchained trap cards to be able to do those kind of interruptions, which we might be able to see later on. But yeah, the Fiendsmith cards are just incredible.
Hitting evenly matched is really huge. Yeah. Even last year in the World Championship, for example, we saw that double evenly matched game in the tournament to help things out. But like the fact that you can negate one of them is huge.
Yeah, I mean, that's evenly matched. Not once per turn, similar to Destructive Duruma Karma Cannon, as we saw. Really powerful trap cards, not once per turn, can catch you off guard.
You never know when it's not going to be a hard once per turn. Dogmatic Punishment, yes. Destructive Duruma Karma Cannon, no.
I mean, I think that's why it's one of the most powerful trap cards printed in so long, right? One of the most popular ones to play, because it's something that can be used when a board's already present. That's what really defines a strong trap card, is when you can use it going second into a field.
Certainly.
Now, some results have already come in for this round, but we're taking a look at, you know, what's going on the floor.
Can I get water?
Let's see if we can find any results here. We have a tablet. Okay, we do have some results already in from round number 1. It looks like Anthony Lopez took down Yuto Kondo at table 1. That is an interesting match. I know I was rooting for Yuto Kondo going into this one. Sad to see him lose in round number 1.
It looks like, Michael Thomas is still playing against Wang Xishan here. They're tied at 1-1.
Perhaps they had a time extension on here as well. And then we took a look at Daigo's profile at the start of the duel and his philosophy going forward. And he's really taken it to Giovanni Barone, defeating him 2-0 on table 9 here in the first round.
And here we do see on camera, this is that matchup we were talking about. It is the returning world champion from 2018 taking on NA's Mike Thomas.
It looks like it's only the beginning of a game right now, because it looks like, there's several interruptions from Wang's side, but there's the play is still going from Mike Thomas.
I see a Nibiru there on that table, as well as a Baldrake.
Strong combo. Doesn't seem like it's enough just yet, but there could be more.
So presumably this is the first turn of the duel we're looking at here.
Yeah, exactly, right? This has to be like the first game of game 3. Looks like we're linking into Little Knight here. Little Knight is targeting the Baldrake, getting it off the field.
Yeah, Mike Thomas looking like he's in a commanding position. Looks like the Baldrake is using the effect, sending the Nibiru to the graveyard to stop the summon of SP Little Knight, which looks like he'll be chaining the SP Little Knight's effect to banish them both.
Opting to go after the Baldrake instead of something else, even though Baldrake was going to be banished anyway off the Little Knight, but now it does come back?
I presume he just needs all the cards
bodies,
on his field.
Yeah, which makes sense, right? A Baldrake after the field's already been made, not nearly as threatening.
Yeah, we did just jump into this. Could be main phase 2. We don't really know the specifics. It could be turn 1. It actually does look like it is turn 1.
It looks like turn 1.
It's very likely to be turn 1. No guarantees here.
All right, so that game is ongoing. I'll probably find out about that after the round is over. I believe it's the last match outstanding, if
it does look
serves.
Yeah, I think it does look like that. It is one of the last matches that is finishing to wrap up. But
so what other matches have we had going on here in the first round that you find interesting?
I mean, they're all interesting to me.
Ruben was successful.
Does look like the NAWCQ champion Aditya is still playing his match as well. They're sitting at 1-1. Could just be waiting on an update.
How's
as
Mark
well.
Solis doing?
Mark Solis. Let's see if I can find him.
Table 2.
He won his first
Table
round, 2-1. So, you know, playing with
watch
house
out.
money
Yeah,
and won round number 1. They got to feel good with that.
Arguably worked the hardest to be here.
Yep.
Played a few more rounds than
He had to actually win the 2 extra ones
Yeah.
in order to make it.
It also looks like Jose, one of the players I've been looking at, one of the up-and-coming players from NAWCQ, also won his round 1 2-0 over Fox, which is pretty interesting. But it looks like we are about to look at some highlights from our match we just had. So let's go ahead and jump right into that.
All right, so here we are at the start of Game 3, where Gabriel Netz came up with that Snake Eye Ash in his opening hand and was able to develop a commanding field, taking up the rest of the clock before inflicting some damage with Fiendsmith Lacrima.
all done on the back of one Snake Eye Ash. You know, card can be limited, but when you do see it, it is still one of the most powerful cards in the game. And
that is how Gabriel Netz became our first feature match winner of the weekend.
It was an exciting match. You know, it was cool to see. Like, we got to see some cool cards that I wasn't expecting. Lava Golem was probably and Power Sink Stone were both caught me off guard.
I did not have Power Sink Stone anywhere on my radar, honestly.
I had Power Sink Stone, but not Lava Golem. I had already seen some people experimenting a little bit with Power Sink Stone in their side decks, at least. Well, we get all the regional lists, right?
Yeah.
So as we pour through there, we start to see some of the trends starting to develop amongst the regional tournaments before they make it into full competition.
And now we get to see you here at the World Championship.
Yep.
I mean, that's the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, even though we see these deck types, the same names, like, oh, it's a Snake Eye deck, it's a Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck, it's a Labyrinth deck, it's a Fiendsmith Labyrinth deck, those are just names. Just to kind of help people, like, determine what the main goal of the strategy is. But the tech cards, the choices that go into the deck, that can vary between the decks that are all named the same. And those are the key differences that'll make the difference between 0-2 and undefeated in Swiss. Winning the tournament, just being able to make the top cut. It's all those key differences. And the only way you can find those cards that you like the most, that work the best into the tournament, into the meta that you think you're going to face, is practice. You have to practice. You got to play and try out different things, for sure.
And knowledge of the entire card base is going to be so important for things like that. A difference of 5 cards oftentimes does win a tournament.
All right, and we have the full match list there. Aditya and Charles are tied at 1-1. Wonder if that ended in a draw or if they're still going like Michael Thomas was.
Yeah, I didn't even think about a lot of these 1-1s could just be draws there. We do see Landon Oliver
was defeated, yeah,
by Esteban Rey, I believe, out of one of the LATAM representatives for sure.
And then we had a 1-0. It appears time ran out after one game was completed, but we didn't have a winner in the next, with Callus taking the victory over Shinichi.
Yep, sad to see Yudo go down there. I was really hoping Yudo Kondo was going to win that first round, but, all these players, it's just round 1. We mentioned we are playing Swiss.
And it is confirmed that Table 4 was a draw.
So, yeah, you do have draws, you do have losses, but there's plenty of rounds to play. It is 7 rounds, so you can lose a couple, you can draw maybe once, and X2-1, where you win all your rounds, lose 2, and draw 1, might be a good enough record to make it into that top cut, but we'll just have to wait and see how the day is going to play out for these duelists.
I think because there are so many rounds, a draw feels a lot less like a loss at this point. I think it's obviously not a win, but you're much happier with a draw than a loss at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, any points is better than no points.
Yeah.
All right, looks like these duelists are finished. I'm not sure how that finished, but I think we do have an interview with the winner of our first round feature match, Gabriel Netz, coming up. So we are going to listen in and see what Gabriel Netz had to say.
My name is Gabriel Netz, and I'm from Florianópolis, Brazil. I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Around 8 years ago. Yeah, about 8 years. Being able to compete at Worlds feels like a dream come true. Like, I feel like I have this always a bridesmaid, never the bride syndrome. I always get close, I never get there. So everyone's like, yeah, you deserve this, but I just wanted to like get it in. Like this is an achievement. I'm going to Worlds, and it's like mental. So to prepare for the WCQ, I did a lot. So we have a spreadsheet, which is like all the snake eye combos through all the combinations of hand traps. So it's called full combo matrix, and it has like 200 lines, which is all the 1, 2, 3 snake eye card combinations into 1, 2 hand trap combinations. And I knew them on the top of my head. I think I was playing well this weekend, this Friday, I guess, and I think it paid off. So more than happy with the prep that I did. For people that dream to qualify, I think you just gotta keep pushing, keep pushing. Last year I lost top 8, so I was 1 game away from Worlds. Did it this year. It's frustrating because sometimes you can lose for stuff outside of your control, but one thing that you can control is how much effort you put in and how good your preparation is. If I became the world champion, honestly, it would be a hell of a celebration. I know what it doesn't mean, but the celebration would be amazing.
So awesome to hear from Netz there. Interview was done, I think, right after he qualified. Very excited to be going to the World Championship. And now we're here a couple of months later, and he won his first round.
Yeah, the enthusiasm hasn't waned since that video, that's for sure.
I mean, he talks about how much everyone talks about how he deserves it, and the spreadsheet, I'm glad he mentioned it because I used that spreadsheet to prepare for the NAWCQ just to like know what to do for all the combos because I had access to it, and the amount of work they put, like 200 is a realistic number of how many things were in that spreadsheet.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got the data and you can run the numbers and analyze how to do it. It can yield results. For me, I'm more of a passion, duelist of the soul, believe in the heart of the cards, and, find my way. But,
just
whatever works. Yeah, just wing it. I believe in myself. I believe in my deck. I mean, I do put in the practice when I play for sure, but maybe not so analytical view of it. But it clearly works out for Netz here. He's not only qualified for the World Championship, won the first round as well.
So you like to learn on the job, basically. Just play all the games and figure it out in the practice games.
Exactly. Yep.
Just in the defense of all our spreadsheet enthusiasts out here, it doesn't mean that you're just looking at the spreadsheet and memorizing the combos and that's all it. That's what you stick to. He's adaptive. He's going to learn new combos, but every time he learns a new combo, he puts it in the spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's data analysis.
Yeah,
it's the other way around. I do worry, though, sometimes that a lot of people look at spreadsheets and think that's all there is to it, and they don't do the adaptation, and they don't quite understand how it got onto the spreadsheet in the first place. You can't skip steps here, essentially, is what I'm saying.
You can make your process a lot faster. Obviously, having access to the spreadsheet makes you learn a lot quicker, but you have to know why those decisions are there, why each one of those lines is represented. It's written in there why they're there, but like it's one
good. It's notes. You're just taking notes as you play the game. Like so, you remember. You're like, okay, I figured out this one play when I was playing this one game. I want to write this down so I don't forget this, and I know this is an option. And then you can review those strategies as well. I mean, anything you can do to help you prepare for tournaments is an excellent thing to do.
Yeah, all these players are students of the game, and I think this is like the kind of homework and studying that players really have to adapt to do so well at a World Championship level event.
Certainly.
It's great to see it pay off for them. Like, that's one of the things that makes me really happy is when I see people who I know are working hard do well in these tournaments. It's always great for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think hard work has really what all these players have made it to this point, right? Some of these names are not necessarily brand new, but they've had a lot of recent success, and it's been constant dedication and passion, and they've just been putting in the work every event, and now they've made it to this stage.
Yeah, I mean, every top player was a newbie at one point to the game, and they had to play and find a way to become good. No one starts as the best right off the bat. You have to play, practice, and get there. No one is handed anything just for free. You have to put that time and effort in. And luckily, Yu-Gi-Oh's, my favorite trading card game that exists, and you can have fun while you're doing it as well.
And I think it's important is to just take that first step, right? You don't want to stay home and never play because you're afraid of losing. You just want to get out there and, sure, okay, you'll lose a ton. You'll lose a ton of duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Even if, you have a good hand and you know what you're doing, you're still going to lose a ton of duels because that's Yu-Gi-Oh! That's just how it is. But you have to get out there before you can be the best.
As long as you're always learning, right? There's more always. I feel like there's more to learn from just losing than there is from winning. Sometimes you just get the wrong answers when you win because, people get lucky.
I mean, I know when I talk about all my memorable Yu-Gi-Oh! Stories, the ones that are like burned into my mind that I've told thousands of times to friends and new people I've met throughout the years, it's never about my wins, ever. I don't ever tell them stories about, I did this and this and won. Like, I had 3 Reborn Tigers in my hand and still won the YCS. Humble brag. But but besides that one, no, it's the losses that I talk about. It's like, this happened, and I was like, oh, man, and how I overcame it, how I bounced back. Beyond that, you learn the most from your losses. Embrace those losses, enjoy them, figure out what happened, analyze them. Losing's a part of not only the game; it's a part of life.
Yeah.
It's about how, if you fall off that horse, you get back up and ride it again.
I mean, you better. You're going to be out in the middle of a forest with no horse.
Definitely, it's about bouncing back and figuring out how to win from losses. And Ginja here in round 1 lost round 1, but he's not out of it just yet.
I think he had a solid game plan, too.
Yeah.
But it looks like we are going to take a short break before our second round. So we will be right back for more rounds of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
You're just going to be playing the Fire King Snake Eye, so if you know that you're up against Sana, you can expect, okay, that's probably what they're going to be playing.
So Emra has now played against RJ and Sana, so that does leave him facing off against Tiras in this final one.
Ooh.
So what we can infer from that is that it could very well be the matchup of the Flanderies versus Branded.
That would be very interesting. That would be very interesting. I'm here that we're hopping into that
The
next
set 3.
set, the deciding set, determining if the defending world champions will walk away victors or not here. The back's against the wall.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for them to pull off 3 victories, but we have seen it before. Maybe it can happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's always a chance to win. You got to take it one game at a time. These competitors are all very level-headed. They've, been here, especially Snipe Hunters. They've been here before. They know what they're doing. I got full faith that they're staying, locked in. But it is a lot of pressure.
What do you think? I mean, obviously, I'd love to chat with them at some point if we can get them on broadcast. But what do you think, Doug? Is it more pressure or less pressure that it's their second WCS and they're defending world champs? Do you think that they have less pressure because they're like, oh, we've already been here, we've done this? Or is it more because they're like, oh, we have to defend that title now?
I think every single Master Duel player here wants to win that title.
Yeah.
And I think that from their perspective, they're probably thinking that all the other teams, I don't know if they're the, the #1 target for a lot of the teams, but you got to be thinking about that.
At least in Group A.
Yeah, at least in Group A. I think a lot of people they're maybe worried about playing against them because they're already champions. But from the perspective of champions, you kind of got to keep that up. And I think it's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've spoken about Sana quite a bit with the Fire King Snake Eye. Josh as well, we highlighted as being able to get that win in the first round.
Yep.
RJ and Emre as well. However, I do want to highlight Quantal at the moment seems to be struggling against this team.
Yet to pick up a win, the only one on the team that hasn't. But again, it's tough to know the power level, the strength of each team coming into events like this and how prepared they are, because the deck build and did you have the right read of what the shared card was meant to be, and did we have the right read of what our opponents would be playing and what we need to prepare for? Sometimes that can really throw the favorites in an event like this off a loop if they had the wrong read at any point.
True enough, and actually just thinking about Quantal as a player, he's been in high-pressure situations before with the previous World Championship. He, going into 2023, was considered one of the best players within Europe because he almost qualified himself, and then he slightly lost out to Josh in terms of the qualifying points, and then joined Josh's team.
Yeah.
Since then, he's really established himself as a Tillemans player. He's played loads of other decks. We mentioned the Maxilus Monadium build as well, really bringing a lot of success for him. This guy definitely has a lot of versatility on his side, and it'll be really exciting to see just how Snipe Hunters approach this now that they find themselves at match point.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember, we're talking about Snipe Hunters kind of struggling here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Does have some form of luck. The matchups definitely matter. What you draw matters. While there is a lot of practice that goes into it, sometimes games are just out of your control. And it's hard to see because we have not seen Quantal on stream yet. Maybe he just got shifted. Who knows?
I mean, that Team Snipe Hunters, and 2 out of 6 times you do miss.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a good point. I hadn't thought of it that way. Did they factor that into the name? Because still, they should win the majority then.
Yeah.
We'll get to the math later. I do want to go back to a point that we had brought up much earlier, though, as we're giving the players time to get into set 3. We got to see it was Sana and Josh that did the Duelist Cup cast together, right?
No, sorry, it was RJ.
RJ,
and
okay.
Josh.
Have we seen that matchup, or is that matchup still coming?
So
is that going to be the final matchup between the teams there?
I'm not sure if we saw it in that previous.
In the set 1 or set 2? Because if that
we
one's
didn't see it
up,
in set 1.
We didn't see it in set 1, okay.
We maybe had it in...
Tough to see with the smaller screens down there.
Yeah.
But that's going to be a fun one to keep our eyes on because, again, we don't know if there's a rivalry there, but at least a little history, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a friendly rivalry, yeah. But, Doug, you've also done a lot of the Duelist Cups, too, or at least a couple of them.
Top-level players that also happen to be content creators.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Not me, but yeah.
No, you're our expert correspondent now, Doug. You must realize this.
Yeah, I mean, the Duelist Cup, it's a grind. You know, you're playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! For 3 days. I remember watching Josh stream it last year, and I mean, he was live for like 20 hours. I mean, it's just the dedication that it takes not only to play Yu-Gi-Oh! That long, but to play it well for that long. That's why we're seeing the best of the best here. You know, if you went to the Duelist Cup and you played through it and you got the top spot, you know that you're a good player. You should be confident in your abilities, as I'm sure all these players are. They're at the World Championship, but you know, that kind of grind I think prepares you for this type of situation where you got to keep a cool head. You can't tilt off of just a couple losses, and there's always another chance to win.
The stamina that was required to qualify through the Duelist Cups, the amount of duels, the amount of hours that you had to grind is just impressive that the duelists were willing to go through that to chase this opportunity at the WCS. And I agree with that. You have to have a strong mental to do it, and you have to have a strong mental in situations like this as well when your backs are against the wall as Team Snipe Hunters.
Yeah, and speaking of that Duelist Cup for the Road to Worlds especially, this year it was all about Fire King Snake Eye.
Yep.
And it seems to be the case here so far, at least.
Yeah, what we've learned about the decks, the little that we've seen so far on stream, is that, surprise, Fire King Snake Eyes is in fact a popular deck that we will expect to see going forward.
On the other hand, though, you know, we've spoken a little bit about RJ, but the Yubel deck as well being something that is considered a dominant force in this current format.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet, but I mean, we have to keep it in mind. This next match, we might actually see it. And also, I think the big thing about these two top decks, I know we've been talking about the format a lot. Of the 6 decks, you know there's only one Fire King Snake Eyes, and you know there's only one Yubel, so you know, it's not going to be necessarily a bunch of mirror matches all day here. You're only going to, I mean, really, you're only going to potentially see a mirror match once the entire match.
That's the best part.
Yeah.
Best part of the format is the fact that the matches never feel like they're getting predictable in terms of, oh, yep, we've seen this matchup before. We will get a lot of unique decks against each other.
Were you predicting Flunderies?
I was not.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. You are watching the TCG and OCG division of the World Championship, where we are just getting ready to start round number 2. I'm Jerome McHale. I'm here with Billy and Isala, and we are ready for another exciting round of action here after that first one, and it a little prematurely, a little sooner than we would have liked.
Yeah, it was an exciting match. I mean, we get to see some of the best players using the best cards here at the World Championship. We have one round in the books, but so many more rounds to play today. Just can't wait to see what all these duels are going to be doing throughout the tournament.
Yeah, a lot of duels have already been completed so far, but looking at the standings to this point, we have in table number 1, Mark Solis versus Calist. Table 2, Jue versus Gabriel Netz, as we saw in the previous round. And then table 3, this is one we're going to be looking at, Ruben Penaranda versus Jose Santiago.
Yeah, that's tough when you have to play against someone from your own region so early in the tournament.
This is a match that we were denied back at the WCQ, as these are the 2 winners of the World Qualifying Points playoffs, which of course means that they didn't play against each other. Let's meet them now.
It is round number 2. We have our feature match here. 2 players from North America. First up, it's going to be Ruben. He is from the United States, and his favorite card, one of my favorites too, Destiny Hero Malicious.
It's finally found its home, unlimited, again after all these years.
For now. And facing him is Jose Santiago from the United States. Favorite card, Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon.
I think there's a lot of people in this tournament whose favorite card is Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon. I've heard quite a lot about it from some of the competitors in the event this weekend.
There's certainly more than one. I mean, it is a really cool card. I mean, a lot of the strongest cards of all time are a lot of fun to play, and Chaos Ruler is without a doubt one of those cards for sure.
I wonder if players who are a fan of Chaos Ruler will pick up that Grass Looks Greener now that it's back in the TCG.
Oh, I'm thinking they might.
Everyone likes to open the box. You know, what's in the box?
Definitely, but as we said, this, as Jerome mentioned, this is going to be the matchup of the 2 players who qualified through the World's Qualifying Point Playoff. Now, in that tournament, there is a single elimination tournament with 2 separate brackets, so both these players never had to face each other during that tournament. They both came in first on their respective sides, but now we're going to see who is the true champion between the two of them.
And it really makes you wonder, like, how close are they going to stick to the decks that brought them here in the first place? Are they just going to, play the same thing and get like a true matchup of what it would have been like if they played then, or have they revamped their strategies completely for the world stage?
There's a couple of things to take note of, right? They definitely work together to make their list going into the NAWCQ. It's a little bit trickier if you're going to do the same thing going into the World Championship. There's a lot fewer players in the tournament. You're very likely to play each other, hopefully not the second round of the tournament, but it is still very likely that throughout 7 rounds, potentially even top cut, that you will have to face each other. Do you make the decks together? Do you share your secrets with someone that you're so likely to play against?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I know when we went, it was you, me, Aaron Furman was another one of our friends who also made the World Championship. We didn't necessarily work together on the decks, but when we got there, we kind of realized we all came to similar conclusions. We shared our thoughts from our practice leading up to that tournament. So maybe a little bit of that same kind of camaraderie here from these players.
Historically speaking, the North American teams have generally been pretty tight-knit.
Definitely usually the case, and these players I know have play tested together a lot. They are friendly with each other, they know each other well, so we're going to see how that comes into play. It's always an interesting dynamic when you're playing against a friend, because obviously you want to win every round. You want your opponent to win, or your friends to win every round as well, and now they become your opponent. It's a tough spot to be in sometimes.
You're both upset that you could be the one to lose, but you're also pretty happy if they're the one to move forward, right? At least one of these players will move on to, well, hopefully. And technically, it's possible that it could not be a winner here.
But it looks like the Duelists are sitting down. They have their headsets on. A smile there from Jose as they relax as we jump into it. It's going to be round number 2, game 1 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 here in beautiful Seattle, Washington.
All right, we're going to roll the dice here. That's a 6 from Ruben. Can't tell. Oh, it's a 1 apparently.
Don't use that die for Snipe Hunter.
That's a Dark Fiend. We only have Light Fiends in our Fiend decks.
True.
Well, not this one. This is a
I believe that's a
Bell deck.
Bell, yeah.
Oh, so it looks like Ruben did change his strategy from that World's Qualifying Point playoff. Bell with, the combination of the 2 lists.
Was one of the least restricted.
Definitely was. So we're going to see how Ruben is going to navigate this strategy here. He is going to start with a Fiendsmith track. A little bit stronger to start with track in the TCG because they do have something like Necroquip Princess, but we're going to see how he's going to be able to adapt not having that Necroquip Princess access here.
Yeah, we did mention how it is restricted the least, but it still does have those restrictions, not necessarily from the actual Forbidden Limited list, but because there are TCG exclusives that were so powerful to the strategy, those are not going to be allowed here in this tournament. So we'll see how Ruben has adapted probably to combos that they were initially trying before they found out those cards existed.
We'll have to certainly see. Yeah, no access to Aerial Eater is going to be tough here for Ruben, but he is going to summon the Engraver from the graveyard, it looks like, and then normal summon Dark Beckoning Beast, trying to add opening of the Spirit Gates from the deck to the hand, potentially.
I have no response.
That's going to get hit with an Infinite Impermanence. Dark Beckoning Beast is negated.
Yeah, Imperm on the Beckoning Beast is good. You won't get that additional normal summon if he does have something to summon, but he already has the Engraver on the field, so he has the 2 monsters. He will be able to access that extra deck, whether it's going to be Sequence. Yep, looks like Fiendsmith Sequence.
Yeah, talking about Sequence, I like how the sequence of this plays were made, putting the Engraver on the field, setting it up, but there is an Ash Blossom for the Phantasme here.
A lot of going on here with the main deck Phantasme, as well as being met with Ash Blossom.
These Duelists
is a card drawing effect.
These Duelists are leaving everything on the line here. The Phantasme is going to remain in hand thanks to that Ash Blossom negating the effect, as Jerome mentioned. And now Sequence is going to be looking to activate its effect. But another copy of a card that can stop Ruben here, an Effect Veiler.
That's 3 cards out of Jose's hand at this point, but there are still plenty of plays available for Ruben. We're now activating the Engraver. Looks like he put back the Fabled Lurry into the deck, putting the Engraver back onto the field.
Oh, I might have missed out the first Engraver. Oh, the first Engraver came from the Requiem.
Yeah.
Yep, that's my bad.
Now we're going to be activating the effective track to fuse with his field. He's going to be using the Engraver as well as Sequence. Going to still likely make... It looks like that is Fiendsmith Lacrima.
Effective Lacrima, targeting Engraver.
So now he could either add back Engraver or special summon Engraver back to the field. Since he's already used Fiendsmith's Tract, I would imagine it will come to the field, and here it is.
Special summon, or activate to special summon.
It looks like we're using the Grave Squirmer here now because he does have a Fiend on the field. This is great now because, well, we'll see. He is going to overlay these 2 level 6 monsters into Beatrice, the Eternal Lady. detaching the Fiendsmith Engraver. I think I know what he's going to send here. He's going to try to bridge his way into the Yubel part of his strategy.
Wasn't in the top 75%. Let's check the rest.
There is a Spirit of Yubel.
Spirit of Yubel is a really cool one.
For Muckraker.
So, yep, looks like he is going to link summon for Muckraker.
And then on the summon, I'm going to go effect.
That's going to be able to special summon
Lacrima.
back a Fiend, but first he's going to use Lacrima's effect to put back Sequence.
Never want to forget that.
Puts you at 68 cards in hand.
So 3 cards in hand. We know that one of them is Phantasme.
We talked about Phantasme previously to this tournament, just how powerful that card is when it is good enough to be at least main deck. But it is a huge problem when it is met with something like Ash Blossom, because not only is it not a card that you got to play to fix your hand, it is now stuck in your hand until the next turn. Oh, it looks like we're going to be immediately shuffling back those two as material to fusion summon Phantom of Yubel.
Phantom of Yubel is a really cool one. Can change any monster effect to destroy Yubel from the deck by tributing the Phantom of Yubel off the field. But now he's going to use Gruesome Gravescormer's effect from the graveyard to special summon back Spirit of Yubel. On summon, Spirit of Yubel can add a card that mentions Yubel from the deck to the hand.
This appears that he doesn't have any more cards in hand, so this is a really crucial point in the turn. And it goes through.
Yeah, Jose, looked like he had considered using some form of interruption there.
Better not be a monster effect, though, because that Phantom of Yubel is going to change it.
Maybe that's exactly what he wants.
Ruben's going to activate Nightmare Pain, going to look to destroy Spirit of Yubel. So the effect to add a card that mentions Yubel once per turn, but when Spirit of Yubel is destroyed, can special summon Yubel from the deck. That's not once per turn.
This is it's a Yubel from anywhere, right?
Oh yeah, it could be anywhere. Usually from the deck on turn 1.
Mm-hmm. Matters a lot in the later turns when everything has already been exhausted.
And he does have. Oh yeah, no, yeah, we didn't know that. It is another point of interaction from the hand, an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. But it is, as you Jerome mentioned, a monster effect.
What a crazy hand from Jose here going second. Infinite Impermanence, Ash Blossom, Effect Veiler, and Phantasme.
It's an interesting choice here on whether or not to modify the effect of it here. So he is going to chain Phantom, and...
Resolve, I have to destroy from my deck first. Yes. Resolve Phantom.
Oh, it looks like he was going to...
Resolve Nightmare Pain.
Yeah, Nightmare Pain was going to destroy the Muckraker.
Interesting. Well, now, yeah, he can destroy. He destroyed Spirit of Yubel from the deck with the Phantom of Yubel.
I wonder what the aim of this particular sequence was. He was never going to get it so that he couldn't destroy with Nightmare Pain. That wasn't going to be the case.
Maybe he just wants the Phantom
material off.
Yeah. Maybe to protect his. At the moment, there are no interruptions directly available.
Yeah.
But I guess you can always make another Phantom.
Yep. See where he goes next. He is Fiend locked thanks to that Muckraker effect being used. Yep.
Did he actually even use the Muckraker's effect? I think he just destroyed it with Nightmare Pain. So
pretty sure he used it to summon back something, but maybe not.
Link summon.
Oh, but so he could link summon here for Unchained Soul of Yama, or
looks like he's attempting to go back into. Oh.
Might have just grabbed the wrong one.
Yeah, I just
going to
grabbed
Yama here.
Well, you could hear him say Yama, so that's what was coming out no matter what. Because the rule on intent for play is whatever you say trumps whatever you do. That's part of why it's important to declare your summons properly and say what you're summoning first, because that determines the materials, etc.
Good to know. And then the Yama's going to let him add the Unchained Soul Shavara. Now he's going to be putting back a couple of materials to summon another copy of Phantom of Yubel. Ruben really showing why he brought Yubel here, the strategy, being able to play through so many points of disruption from Jose's hand and still making a formidable board here.
We've been trying to figure out where he can go from here. Here's a couple options, right? Is a question of whether or not he's going to be able to keep that Phantom Yubel on the field, but it looks like he's going to be able to link them away. It's going to be that Unchained Soul of Rage because of the Unchained Soul of Yama's material.
Activate target.
The Shavara is going to target the Rage, which is going to leave him locked onto the Fiends while the Shavara is on the field. But the Rage, when it's destroyed, is going to be able to add back any Fiend, and the Yama will be able to trigger to special summon a Fiend from the graveyard.
Phantom.
Looks like Rage is going to try to shuffle back the Phantom so that he has more of those available in the following turns?
It's a question of how many of them you play. Everybody plays at least 2, but some also have a third one hiding in their extra deck.
Yeah, I imagine the extra deck is very restrictive. There's so many powerful options that you could choose from. It's really hard to fit in the third one, and it makes a lot of sense that you had to give it away right now. And it looks like he's going to be using the optional part of Yama's secondary effect. When it special summons from the grave, it doesn't have to, but it can also destroy a monster on the field, so he's going to destroy his own Sharvara so that Sharvara can set that...
No, I returned it to my extra deck using the Solar Rage. I special summoned Muckraker back with the Yama. And then I destroyed my Sharvara during Resolution, and then I triggered Sharvara to set a trap.
Couldn't set it better myself.
I'm going to go Effective Muckraker.
No, you're right, he did not use the Effective Muckraker just quite yet, but he was always planning on using it later on. This is incredible here from Ruben. Like, this is... He hasn't had to really think about it. He's been in this position before. He knows where to go next. This is some excellent play from one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, we talk about players that put in the effort and really shows their passion. Like, every single move was calculated here.
Losing that Phantasme seems like it's really hurt Jose here.
Yeah, especially, I mean, there's still going to be an option to potentially use it on the following turn as long as Rage activates its effect. But there still is a Phantom of Yubel now to interact with that as well. But I mean, if it has to interact with the Phantasme, that's not the worst thing in the world. It's trading 1 for 1. It just depends on how impactful the Rage is going to be.
This is a tough position for Jose to be in. He's going to have to try and find something.
I believe he has...
Break the board.
Does he have 3 cards in hand at this point?
He has 3 cards now. We know about Phantasme.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's the Tract.
Starting off the same way Ruben did with his turn, Fiendsmith's Tract. You can let him add a Light Fiend. Fabled Lure is usually the go-to.
Let's see if he discards anything else. Probably wouldn't.
I'll discard Fabled Lure.
Thinking.
Prompts a thought here from Ruben. Does he want to use the Phantom of Yubel here? Nope, lets it resolve.
I wouldn't imagine you would, right?
No.
Nothing that's really threatening at this point. If you're going to try to deal with any of the resources that Jose is going to put on the field later, you want to really maximize the value of hitting those cards that have a little bit more recursion value. The lure itself is not posing that much of a threat.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'll go ahead and use some.
And there's multiple choices here for it, too. Like, it wasn't just the Phantom. It could also have been eaten by the Unchained Soul.
Very true.
If you couldn't tell, these two are actually some of the best of friends. They are just this tense right now.
It's a pretty looking Quarter Century Secret Rare Fiendsmith Engraver.
Thinking here.
Now he's going to equip the Requiem to Engraver.
Yeah, now you're kind of forced to do something. Otherwise, the Engraver is going to get its value trying to go after one of the opponent's monsters, but it looks like we're going to be activating the Soul of Rage, targeting the Engraver to potentially link away with it.
So this is going to give Jose a chance to use that Phantasme. Ruben might use the Phantom Yubel on the Phantasme as well, but we'll have to see how it's going to play out. So here are the pieces being taken.
Any triggers as turn player.
Now, there's something to note. The rules from the TCG to the World Championship are a little bit different with certain cards.
That's, you cannot, yeah, but trigger effects would trigger first. So
yeah, so this is exactly where I was going with that. Some of those hand effects are treated more like quick effects as opposed to trigger effects.
Well, in any case, this is Ruben's correct here that he would get to play his visible trigger effects first. So it's visible, it's mandatory first, then visible, then hidden. But here at the World Championship, hidden trigger effects are played as quick effects.
Exactly.
Looks like the Little Knight is going to be going after the Engraver here.
That's a lot of shiny cards in the graveyard.
Thinking.
All right, will Ruben choose to use the Phantom of Yubel to block this Phantasme? It does seem like he will. This, I mean, the Little Knight was already protected with the effect of Nightmare Pain, but now it's just, you know, extra protected because it's going to put a potential Yubel on the field.
Now that Little Knight is banishing a card from the graveyard, yes?
Yes, it's going after the Fiendsmith Engraver.
And then I'll go effective Spirit of Yubel.
Sure.
Spirit of Yubel, when it's destroyed, it's going to trigger to special summon.
Jose asking about the time, might be considering conceding here. He only has one playable card left in his hand.
Potentially playable, at least. No guarantees.
Potentially playable, yes. I'm maybe a little optimistic.
Well, and if it uses an effect, the little knight could just zap it off the field immediately.
It's a tough spot for sure. Enter battle phase? Enter battle phase? No, he would have done that way earlier.
Was they really just shuffling the decks here at this point? Not sure if all of his cards are going to go right back in right now. Come on, man.
It shouldn't be. I'm assuming there's a draw effect being played, otherwise he wouldn't do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably has to be.
Triple tactics talent, maybe? I don't know. Nope.
Oh, no, just passing back. I guess that also makes sense.
Here.
He could use that trap card set off the Shrivara at this point.
During the
I believe it was an abominable chamber.
Yep. Yeah, it's chambered. Going to be able to revive any Unchained.
That card doesn't target, correct?
Does not.
Yeah, because something from hand as well.
You fan out your grave.
Notably, that's why it doesn't target, because you can't target a card in hand.
Reminiscent of Red Eyes Darkness Metal.
Yep, it's the very same effect.
I'm gonna go to a swarm.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, we were talking about maybe playable.
A Bestial Jerusalem is the last card, unknown card from Jose's hand.
I mean, yeah, if he goes after the Rage, he still gets to summon the Shrivara, though. Yep, and it hits the field.
It's field in defense mode, where I believe it has 2,000.
Yeah, I believe it's 25 too.
Stand by. Yep. Main phase 1.
Sure.
All right, can you deal with the Phantasme the third time?
I'll go Engraver effect. Targeting Requiem.
Right, the Engraver is going to potentially demand answers here.
5 monsters on the board here from Ruben. Only a Jerusalem in defense mode here from Jose, and we know the last card in his hand is the Fantastical Dragon Phantasme that has just been stuck there this entire game.
Wave hacking Caesar.
And that will, that'll deal with the Phantasme just fine.
Yep, and Jose has seen enough. He's not going to be able to come back here in game number 1, and Ruben is now 1-0 in this tournament, 1-0 in this match for round number 2.
Very, very strong opening from Ruben there.
I mean,
and Jose had like a great hand against Snake Eye, for instance, but against Duel, it's maybe a little tougher due to all the effect shifting.
Yeah, I mean, that was amazingly piloted there by Ruben. I mean, to play around each and every one of those interruptions, those interactions, just fantastic to find a way to make an impressive board still.
Yeah, this is why I talk about sequencing with the deck like that. There's so many powerful cards, but he knew how to lead with them, right? First, you start with the Fiend's Wit line. You set it up so that you have Engraver on the field so it can immediately develop itself as a body. Again, if something were to be interrupted, then you led with something like the Dark Beckoning Beast, which gives you like a plethora of different options from there. You can just branch out however you will, but you need to know how that branches out before. But you knew the Fiend's Wit line was going to do the exact same thing. So you start with that, try to eat up some interruptions, kind of get a feel for what they have. But up until then, we do have some status updates for some of the matches that are still going on. It looks like Mark Solis was able to take it 2-0.
Wow.
We're talking.
I'm telling you, he's just feeling it today.
Got luck on his side. He's got here just by the, barely made it here, but now 2-0 in the tournament. Really incredible to see. It looks like next game is still underway. Don't know how that one is going. Anthony Lopez from the EU lost round number 2 to Don Lim.
So Michael Thomas, after taking the entire of round 1 and beyond last time, finished off his opponent Julio real quick this time, 2-0.
And we do see our current NAWCG champion, again, still 1-1 against Daigo here.
And that is a TCG versus OCG matchup. Still a lot of time left in the round. We're going to see if they make it to a game number 3 over there.
That's a good one, too. The Japan Championship winner versus the NAWCQ winner.
That is a good one.
Also a nice one.
They both had a draw. That's interesting.
All right, looks like the players are finishing side decking and getting ready for game 2. Jose, probably happy to be going first here after that game number 1, even though he had that incredible hand. I mean, if he draws that same hand going first, not the greatest probably for Jose.
Yeah, I don't think there was a single starting play, right?
No, not that.
Well, no, he had attract. You can go.
Potentially could have been the 6th card. We never know. No, the Jerusalem was probably the 6th card for sure.
Yeah.
He would have summoned. He would have used that for sure. That would have been awesome if he had 5 points of interaction from his hand going second. We have seen it before. It wouldn't be the first time, but
Four of those in a Snake Eye Ash.
that's
There was an Ash in there, just wasn't Snake Eye.
Not the right one.
Yeah.
Nope.
I remember right after the release of Phantom Nightmare, I was Saul and I were playing and playtesting, and I was always just every hand I'd want 3 points of interaction and 2 starters because they're probably be able to stop the first starter, want to keep going, and then I have those 3-point interactions.
Yeah, I was getting really upset because every time you didn't have that, you're like, oh, this is a bad hand. I'm like, Dylan, like, you can't always have.
I demand perfection. I always want my decks to have the best hands every time. I think who doesn't?
Just play 25. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll get there eventually. Oh man, but yeah, that's all the duels have practiced a lot leading up to this tournament. They put the time in to find their the best decks that they could, and now they have to pilot them and show people what they got. You see the focus. That's another thing when you're playing a friend. You have to not be too put at ease because you know the person. You still have to be focused, make your correct plays, have that killer instinct to finish them off. And it looks like Ruben has that. He's very focused.
Ruben is for sure locked. I've never seen him this focused.
He's ready to go.
I mean, if you were to ask me a couple months ago who I thought 2 of the best up-and-coming players were from the North America region,
these two.
It would be these two. I would instantly say Ruben and Jose. And then when I saw them, both qualify through the qualifying point playoff, I wasn't surprised. It was almost expected. Because they've been traveling around, getting those points together to make it here. And now we are in game number 2. Unfortunately, they do have to face each other early in the tournament, but it is Swiss round, so they'll have more rounds to play after this as well.
Going to be leading with the Divine Temple here. Not necessarily ideal because you usually get that for free, but it can help insulate your plays.
It's notable in that it's a way to get something out of your deck onto the field that doesn't meet the condition for Duel and Lockbird, which is another card that you might see a lot of in formats like this.
Yep, it's always good to be able to play around anything that you might expect for sure. And now he's going to use Diabell Star Black Witch, sending that Poplar to the graveyard to special summon from the hand.
Just switch.
Maybe getting a lot of good value here. Opting to not use Poplar. The Ghost
Mourner and Moonlit Chill coming down. It's going to negate the effect of the Black Witch.
I mean, that is the most effective target for it, right?
It is. It even does
this
the
makes
most
sense.
damage, too.
Chain Veiler. Target.
Oh.
It's a Ghost Spell and Oak.
Ruben has an answer.
It's a fair trade right after game 1.
This is what it's all about. I love the interaction.
Not going to be able to use Oak's effect here as well because it was something that negates the entire effect of Oak, so he will not be able to access his deck with the other effect, at least for now, until he's able to reset it.
Yeah, negating the monster's effect for the rest of the turn, great against the Snake Eye cards, as opposed to just negating the first half of the effect, and they'd still be able to use the second one.
This is a bit of a tough situation because the inclination is, okay, I need to pivot into something else here, but also I'm going to take a big chunk of damage if I do that.
I don't think he's that worried about that. He still has 2 monsters on the field, and we saw what 2 monsters can do at this point. Sometimes you just have to take the damage to, get the remainder of your field.
But you still take the damage.
Well, looks like he has something to extend. Oh, well, it's going to be a Pot of Prosperity.
Prosperity, okay.
That's not a card you see a lot of times.
Yeah, that's pretty rare.
And it's limited in this event as well.
I mean, if it's limited, it's got to be good.
Not the worst logic I've ever heard.
I mean, if you think about it this way, if
Usually
there's
doesn't
only
that other fire deck, though.
Yeah. If there's only 1 Pot of Prosperity in your deck, that means you can't get another Pot of Prosperity revealed off the top 6. It's as consistent as it can be.
Exactly. So he looks like he is going for 6, I believe.
It's Flamberge. Oh, it's Droll and Lockbird. Yeah.
Okay, Lullaby.
Ah.
Lullaby Obedience is a really cool card. We've seen it at the World Championships in the past.
What are you going to use that for against? Oh, you use it for the Fiendsmith.
Yeah, it has to be.
Engraver's fine on the field or in the hand. But it looked like he grabbed Bonfire there.
Which is a little interesting. Sure. I guess you can go for Poplar still, which is actually really strong here because you actually haven't used any of its effects now that I realized.
Yeah.
That's right. And now Poplar is on the field. Going to add one of those other cards that we saw off the top 6, the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye.
What cards did Jose have to give up out of his extra deck? 6 cards out of the Fiendsmith Snake Eye extra deck? That's a lot.
It is a lot.
That is I didn't, I guess we'll find out.
I'm going to link summon.
Generally, I can only think of 3 that I would be willing to give up in any given situation.
I'm going to go
So he does link summon Moon of the Closed Heaven, leaving the Black Witch on the field, avoiding taking the damage if he can. And the Poplar is going to place the Snake Eye Oak into the Spell and Trap Zone.
I wonder if maybe he has a greater plan for that particular Duel Star.
I don't mind leaving it just on my field, because during your opponent's turn, if it does leave the field, you can send
bring
a
it
card
back,
to
right?
special summon it back to the field.
You
Yeah.
rarely see that effect a lot of the times, but you know, sometimes it'll just pop up on Master Duel.
I was
and
literally
you'll catch somebody with it, and they'll just scoop immediately.
I was
afterwards.
about to use words out of my mouth. I was saying it doesn't come up too much in the TCG, but in Master Duel for some reason, it seems to happen more frequently.
Yep.
Might be that insect or something that causes that.
You know, another card that had a similar effect was Eluber.
Oh,
The effect to bring back Eluber when a fusion goes away.
that is definitely something a lot of people overlook with the Eluber when you're clearing all those fusions off the field, and all of a sudden it comes back and negates your monster effect. Like, oh no, where did that come from? But okay, Fiendsmith's sequence is going to shuffle back a couple of light fiend monsters to summon Fiendsmith's Lacrima.
Yeah, he did have to take that 2,500 from linking away the Duel Star.
So Lacrima gives you the choice here. You can either add that back to hand or special summon it. If you special summon it, you get a rank 6. If you add it back to hand, you can potentially discard it later to get the Spell and Trap adding effect, or use it from hand as a fusion material later on with Track's Graveyard effect.
Okay, so he does add it back, and he used Track. Oh no, that was last game.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
Track.
last game.
Okay, I was like,
So we haven't seen the Tracked yet.
I thought it was maybe he sided in Fiendsmith's in Paradise. I would have loved to see that. That's one of my favorite traps.
I wonder, like, if you haven't used the hand effect, if there's ever a reason to not grab it back. Maybe just to play around a potential Ash Blossom that would be saved for this juncture in the play, but I don't even think that would be that
if
bad.
you specifically need the rank 6 to stop something.
Yeah.
Like if you had to make Wave King for some reason.
Yep.
Looks like we're going to be using the Tract here, getting the Lurry, discarding the Lurry. Lurry's going to be able to hit the field off of its own effect when it's discarded.
I think he needed a third Fiend, right? To get to Desiree here.
He does.
Because he had to shuffle back the rest.
Does indeed. Now we're going to see a link summon for IP Masquerena.
I'm gonna burn for 12.
Using Lacrima's
Let's
effect
just
here,
see a
shuffling
check
back
with
the Lurry. Making up for some of that difference here after taking the 25 of his own. And then he's going to be able to link away the IP Masquerena as well as the Fiendsmith sequence into a Appaloosa Boa the Goddess with 2 uses.
All right, so now Engraver makes it back onto the field through its own effect this time.
IP and sequence.
So that Appaloosa was made with an IP Masquerena. It's just something to keep in mind, just in case.
And now finally going to be activating that original that was added off the Poplar many sequences ago.
And he sends Sequence to the graveyard.
I also want to say sequence, so sequence. Just kidding. But looks like Snake Eye Ash is going to make an appearance.
So you're not using its effect?
I was saying, maybe skipping the Snake Eye Ash effect.
I don't even think he has like many targets left in his deck, right? I mean, we'll find out.
I
think it's the third Poplar.
Is it the third Poplar?
Yeah, I think that's all of them. There are a lot of Poplars going around here.
I mean, I feel like if he's playing Pot of Prosperity to help the consistency, playing 3 Poplars is not a bad idea.
This is that efficiency I talk about from the TCG. Trying to get them, like, trying to just make sure you can do that, especially with these 1-card combo kind of scenarios. You just want to find the 1 card.
Sure.
Language effect.
Sure.
Moon of the Closed Heaven makes another appearance.
The
Flamebird is going to summon back a couple of Snake Eye monsters.
Just a few. Now we're going to be linking away. Looks like the Oak and the Closed Heaven will be going into that Promethean Princess. Princess is going to be activating its effect, summoning back the Flamebird's Dragon.
Summon.
It's like-
Phoenix. Sure.
And we're linking away the Poplar and the Princess into the Nightmare Phoenix while being a fire that is required.
And it's co-linked with the Appaloosa, so you won't be able to destroy the Appaloosa by battle. Nice little bonus there.
It has a strong feel just being hit with 2 interruptions. Both these players really strong at playing their decks. They know what they have to do. They've hit with these kind of restrictions before. Able to make nearly a full field through... Oh, well...
Okay,
Hold
so
on.
he has the Nibiru.
Hold on, but we still have Appaloosa there on the field.
Oh. I mean, he had so many things to pair with it. He didn't expect him to be able to get this far.
Yeah, like if you still had that effect failure there to force it through, that'd be huge.
I mean, Ruben probably making the decision in testing. You don't really want to allow them to get that far ahead. They can usually play through anything anyway.
Ooh, and then he has different dimension ground.
Yeah, it has a little bit more utility with, you know, cards like Beatrice around, finding ways to be able to use it. With Angel Blue Tears is something, a strategy we've seen a lot of people use at the NAWCQ.
Yeah, the Engraver not going to be that impactful after the different dimension ground. You're already losing its value by not being able to hit the graveyard. The Tract not going to be able to add anything of value either, but we're going to be activating it anyway. At least the Tract gets to go to the graveyard.
You're good.
Yeah, that's a good point. The different dimension ground is only monsters, not as strong, I guess, as Dimension Shifter.
But also doesn't have the weaknesses of Dimension Shifter either.
Yeah, you're able to draw it and just use it no matter how many cards are in either player's graveyards for sure.
It looks like he will be discarding that Nibiru that he was known as locked in his hand. We are normal summoning.
I do like Didi Worry Later still kind of gets to make it an appearance at the World Championship this many years later, even if it's just in the artwork of the card.
You can always print more cards with the artwork in there.
Summon Requiem.
I'll have to reach out to Pegasus and see what he can do for us. So, Requiem coming to the field, going to the
That's going to get stopped. Like, I don't think that's resolving.
He does only have the one Appaloosa negate since he forced out the Nibiru, but Ruben only with one other card in hand besides Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Yep, and now using the Flame Burge here just to get ready, right? I imagine the Flame Burge as well as... Oh, well, that is a powerful card.
That changes things.
Okay, this is so we're talking about the rule changes. Triple Tactics Talent versus IP Masquerena kind of works a little bit differently. So that if he does use IP Masquerena to summon a monster with an effect that triggers on summon, and Ruben takes it, Ruben will be the one to be able to use that effect here this weekend.
Yeah, that's how it works on Master Duel.
Yep.
So Master Duel follows the same rule set for the World Championship.
I feel like that means that Jose has to just let it happen. He just let him take whatever he wants.
It looks.
Nightmare Phoenix.
So he's going to take Nightmare Phoenix.
I mean, his normal summon's already been used. He's still under like different dimension ground.
That's interesting placement for the Nightmare Phoenix. One thing I would think about there is putting it so it's co-linked to the Appaloosa still.
Time to leave the main phase.
And see if you can maybe create an avenue to just deal a ton of damage through one indestructible.
I think Nightmare Phoenix only protects your monsters from being...
Is it only your monsters?
But we do see IP Masquerena being used now. Jose does know that Ruben has Nibiru the Primal Being in his hand, so he's leaving that Flame Burge on the field, not wanting to summon too many times.
It was discarded for the effect of Fiend's Tract.
Oh, okay.
So there could be another one. I think he just wants to preserve his own Flame Burge because he doesn't want it to be banished.
I don't think it was discarded. Oh, no, it was. Okay. Yeah. But either way, Ruben is out of plays and out of luck here in game number 2. And we are moving to a game number 3 in our second round feature match. So no duelists so far in our feature taking a 2-0 sweep. Both players doing their best to find a way to at least push it to a game number 3. Because, I mean, these are the best players in the world here competing at the World Championship.
Yeah, I was going to make this argument after game 1 that a lot of players had decided that Yubel was actually the stronger deck going first because it could play through those interruptions just slightly better. But Snake Eyes can do pretty much just as well. I mean, given it was far less interruptions at this point, but they were relevant ones. Given if Ruben had maybe potentially held something to pair with the Nibiru, but you don't really want to let Snake Eye develop that much, you have to take some gambles, right? Maybe you hope that those will be enough to stop the entire play, and unfortunately, Jose just had the extenders to really push through to really invalidate the Nibiru, but I don't think it was wrong of Ruben to have made that choice.
I mean, it's tough, yeah. When you see that effect negation with like something like a Valor and Nibiru in your hand, there is a temptation to just wait. Wait. And pair them together later on in the turn, but it didn't work out that way there for Ruben. As you mentioned, yeah, having the extenders and be able to continue to push past the plays there. I mean, that's what we saw in game 1 and game 2 from both players now.
It's interesting that we saw the Phantasmes in the main deck there. I wonder how much of that is, well, I mean, the Snake Eye deck plays a lot of Link monsters too, or if it was in response to, expecting Yubel to be the best deck and that also playing it. Okay, speaking of playing, let's take a look at some of our watch parties that are going on around the country and the continent right now.
Yeah, these are players just playing at their local store. You see them, they're sitting in chairs, watching along, enjoying the show. You know, it's awesome to see you guys at your store. I mean, I hope y'all are out there having a great time, also being a part of this World Championship from home. And you can see they're just right there in the background of the feature match stage. They also have those opportunities to win that awesome World Championship envelope for 2024 containing the Quarter Century Secret Rare Doom Caliber Knight, which I really, really want one, and Quarter Century Secret Rare Swords Revealing Light. So I know, Jerome, you're a big Mimighoul fan.
I am a big Mimighoul fan. I'm always looking for ways to flip them up.
Well, if you're taking the Doom Cal and if he's taking the swords, which one do I get?
Sorry, Asala.
You get the envelope.
Oh, okay.
You get the envelope.
It's a real nice envelope.
Nothing changes. Some things always stay the same. Just kidding. We'll see what we can do for you, Asala. You can just take the Master of Duels. How about that?
Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it. You know what? I'll find concession.
Just kidding. But it looks like our players are side deck shuffled up. Looks like we have around 12 minutes on the clock going here into game number 3. You know, it's tough. Jose, it's hard to ask for a different kind of hand than the one he had in game number 1. Maybe he's hoping Ruben doesn't draw as well and he can have that same amount of interactions from the hand, but we're going to see how it's going to play out here in our final game of round number 2.
You know, I really like having the watch parties up on the wall there.
It's really
nice
cool.
having like a little crowd pumped in.
Yeah, and it looks like you see some of them were just there to watch the show. Other stores were then mid-tournament probably, but let's go ahead and jump into it. It's going to be game number 3.
Oh, good luck. I'll start.
Fist bumps before, saying good luck. Great sportsmanship between the players.
Ooh, I do see some powerful cards here. Let's see how this game takes off. Ruben entering his main phase here. Activating opening the Spirit Gates.
Starting with opening of the Spirit Gates.
One of the strongest cards in the Yubel strategy.
And it's going to resolve successfully.
Not only gives you access to Dark Beckoning Beast, which can get you Chaos Summoning Beast potentially, give you more monsters onto the field. It has the effect to where you can discard a special and back a Fiend with 0/0 stat line.
Honestly, the first effect, even though that's generally the main effect of this card, feels like an afterthought with this one. It's being able to summon that monster back from the graveyard.
Now we know that Jose is playing Draw and Lockbird. We saw it off the top of the deck with Pot of Prosperity last turn. So that's something you really got to watch out for with the Yubel deck. Because if you get hit by it at the wrong point, you could be in for some pain.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Draw and Lockbird because when it's good, it's really good. But it looks like he is going to use Effect Veiler here, hoping Ruben doesn't have another way to extend onto the field from the hand.
Oh, Nightmare Throne! Nightmare Throne!
You can't really ask for a better hand at this.
No, you cannot.
I mean, that is a 1-2 punch there. Nightmare Throne and opening the Spirit Gates. Nightmare Throne's going to let him destroy Spirit Yubel from the deck right away.
Did you know that that's a Fiend monster with 0/0 attack?
Indeed I did. Indeed I did. But now it looks like no response to Spirit Yubel summoning from the deck.
Anything on summon.
The Yubel has hit the field here.
As strong as Nightmare Throne is, like most of the time we've been watching feature matches for Yubel like in the past few tournaments, they almost never draw Nightmare Throne, so to have to see in your opening hand going first game 3, huge here for Ruben.
I was going to say something. Yeah,
so good. And a Link summon here
There's
for...
a Phantasme, one more time.
Jose, not short of those card interactions from hand, but no Ash Blossom this time. The Phantasme is going to touch down.
This time, it will resolve. It will not have its effect changed. And Jose gets to draw 2 cards. 1 for the Link monster, +1. And he'll have to send 1 back.
Potentially drawing into some more interactions from the hands that will be useful here.
Also lets you put back cards that you need to get out of your deck later.
Very true.
Jose was
I believe that's the Quarter Century Secret Rare Phantasme.
Looks like to me.
Out of Rarity Collection 2.
I might go back in my deck, sorry. We don't need to randomize mine.
Yeah, because that is the alternative art for it.
Anything in open game state?
So Yama did add Unchained Soul of Shavara.
There's a Draw and Lockbird.
Oh, and he did have it.
Or he drew it off the Phantasme potentially.
I have no response.
Is it too late? Is it too little too late for the draw, or will it be enough to hold off Ruben's
Ahead,
advances
summon
here.
Phantom of Yubel shuffling back.
Yeah, this puts them in a bit of a position here. Obviously, you want to summon the Phantom of Yubel. Just make sure you insulate yourself from any more monster effects from Jose, and you still have access. Oh, powerful discard!
The discard!
I'll go Spirit 1, Lurie 2.
We've seen 3 interruptions from Jose already, and it
Spirit
just doesn't feel like they're going to do nearly enough.
No Spirit, right?
Spirit can still set.
Oh, that's right. He does set from the deck as well. I forgot. Yeah.
The Nightmare Pain doesn't really have a whole lot of value at this point, but just being able to put it on the field is usually good enough. It does have a relevant effect besides the effect that you activate.
Yeah, that's something you don't want to overlook, being able to force your opponent into the battle phase where they must attack you, Bell.
So that is both the destruction effect used and the on-summon effect used. I'd love to see it if Jose could figure out a way to attack on his opponent's own first turn, but I don't think we're going to see the other effect, the Spirit of Yubel.
I'll use the effect of Requiem.
Requiem is going to be able to activate and resolve here. Special summoning Fiendsmith Engraver.
I'll go effective Requiem targeting Engraver.
Oh, and this is probably powerful here. He's going to be able to potentially force out the Phantasme and maybe get a
effective
card
Engraver.
out of Jose's hand.
Target.
Yeah, depending on his hand, he might just let it go, but if there's something he doesn't really need in his hand, he could just send it to the graveyard.
Yep, it's going to be getting rid of the Engraver. This will likely mean that... Oh, yeah, well, no, he's just going to let it happen. He doesn't feel the need to use the Phantom of Yubel here. Ruben deciding he did not need that body for any part of his play. He's going to be linking away with the Spirit of Yubel as well as the Unchained Soul Lord Ayama into Unchained Soul of Rage.
Good here.
The Phantom Yubel protecting Ruben from monster effects. We see that same play we saw in game number 1 with Shavar is going to destroy the Soul of Rage. The Soul of Rage is going to add something back from the graveyard, and the Yama can summon back the Soul of Rage and potentially take out the Shavara if he doesn't want to be locked into Fiends.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to need the body for anything at this point. I think if he can, threaten another level 6 body, it would be worth keeping it around.
I'm gonna go effect Solar Rage targeting Spirit, and then I'm gonna go effect of Yama.
Yeah, this all seems really powerful here. Be adding the Spirit back so you have it along with the Nightmare Pain.
For sequence.
And Spirit of Yubel has that in-hand effect as well, reminiscent of Spirit of Neos. Where it has a little bit of protection if your opponent tries to attack you. So good to add that one back for Soul of Rage to be used later on. Getting that Abominable?
Yep. It is a Nightmare Pain.
Yeah, that was set this turn, so it's still fair game to ask.
Ruben refusing to flip it up. Just leaving it set for the remainder.
I'll go effective sequence.
Does Jose have something to stop sequence? Nope. Looks like it's going to resolve, be able to shuffle back materials. Think about Fiendsmith Sequence. It can summon any fusion monster, so keep that in mind. Stuff like the new Infernoid Evil is a really cool one I like to summon off sequence.
Got to use Fiends, though, right?
Or Fiends, yeah. Not just, I mean, not just Fiendsmith fusions, yes.
So now the Lacrima has used its effect to summon back the Engraver, 2 level 6 bodies on the field if he so chooses, but also plenty of link material, depending. A lot of options in the extra deck with these kind of bodies on the field.
I'm going to link summon for SP Little Knight.
Looks like we're going to prioritize getting rid of that Phantasme right now. Now, remind me, have we used the effective Engraver to special summon itself from the graveyard yet?
I think so, but no, we will have to see. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure. It's been a long turn. Nope, looks like
yeah, I didn't think so, because...
Yeah, I was going to say, he still needs a second level 6, so I assume he's holding it back for that.
The only interesting thing about this, because you have used...
Oh! Now the Phantom's still there. Jose's going to need something to deal with that Phantom.
He only has one more card in his hand.
I mean...
It's up to activate Phantom. Should be for cost.
What could you... There's no card that can interact with Phantom there, right?
Nope, doesn't
You would have
look
to
like it.
use Infinite Impermanence prior.
Yeah. Yeah, you would have.
to View-Bell.
This at least forces Ruben to make another one.
Time is winding down. Jose only sitting on an Nibiru and one other card.
Oh, and there's the Nightmare Pain. Finally flipped. These 2 level 6s are going to be used for an Xyz summon here. It is the Wave King High Caesar.
Is this Yubel going to have to destroy the Little Knight during the end phase?
No, shuffle back.
Or is it just going to destroy itself?
Summon
Oh,
two.
okay. Yeah, you know, that's a much more reasonable choice.
I'm gonna pass my turn after I randomize my deck.
Interesting decision to go for Caesar here.
So
Looks like
Caesar,
Ruben's
Phantom
wanting to
Little Knight.
win, you know, legitimately.
You can detach for Caesar and that's fine. Like, but
True.
I think there's like also plenty of time and there's enough to worry about.
Nibiru and an unknown.
I think it's
He's
one
got
of the things.
essentially 4 disruptions to 3 cards here. Is
And one of the
Mettle.
cards being Nibiru, too. Yep.
Okay, he's just conceding.
And Jose, unfortunate there for him, but Ruben taking a commanding win in game 1 and 3, walking away with the round 2 victory, and, you know, played flawlessly, it feels like, from both sides. I mean, we've seen this is what you expect at the World Championship, is excellent players doing excellent plays, and that is what we've gotten through 2 rounds so
There's
far.
just almost no mistakes being made at any point in this tournament so far. It's just players playing it out, just executing everything that they can to precision. Now, some interesting points there. He chose to summon the Little Knight to go after the Phantasme, so the Phantasme wasn't there to hinder the rest of his plays, but that does take away from the value of his Unchained Solar Rage from the Abominable Chamber. There's less options to summon with it, but also you don't really have an extra Monster Zone anymore to use. So you're gonna have to use you're gonna have to essentially use some of your interruptions before you can use some of your other ones. But I think the trade-off of not being able to use them at all, as if the Phantasme stayed on the field, was worth the trade, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, I think it worked out really well, too. Like, allowing the Phantasme to go through the first time and then coming back and getting it later on, I think was really kind of crucial there. Because
Yeah,
the key at the end was to just have more ways to stop him than he had cards total. And that's what he was able to do.
Yep, that's kind of how all the games played out. Even game 2 that Jose won, he was able to run Ruben out of cards from those interactions, still have enough on his board to finish off the rest of the cards. I mean, I think in game 2, Jose's key card there was that different dimension ground. It kind of sealed the deal there for him, and unfortunately, game number 3 wasn't able to take it, but it was a good match. Good match between 2 of the best players from the North America region.
And speaking of good matches, we've had a ton of them in this round. You saw the Mark Solis result earlier. We also have another 2-0 here on table number 2. Gabriel Netz, our winner from the first feature match, was not so fortunate this time around.
Yeah, struck down here after winning round number 1, but that's what happens in a tournament like this, right? You can be some of the strongest players in the world, but so is every single opponent that you play.
And looking down at table 11, the returning world champion Long Chia-Xing lost to Francisco Osorio. Unfortunately, there for him, they're at table 11.
And then down here at the bottom, we see that Yuto Kondo of Japan has won this time. Billy's pumping his fist about that one.
Yeah, I hope we get to
He's a big
see
fan
him
of his strategy, yeah.
Yeah, I like that player a lot. Hope we get to see him later on in the tournament. But yeah, lots of good matches already underway here on round number 2.
And there's more to come later today. And this World Championship 2024 broadcast is brought to you by Alienware PCs,
MPD Holdings,
Fnatic,
All right, so 2 rounds in the book so far. A lot of action so far. Ton of cards played in those 3 games.
I mean, that's the way I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Like right now, like it's only like you say, it's 1 or 2 turns, 3 turns to the game, but so much happens on that first turn.
There were so many decisions.
Yeah, it's like a whole duel that takes place in a 1 turn, and it's fascinating to see. And the timing of those interactions is key. Like we saw in game 2, Ruben might have been able to hold that effect a little longer and punished Jose a little further. You know, not making that decision might have cost him that game 2, but still able to bounce back and win game number 3.
It really makes you wonder, is there any way that could have held the Nibiru and kept the Veiler? I don't know that there really is. I think some of those things you just have to stop.
Sometimes, yeah, that is the way, the position you're in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you were using the Mourner on the Diabellstar, I think that always happens, right? There's no world where you don't do that. And then when you normal summon Oak after the fact, I think you take that gamble nearly every time. The only way you can push through that is if you do have access to something like the Fiendsmith engine or something like Bonfire, and that's why Jose held off the Pot of Prosperity until he knew what he was looking for, because he already had ways to play. So I think both players, they just played that to their outs. There was, again, I don't think there was any mistake made in that entire match.
Yep, I think that's right, basically.
Yep, definitely felt like a flawless match. We're going to have more flawless matches coming up. It is the World Championship. The best of the best are here. Stick around. We'll have more Swiss rounds coming soon. Don't go anywhere. It's the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
Shield's just going
Engrossing
down,
story, though.
I'm going down the style. No, you had to get a bank order. You had to get it approved by your mom. I remember when, because it was like one of my first times going to the bank, and they were asking, how do you want your change back? And I was like, cash. And they're like, yeah, of course cash. But like, the denominations of bills. And then I didn't know what was going on, but I remember getting that, and I ordered myself, what was it? It might have been a Gemini Elf.
That's a good one.
Yeah, 1900 attack.
Yeah?
Oh my God, you summon that, nobody gets around it.
That was the premier card for a short window in Yu-Gi-Oh history, but a window nonetheless.
I was like,
It beats Mechanical Chaser.
It does beat Mechanical.
Yeah.
And Bistro Butcher, right? He's at 1800, I think.
Yes, he was. You got that one right. I haven't heard the name Bistro Butcher probably since I was about 10 years old.
I could take you back. I have so many just locked up in here.
Right. Well, we'll take a look at your binder maybe at some point later on.
Trade?
That'd be pretty funny. Oh, yeah, you got trade?
I got some secrets.
When I asked for weird things, I didn't mean like Goblin Attack Force.
Yeah. What are the odds we get Bistro Butcher in our next match? Again, we're just waiting for the duelists to be ready, but as soon as they are, we'll hop into that duel, as I just unfortunately lost my pen. I feel so much less powerful now, not holding that.
Lost your pen or threw it at me?
It kind of spun when
Would you like another one to throw at
Either way.
Another pen?
Yeah, to throw at him if you
throw
want.
more at Ibris. Let's go.
Okay. Rogue Rulers, we've waxed poetic about, but shall we talk a bit about
if you knew a little bit more about the other team.
Heroes Future?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'd love
So,
to.
as we mentioned, Tasku, one of the best Master Duel players in the world, most accomplished, really popular, really respected by the other players here. We saw in their in-game surveys during the Cheer for Your Champion campaign. Everyone respects Tasku. He's such a prominent player and figurehead within the competitive environment that honestly it'll be super intriguing to see just how this plays out. You see Maguro on the left, you see Goryoku, and you see Tasku.
And here we go. We are getting ready to hop into our next game. It looks like Heroes Future, smiles on their faces, joy that they are bringing to the stream. They are ready for their round 2, match 2, as now it is Rogue Rulers with their backs heavily against the wall. They're going to have to bounce back in a fantastic fashion if they want to keep playing.
That is actually Maxi.
It does. I was noticing something there, yes. So that was our previous, what we thought the match might be, but not Rogue Rulers. So we'll get Rogue Rulers on stream at some point here, as it looks like the duelists are getting ready to hop into the game. Now with that in mind, again, just reestablishing kind of after round 1 where the standings currently lie. We see the defending world champions with a loss. We see Heroes Future off to a roaring start, putting a big question mark over the head of expectations at this event. And Shield, I asked Doug this.
Yeah.
As we're actually getting into, oh, no, it's coming back to us. Never mind. So I asked Doug this. It looks like we're giving the players a little bit more time, so I'll ask you this as well. What do you think is more pressure? Do you think it's more pressure to be at your first ever Worlds, for like the first ever Worlds for a game, or to be the defending world champions at year 2 for the game?
I would say anytime expectations are involved, that's always got to be a bit more pressure. Just because you have proven...
Even though you've been there, you've experienced it before, you've reached that high already?
But now you got, I don't want to say people have a target on their back, but like, you're the king, and everybody wants to be able to chance to take down the king.
So conversely, on that note, I do just want to also highlight again those player surveys where we asked them who you most excited to play against, who you most excited to see on the world stage. They didn't say Chaos, sadly. But they did say Tasku and Ryan Yu are the 2 players that everybody seems to be looking out for.
I love
And you have Eric, Tiger Shark 92, and Benki W. I can actually confirm those are the players.
Those are the players as we are in to our round 2, match 2. Opponents have shuffled and duelists are ready to go. Only 2 duels necessary for Heroes Future to advance with a victory here, as their opponents in the Road Rulers will need to win 3 in a row, or at least 2 in a row, and then another 2 after.
We see a dark beckoning beast here and an opening spirit gate, so yeah, please feel free. Talk about you, Belchild.
Oh my god, the minute you see that the Dark Beckoning Beast comes out and it's not getting ashed at this point, and you're getting free reign on Nightmare Throne, you're getting free reign on...
Nightmare Pain?
No, Nightmare Throne's on the board.
Oh, Throne and Pain.
Yeah, oh, it's got both on the board, and you got opening the spirit gates, so...
I'm hoping Tiger Shark's got something in his hand to combat that, because at this point, he's going to go full combat.
Yeah, we haven't seen any interaction yet from Tiger Shark, so expect a very powerful field established here by Ubel deck.
So regarding the expectations for that, Chilled, I know, again, you're a big fan of the Ubel deck.
Love it.
So can you tell me a bit about the ideal end field for this? I mean, I guess we'll see it materialize now as Phantom of Ubel already comes out.
Well, there's a couple of things. You definitely have your Appaloosa that you want to end on, but it depends on the package that he's running. So if he has a bit of the Unchained package in there, you could see a couple of set cards where you're going to see Abominable Chamber of the Unchained, which brings back the Rage, allowing you to tribute essentially one monster off your opponent's side of the field.
The link, it lets you link with them, right?
Yes, the link too.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
No, you're good. I know you love tributing your opponent's monsters with your kaiju fixation.
I do.
So
We will talk about the Sphere mode later. So you can essentially go into that build, and then you could link him off into a 2 or 3 mat Appaloosa, depending on what's on the board. You're going to be also finishing with, I mean, what you were telling me, Kangas, the idea of finishing with the Nightmare Corruptor Ibli on the opponent's side of the field and doing like a Nightmare Ibli lock?
Yeah, this is something that we've seen in
You only see it in Master Duel.
a lot in ranked on the ladder, but I hadn't expected. I didn't know if people would be pulling it up to WCS, but the idea being that you can actually summon the Ibli to your opponent's field by utilizing cards like the Gigantic Sprite and Sprite Elf, and it's quite devastating when you see that Gigantic Sprite hit the field and search for the Ibli. You're like, oh no. I understand what's happening, and it's not going to be fun.
At this point, he's going off. He's got his Cross Sheep. He's bringing back his card that's under level 4. He's going to keep building from there. I mean, we're going to have what are we popping up now? Oh, we are going to have the Unchained package. Excellent.
Yep.
Searching out Shervana, which then he will be able to destroy at this point. He might bring Ubel back on the board by banishing Squirmer. We'll see if he already did that.
So the ideal climb here is eventually into Appaloosa Bow the Goddess, correct?
Yes.
And it looks like we can do that right now. Or, yeah, link for Appaloosa Bow the Goddess with 2 monster effect negates and 1600 attack. And now we'll use the Gruesome Gravescormer from the graveyard to go back into another Spirit of Ubel.
Popping it with Shervana, you will get your Ubel back on the board, Shervana back on the board, and then I would imagine, Unchained Rage will be coming out shortly. This is the ideal build. Oh, and you even have your Nightmare Throne, which they were holding off on using, is proccing as well.
Which is interesting time to do it.
Yeah.
As, we're going to grab Terra Incarnate to hand. Are we going to... Yeah, we're not going to summon the Terra Incarnate because we're already using the Spirit.
We already locked it, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have enough zones. We're suffering from success right now.
Has to be like 5, 6 disruptions?
At a minimum, we're talking about.
Yeah.
At a minimum.
And so, reminder that the concept of the Ibli lock is present in our minds because there's the potential of it happening, but it's not guaranteed to happen. We'll see if they actually want to go for more here. But actually, as I say it, there we go.
It's happening.
So Gigantic Sprite has now hit the field. We will expect this to go into Nightmare Corruptor Ibli. It has hit the field.
I mean, once you have Appo on the board, if you still have more materials to either link away or to XD summon, you know something big's happening.
And you talk about how much are the teams communicating. Tiger Shark immediately looks to his right and says, he's playing the Ibli.
Yeah.
This is the Ibli version of the deck. And now, when it comes back to Tiger Shark, going to be only able to special summon a Link monster while Ibli's on the field.
Which isn't bad. There are a lot of generic links. You can do it, but you're going to be wasting potentially your normal summon unless you're running something that can link away Ibli immediately.
I mean, yeah, that is really, really difficult.
2 monster effect negates with the Appaloosa. We have the two Phantom of Ubels, by the way, in case one gets dealt with, as well as Unchained Soul of Rage with the disruption of an Escape of the Unchained. This is a fierce field to play through.
You could see Tiger Shark shrugging because it's kind of like what do you want me to do? What am I doing here?
Yeah. What are my options at this point? Because again, when that Ibli's on the field, you cannot special summon monsters except Link monsters. You have to normal summon something and then try and go into a Link. And then as soon as that is the field, well, guess what? Unchained Soul of Rage can deal with that immediately. Or again, the Escape of the Unchained. So you just have good options.
Tailorman's build now coming through for the side of Tiger Shark 92. It is one of his most prolific decks. It is something he's super comfortable with, but how comfortable can you be when facing down such a field from a Yubel deck.
You're kind of locked down at the moment, but I do notice when he is talking to his teammates, it kind of makes me think like, I have a hand, I can do something, I'm locked down, what is the best way to approach this? I feel like if you were just completely locked out, you'd be like, I got nothing, but there's a line here that's going to work. I can sense it.
You can sense it.
These people are the best.
That is a good point. Again, best duelists in the world on stage at WCS this week in Seattle.
The Scream, I believe, has in turn protected the Rhino Heart's initial appearance on the field. So, okay, the resolution of the effects is coming through now.
I'm looking at just catching the corner of my eye. We are hitting like chain 3s and chain 4s in the other duels too, so we got some competitive games going back and forth.
Methanol is going to be the addition here, so I do wonder if it's the more trap-focused Tillerman's build.
For those of us that are maybe unfamiliar exactly which with that one, because there's like 8 Dueling cards, which is that one?
That is the one that runs transaction rollback.
Oh no! Beautiful card, by the way. Beautiful card.
Yeah, what's wrong with transaction rollback?
Nothing.
Have you ever been locked out of a duel with transaction
yes, I have, actually. Now that you remind me. But here we go. Escape from the Unchained has been activated. That is the option here, and we're going to deal with the Tearlament's Rhino Hearts.
I like it, though. He's putting up a fight.
So the trap-focused Tillerman's build is actually probably the second most popular after the Horse tier, but I assume that even if Tiger Shark were running the Horse cards, because of the sheer amount of monster effect negation specifically, it becomes really difficult to actually execute on that.
If you activate Mseti Glory of Horus, it will just be dealt with, either with the Phantom or the Appaloosa.
I think that minus 500 attack may have reduced the Appaloosa to only one negate.
Good point. Very good point.
I love those little interactions, dealing with the Appaloosa negates in a non-conventional way.
And seeing that minus 500 also affected the Phantom of Yubel as well, taking it down to a resounding still 0.
Still 0. Well, fun fact, Chilled, you can't get lower than 0. Negative numbers are made up.
That is true. Imaginary numbers, which they tried to tell me all the time were real. How do you teach a kid in school imaginary numbers?
I don't think they're technically imaginary.
Wouldn't they call them imaginary in math?
It's been too long since I've taken math classes. I think we should get off this topic before we make fools of ourselves.
We play Yu-Gi-Oh! Reading and math is important.
Yeah, we make fools of ourselves enough just talking about this game, as is Sprite Elf effect will now activate. You can target a level 2 monster in your graveyard, but if your opponent controls a monster, you can just bring right back that Unchained Soul of Rage, and there is a Max C activated.
And we're going to get hit with that negate. So there was a Max C, and it was gone and got itself eaten. I have a little Max C tracker for the games I'm partaking in. I want to see, would you draw more cards from Max C or TTT?
Oh.
Haven't seen either. I'm curious about
the talents.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I could always choose to take a control of monsters. That's a bold move to make that call.
I think by the end, I'm going to give the TTT's going to end up drawing more cards.
All right. Well, we'll check in with that as the day goes on. Currently, though, we do see Tiger Shark still struggling, trying to play through. What is it actually? Oh, interesting. We didn't bring back the Unchained Soul of Rage, it looks like.
We got Lord of Yama to add another Soul of Shavara.
Ah.
That's the access.
Looks like the Ibli did enough damage right there. Hero's Future need to win 2 more duels. If they can win this one, that means that out of the 2 remaining, they only need to win 1. And based on what we see happening, I do expect this. It could just end on this turn, based on what's on the field.
The really cool thing about running the way that the Hero's Future is running this deck is when you look at the graveyard for the Link monsters that are sent away, different attributes. Normally, if you're looking at Yubel, or even if it's combined with Fiendsmith and the TCG, it's going to be all dark for the most part, maybe 1 light. But he's got Earth, he's got Fire, he's got Dark. He can pop as much as he wants to.
Access Code Tool can now offering some removal and can then actually start to attack for a good amount of damage. Sulliot going to the graveyard by card effect does mean we do have a search, but I don't know if that will be enough to actually do anything for Tiger Shark 92.
I feel like, I believe I already saw Tearlament's Kashtira utilized, and also, I mean, Ibli's on field, so we can't use it yet, but once it hits the graveyard, theoretically we could. Although no, because Kashtira Tearlaments is also during the main phase, so we would be locked out of that effect once we are in battle phase if that Ibli is ran over in battle.
But we're going to have another search from Nightmare Throne. Is he going for the Dark Beckoning Beast? He is.
Really all that Heroes Future's representative needs to do here is assemble 3,700 damage, because we already have 4,300 from the access code, and we can run over the Ibli with our Appaloosa. So if we can just get 3,700 through other means, that is really the test. And I will say the Yubel deck, one of the weaknesses is it can struggle to actually assemble that much damage on the field, because a lot of the damage you do, it tends to be through your Nightmare Pain.
Yeah, self-inflicted.
Things.
Yeah.
I don't usually see access code talker.
I love it in the Yubel decks when I play, because it is a way to end the game, and
There's
this is
your
another
damage.
way.
Yep, there's your
Chaos
damage.
Angel.
What a beautiful card.
Banishing the Primeval Planet Pillar Rhino.
Not enough damage on its own, though. We will have to continue going into more, and we're actually going to link it away into Muckraker.
All right, what are we bringing back?
And we see both of the bottom duels finished.
Yeah.
It's a split 1-1. So
Bringing back the Chaos Angel?
This is going to be it. That is enough damage from Heroes Future. Another special summon, and we're keeping that Ibli because we want to remove it in the battle phase so that there is no way for the Kashtira or the Tearlament Rhino, or sorry, Tearlament Kashtira to even interact here. Tiger Shark shaking his head. I think that he realizes.
God, so smart by Heroes Future. That's incredible, because you saw the Havness that was drawn.
Yeah.
So there would be a potential chance, but you're right, keeping them locked out of it. That interaction was crazy. Use the Chaos Angel effect, bring back the Chaos Angel, use the Chaos Angel effect again.
Shavara as well here.
Yeah, there is so much damage. So all we need to do is now not activate a monster effect in the battle phase, so that Havness isn't able to come out. And even if they do, we still have a Phantom.
Yeah.
And we still have the Appaloosa. So 1 attack, 2 attack, 3 attacks, and 1 more to seal it here for Heroes Future. Direct attack, lethal damage. Congratulations to Heroes Future for the match win.
Heroes Future, led by Tusku, does manage to take that victory over Rogue Rulers, and it was a really great showing for that team.
Yes, and now, like I had said, even going into that set too, question marks above expectations now in this tournament. This seems like one of the teams to beat at this point. That was a dominating performance.
What I like to see right there, that was a picture-perfect-esque of how would you play Yubel in Master Duel. Like, with if you just had a chance to pop off and build the board that you wanted to board, you're going to watch that video back over and over and over.
Yeah, and it highlights as well the power of the Nightmare Corruptor Ibli card in the Yubel deck. I remember playing traditional Yubel on Master Duel actually because Chilled Chaos, you were such a fan of it. I was like, you know what, I'm going to try this out. Let's see what it's all about.
Right? It's good.
And then realizing, okay, this deck is also strong. It's very powerful. And then I switched to Voiceless Voice. And then I play against the Yubel deck. I'm like, I know what's going on. I understand what's happening. And then Ibli hits the field. You're like,
the surprise tech out of
what
nowhere.
do I do?
Oh,
like,
I love it.
How do you play out of this position? It's so much harder.
So tell me more about what Ibli does for the Yubel deck compared to your traditional builds.
For the traditional builds. So for the traditional builds, you're... I might be the wrong guy to answer this, because I played a lot in the TCG, and there's Verudas, which is a level 10 Exi card, which isn't in the game yet. So there's different ways to kind of handle that. So having Sprite Elf and then bringing back Ibli is very exciting.
It's a creative solution to give more options to the Yubel deck build in Master Duel, because like you said, there are cards in TCG, OCG that you don't have access to in Master Duel yet. So it's a pivot, and we do have Sprite Elf, which is not playable in TCG, and the ability for the Dark Beckoning Beast as a level 2. You're also going into a lot of Link 2s in your combos, so it's very easy to access that specific card.
It's something you kind of see with that Sprite Elf, and knowing that secondary engine, the Dark Beckoning Beast, the Spirit Gates, that like, wow, this was meant for each other. They were built without even being played with each other. They are meant for each other. So I love to see that. I used to do Nightmare Corruptor Ibli when you would do the Chaos Max engine, the Chaos Max Dragon, and you would just crush into Nightmare Ibli. That was always a fun one.
No, we have different definitions of fun.
Well, 8K on your opponent's turn is always fun.
Well, with Heroes Future actually taking that one, we're in a pretty good position overall.
Yeah.
I think we can do a bit of a stand-ins check-in soon and give you an update during the third round.
Would love to see where everybody's at in the brackets, or not bracket, we're not in the bracket stage yet, but in the round robin stage with both groups. So if we have the opportunity to do that. But before that, another thank you to those that are helping us put together the WCS 2024. We would not be able to do this without them. Shout out to Alienware in particular for providing all of the gear that is used on the stage, and it looks incredible. It's been running smooth, so thank you so much, Alienware, for helping us out put together this event for these duelists.
And of course, not only can you play with the Alienwares, but we have the Logitech, which all of our duelists are using for Master Duel. You're going to need peripherals. Logitech's the way to go.
Juroku Cha as well, being a delicious drink with caffeine-free, sugar-free, low-calorie, 16 ingredients, and one unforgettable taste.
And we have one of these on the desk as well. Can I do a taste test of this one too?
Yeah.
Chill, do you want to do one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do one together. Let's crack these open.
Why do you keep taking the ones that are in front of me, by the way?
I do have one over here, but it's a little further from me.
Much like Yu-Gi-Oh, it's our turn. These are our drinks.
Oh, that is delightful.
I
do like that very much.
Very glad to hear that.
Yeah, there we go.
It's sweet. It's a little sweet.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that. A little sweet and salty.
I'm going to be sipping on that later.
Sugar-free, but still sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very good.
Excellent.
I should definitely take these away with me so that later on when the casters swap around, nobody takes it. Yeah. If they have the same idea that I do to
don't
take a swig.
Anyway.
Ibers is quickly realizing the chaos that he signed up for, having me and Chilled Chaos, on the desk.
Well, I actually have a question if we're still got a little time.
We do have a little bit of time.
Oh, okay. Got a question for you.
Okay.
All right. I got 2 words on here. I got, well.
They're a little small.
They're a little small.
I see tomato, potato.
Okay. How do you pronounce the first word?
This is good.
Come on, you can tell me.
I approve of this bit.
Tomato.
And how do you pronounce the second word?
Potato.
Why? Why is not potato?
Instead, could we pronounce Tillerman's, Yubel, Snake Eye Fire King? Please, talk to me about Yu-Gi-Oh! Instead.
We could say that instead, but we're going to say it after a quick break here while we get ready and the duels get ready for our round 3 feature match. Thank you, Chilled Chaos, for coming out and providing some for us.
Most welcome.
On the desk, but we'll be right back, everybody, after this short break.
Why won't you say potato?
My name is Anthony Lopez and I'm from Luxembourg. I started playing around 8 years ago, I think. It's been a long time. It feels amazing. It just happened right now. It's one of the best feelings that every competitive player wish to do, and I really hope I'll do a good job there. My preparation was more doing mirror matches, testing technical play. I think in this format the most important thing is to really play good. I know it doesn't look like it, but I really tried my best. There's a lot of pressure up there, and if you're really good at technical play, Snake Eyes Fiendsmith should take you the win. Obviously, know your opponents better than yourself, play the best deck, or something that you think is a good meta call, practice a lot, and be lucky. It means a lot because this is the achievement of a whole career. To become the World Championship, it's the end, it's the goal, it's the whole path, all of these 8 years, the whole grinding. It would mean a lot.
I'm Baptiste Dorin from France. I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Like everybody when I was a kid, but competitively 2014. No, it's incredible. I'm looking for the words for many years, so it's really special. I spent a lot of time with my teammates, preparing different decks, and to finally choose Snake Eye. I guess hard work, playing many hours, and trying to improve yourself. Not playing, but also trying to improve. If I was to become a world champion, it would be a dream come true.
Sono Esteban Re e vengo dall'Italia. Ho iniziato a giocare a Yugi nel 2007 e ho continuato quasi sempre. Sono emozionatissimo, un sogno che non pensavo che sarebbe mai arrivato, e emozionatissimo, cioè proprio sono incredulo. Ho testato mesi dopo il nazionale, ho testato mesi e mesi con amici, con persone competenti, e facendo notte e giorno tutto il tempo la lista del mazzo e tutte le varie matchup. Guardate, io sono sempre nel mio Yugi nella mia vita, ho sempre dato il massimo e può avverarsi per chiunque. Tutti con impegno, duro lavoro possono davvero arrivarci, almeno una volta nella vita ci si deve sempre provare senza mai arrendersi. Non lo so ancora, sincero, sono troppo in là, adesso mi impegno per migliorarmi sempre di più, poi dopo vedrò.
My name is Gabriel Nats, and I'm from Florianopolis, Brazil. I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Around 8 years ago. Yeah, about 8 years. being able to compete at Worlds feels like a dream come true. Like I feel like I have this always a bridesmaid, never the bride syndrome. I always get close, I never get there. So everyone's like, yeah, you deserve this, but I just wanted to like get it in. Like this is an achievement. I'm going to Worlds, and it's like mental. So to prepare for the WCQ, I did a lot. So we have a spreadsheet, which is like all the snake eye combos through all the combinations of hand traps. So it's called full combo matrix, and it has like 200 lines, which is all the 1, 2, 3 snake eye card combinations into 1, 2 hand trap combinations. And I knew them on the top of my head. I think I was playing well this weekend, this Friday, I guess, and I think it paid off. So more than happy with the prep that I did. For people that dream to qualify, I think you just gotta keep pushing, keep pushing. Last year I lost top 8, so I was 1 game away from Worlds. Did it this year. It's frustrating because sometimes you can lose for stuff outside of your control, but one thing that you can control is how much effort you put in and how good your preparation is. If I became the world champion, honestly, it would be a hell of a celebration. I know what it will mean, but the celebration would be amazing.
Mi chiamo Gianni Barone e vengo da Napoli, Italia. Ho iniziato a giocare nel 2014. È incredibile, non ho altre parole. Malissimo, ho cambiato il mazzo la sera prima perché il mazzo più forte del formato non mi piaceva. Di fare tanti tornei, è più importante essere capaci di gestire 12 turni che testare tanto senza giocare ai tornei. Sarebbe un sogno incredibile.
Hi, I am Julio from Spain and I have 27 years. In the school with my friends. I don't believe actually. I need to play the finals. I need to be with when my father's just talk and focus for the game. I don't believe it, guys. I play a very difficult deck that is Ritual Beast, and I tested combos all the days. Just believe in yourself, guys, test every single duel, and that's all.
My name is Samuel Bebou, and I'm from Geneva, Switzerland. Well, I've been playing as a kid, so my first booster I ever opened was Metal Raiders in 2002. And then, well, when I was a teenager, I stopped playing from 2012 to 2016, and I started playing again in 2016. My actually first big tournament was the Euro in Berlin 2018. It's amazing, I'm shaking, like maybe you can see it, but I just cried a little bit. I'm just overwhelmed. I never expected to do it. I'm so happy. Well, actually that's the biggest thing. I was on holiday with my girlfriend the whole month of July until the 24th, and I just watched some combo videos in the evening when she was asleep, and then we came back on the 24th. I picked my new cards from info on the 25th. I went to see a friend to playtest one day, and then I left on the 26th to arrive here. So my prep is not that amazing. If I can do it, you can do it. Everybody could do it. You just have to work hard. And I have also a very good training partner. He's just there. His name is Fausto Conti. I love him, and he's my best friend in this game. What would it mean? I mean, it would mean everything. It's the dream of all players, so... I mean, now I've been playing competitively since 7-8 years, and now my competitive dream can come true, so I don't know what to say more.
東真一で富山県から来ました。10年くらい前です。すごく嬉しいです。ひたすら毎日練習しました。努力は報われるので頑張りましょう。僕の人生の誇りになるかなと思います。名前が近藤優斗です。出身は茨城県です。OCG始めたのは中学2年生なので14歳の時から始めております。いや、長年の夢が叶ったのでめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。そうですね、友人にデッキを組んでもらってひたすら練習したり、あと自分自身いそうなデッキを全部組んで家で一人でどんな風にこのカードを扱うのかななどを研究しておりました。アドバイスそうですね、思ったのは夢は諦めなければいつか叶うので、ぜひ根気強くやっていきましょう。アイデンティティの証明ですね。ナンバーワンは自分だということを示していきたいと思います。
森内銀河です。出身が日本です。保育園の頃からです。はい、びっくりはしているんですけど、とても嬉しいです。友人にお願いして夜遅くまで遊戯王の調整、対戦で手伝ってもらったりとか、あとその使用デッキの相談だったりとか、そういうふうにその1週間2週間ぐらい前から準備していました。アドバイスできる立場じゃないかな。楽しくやりましょうってことでお願いします。なってみたい目標なので、いいっていうよりかは頑張る目標ですね。はい、以上です。
名前が野口大吾と申します。出身は愛知県の豊橋市です。2、3年ほど前になります。 最高の気分です。とにかく対戦数をこなしてきました。一緒に遊戯をやりましょう。自分自身の証明になると思っています。
My name is Jose S., and I'm from Lowell, Massachusetts. As far as when I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, I watched the TV show when I was younger, but I didn't actually have physical cards. I didn't start playing with physical cards till late 2019, early 2020. To be able to compete at the World Championship, it feels incredible. It feels incredible. I don't even know, I'm at a loss for words. I'm looking forward to it. It's a dream of, I think, anyone that has aspirations in the game, and I'm just glad I get to live that out. As far as the preparation for the points playoff, I knew I was going to play a lot of mirrors. I'm familiar with a lot of the guys that were in the points playoff, so I kind of built my deck to beat the mirror, which I played 2 mirrors and then Duel in the finals. So I'd say it worked out overall. If I were to give any advice to aspiring duelists, I'd say just be a sponge. Just soak up as much information as possible, even from the unlikeliest sources. I don't know what it would mean to me if I won the World Championship. It'd probably mean a lot, but I think it's something that I'd want to experience first before I'd be able to know what it meant to me. But it'd obviously be that'd be such an achievement.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024, brought to you by Alienware.
Logitech, also one of our proud sponsors of the weekend.
Special shout out to Jirokcha.
Providing some of the delicious drinks that we have available to us right now on this very desk. It's good stuff. So we are happy that they chose to support us here. Welcome to round number 3 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. It's been a bit of excitement so far, I think that's safe to say. And we're ready for more as we have 5 more rounds of Swiss, starting with this one.
Yep, we see a lot of players already off. We saw Ruben just win the last round feature match sitting at table 2. He's going to be taking on Baptiste Durion, I think from France.
That would make
Just
sense.
a cool matchup.
We see Mark Solis, that's Jerome's candidate. He's still undefeated at this point. We do also see Jose playing against Gabriel Netz, loser of last round, but also the winner of round number 1. They're facing off against each other in this round number 3.
Well, that is interesting. Our 2 players who are both on feature, one with the win, one with the loss, now facing each other in round 3, as you mentioned, is really cool. Yeah, but the thing is, you see all these players, go all the way down to table 14. Just because we are in round 3, even if you started off the tournament with 2 losses, there are 7 rounds of Swiss to play. You can win the rest of those rounds and still have a chance to make that top 8 cutoff.
This is really where you need to lock in here. If you're 0-2 and go to 0-3, you're probably out. But if you can win here, you can start a huge turnaround. And these 2 players are about to attempt exactly that. Let's meet them.
All right, first up on the red side, we have Fox Dueling, and he's from Australia. His favorite card, Enemy Controller, one of my favorite cards as well.
Mine too. It's weird that you claim it before me.
I mean, I played before you.
I don't think that's true.
This keeps happening to you, Asala.
Yeah.
Taking him on is Samuel Verbeau from Switzerland. His favorite card is Gladiator Beast Geysaris. Really kind of the card that put Gladiator Beast on the map back in the day.
Really was. They came out, that's the Light of Destruction release for Gladiator Beast,
Yep.
right? Which you can actually get Light of Destruction in stores now.
It has made a resurgence.
If you want to pull your very own Gladiator Beast Geysaris. But that is neither here nor there. We are in round 3. The 2 players we have are going to be going off, playing against each other. It's going to be an exciting one. We've seen excellent plays so far, and I imagine we're going to see that continuing on here in round number 3.
Yeah, Jerome did mention these players are both a little bit unlucky in their first few rounds. They have to win here before they're eliminated. Well, not necessarily out of the tournament completely, but have very little chances of making it into the top 8 if they lose here.
Yeah, it's a long shot because you're going to get pushed out by the people who have 2 losses and 1 draw.
I mean, I don't mind.
That's the tough bit.
Yeah, definitely want to win this round, or you were potentially eliminated from the tournament. It's really tough to bounce back from losing the first 3 rounds. But, one of these players will win for the first time at the World Championship here in round number 3.
Or at the very least, try to salvage a draw here. Like, you got to get points here. Points are what we need here in round 3, sitting at 0-2.
Looks like they are making sure their decks are, correct. You always want to check it because the players don't get to hang on to their decks in between rounds. They do have to hand it off to a judge. So you just want to make sure nothing got moved, nothing got changed. Somehow a side deck card didn't slip into your main deck. Always good to go through and make sure and verify everything is correct at the start of the game.
Yeah, the tension is for sure there for these players, right? They are in necessarily their own elimination round. They feel the pressure. They are maybe questioning the decisions they made up until this point. Even if you were confident in your strategy, going 0-2 will do something to you, right? You feel that pressure striking with every loss. And now you have to, make that comeback. You have to be collected and be able to play the best you can in this round number 3.
I feel like the thing that would stress me out the most is having to hand off my deck to the judges the night before it starts, because they didn't even get to come to the venue with them. Once the decks are submitted and sleeved and checked and confirmed to be good and legal and in good condition, you have to hand them off to the judges, and they basically get locked away until it is time for the tournament itself, so that nobody can mess with them or manipulate them.
Yeah, I know that when I was going to the World Championship, I knew that was coming, and I considered just bringing a complete second copy of my deck so I could still play test the night before and practice my friends to, make sure I'm in the right mindset, right to go. You can't really make any changes to your deck, but you can still get some more games in.
I think we did
at that last minute. I'm pretty sure we did.
I'm sure a lot of the players here did as well. I was hanging out by the... we brought an OTS here to help provide cards, Shane's. And there are a lot of people picking up extra copies of the cards for their decks.
Makes a lot of sense, but it's time to duel one more time. Again, here at the World Championship, it's going to be game 1 of round 3. Let's go ahead and jump into it. Let's see if we've done the die roll yet.
All right, judges counting them down. They're picking up the dice. That is a 5 from Fox. But a 5 from Sam.
It was almost a 6.
There's the 6 you're looking for. That's a 1.
Good luck, Sam. Good luck. Looks like Fox will be going first here in game number 1.
I think it's our first look at the red sleeves. I feel like we got 4 players with blue sleeves.
I think you're right.
First time up.
Ironically, it is on the blue side.
Oh, it just makes it more striking. It stands out.
I do like it. It doesn't fade into the background, but starting off Mul Charming Perilia. So for the rest of this turn, if Fox summons any monster from the hand, normal or special, Samuel will draw a card.
Going to the main phase here. Oh, with Fiendsmith's Tract.
That's a card that can kind of get around Perilia.
It adds it to hand, but then immediately discards it. So it's summoning from the graveyard.
Exactly. So Fabled Lure, we've seen this before. Going to the graveyard, special summoning back to the field.
I'm going to link summon for Requiem.
Linking away the Lure for the Requiem here.
Requiem effect. That's fine.
Tributes off Requiem, special summons Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck.
Requiem effect and Engraver. Okay.
All right, no cards committed from the hand yet from Fox to give anything to Sam, but it looks like he will be doing so now.
And that'll go for 1 draw. And then Diabellstar can attack, can activate.
It looks like 2 Witches effect. Samuel has many responses to consider. Going to be opting to use Infinite Impermanence, cutting it off right there.
Solid choice here, because now he knows Fox is going to need to continue his plays to summon. He does have 2 monsters on the board, meaning he could summon a Link 2 potentially. He still has his normal summon available,
which would give Sam another draw.
I'll link summon for Sequence.
Looks like he's going to go straight into Fiendsmith Sequence here.
Anything on summon? It's fine. Activate Sequence effect.
Sequence effect is met with Effect Veiler. So now that does open up some things for Fox here, because a monster effect was activated in the main phase. That's something that Samuel was trying to play around earlier by using the Infinite Impermanence first.
Samuel not short on any of those interactions from the hand here in game 1. Sometimes losing the die roll doesn't feel great, but if you draw those certain pieces, you can really navigate through your opponent's turn pretty well.
Graver's going to resolve, though, and it'll pop back out of the graveyard. Still not the hand, so no draw for Samuel.
I will Tract effect and graveyard.
Oh, okay.
Tract effect to fusion summon.
Looks like he might be trying to go... Oh, so he has an engraver in hand that he's going to use, so he can leave the engraver on the field.
Fusion summon.
And now he's going to fusion summon Fiendsmith's Lacrima.
It's not a summon that doesn't start not a chain. Yeah. Lacrima effect, target Sequence. That's fine.
Still avoiding that normal summon, not wanting to give Samuel any extra cards. Lacrima is going to bring back Sequence.
Summon for Beatrice. Yes.
Overlays those 2 level 6 for the rank 6 Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal.
This is a fine position to be in still after all those responses from the hand. You can potentially reach the entirety of the Snake Eye combo from this position.
Now, I believe Fox was the one who came in first with the Snake Eye deck that was using the Phoenix fusion to be able to finish off their opponent in the very first turn. Yep, Blaze Phoenix, Bombardment Phoenix, yep.
Yeah, that involved resetting it with Zealantis, right? And then special summoning it back with something else, too.
Yep, and bringing it back with Princess, just finding ways to summon it multiple times.
That's
pretty cool.
Right. It was the fusion summon Princess and then the summon back from Zealantis to use it 3 times.
I don't think that's what he's going for here, is it?
Oh, no, but that was a pretty sweet deck to get him here to this point. But now he's going to link away Beatrice and the Sequence to summon the Princess. You can summon back that Snake Eye Ash that the Beatrice into the graveyard.
The Snake Eye deck is just so resilient to all these interruptions, able to find its way to its main combo.
Lots of utility as long as you have monsters on the board to continue link climbing.
But that is another draw for Sam here. One that might have been a powerful one.
Now, Sam, I think, he's already seen 7 cards out of his deck on this very first turn when he hasn't had a chance to play yet. Pretty cool. I really like the Mulcharming Perilia. And to see it in the main deck of something that's not Tempai Dragon, I mean, that's a bold choice, but might be one that pays off for him here in this match. Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Coming up next for Fox, it's going to let him place a Snake Eye monster from his deck into the Spell and Trap Zone.
Looks like a Snake Eye Diabellstar, as you've seen many times up to this point.
And at this point, there's a bit of a pause.
Considering, it looks like he was considering what he was going to send with the Ash effect, whether it's going to be the Princess or if it's going to be the Diabellstar, because he has not used the effect of Pop Art just yet.
Looks like he's thinking about it being Princess. He's going to go with the Princess. Feels bad losing that 3 link rating there, but it also makes sure he's not locked into fires anymore.
And it has already used its effect to summon from the graveyard, so it's, you know, minimal value at this point. You just want it in the graveyard. You might as well get rid of the restriction while you can, because you don't really want to have to burn one of those other fire monsters in your extra deck at this juncture.
It's checking the cards in the graveyard, see what all has been used. Now, he did not use the Lacrima, right?
I think, or the
he did, because he used it.
No, he didn't use the effect to do the damage.
No,
no,
not the damage. Yeah.
He didn't have enough light fiends potentially. Ooh. So he wants to drop the Nibiru before Snake Eye's Flamebirch can touch down. Fox does have Divine Temple with the Snake Eye Diabellstar, so he'll still be able to play past this, but this is a good time to drop it. Finally, a Nibiru resolves here on the feature match stage of the World Championship.
It'll have
cool looking World Championship token there, exclusive to this event.
14 defense. 24 and 14.
Oh, that is really... You know, when you see 3 monsters go to the graveyard, you expect the token to be much stronger than that.
Not when they're a bunch of small, tiny little Snake Eye monsters.
On the field, they were stronger because of the temple, but in the graveyard, they're weenies.
Yep, the temple really does turn them into like what you would expect from an average, like normal summon level 4 monster. Gives them the Lodge-In, Gemini Elf stats, stuff like that. Looks like Fox is considering using the Divine Temple maybe right now.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to use... Oh, no, it looks like he's opting out. He could have potentially saved the Snake Eye Diabellstar effect for later use, but he's just going to conserve it for now.
I've not normal summoned, correct?
I don't believe he has. He started with the Tract and then into Diabellstar and then continued from there.
Yeah. Poplar was the other one out of their hand.
I'm telling you, I love Mulcharming Perilia, especially against the Snake Eye deck. You're probably, I mean, if you have other interactions from your hand, you're going to get 3 cards out of it at minimum, usually. Depending on how your opponent draws.
It's pretty good against Duel as well, so like main decking it makes sense for this format.
Certainly does.
And if you don't need it, you can just toss it for something else.
Well, there's that other main deck Mulcharmy.
Wow, so both players deciding to main deck Mulcharming Perilia here in this tournament. Maybe he hasn't paid off so far, but in this matchup, definitely having an impact.
Going into that IP Masquerade with the Nibiru token as well as the Mulcharmy Perilia. Where does he go from here, though? The board is not all that formidable at this point. Simple battle phase would threaten quite a lot for Fox here, so he needs to put up just a little bit more. But I don't know if he really has the tools to do so.
I will attempt to.
Yeah, he's just going to leave up IP to try and go into SP Little Knight on Samuel's turn, but we'll have to see if it's just going to force out the battle phase. Sometimes getting the battle phase out of your opponent means you will survive into the following turn, so maybe you'll be relying on your follow-up potentially to get you back into the game.
And that's something he definitely has a lot of. There's a lot of follow-up simply from the Divine Temple. There are fires on the field, so the Promethean Princess in the graveyard will provide some value as well.
Good catch.
Samuel's from Switzerland, right?
one card.
Yep.
That's a cool place. I always wanted to visit Switzerland. I'll have to befriend Samuel and see if I can come hang out with him and get some duels in Switzerland. Australia would also be a great place to visit as well. Another destination
that is where I met Fox. Yeah.
I have not been to.
I don't think we've ever had a world championship in Australia or anywhere in Oceania, have we?
I don't think so.
Not that I know of.
Unless. That would be a fun place to go for sure. All right, Samuel working with a lot of monsters here. Let's see where he chooses to go first in his turn. Now we're in main phase 1. It's going to be a normal summon of Snake Eyes Poplar.
Still a full hand because of that Multurmi Prulia. Even after using those, what, 4 interruptions from the hand?
Yeah, 3 or 4. It was a lot, but it still has a full hand thanks to Prulia for sure. Fox is thinking about responding here. Looks like it is A-OK.
It's 3 plus the Multurmi itself.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting here not opting to use the effect of the Divine Temple just yet, giving you potential other options besides just the Link 2 or Link 3 with the IP. You know, giving some access to Link 4s.
Anything on rest?
Sure, he does have that Divine Temple. Is he going to use it?
Nothing on rest.
It's a lot of cards in hand, though. Maybe he wants to wait for a little bit here and see what else Samuel has before he decides which play to commit to.
I think that is going to be the case.
I will summon.
He's going to declare what monster he wants to summon. Let's see where he's going where first. Looks like it's going to be Hida.
That's going to demand an answer for sure.
Activate, activate Poplar effect on itself.
Hida's been a key card in players' extra decks for quite some time now, with all these fire mirror matches, being able to take your opponent's cards. You know, especially because they have something like Snake Eye Ash that you haven't used yet, but unfortunately, Snake Eye Ash at 1 here this weekend, and we can see it, you know, hiding safely in Fox's Spell and Trap Zone.
That's a tough one, because if you use the Poplar and destroy Hida, doesn't that just add the Ash?
It might indeed. Just trying to listen and see what Fox is considering. I think he is thinking about the princess, but that might be unsavory, as you mentioned. But the Oak is going to come from the Divine Temple. Poplar is going to Spell and Trap card zone. Oak is going to summon back Snake Eyes Poplar.
And keep in mind these monsters are bigger now because of the temple as well. So it's fine if they're placed in attack position.
Now, remind me, the Poplar that Sam summoned, did that search for Divine Temple or did it search for...
Original Sinful Spoils.
Okay, interesting. I figured a Divine Temple would have already been placed on the field because it would let him, summon a monster as soon as Fox summons a monster, but maybe holding off here, because I guess you also don't want to give him a monster, like, he could use his Divine Temple to summon the monster from your side, but then you can also use your Divine Temple to summon from his side, so...
Yeah, so it's tough in this case because Samuel's the turn player. If they both activate the Poplar, it targets, right? You have to target one of them?
No.
You don't have to target, okay.
Oh, wait, for the Divine Temple?
For Divine Temple.
Oh, I think Divine Temple targets, not the Poplar doesn't.
Yes. Yeah, so if you have Divine Temple and, it's my turn, and I summon and say, okay, I'll target this Divine Temple, and you say, well, Chain Link 2, I target the same thing. So the second player will win out in that case.
Yep, a lot of times you can use that, like Snake Eyes Flameburst Dragon to kind of play around that as well. The same similar
yeah, it's just a little rare that 2 temples trigger at the same time because that means you both had to have summoned a monster in that chain.
Could happen. But SP Little Knight coming down here for Fox.
Getting rid of that Hida. Hida would have demanded an answer here, being able to unlock all of the Snake Eye effects in Fox's graveyard.
I'll attempt to use Engraver's effect. No response.
All right, Samuel's going to discard Fiendsmith Engraver to add a Fiendsmith spell or trap from the deck to the hand. Usually it's Fiendsmith's track, and it is the case here.
Staying consistent. Like to see it.
I still want to see someone add Fiendsmith in Paradise. I want to see that card resolve. Very easy to resolve, very easily accessible, but
maybe one day.
It doesn't turn up in a lot of lists.
I feel like that card's going to get more popular later on.
It's a cool one. It also looks awesome. See, that's what I'm going for. If I can have a card that does something cool, feels good to activate, and it looks cool, that's just the trifecta.
Well, in the meanwhile, we're just going to be adding little Alluri, discarding it, special summoning it.
Oh yeah, Lurry affecting Grave.
It's also fine. Yeah.
Now, this could be a moment where you might want to activate the princess, but no, we're going to be letting it go.
Fiendsmith Requiem's gonna use that quick effect to tribute itself off the field to special summon a Fiendsmith monster from the deck. Engraver appears again.
Okay, so now the Requiem is using its effect to try to equip itself to the Engraver. I imagine this is where Fox would want to use his response here.
And Samuel just really valuing that battle phase, wanting to try and push through Fox's board without forcing out like the IP or an SP here.
Yeah, that means he believes in the power of his hand. He has enough push.
Target the Engraver engrave.
Oh,
that's nice.
That is a lot.
Ooh, all right.
Sure.
So one Magnamut stopped by another Magnamut.
Should I change my Magnum?
Samuel's still going to lose one of the engravers.
Yeah.
A different target.
Sorry?
So
No, because Fox declared Engraver in his graveyard, and he just assumed it was a Requiem.
This was on top of the graveyard.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I thought you pointed at this, so I want to...
Just to clarify, I did say
target the
Engraver.
He did say Engraver.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought that he was pointing the same.
So this would be a situation where both players will have summoned in the same chain.
Yeah.
And the Divine Temple could come up. Since it appears they did target different cards, even though Samuel did not want to.
I mean, yeah, Samuel wanted to target the same card, but yeah, this is also where you have to be clear and concise. He didn't say what he was targeting, he just kind of pointed, but you're supposed to declare your targets verbally. But nope, looks like they're going to resolve it where both of the cards get to come out here. So not as clean of plays as we've been seeing so far in the tournament, but yeah, you just want to make sure your communication with your opponent is always clear and concise, so there's no chance for any confusion. But both players are going to be activating the effect of Bestial Magnamut to search at the end phase.
To add in the end phase,
Okay.
Fox still has the Promethean Princess in the graveyard as an interruption. And Samuel just stuck with that impermanent hand. Never really had an opportunity to use it because he had that Nibiru on the field.
Not that there was any... Oh, I guess IP Masquerade hitting it early would have been really strong. But now we still have this original. We'll see how far a Princess can go to stop this.
Looks like he's eyeing Snake Eye Oak.
Yep, the Snake Eye Oak hits the table, committed to it. We're going to summon, or attempt to target the Snake Eye Poplar in the graveyard.
Sorry? It wasn't me, it was Judge talking.
Samuel confusing his opponent's voice for the voice of the judge.
Sorry. Yeah, tough habit to break.
So now Fox is really considering his options here about when to use the Promethean Princess. Opting to just go ahead and destroy his Oak to destroy his opponent's Oak and put the Promethean Princess onto the field, leaving just a lone Poplar and Magnamut on the field for Samuel. When a lot of the Fiendsmith engine has been used at this point, so accessing it via 2 monsters from the extra deck, not really going to change much at this position, and now all of a sudden Fox is back in this game.
Yeah, the Requiem is gone as well, so there's no real way to get that back into the extra deck, I don't think.
Yeah, that Bestial Magnamut interaction went about as poorly as it possibly could for Samuel, because not only is his opponent getting to have that Magnamut touchdown on the field, he lost 2 monsters out of his own graveyard. Rough.
The Fiendsmith Graver won't be coming back either.
Well, one of them will. From the Little Knight.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, Link's away for the Link 1 Relinquished Anima. No Link Haribo here. I like that the existence of Anima really plays the player's skill set. You have to have that zone placement perfectly. As you see, Fox has 3 monsters, all 3 of them in the zones that avoid Anima.
And now there is a Little Knight here.
After Little Knight.
I imagine it's going to go after the Promethean Princess to really limit Fox's follow-up. Yeah, looks like that's going to be. Just checking the graveyard, making sure there's nothing else, and maybe trying to find maybe the Flameburst Dragon to also, because there's usually only 1 copy in a lot of these lists now.
looks like that's going to be it for heading into the deck this turn.
To the main phase.
So end phase with turn 5 priority.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
End phase.
During the end phase, resolving that Visceral Magma that was activated earlier.
Jurisform a good target to add?
Pass back over to me to resolve my... Yeah, I'll resolve my...
Now Fox is going to search out a dragon of his own.
Probably a similar one. Would you look at that?
It's also Duelisform.
Who'd have thought?
Do you have any other end phase?
Not me.
Nope.
Resolve SP Little Knight.
All right, now SP Little Knight will return to the field at the end phase.
Both players, so many similar cards here. Little Knights, Engravers, Magnamuts.
It's almost like looking in a mirror. Match.
And then I have... Yeah.
Those red sleeves are sweet, though.
They are
I
nice.
think I might
I
like
like
them
them a
more
lot.
than the blue ones.
I've always liked the red ones more than the blue ones.
Which is strange because blue is one of my favorite colors. With blue, purple, those kind of colors, but these red sleeves are sweet.
Stand by phase. If I ask you really nicely, would you let me pendulum something?
Hilarious interaction there. Fox making a lighthearted joke.
I'm glad they're still having fun.
Would you let me pendulum something?
This is a pretty high,
sorry,
high stakes game here.
Nice random.
Oh, Samuel is putting his hand on his deck and calling it on this one. And Fox is going to win game number 1 of our 3rd round feature. You know, it was a pretty well played game, yeah, from both players. I think that Bestial Magma interaction was kind of a slight hiccup, even though if it had resulted in the way Samuel had wanted.
I don't think it would have changed
Yeah,
much.
he was still in a bad spot.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have the Magnum on field.
Yeah, but I could have brought back my engraver.
The other engraver was still going to get banished, like, no matter what, whether it was you banishing it.
No, actually, it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, see,
You targeted the engraver.
And the biggest thing about when you're playing and like a slight mistake like that happens, you just got to move on and keep going on and learn from it. But we have an update with our round, and would you look at it, Mark Sully's 3-0 here at Worlds.
Like 20.
Just awesome to see him doing well there from NA. Speaking of NA, Ruben also won again, moving on 3-0. And potentially Mike Thomas, if he's up 1 game against Don Lim. All of our undefeateds could be from North America.
That's an impressive run. Like
I want to
last
point
year
out as
was
well.
pretty good. Yeah, go for it.
Like, Landon did lose round 1, but he's keeping it back up. He is now 2-1 very quickly after
he is.
losing round 1.
Nice.
Yeah, he has quick recovery there.
And I see Yuto is taking on Aditya. Both players that I'm happy to see be here at the World Championship. Hopefully we see them later on. We see the other players just mere feet away from that stage playing under the lights. Ooh, there's Jose versus Nets. That is such an epic matchup. We saw both of them on the feature match stage already. It looks like they're about to go into their 2nd game as well.
Or 3rd.
Or 3rd. Could be potentially their 3rd.
I think I do remember it seeing 1-1 for them, so they're going into the 3rd game.
That's game 3. That's about the timing that you want, right?
Yeah.
Like, you saw in the clock on the background, it's about 15 minutes left. So 15 minutes a game.
Yep.
Get 3 games in 45 minutes.
Par for the course.
Back at our featured table. Our players are shuffling up. It looks like they have made their side deck decisions, and all that remains is to randomize the decks and make sure that everything is where it should be and in the right quantities.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on the line. I mean, starting 0-2 is not where you want to be, but with the way the tournament is set up, you know that you aren't out of it just yet. But this is your last chance to really make sure that you are going to have an opportunity to have that chance at the top 8 cut. There is no dropping at Worlds. You are going to play all 7 rounds no matter what, so you want to have the best record you possibly can. But yeah, this is a huge match for both these players. It is make it or break it right now.
It's a lot easier to stay focused when you know you're still in it, too.
Yeah.
Once you get to 0-3, it just kind of spirals out of control a bit. And we've seen that with some of our North American players in the past, especially at 2013 World
In Las
Championship, where we had a couple as like the bottom 2 players in the tournament.
Yes, I do remember Steven Silverman trying to break out. He was done. He was done after round 3 or 4. We were also in Las Vegas too, so it's like you're trapped in that room knowing you're not going to make it. You just want to get out there and play with your friends. We also had some cool festivities going on.
And we had all
well.
the carnival games next door for that one.
That was a lot of fun for sure. One of my fond memories.
You can only really do that in Vegas, though.
You have duels in
have
Vegas.
enough space right next there to have a whole carnival.
Definitely. It looks like our players are waiting and standing by, and they are ready, side decked. And Fox knows he is now 1 win away from winning the round, but Samuel down, but not out. They are ready. It's time to duel. Game number 2, round 3, Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 here in Seattle, Washington.
So this is interesting. We know both of them main deck the Mulcharmy, right?
Mhm.
So I assume Fox still has it, but Samuel won't. We'll have to see.
Ooh. I do see a cool card. We'll wait to see what he plays, but Samuel's going to start.
Looks like there is not a Mulcharmy from Fox at this point. But we are going to be leading with that Fiendsmith Engraver. Been a strong lead all throughout this tournament so far, being able to just develop some really powerful bodies and some follow-up on the field without having to do much commitment, and then forcing your opponent to get some interruptions out of the way. And you have like a bit of a checklist, right, if this goes without any response?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing you're looking for is Draw and Lockbird, probably. That's the scariest thing that can happen when you lead with Fiendsmith Engraver. Looks like there is no Draw and Lockbird. Might not be in Fox's deck. Or he could have just not drawn it potentially, but Tract is going to be added. Grab Fabled Lure to the graveyard, Fabled Lure from the graveyard to the field.
We've seen the song and dance before.
And now he's back to the graveyard. Poor Fabled Lure can't get a break.
I want to
Yeah.
break. Anything else on it? Requiem's
All right, Requiem's going to have the quick effect, tribute itself off, and special summon the Engraver from the deck. It does special summon any Fiendsmith monster, currently only one target, and that is Fiendsmith Engraver.
I will... Oh, good. I will activate Engraver first.
Engraver putting back the Requiem, attempting to special summon himself from the graveyard. Is there a response?
Now Fox has something to say about it.
There's a Bestial Baldrake.
Bestial Baldrake.
That's a strong one.
This is when the Bestial's at their best.
So operates as a quick effect because Samuel has a monster on the field, so he could not have done that earlier.
Yeah, but thinking about going after the Fabled Lure would have been nice too, but yeah, no monsters, no quick effect. Oh, but triple tactics talent.
That's a tough one. Double
What?
Phantasm, Ash Poplar, oh no!
That is not a good hand. You have to imagine he's going to pick Snake Eyes Poplar.
But he has 2 Phantasms. Are you not going to link summon?
No.
I guess not.
I'm going to try and have to deal with this Baldrake and then play Beatdown somehow.
Interesting thing to note, he did not activate Phantasme on the summon of Fiendsmith Requiem. One, maybe in anticipation of the tactics, or 2, maybe he didn't want it to chain, but then that would result in just drawing a card, right? That's not even that bad.
True.
That's a tough choice, too.
You have to pick the Poplar. There's no way.
I mean, you have to pick the Poplar, but are you really choosing to pass after that?
Oh. So maybe
Yeah.
he's going with Ash Blossom because that will stop the next thing that Samuel's probably trying to do.
Yeah, he has to make at least half a field to know that he has to stop a Poplar, right?
Yeah.
And then hope the Phantasme does not do enough.
Exactly.
Because he already knows what card he's putting back.
I will activate Monster Reborn.
And there it is.
Ooh.
Monster Reborn.
The cool Lost Art Monster Reborn, too.
Love to see it. It's actually a pretty good card right now. You think about Hida being cool, being able to take your opponent monsters. Going second, Monster Reborn can do the same way. Can also act as a way to extend past.
No triggers.
But it looks like he is going to Link Summon and have the Phantasme drop from the hand. So now that power of the talents, getting that information, going to be a lot less useful.
I hope I always do this where I just see the cards that they drop. I'm just going to try to not spoil myself on this one.
So I'll summon, draw 2.
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that indeed? Draws a couple cards. Going to return one since Samuel controls a Link monster.
Oh man, Phantasma is just the worst card to resolve. It's so hard to resolve here.
Phantasme is a great card. It works wonderfully sometimes. We've seen a lot of
He's
it.
talking more about the procedure. for
Yeah.
the shuffle, right?
Oh, yeah, that's
Because
right.
normally
A little
you
bit more
wouldn't
muscle
have
to use,
shuffle.
but like,
Fun, having fun.
Anything on res?
Nothing on res.
I will attempt to activate sequential. There's one.
So the sequence is going to go off without a hitch and send back 2 light fiends.
We'll just do it as one person. Yep.
And that's going to make Fiendsmith's Lacrima.
Yeah, oh, man. Samuel definitely had some plays where he wouldn't have to link summon, but let us see how it works out for him.
And yeah, Lacrima is the way that you get your banished Fiendsmiths back. Like, that is the one way you're getting him back.
Now, Baldrake doesn't have to tribute a dragon, right? It just has to be a lighter dark
a
monster.
lighter dark to banish the card that was summoned.
So we could go after the Lacrima here with Baldrake's effect.
Which would be a very reasonable choice, I'd say. Depends on like what you think you're saving it for. It resolves. I mean, Fox doesn't know how limited Samuel's hands can be. There has not been anything committed besides special summons here. No normal summons at all. Probably trying to preserve the Baldrake, try to get some more information from Sam based on how the play is further from here.
And he gets another shot at it now if he wants the Engraver.
Fox might just be valuing keeping both monsters on his side of the field to force out maybe like a battle phase at the start of his turn, or be able to immediately dive into the extra deck at the start.
Okay.
So he's going to equip
Effect of Engraver.
the sequence from the field to Engraver. So now he's going to use the effect to go after the Baldrake to send sequence. But that targets...
This was really high value, I want to say, for Fox here, because now he's going to be able to potentially get rid of 2 cards here, one with the effect of Phantasme and one with the effect of Baldrake later in the turn.
Yeah, things are taking a turn for the worse here for Sam, it's looking like.
It's just a matter of what to pitch for the cost. The second Phantasme.
Does that give you any information if you doesn't put back the second Phantasme, were the other cards he drew just that much worse?
Probably. Oh.
And yeah, that's gonna. I don't think Samuel saw that one coming, and
it was only face up, but
but now it's just left with the Fiendsmith's Lacrima on the field and passing to Fox, who already has an established board. We know he has. Well, he potentially has that Snake Eyes Poplar, unless he put that back with the Phantasme.
But we didn't know he drew it. You know, it's only what we saw.
Oh, like the other copy? Oh,
Yeah.
No, yeah, but he had the Poplar in his hand. Yeah, still there. And there's the one there.
Look at that.
There is a Poplar.
Just because we saw it, I mean, Sam didn't know.
No, yeah, but he knew the Poplar was there.
No, he
left
put it
it.
back? Oh, did
no,
he
put
put it-
Ash
he
Blossom
left
back.
it.
He put back the Ash Blossom, you're right,
Yeah.
and I forgot about that.
And now original Sinful Spoils is going to be added to the hand with Snake Eyes Poplar's effect. Samuel's going to need some interactions from the hand here to survive in this game and potentially this tournament.
Does he only have 1 card in his hand?
1 or 2. It's tough. Can't really tell.
Chainlink 1, Ash, Chainlink 2, Poplar.
Snake Eye Ash, Chainlink 1. Snake Eyes Poplar, Chainlink 2. Dose.
Sorry? Oh, yes. Yeah. Any on-field triggers? No. Poplar effect? Yes. Ash effect.
All right, now Ash is going to send itself and the Snake Eyes Poplar in the spell and trap card zone to the graveyard to special summon Snake Eyes Flameburst Dragon. And he already has 8,000 points of
this is
damage
enough
on
damage,
the
right?
field.
Yeah, because you could just bump back the Lacrima.
Yep, so he's just running the math, making sure he has enough. You want to be able to go for game with the least amount of actions as possible.
Yeah, how many summons was this?
Every
Like
time
3?
you can.
And he knows that Samuel plays Nibiru because he got hit with it in the first game.
Definitely on the front of his mind.
I'll just put this to spell trap zone.
Battle?
Attempt to enter the battle phase.
Yeah, yeah.
And that is enough. Fox moves on.
Just so tilted with the first thing in the.
It's a rough one.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, and so congratulations to Fox. Did you hear Samuel talking about getting tilted from that that Bestial Magnet mistake? I was trying to talk about that in between the games. Is when something like that happens,
I like this.
you can't let it get worse. Something bad has happened. You have to accept it, move on, and don't let it snowball into worse things happening throughout the rest of the game. But it looks like Sam may have been a little shook. like starting 0-2 and then having that mistake happen here. It's tough. It's tough to get over it, but you have to still give a big congratulations to Fox. I mean, the deck building, having those Bestials in the main deck, the Phantasme in the main deck, really excellent deck building, and showing why he's here, why he won the Oceanic qualifier to make it. But, you know, Sam, just still happy to be here. Everyone who participates in the World Championships gets that awesome prize pack, as you got to see on the screen earlier. There's something for everyone, but Fox down, not out for sure. He's got a long, long road ahead of him, but we might see him in top 8 at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think there was a real difference in composure here between the two players. We saw they were both going into this 0-2, but Fox was able to start game number 1, but he was kind of disrupted to oblivion, right? Like, he had to pass on essentially nothing. It was just the IP Masquerena with the Temple and some follow-up, but he was able to just keep his composure, and again, he was...
Essentially nothing. Yeah.
Like,
relative, maybe.
Yeah, relative to what the deck can do.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen what it can... We've seen so much this tournament, what the deck can do into a few interruptions, and it was not bad.
Mm-hmm.
But it was enough to be able to push through. He knew what he was looking for. He knew how he would be able to win, and he just played into his outs.
Yeah, Fox seemed definitely locked in and focused, knowing that he had to win here. While on the other side, I mean, Sam definitely wanted to win, was trying like his best for sure, but maybe got a little bit in his head, which you just can't do in the tournaments. I mean, it's tough not to, though, because there's a lot of pressure. This is probably the most important tournament that these players have ever played in up to this point.
It is, and you're far away from home as well. Like, both of these players traveled a very great distance to get here. Like, the flight from Australia is not easy, for instance, and I imagine it's not from Switzerland either.
Definitely not. I mean, that's probably one of the big reasons that's been preventing me from going to those places, because the flights are so long. But thinking about the players that are still in the tournament, we saw Ruben already win. Looks like Mike Thomas also won, so the top 3 players are all from North America. But Aditya, our NAWCQ champion, did lose to one of my favorites to win it this weekend, Yuto Kondo, at table 4.
And it looks like in table 5, that might be a draw there from Daigo as well as Eduardo.
At the very least, they're tied and going into game 3. There's still time left in the round. As we saw earlier, Landon Oliver picked up a 2-0 victory over Giovanni. And Esteban Rey is currently up 1-0. That seems like that one's going to go the distance, as is Callis and Francisco's match over there on table number 9.
Oh, and looking at our matchup of the first 2 feature match players who played against each other, Jose was able to defeat Gabriel Netz 2-1. You know, so that means Netz winning that round 1, losing the next 2. But as you mentioned, 2 losses doesn't knock you out of the tournament. And Jose bouncing back from that feature match loss in round number 2, sitting at a 2-1 record as well. So that's going to be strong for him. So, you know, really strong showing from the NA players so far in this tournament.
Not to show any preferentials, but like NA really strong this year.
Yeah,
they are. I know that they want to, like, they saw what happened last year, right? And how the United States basically dominated that tournament, and they don't want to be left behind.
Yeah.
They want to keep that going.
Definitely. And then speaking of the players from NA, Marshall did take another loss to the returning world champion. Can't really blame. See, this is something cool. They were probably, I think, 0-2 both of the Marshall and the returning world champion. But what other tournament do you start 0-2 and you have to play against a former Yu-Gi-Oh! World champion? Like, that's brutal. That is just absolutely brutal. It just shows you that the records don't really represent how, like, the play level of the skill. It's just everyone is incredible.
That's the thing, someone has to lose. Exactly.
But it's been an incredible day so far. We have so much more ahead. This is only round 3 out of the 7 Swiss rounds we're going to play. Then we're also going to have the top 8 after that. We're not even at the halfway point yet. And beyond that, we have more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than ever. It's not just the TCG. We have Master Duel going on. Dueling is going to be returning a little bit later, I believe, very shortly. I can't wait to see how that's all going to play out. The Master Duel team tournament is really interesting. There's always a lot of exciting stuff going on. But throughout the entire day, while these rounds are going on, there's never a moment where you're not going to be wanting to watch some form of Yu-Gi-Oh! In some fashion, whether it's digital or the physical.
One team to watch out for in the Master Duel tournament is Tasuka's team from Japan. That guy is a Master Duel master. He really is.
A lot of people consider him the best in the world.
Yeah, I see a lot of these players getting their own recognition for their respective games and seeing them able to do so well at a stage like this. It's going to be something that you have to just keep watching.
That's right, but it looks like we do have an interview we're going to listen to in real quick, so let's go ahead and check out what the interview we have ready for us right now.
Thank you very much, Billy and all the other casters. I am live on stage here at WCS 2024 with Fox after a feature match win. First off, congratulations. Talk me through that last duel, some of the big moments from your perspective.
felt more or less fairly standard, to be honest. I got a bit lucky with my hand, and he got a bit unlucky with his. So, you know, Sam played as well as he could have, facing with the pressure on stage, I think. But yeah, it was nice to turn the O2 ship around and get it going in the up direction.
Now, well, you brought up O2, so let's go there. Your back is a little against the wall right now. How has that extra pressure affected your mentality coming into these duels?
Keeping the mentality positive was pretty tough, honestly. You know, starting O2 is always not great, but trying to recenter before every round and lock in and just focus on what's next is kind of the priority. So when I sat down, it was just focusing on this round, so I wasn't thinking about O2 going into it.
Okay, well, we got a chance to chat a little bit before going live. You mentioned this is your first WCS, so that means your first feature match in a WCS. What was that experience like, and how is that different from maybe YCS feature matches or just other regional events?
Well, the pressure that knowing, well, I think roughly 10,000 people are watching, so you know, that's on the back of the mind, but I tried not to let it affect me too much, just focusing on the game that I was playing, and yeah.
Well, think of it this way. You got that many more fans now, so congratulations. Speaking of people that might be watching, any final shout-outs you want to give, any family or friends that are watching at home?
Yeah, of course. My girlfriend, EE, traveled all the way over to America with me from Australia, so we sat through 28 hours of transit with me, and all my family and friends back home, who are, some of them are staying up late. I think it's about 4 a.m. for them right now, so, you know, keep trooping on, boys.
Thank you for the support for the family, the friends, the girlfriend for traveling. Thank you very much, Fox. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back over to the casters.
Now, Jerome, you mentioned they came from a far way.
It's very, very long. And
More
if
than
you
a
have
day.
delays, or you have a layover somewhere, it can be even tougher.
28 hours is brutal.
You know, good on him to be able to come here and play some high-level Yu-Gi-Oh! After all of that.
Yeah, and good on his friends that are staying up through the night, or maybe they woke up early. If it's 4 a.m. over there in Australia, that are here supporting him, and you got your reward. He was here on stream, and you got to see him win.
Sorry we couldn't do him a little earlier, but you didn't want to see him lose, right? We waited until we knew he'd won. So just we did that for you.
A little brutal, but it also, maybe they just woke up, and then maybe that was the first thing they see. He's like, oh, it's 4 a.m., going to get up early and watch, and they got to watch Fox get that feature match. But as he mentioned, you know, it's tough starting 0-2, but when you're going into the next round, you can't think about the past. You can't go backwards. You can only go forwards. You have to see what can I do and where can I go from here.
Yep. And he played well. And, you know, as you said, sometimes cards fall in your favor and sometimes they do not. But I actually think that, you know, all things considered, those games felt pretty evenly matched for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, they both played the cards that they were dealt, and I think the biggest thing that stood out for me was just Fox's humor throughout the whole thing. Like, even in situations, yeah, like, he was just even in the high stakes positions, he was very willing to let his opponent like correct the mistake that he made. It just wasn't allowed at the time.
Yes,
and he was just like really just trying to enjoy the game, try to have fun with it.
And then the thing to learn from that is just clear and concise communication can prevent any sort of thing like that happening. Just always be very verbal and knowing, like, I'm targeting this monster. Okay, you're targeting this monster. Well, I'm going to act this and target this monster, the exact same one that you said. And just communication and being honest with your, just talking with your opponent, the best thing I can say. People used to always get like kind of annoyed with me because I would be so vocal. I mean, my voice does kind of get a little loud and project, so I understand the annoyance, but I would always like draw phase, standby phase, main phase 1, normal summon my Elemental Hero Stratos, add my Destiny Hero. I said everything out loud. If life points change, I'm like, okay, so I have me at 6,800, you at 8,000, right? I would confirm every time a changes happen. It may seem a little annoying, but it really pays off. It avoids any sort of miscommunication or any sort of something could go wrong.
And all that sort of thing is mandatory here at the World Championship as well. So it's good practice for as you advance as a player and get closer and closer to the ultimate stage.
Yeah, especially if that's your goal. If your goal is the World Championships, you should always be treating every game like you are playing at the World Championship.
And once again, we have a look here at the results from Swiss round number 3. It looks like, I think we've got a couple more in there. No, maybe we don't. I was scanning over there just one more time to see if we had a result in that Daigo match, but it looks like we do not, unless it is a draw. And Callist and Francisco are still sitting at 1-0. I have to imagine the time in the round is running out fairly soon, so Francisco's going to need to get back into this and even the score if he wants to be able to salvage a draw out of this match.
Yep, it's definitely tough, but, you know, a lot of these players are still in the tournament no matter how this round plays out. You know, only a few of them have 3 losses, but even with 3 losses, like, chances are you're not going to make it, but you don't want. You still want to finish with the best record you possibly can. So you're going to
still
give
go
it your
above
all.
500.
Yep.
4-3 is above 500.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Pauly win last year. His record going into the top 8, 4-3. He did make it in with those 3 losses because a couple of players did draw into the last round on action.
And end with 2 draws instead of a win and a draw.
Yeah.
I remember that. There was one match that was going really long, and the winner would have made it in and knocked Pauly out, but they drew and knocked each other out.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it happens. You got to play to your outs.
Yep, you just can't give up, even when things aren't looking great for you. You just have to give it your best, give it your all every single round. That's just the best advice I could give to anyone out there. Because a lot of people, you just defeat yourself before you get started. If you just think you're going to lose or think it's not your day, you just have to believe in yourself and, of course, believe in the heart of the cards.
Another thing I'd point out about this last match is that Fox went first into Mulcharmy and won.
Yes.
And then went second and still won. So it's not really this format where like going first doesn't automatically mean you win the game or anything like that. And as you can see, we've got plenty of people who are watching at their local OTS and playing using this very same format.
Yeah, really cool to see the live look-ins that are going on all around the world at OTS.
Seems like they're between rounds at some of them as well. A lot of people heading over to watch on the computer while pairings are going in.
It looks like we're jumping in here in the match between Daigo and Eduardo.
Ooh, it looks like, we are in game number 3. And it looks like, so Eduardo is using Melodious.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And we see an Aria there on the field. I don't see a first movement solo there in the graveyard at all. So unsure how she got to the field.
She might have been pendulum summoned already. It looks like
a lot of cards off screen we can't see as well, but it doesn't look like a great opening if it's already past the Daigo. But Daigo doesn't have anything. He's just drawing to 1 card, but it is Tempai Dragon, and so this deck only needs 1 card to really get going.
I'm wondering how the couplet got banished, per se. Maybe it was banished off of the effect of the Etoile, but like I imagine that would come back. I mean, it looks like the match is over.
The match is over. At least we got to check in and see what these players were playing. It was Tempai Dragon versus Melodious, but it looks like Eduardo was triumphant in the end there with just that Aria on the field.
Really?
I wonder how they got to that point, but...
Was there an effect to stop battle damage as well? Is it a case where just he couldn't win no matter how many Tempai Dragons he put out?
It looked like he had no cards and was drawing 1 card. Maybe he didn't draw into that Tempai Dragon there at the end, and yeah, who knows how it got to that point.
That's tough. That's one of those reasons why, like, you won't catch me playing Tempai Dragon at a tournament. I might play it for fun every once in a while just to see what happens, but I don't feel like I have enough control over the games when I play that deck.
It is terrifying to let your opponent go first.
Yeah, I think choosing second in general, you're asking for a lot to go right because there's just so much that can go wrong.
Right.
No, wrong.
Barong? There's always things that can go Barong. Barong's one of my favorite Fire Kings. Actually, just put him back into my Fire King deck.
Yeah.
1 Tinky, 1 Barong. It's not too bad. Still works pretty good with,
I don't think it's that good either.
Hey, it's pretty good. Sometimes you need it, I promise you. We'll see.
You're not going to stop him. You're just going to keep playing.
I've tried for years.
Hey, you should try it. Give everything a try. Don't knock it till you try it, for sure.
Right, but most people try it, and then if it's not good, they take it out.
Nope, no. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Play with your heart, not your head.
Try it first.
Do
That's
what he
my
does, not what he
recommendation.
says.
Try it first, and then see if it's good or not.
Definitely good advice, but it's just been an incredible tournament so far. I do hope we get to see even more exciting matchups. I mean, there is a decent amount of deck diversity in this World Championship, even with a small sample size of only 28 players.
We just saw Melodious win.
Yeah, we've seen Melodious. There was Tempai Dragon, Snake Eye Fiends, or Fiendsmith Snake Eye, Fiendsmith Labyrinth, Fiendsmith Ubel. That's 5 different decks right off the bat there. There could be
like
more.
It was going so hot for Ginga, though. I think he just lost his round 3 match as well.
Oh, yeah, it didn't look like it was going well.
I think that Fiendsmith Labyrinth deck is pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah.
It is pretty sweet, but yeah, maybe he's just not winning those die rolls, not having a way. I mean, either at the end of the day, there is luck involved in the card game no matter how much you prepare. That's just part of it. We're not playing chess out here. We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of really powerful effects that we did see. Even in the round that we did feature Labyrinth, there were being able to go first with that deck, set up Power Sink Stone, and just your normal play of summoning Beatrice, that was overwhelming, right? There was not many decks that were going to be able to blow past that.
Definitely.
And it's got all the other Fiendsmith plays to go with as well. And I like the use of Ariane, the pink maid, being able to special summon something out of the deck. You don't see that a whole lot in the way that the TCG plays the Labyrinth deck.
Exactly, and because you have that more facilitated way to play the transaction roll, like I imagine he doesn't even play that many of them. He just wants to get to it via the Beatrice that you get so easily by just accessing your Fiendsmith engine, which is also, again, you can do by getting 2 monsters by using Ariane's effect, summoning Ariana, and then you have everything set up already.
And it gets you a search on the way, too, because you summon the green one and add your card, and then you can do all of that stuff, and you've activated a Labyrinth card. It's a really powerful play.
You probably discarded a trap card, so you have one in the grave for rollback already. Like, it's also free.
It's good stuff.
The only thing is Snake Eyes a little bit freer.
Sometimes, yeah, you have to make the investments, and there's always an upside and downside to everything and trade-offs when you're building your decks. But it's cool to see the innovation happening here at the World Championship. I mean, even with Nets, when we were seeing the deck that everyone kind of knows with the Snake Eye deck, that inboard with Griffin is something we don't typically see, and maybe that's something special he prepared for this tournament.
Yeah, the extra deck is a lot of utility, especially in the Snake Eye deck. And now there are some restrictions that you wouldn't normally have in the TCG. So you have a little bit extra space, which was a restriction, a heavy restriction, playing normally in the TCG regions. But you have a few extra spots, so you have to use them for something, and one of those things could be Nightmare Griffin, which you could use with extra flex spots in your side deck as well.
That's right.
Well, it looks like we're about to take a break, and when we get back, we'll be here with round 4 of the World Championship. Don't go away.
qualify next year.
Yeah, we'll try our best. And here we go again. We get to see Diane Keto coming back. Oh, it's such cool artwork as well. Ooh, Fashion of Faith is actually a really important card in this deck because it's another card that lets you boost the attack points of your monsters. Zeta here might even be able to finish things out here.
Oh,
yeah, he gained another. And Tribute to the
Tribute
Dome.
to the Doom. There's
Such an
nothing in his way now.
Yeah, Disco Fever all the way. And then let's see, this has to be a Buffered Slime.
Or a Negate Attack, or a Widespread Ruin. They're all...
Welcome back to the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship, brought to you by Alienware.
That's right, we have a lot of awesome sponsors this weekend, including MPD Holdings.
Special thanks to Knightsbridge Industries.
Now, there's been so much excitement today. We just saw these two players face off in round number 3 for our feature match. It was an epic one.
Fox, the duelist from Australia, traveled 28 hours to be here with us this weekend, taking his first victory of the tournament in our round 3 feature match. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. I know we are, and I know by the end of it, some players who have their hands on these lovely cards are going to be having an even better weekend than all of us. So shout outs to Cubis for creating these wonderful acrylics for us.
Definitely, and they also helped with the trophy that we will see a little later on. I think it might be on one of our other casters' desks here this weekend, but it looks absolutely beautiful. And, you know, shout outs to everyone that's watching. If you're at one of those watch parties at an OTS, watching with your friends while you're playing in a tournament, that's what it's all about. It's about being with your friends, enjoying Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, I'm here with 2 of my friends, and we're just here watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Just like you at home. And I'm so happy that we could all do this together and watch the World Championship and be here to crown a World Champion at the end of the weekend.
That's right, Billy. It's been so exciting to be able to watch these matches so far. A lot of stressful matches, a lot of really, really high-intense matches. But everyone's been playing really well, and now it seems that North America is really just killing it. The top 3 players are all undefeated and from North America.
That's a good matchup there at table number 1, Solus and Ruben, Michael Thomas and Baptiste as well. But we're going to head just a tiny bit down in the standings over to table number 4 for our match this time, where we'll see one of our players to watch from the start of the program, Giancarlo.
That's right, and he's taking on Yuto, which I've been saying is a player that I wanted to see on the feature match. We'll find out what makes me so excited about his deck really soon, momentarily. But we also got to catch the very end of Eduardo's match last round where he was able to win. He's going to be taking on Don Lim this round. But just remember, this is a 7-round tournament. We're only through 3 rounds, so even the players that look like they're lower in the bracket still have a very good chance at making it if they can just get some more W's under their belts.
And even Samuel and Marshall at 0-3, something crazy happens like last year and a bunch of players draw themselves out of contention. Maybe you could get in at exit 3.
Did we just see a live update? Yeah. It looks like at table 5, the play had already started for some of our players, and Don Lim actually took game 1.
That's a fast one, too. That's a really fast game.
Melodious couldn't do very much that first game, I guess.
Wow, that's actually incredible as we see that quick update. But, you know, so many good players, so many good matches. We've been impressed so far, and I expect to see some of that same excellent play and exciting matchups as the tournament continues.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to here at the World Championship. I think as we move forward, I mean, we have been seeing a lot of Snake Eye, a lot of Yubel. I think it's time that we can start predicting which we think will take over.
Yep, and speaking of taking over, we're about to find out which one of these duelists is going to take over round 4 and win our feature match. So let's go ahead and meet our players here that are going to be featured in round number 4, the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. First up, this is the player I want to see. He looks so happy to be here. That is Yuto Kondo from Japan. His favorite card, Infernity Archfiend.
Never used for good. Never used for good.
Oh, and facing up against him is Giancarlo from the Dominican Republic. His favorite card, also not used for good.
Yeah,
Gateway of the
Six. That was, you know, if I had to pick between those two, which one I'd rather not see, I'm picking Gateway every time.
Yeah.
Though I have lost in the YCS Finals to Infernity Archfiend, so it's tough either way.
You'll eventually get a turn against Infernity, not so much against some of these 6 Samurai decks.
Hey, but there's always, you know, never know what's coming around the corner too with Rage of the Abyss just months away.
Not even months, like a month.
A month away. Giancarlo might be looking forward to Rage of the Abyss. But for now, we are here at the World Championship. These players are both there at table 4. I believe they have 1 loss, 2 wins going into round number 4. So pretty much the second best record you could have in this tournament so far.
Yeah, a pretty comfortable one, I'd say. You know, only having 1 loss. We talked about how having even 3 losses can get you into that top 8 finish, which is eventually the goal here.
If you think about it and just try to break it down into chunks, if you can just go 2-1 in the first chunk, 2-1 in the second chunk, you've got a good shot of making it there.
Yeah, I think any tournament I enter, if I start 2-1, I'm pretty satisfied. I'm at least in it to win it. I'm not feeling too bad. Didn't have too rough of a start, but you definitely feel like you're in good shape. Not too bad mentally out of the 2-1 record.
Ultimately, though, it does come down to every round is its own round. You got to just play the game in front of you.
Exactly. You can't let anything that happened before affect what's going to happen to you in the future. I mean, a lot of people think like, oh, the decks are the ones playing. No, these players are playing. You have to have that mental fortitude. You have to be strong enough to continue through the tournament. It is a gauntlet, especially with 7 rounds of Swiss and then cutting to the top 8. You have to stay focused and not give up. But it looks like our players are shuffled up and almost ready. We're about to jump into our first game of round number 4. I can't wait to see / reveal what Yuto Kondo is playing. But let's go ahead and do it. It is going to be game 1.
And he's playing Fiend Smith Snake Eye.
No,
close, almost.
It is Fiend Smith Fire King. You know, I'm a little biased here. Fire King, one of my favorite decks. I've been playing the Fire King cards since they originally came out. But with the new structure deck they got last year, I've been playing them ever since. Love these cards. Ponix, one of my favorite cards. I have a lot of favorite cards. You know, spoiler alert. I say that a lot because I love Yu-Gi-Oh! And I love all the cards that make me happy. And that's what it's all about. Now, let's see what Yuto's going to do. He is going to start off. It's kind of like a running joke for me because I've been playing the new Fire King cards since they came out. I cast a lot of our tournaments, but I've only got to see maybe one feature match with Fire Kings in this entirety of the time it's been out. So really excited to see some of these cards come out here from Yuto.
Well, it's going to be a start of Snake Eye's Poplar. Going to be able to add the original Sinful Spoils, something that's very normal for the Fire King strategy, not so typical for regular Snake Eye because they usually go for the Divine Temple.
Yep, and this is Yuto's main phase 1, not to be confused by that graphic up there. Now Yuto is going to link away Poplar for Anima.
The Poplar is going to be able to activate its effect now in the graveyard to put itself back in the Spell and Trap zone.
This is a matchup with Japan versus Central America. That's my favorite part about the World Championship is just seeing the cross-world matchups, the players you would never get to play all coming together here in the World Championship.
So Poplar is going to be sent away for original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye for another level 1 fire monster.
All right, this is where things start getting rich.
Ponix. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to spoil things, but I really hope it is. There
Ponix.
It is! Legendary Fire King Ponix. So a lot of the times you see the pure Snake Eye deck grab Divine Temple, while Fire Kings like to grab Ponix. And then there's, that beautiful super rare Fire King Sanctuary. That's going to let him place Fire King Island to the field zone.
I haven't seen this card in a long time, I feel.
I have it in my backpack right now, ready to go. Fire King Island's going to destroy Ponix, letting him add the Sacred Fire King Garunix. So now he's going to use that effect of Garunix to special summon itself from the hand. On the field, he'll be able to destroy a tri-type of the Fire King types from the deck. And it's probably going to be a Fire King Avatar or Vata. I can't see it because it's off camera. It could be Kieran as well.
Yeah, it could be Hybrid. I still can't really tell.
If it's pink, it's Arvada. If it's green, it's Kieran.
It's so close. But it is one of the two as the Ponix does come back from the graveyard. Look how he's just so cute. I literally fell in love with him from the first time I saw his picture. He's actually on like the artworks from some of the older Fire King cards as well. So it's cool to see him come to life here so many years later.
Yes, all the way from Circle.
No, Nibiru, the primal being, is going to send all these monsters to the graveyard.
Two birds, one stone.
It's a tribute as well. It tributes them. It doesn't destroy them, so it's not going to trigger those effects.
Absolutely brutal here for Yuto, but Giancarlo showing why he's here at the World Championship. Cool, calm, and collected here for this Nibiru, the primal being.
Can confirm that's an Arvada.
No, it was Arvata. Okay, yeah, it's usually Arvata because you want to get it to your graveyard with the Garunix to summon it back with a Promethean Princess at some point. But it's going to be tough for him here with that Primal Being token on the field. We're going to have to see if he has any other way to get more monsters onto the field.
Waiting for the game state to open back up.
We'll see if Yuto's able to extend past this point. Already committed his normal summon, already used Fire King Island.
Yeah, starting with Snake Eyes Poplar, not the strongest start for the Fire King strategy. We can see he is playing Fiendsmith Fire King. He could have the Fiendsmith engine as well, or Divisar the Black Witch.
Right, already using original as well.
Second one.
I'm surprised he didn't leave. Oh, I guess when you already had Poplar, there's not much else you could do. I mean, this is usually where the benefits of pure Snake Eye come in, because you never actually need to use original in their combos. But unfortunately for Fire King, I think this is a lot of why the deck became a little less popular.
But he does set Wanted Secret, the Sinful Spoil, so he'll be able to use that on the next turn to put it in the graveyard to get a draw potentially on the following turn.
Kind of an awkward hand when you start with double Diabell Star. Double Diabell Star Poplar.
Oh, but he's going to be using Druid Swarm, banishing, I believe, the Relinquished Anima to special summon out the Druid Swarm from the hand, linking away those two for
Moon.
Ooh, Moon in the closed heaven.
The Druid Swarm is going to be able to take down that Nibiru, which could be beneficial for Giancarlo if he has something like Infinite Impermanence in his hand, opening up the field, but you're still going to want to take it out. Otherwise, forcing the battle phase right away is always threatening. But now that he got those two monsters on the field, able to access the Fiendsmith aspect of the deck.
It's nice seeing these cards in these rarities that are not available in the DC regions. Like, I haven't seen a foil Moon in the Closed Heaven before.
Yeah, that's a magazine promo over there, I believe.
It is really neat.
Those usually come as ultras.
Fiendsmith Sequence going to shuffle back a couple of like Fiends to the extra deck to summon Fiendsmith Lacrimosa.
Okay. Fiendsmith Lacrimosa is going to be able to summon the Engraver back from the graveyard. So this is, again, where you can kind of bridge through your plays.
So this is cool. He's going to be able to go into Beatrice. Still using the Fiendsmith cards, he's going to have access to Princess to potentially bring back Arvata at the end of the turn. I like it. I like the synergy with Fiendsmith and the Fire King cards.
There's the Snake Eye Ash.
So forced out the Nibiru with the Fire King package, and now he's going to be able to continue to play into the Snake Eye part of the deck. Yeah, see, now this is a decision. Is it Snake Eye Ash? Is it Fire King Arvata?
So it's the sequence, right? Okay. Yeah.
Yep. I'm going to be using the effect of the Lacrima, putting back the sequence in the extra deck, getting that 1200 bit of damage. I believe it's going to be going after that Snake Eye Ash that you put in the graveyard with the effect of Beatrice, and now you can just add some follow-up here. You already normal summon Poplar. You could, of course, special summon another copy if you choose to. Yeah, we're going to be adding Poplar from the deck to hand, and we're going to be able to special summon it with its own effect.
Yeah.
And this gives him a potential two bodies. Yes. And putting, I think the most important thing is putting the Princess in the graveyard, which is way more important in the Fire King strategy in comparison to Snake Eye, because that turns on your Garunix.
Yep, definitely. Anytime a fire monster is destroyed, you're able to start summoning back your Garunix, which can give you the Kieran and, you know, continue that process of disrupting the opponent's board. And if he has the Fire King Sanctuary on the field and happens to play the Xyz Garunix, that's also going to be another point of interaction he could potentially have as well.
Surprised to see him using Ash's effect, sending the Poplar instead of the Promethean Princess, but I guess locking yourself into fire is not nearly as restrictive in an actual Fire King strategy. Oh, making a Link 4 into Ambler Whale.
It's Ambler Whale. I haven't seen Ambler Whale in a while.
It's been so long. Hello, old friend.
Ambler Whale is a cool one. Doesn't have to worry about Nibiru here, so bringing back more monsters from the graveyard thanks to Snake Eye Flamebridge.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Flamebridge has not used its effect to put anything in the spell and trap zone, right? I guess he will choose not to at this point.
Plan his cost. Okay.
Yeah.
Using the effect of Engraver here, going to be able to put back the Lacrima, special summon itself from the graveyard. Now, it looks like we're link summoning with the Snake Eye Ash.
Oh, Masquerena.
IP Masquerena.
Okay.
This is a pretty good board through Nibiru.
Yeah, but leaving the Poplar on the field to potentially put the Flamebridge back in the spell and trap zone.
Yes.
This also gives him another fire to potentially use on the Princess if he needs it, if something happens. Gives him another material to link away with IP Masquerena. Lots of uses for that Poplar being on the field still.
Okay.
All right, now it is back to Giancarlo. One of our duelists to watch here this weekend.
Going to be leading with that opening of the Spirit Gates. One of the most powerful effects in the Yubel strategy. Going to be able to resolve the effect here. Add a card or add a monster that lists any of the 3 Sacred Beasts.
Okay.
Resolution.
No. Okay.
With Dark Beckoning Beast in hand, it could be committing it to the normal summon immediately, but could be choosing to potentially lead with some other extension first.
Giancarlo considering his options in a tough spot. Down 1 card since he had to use the Nibiru, but he's going to lead right away for Phantom of Yubel.
This is very, very powerful here, because if you cut off the princess in the graveyard, you can actually cut off several responses. It's likely going to force the IP Masquerena from Yuto here, because you want to prioritize resolving that princess.
Could be, could be.
Check my graveyard.
Yeah, see, it is a tough spot, so Yuto definitely considering that is where is it IP I use here? Do I use the princess here? A lot of times you do want to use the IP first because IP likes to go into SP Little Knight. Once princess touches down on the field, you are locked into fires. Not so bad for Fire King, but bad for IP Masquerena. I love the art on Phantom Yubel. That like one arms, they're still there, and then the rest of them just being in that phantom form. It looks so cool.
Really the card that put the entire deck together, right?
It was pretty good before then, but I think they're two really different decks between before and after Phantom of Yubel was released. Both of them did well, but it's like a totally different beast now.
It does feel that way, I agree.
Yuto opting to do nothing at this point, letting Giancarlo commit more cards to the field. Going to be normal summoning the Dark Beckoning Beast, activating its effect, adding another monster here. Or not necessarily a monster, but we're going to be adding the Chaos Summoning Beast.
Masquerade effect.
Thank you.
Okay.
IP has now been activated. Will Giancarlo choose to use the Phantom Yubel? I imagine you're not really supposed to. Well, never mind then.
Okay.
Phantom Yubel is activated. It's going to change the effect of IP Masquerena to destroy a Yubel from his deck.
Looks like he's eyeing the Spirit of Yubel.
It's a tough decision knowing that Princess is waiting in the graveyard.
Okay.
Yeah, and the onslaught of Fire Kings that will follow it as well. Because usually in Fire Kings, you want to wait until there's a few monsters on the field before you start summoning back all those Fire King monsters so you're able to get the Kieran. The best part is when you destroy the Kieran, not only are you destroying another card on the field, so the Princess is taking out a card, the Kieran's going to take out a card, but that Kieran's summoning back an Arvata, which is a monster negate on top of that as well. Yeah. And then if you happen to play the rank 8 Grunix, you also have a board wipe after everything is said and done.
Yeah, Giancarlo sees all this happening, opts to not use the effect of Spirit of Yubel here to summon a monster to make sure that the princess cannot activate it right now. So he wants to set up a little bit more before getting to that point.
What did he discard there? Was that?
I can't really see.
Okay.
Is that?
It's a Fable
It was
Lurie.
Lurie. The Vestus card.
I mean, you can argue that, yeah, these are a really, really powerful discards, but we're putting a lot of really important bodies on the field to just get eaten by something along the lines of Kieran.
All right, so after all this happens, Yuto's going to have some decisions to make.
Check my graveyard.
It does indeed look like he is contemplating his next action.
It's still in there. The princess is waiting.
Yeah, I think you probably want to use the princess on the Lurie. Princess on the Lurie. Bring out Grunix. Grunix destroys Kieran. Bring out Arvata. Destroy the Nightmare Pain. That's it.
Yeah, that is what I would do personally. And we're also setting up the Amla Whale on the grave, but I don't think there's any Link monster for him to summon back, right?
Yeah, the summoning back effect of the Amla Whale is usually not too crucial, but it's more so that other graveyard effect if a Link 3 or lower leaves the field, you get that extra destruction effect along the way.
Which is very relevant with the Arvata. It's going to be able to potentially destroy the princess.
Yep. So here comes Grunix. The Sacred Fire King Grunix, to be exact.
Okay.
And then
there's Kieran.
There it is.
The high avatar, Kieran.
limited to 2 in the OCG. So actually, you know, Fire Kings are a little more limited than they are in the TCG here this weekend.
Oh, can I target?
No, so it goes after. Okay, I can respect that. But still, with the Nightmare Pain and Spirit of Yubel on the field, a little scary.
Okay.
I mean, bodies on the field are still as relevant as ever. Nightmare Pain is only going to be able to generate some more, but at the cost of other bodies on the field. So
he knows he has the Chaos Summoning Beast in hand, so he wanted to take out that Dark Beckoning Beast. That makes a lot of sense too.
Not get the additional normal summon here. Now the opening the Spirit Gates is already used. A lot of cards face up here for Giancarlo. Still plenty of responses from Yuto.
Yeah. Pain effect.
Okay.
Pain effect is going to be a lot to resolve. I think he destroyed either the Chaos Summoning Beast from his hand or the other monster that was there, the Sincerity Lotus.
Okay.
So he adds Gruesome Grave Squirmer. Talk about an upgrade of a former card. The original Grave Squirmer, while it was useful in its day, the gruesome version is quite good.
I always liked regular old Grave Squirmer.
Me too. It was really good in the Battle Pack days for sure.
Oh, this is a really powerful effect here. Going to be able to use the Arvada to negate the effect of the Grave Squirmer to special summon itself, but that because it doesn't destroy, it's going to be staying in the hand, so it's not going to be able to get its additional effect in the graveyard to special summon. And that is it!
Okay.
Yuto was able to take game 1 with his Fire King strategy, and Billy is punching the air.
There we go. I'll do it to not color you a liar. I'm punching the air now. There we go. You know, because I don't want to celebrate too early, and I want either one of these players are incredible, so I'd be happy if either one of them walked away with the victory here today. But you know, Yuto's like energy, I also really like. He came on the stage. I really liked his player introduction. You can tell he's enjoying it, happy to be here. And there is some sort of like camaraderie when you see someone else using the deck that you've been playing for a while. Like I've been able to tell it with Dragon Link throughout the years. For some reason, all the Dragon Link players kind of tend to hang out together and talk. Because I mean, you put a lot of hours into a similar deck. You want to like pick the minds of other people who also enjoy that same strategy as well.
Hi.
I'm small,
So here is what's going on the rest of the floor right now. You can see a lot of games in action still. Looks like... Let's see if we have some results coming in. Looks like it's 1-1 over on table 1 between Ruben and Solus.
My nifty iPad here that has some of the results.
All right, what else is going on here? Jose Santiago up 1-0 on Calist. Michael Thomas up 1-0 on Baptiste. Don Lima up 1-0 on Cortez. Of course, our match, Yuto's up 1-0 as well. Still no results on table 7. That's interesting. Francisco is up on Aditya 1-0. These are turning the wrong way for Aditya, it seems. And then we have Daigo taking on a fellow duelist from Japan, and he is up 1-0 over Shinichi.
Funny enough, so last round we had our 2 feature matches from the first 2 rounds play against each other. This round, Fox and Nets are taking on each other this round. So Nets just having to play everyone that is featured after him since the tournament started.
We're deciding his bracket for him.
That's a little tough. A little tough.
Definitely is, but it looks like our players are still side decking. So here's the bracket and the results that we were talking about off screen now that we have it up here. Ooh, and I'm happy to report Samuel bouncing back from that round 3, winning game 1, unfortunately over Marshall there from the NA region.
Got that 1-1 match down at table 13 with Ginga. We'll see if he can turn it around with his Labyrinth deck.
Really like that deck. Super sweet. But, you know, this is Ruben's second player from North America that he's had to face off in this tournament, just halfway through it as well.
And they are moving so quickly. The fact that they're already going into game 3 at this point in the tournament. We just finished game 1.
So, yeah, the feature match might have started a little later than the actual clocks. They might have been a little, because that would explain that one win that happened really fast when we were watching it on the screen. Because you could see that was the Eduardo and Don match, right?
It was.
They're still in game number 2, so at least that is going a little longer there.
I do wonder what's going on with Landon and Julio, though. It's interesting to not even be through 1 yet at this point in the round.
Could be a deck check or something like that.
That's possible. Now, there are deck checks at the World Championship, just as there are at every other major tournament as well.
Definitely good to know. Even though they had to hang on to the decks pretty much from the moment you arrive.
They're being checked every second, don't you worry.
They want to make sure everything is as legit as possible here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. We have an excellent team of judges. We couldn't do it without our judge staff. They do so much for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. They're always here to make sure that we can enjoy the game that we love in the best way possible. So you always want to give the absolute most respect you can to your judges, whether it be your local judges, judges at a regional, a YCS, and especially here at the World Championship, because we couldn't have tournaments without such a great staff and team. But it looks like our duelists have concluded side decking. Their decks are ready. We're about to jump into it. It's going to be game number 2 here of round 4. And now Giancarlo will have a chance to go first with his Fiend Smith Yubel strategy. He got to see what Yudo could do going first through a Nibiru, but now it's his time to show off. And opening the Spirit Gates is going to be the opening move yet again.
I'm trying to contain my excitement. I got to see the whole hand there. That is a hand.
Got over half the match left here. Plenty of time.
Okay.
Okay. Dark Beckoning Beast is able to resolve now. Potentially adding another copy of Opening the Spirit Gates, but also just any monster that risks the Sacred Beasts.
Yep, could just be another copy of Dark Beckoning Beast since you have the extra normal summon, or Chaos Summoning Beast.
I think it specifically can't add itself.
Oh yeah, it's Chaos Summoning Beast.
Cannot add
Opening the
itself.
Spirit Gates gets Dark Beckoning Beast. Dark Beckoning Beast gets Chaos Summoning Beast. That's right.
That's basically the only reason you're playing the Chaos Summoning Beast, because otherwise you have nothing to get.
Kind of like a Speedroid Tack and Tom board
There's
situation.
the terraforming. Oh no. I wonder what this is going to get. Potentially the most powerful card in the Yubel strategy. Nightmare Throne.
This is the 1-2 punch from Yubel. Spirit Gates and Throne. No draw and Lockbeater from Yudo. Don't know if he plays it, but if he did, it would be key to have it here.
Okay.
It looks like we're opting to destroy the Spirit of Yubel from the deck. That's going to be able to use its effect once destroyed to special summon a Yubel from the deck as well.
Yudo looking to send Yubel straight up into space here.
Now, there is still an option for an additional normal summon because of the effect of Dark Beckoning Beast. We're going to be using that for the Samsardi Lotus.
That's a card we haven't seen yet with the couple of Yubel decks we have. Samsardi Lotus, one of the stronger cards in the deck.
He's asking for a time check there. He would like to surrender.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I mean-
So smart. So smart from Yudo. Knowing that he's seen enough, his hand's probably not strong enough to break this
That is
board.
one of the best hands possible for this deck. You know how many there's going to be so many interruptions just from that point on.
I love this. I mean, I know it may not look like a great thing to do, but going to time might be the only way Yudo could consider losing this matchup. And he knows his deck is really strong going first. So he got that advantage from winning game number 1. He has seen enough and is ready to move into game number 3.
Yeah, this is smart. If you have no response to opening of the Spirit Gates plus Nightmare Throne, I don't think you're winning that game.
Yeah,
I don't know what you could possibly have on your own turn.
The end field for a hand like that doesn't lose to any breaker either.
Right.
So if you're not stopping it from happening, there is no stopping it.
Does it usually have like something like Fiend Smith Desiree on the field, Varudis?
Like, yeah, do you
Final
have that
Bringer
Chambers,
Midtimes?
Phantom.
We're talking
all
like
that
8
stuff.
interruptions for your 6-card hand. It's not going to really look that
Probably
great.
like the Unchained stuff going
Yeah.
on. You have a Soul of Rage, Abominable set, potentially. A whole bunch. But yeah, this is the first time I've seen a player being smart enough to concede early to avoid going into time, because sometimes you can just beat yourself out of the tournament. You would hate to go to time and then your opponent just discard something like Dogwood and Spooky Sisters. But, you know, that won't be an option here as we still have 20 minutes on the clock. The more I see Yudo play, the more I like his style.
Now, you've been his fan since the very beginning of this tournament. Now I feel like you're counting on him to win the whole thing.
Oh, I would love that just because I am a Fire King strategy. But I'm going to be proud of whoever walks away with the World Championship as champion. But it would be awesome to see Japan come back and win this year after the rough go they had last year, not having any of their players in top 8. I definitely want to see some more OCG players make the top cut and potentially win the whole tournament.
Yudo's off to a strong start here. 2-1, could be 3-1. It's kind of the turning point though if you lose this one though. Gotta have the rest of them then. Most likely. I don't think that we're going to get a situation like last year, because that match that went to a draw to get Pauly in was so strange.
Yeah, it was a bit of a miracle to have an X3 make it into the top 8 there. 2 players had to knock themselves out at the end of the tournament, but because it happened once, it could happen again. Clearly, it is possible.
I think it's a lot harder because it was like a Tierlemans mirror match, right?
Yeah.
Those have a tendency to go for a while because you just have to figure out all the chain links and everything going on.
Yeah, tier can get a little crazy, especially the mirror match. When you have a Guido and, well, you used to have a Guido and
I don't think those guys were there for that one. But
were they? No, they're not?
No.
I feel like they were at one. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they'd already been gone at that point. But it did seem to get a little crazy. I mean, yeah, the zombie vampire is also just crazy in the mirror match, too. But this isn't tier limits. This is Fire Kings versus Ubel, with some Fiendsmith cards sprinkled in for both these players. You know, we talked about not seeing the red sleeves. Both these players on the red sleeves. You see over sleeves here for one of the players' decks. I think Yuto's deck. You're allowed to use over sleeves as long as they're clear on both sides.
That's completely transparent. No patterns or borders or anything like that.
Okay.
And Yuto is choosing to go first in game number 3.
No surprise there.
That was his plan all along. The duelists are ready. They're focused. You see Giancarlo not happy he's going second in game number 3, but gonna do his best here, and we'll see how Yuto's hand looks here in game 3.
I wonder if perhaps he just didn't expect Fire Kings.
I think a lot of people did it. I don't think anyone expected Fire Kings this weekend. But Yuto has clearly figured something out that maybe other players didn't. Maybe this is the deck he qualified with for this, but ooh. You hear Yuto say strong card. Yeah, Perilia really strong against Fire King.
Especially
summons
Fire
from
King.
hand.
Yeah.
Yep. But Yuto leading off with Engraver. We'll see how much of an impact. You don't have to. Yeah, he could maybe just be able to set himself up to summon Grunix during Giancarlo's turn, potentially, not playing into the Perilia.
Very cool.
Probably, I think I saw him picking up that track from the booth yesterday.
Yes.
Gonna grab that Fabled Lurie, discard the Fabled Lurie.
Yes.
Okay.
Lurie's gonna be able to trigger its effect when discarded. Special summon itself from the graveyard.
I think he's got the dual terminal Lurie.
Looks pretty sweet.
Shaking. Okay.
Yuto's going to link away the Fabled Lurie into Fiendsmith Requiem.
There it is.
Okay. Effect.
Requiem's going to be able to activate its effect here, not with any response from Giancarlo. Going to be able to special summon from the deck. There's another copy of Fiendsmith Engraver. Yuto's off to the races for now, but as soon as he commits anything else from the hand, Giancarlo's going to be able to start drawing some cards. Let's see how he adapts into a situation like this.
Engraver, yeah. No.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Wrong deck there, but the Lurie goes back into the main deck.
Looks like we're making a link
both
to
of those.
Yep, there's going to be a Fiendsmith sequence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Effect.
Sequence is going to activate its effect here.
Have another interaction.
Oh, foil.
Infinite Impermanence, shutting down Fiendsmith sequence here.
Shaking.
Yep.
Now Yuto might finally have to give Giancarlo a card if he has to normal summon from his hand.
When he set his hand down at first, I thought maybe he's just going to like shove it all into his back row and set 3 or 4.
Could be. It's not a bad way to play into a hand when your opponent uses a couple of those interactions. You have a couple of infinite permanences of your own. But no, it is a bonfire that he's been trying to avoid using.
And he's going for the Ash as well. So potentially, you know, you could have tried to get around it by just going for something else first, maybe to limit the amount of monsters you summon from the hand.
Shaking.
Oh, a lot of monsters there in Yuta's hand.
Check effect.
I do enjoy how Yuto's clarifying every single action that he's doing.
No miscommunication here.
Really considering his options here, he has to be very careful. He's trying to probably calculate how to give Giancarlo the least amount of value for his Milcharmy.
That's the thing. Like, once you put that Ash down, you're kind of committed to at least 2.
Yeah, he's not going to. He's going to normal summon Ponix.
Okay.
So Bonfire might have been a little bit of a bait there, trying to see if there's an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring from Giancarlo's side, potentially.
Mm-hmm. At the very minimum, you add a fire to your hand for something along the lines of Fire King Island.
Oh, okay.
Bonfire is at 2?
Two copies.
In this event?
Yeah.
Fire King Sanctuary is going to be activated. That's going to be able to place Fire King Island to the spell and trap. Or sorry, the field zone.
It's kind of like a spell trap zone.
Almost.
Thinking.
We might just have to give Giancarlo some cards here. I mean, Perulia just so strong.
Yeah, you really want to set up a good amount of interruptions against the Ubel strategy. I mean, we've seen how powerful it is and how easily it is able to push through.
Use the Islands effect here.
Now, here's a dangerous consideration we haven't talked about yet when it comes to playing against Ubel. You put big monsters on the field, all of a sudden, that is a way for you to lose.
Destroys the Ash.
Yeah, so this makes it easy to summon back from the graveyard.
So he can add the Grunix to his hand. He could either use the Grunix now, which looks like he is going to do, or he could hold off and then wait for a fire monster to be destroyed during Giancarlo's turn.
Oh, Rick 3.
Oh,
yeah,
no, so he is holding it. He
he's
isn't going to
holding it.
use the effect. He's just going to add it to the hand. So that means he probably has something that will enable destruction to summon it back.
There's the Promethean Princess.
I mean, at the very least, yeah, he has Princess, right?
Very true. This can summon back that Snake Eye Ash he just destroyed. Just avoiding giving Giancarlo these cards.
I mean, that's something these players have to be prepared for. You know that Molcharmi is a card. They've played with these cards before. You have to be able to adapt any given play to something like Molcharmi Perulia and try to give your opponent the least amount of advantage.
Sorry. Sorry. Wait.
So it looks like the Ash added a copy of Snake Eyes Poplar from the deck to the hand, but it was not special summoned.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a lot of cuts, but...
Oh, rank some.
All right, not going to summon Poplar, holding the Poplar, holding the Grunix, not giving Giancarlo any more cards. Treating it like it's a maxi kind of thing, because you kind of, if you play into maxi, you're usually going to end up losing. You have to respect your opponent's cards, and Yudo having nothing but respect for Giancarlo and what he will be able to do if he happens to draw too many cards from that deck.
Yeah, that's the main difference between cards like Molcharmi versus something like Maxi, right? You get to mitigate it in some capacity. You can still create as many interruptions as possible while minimizing the amount of draws your opponent gets. And looks like we're just going to end on just Sunlight Wolf, which I feel like is a big tell, right?
It can be. I mean, it could just be the fire monster you wants to give it for Princess. You could read into that. Or it could, you could potentially read he has something like the legendary, well, it's not like the Fire King, High Avatar, Kieran.
Because I feel like any other position you would just make the Amblo Whale.
Oh, he does play Amblo Whale. That is true.
Okay.
And we're going that is going to be a huge difference maker here.
So he's going to have to use Princess right here.
Effect?
Yep, we're going to be activating the Princess.
Target this and this effect.
Okay.
We're going to be chaining the Phantom Yellow, so we're cutting off the Princess here. But again, I think it's a pretty big tell if we're opening with that Sunlight Wolf there. There's a high chance that there is an effect in that hand for you to destroy another monster and trigger that Grunix. But it looks like the Phantom Ubel is going to destroy Ubel, which is going to summon Terra Incarnate. And then there's a triple tactic talent.
Oh, thinking.
Yeah.
That's going to force something right now.
But there's nothing he can do. I mean, he could chain, if he does have a Kieran,
the Grunix is gone. Yeah.
Brutal.
That hurts. That really hurts.
We're going to see a hand of Grunix, Poplar, Kieran, and something.
Giancarlo showing why he is here, drawing fairly well. He's going to still need a little bit more depending on which effect. I'm assuming he said look at hand.
He did.
Yeah, he did say look at hand.
You might have to just, I don't know, do you let it go and just see if Giancarlo will make a mistake?
I think you have to let it go. If he doesn't pick the Garunix, he has to pick the Garunix either way if he has Kieran.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, he's chaining the Kieran.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if you do this way, if you
he could
destroy the Kieran,
He could destroy the Grunix out of his hand. We'll see if that's what he does. Oh, he can destroy the Grunix out of his hand. The Kieran summons under the zone Sunlight Wolf is pointing at, right? He gets to look at his hand, shovel something back, and then the Grunix is in the graveyard. And then he can add it back.
Flambear's Dragon.
But then you wouldn't be able to use it to, you wouldn't be able to summon it that turn.
Okay.
Okay, well, for later, if he destroys something, yeah.
Well, no, because of Sunlight Wolf, you can't summon it that turn.
Oh, if you added it back,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, I was just saying it would be in the graveyard.
Well, in any case, he destroyed Snake Eyes Flambear's Dragon.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
This is academic.
Yeah, well, we did not know that was in his hand.
Yeah, that was a...
Yes.
Okay.
That one's pretty good. It doesn't go back to the extra deck, right? Why would it go back? Oh, from the Sunlight Wolf. Okay.
Effect.
So Ponix is going to be able to activate his effect to add a Fire King spell or trap.
Effect.
What did the talents take?
Talents took Garunix, it looked like.
Okay, I just missed it.
Poplar. Ponix.
So the hand now is Poplar, and Skybird?
Fire King Skyburn. I love that card. Poplar is going to touch down. Yuto trying to build up as big of a board as he can to survive this turn.
Good thing that everything's in defense right now.
I love Fire King Skyburn. It's one of my favorite cards in the deck. Spoiler, shocker. It's my favorite.
Everything in defense except for the Sunlight Wolf.
Okay.
All right, Giancarlo knows all of Yuto's cards right now. He has perfect information thanks to the Triple Tactics talent. Samsara Lotus is going to attribute itself to special summon Spirit of Yubel. Spirit of Yubel is going to set the Nightmare Pain from the deck.
I mean, there are effectively no more interruptions available for Yuto, right? And Giancarlo knows that. So it's just a matter of either finding the damage via Yubel's attacking into the Sunlight Wolf, or just getting there through the means of your general strategy. Just cleaning up here however you can.
Adds Gruesome Grave Squirmer. Spirit of Yubel is going to activate to summon from the graveyard, bringing back Yubel.
Oh,
okay.
He's got Fiend Smith Engraver. Wow.
That was a really strong opening hand here from Giancarlo.
Engraver's going to be
correct. It is a strong card.
Engraver's going to be really critical in cleaning up the field here because you're able to get rid of the Kirin without having to trigger its effect when it's destroyed.
Okay.
Going through the motions here, tracked, adds the Lurie, discards the Lurie, Lurie's effect, going to special summon itself from the graveyard.
Link 1.
Okay.
Going into the Requiem.
Requiem effect.
Okay.
Fiendsmith Requiem is going to tribute itself, summon Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the field.
And then the Engraver in the graveyard is still available. We've got the Fusion Summoning effect of Tract also available.
A lot of things going right for Giancarlo right now.
Okay.
Yep. There, as I mentioned earlier, you're going to get rid of the Kirin now while you can.
Does he not have any Fire Kings to summon?
It doesn't destroy, right?
Oh, did he send it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Thinking one moment.
Okay.
So an option you have against Fire King when you're trying to clear through the board, because a lot of times they are going to fill up their field like this with Snake Eye Slaying Birds and have a lot of monsters on the field. You just have to look at to get rid of that Fire King Island with something like SP Little Knight. But if you use the SP Little Knight to go to the Fire King Island, you won't be getting any direct attacks for that turn. So it's kind of like a balance. You can't really use Nightmare Phoenix to clear it because of the Fire King Sanctuary, able to protect it by destroying a different fire monster.
Okay.
So it can be a little difficult to even target down the Fire King Island.
I think the easiest solution is Varudras.
It is the final bringer of End Times for sure, and for a reason.
I think if any card says destroy on it, it's that one.
It says it a lot of times.
We got 2 Light Fiends this time.
Going to be using the effective sequence there, putting those back. Going to be summoning. There it is, Fiendsmith Lacrima.
Okay.
Lacrima is going to be special summoning back that Engraver from the graveyard. There's that Grave Squirmer.
There's the Gruesome Grave Squirmer.
It's going to be using its effect to destroy the Yubel as well.
Not a single useless card in Giancarlo's hand going here in game number 3. Using every card he drew to be in this position. Just fantastic.
That brings Terror Incarnate back.
There really aren't that many useless cards in the Yubel strategy.
Why is one of the strongest decks here at the World Championship this weekend?
Any redundancy you get to use immediately in the beginning to make Phantom Yubel, which is what we saw him do.
Exactly. It's one of the best decks and might be the deck that walks away with the World Champion. You know, if you told me when Yubel came out back in Phantom Darkness years ago that there was a chance it was going to end up winning a World Championship, I don't know if I would have believed you.
I don't even think it was that out of reach back then. Obviously, the decks were somewhat stronger, but like...
Jerome would know all about that.
Yeah, Yubel decks back in the day were way different. You did some weird stuff with Doom Shaman. Keep destroying things over and over and over again.
Yep, I remember Mystic Tomato was also one of the key cards, like Creature Swap, that kind of stuff was used back.
Was Limit Reverse out yet?
No.
It came out very shortly afterwards. It's an early 5Ds card.
Okay.
I mean, that's also just one of my favorite things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is how some of the older cards are always getting new ways to bring them back, and the way they incorporate the actual original version of the card is really cool. Like, you have to use the original Yubel if you want to play this Yubel deck.
So Fiendsmith Desiree is on the field.
Yep, Fiendsmith's tracked allowed this fusion summon to happen. Desiree's going...
The Lacrima effect to inflict 1200 damage is activated here. Requiem's already been used, by the way, to equip itself back earlier. I think it's back in the extra deck anyways.
I imagine, do you think he's going to use the effect of Desiree to block the Sanctuary? So that he can't protect the field spell?
Could be. Giancarlo was one of our players to watch from the beginning of the day.
No.
He's checking the time as well here. There's about 6 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Which really shows you the heads up from Yuto conceding that game 2 so quickly, knowing he would need every minute of game number 3.
So now we use the Requiem effect. Going to link off both the Yama and the Engraver.
Yeah, we're just climbing steady here. I'm going to just make the Rage. It looks like he's not opting to try to end the game right now. He's just trying to clean up.
It's a little surprising, but if you know your opponent's hand and you're pretty sure that you can beat everything that's in it as long as you clear the board, it makes sense.
Looks like we're going to be using the effect of Grave Skirmer here, summoning back the Spirit of Yubel from the graveyard. Can he summon another level 10 monster here? Has not used the effect of Yama yet, so it wouldn't be that much. Oh, there it is. There is a Sharvara going to be able to... well, I don't know where he's going. But yeah, the Rage is going to be destroyed. Special summon out the Sharvara from the hand. This is going to be able to trigger the Rage as well as the Yama. Yama is going to be able to use its effect to special summon back from... he's going to be able to summon back... The Chain Link 2 Rage is going to be adding the Lotus back to the hand, and then the Yama is going to summon... It looks like it's going to summon Fiendsmith Engraver, and... surprising. I thought it would go for maybe a Yubel monster here.
Okay.
And then we're just going to actually put back 2 monsters for the fusion summon.
2 versions of Yubel turn into Phantom.
Okay.
And now I think we're going into battle phase. That seems like a easy 1800.
18. Yeah.
Okay.
Go down to 5,000.
Yes. Okay.
Down 32.
Okay.
Nightmare Pain reflecting that damage back at Yuto.
Attack.
Okay.
1,000.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
20. Go to 22.
Okay.
And then just cleaning up the rest with a few more attacks. Oh, he's going to have to leave one body on the field. Probably going to leave up the Ponyx.
Yeah, because if he does destroy the Ponyx, he can come back to the hand during the next standby phase.
If you do get rid of the pop art, he's able to put something back in the spell and trap zone, but not super relevant in a strategy like this when you don't have access to Divine Temple immediately.
No, it's harder to get back whatever it is. Just checking, like, okay, I know he has this. That triple tactics talent was a long time ago.
Yeah.
That was like 12 minutes ago.
Same turn, 12 minutes, yep.
We're just going to go ahead and get rid of the Ponyx here, not valuing that much in the hand. He does already have access to Skyburn. That's something you have to be very careful of, but because you have the Desiree, being able to get rid of 2 cards at once here, this is a very powerful end field.
This feels really good. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, the Skyburn being in Yuto's hands is going to force out the Desiree right away, probably.
But that's the thing here. Does that mean that Yuto has to lead with the Fire King Island? Because if he uses the Skyburn first, he gets to answer both of those at the same time.
Oh, because it can negate 2 face-up cards. So yeah, he could probably force it out with the Fire King Island, but he doesn't have Garunic, so he needs the island to resolve.
Yeah.
So he's kind of stuck.
It's number of equip cards, right?
I think it's
a link rating.
Oh, it's a link rating of the equip cards.
Yeah.
That's right.
Main phase.
Masala, you're welcome. Welcome back to the broadcast. I need you to speak. I will not steal your voice from you here for this weekend.
It's a tough situation.
It's been a good match. The Caesar's threatening.
Yeah, the Caesar. Something's going to get flipped with Phantom.
50. 5.
For what it's worth, as soon as the Caesar touches the Shrivara, that's going to be a chamber set for the next turn as well.
Yuto at a huge life point deficit, time winding down. Is going to need to find a path to victory, or...
I'm sorry? Engraver.
I feel like you probably take the...
Okay.
I mean, you have to worry about something along the lines of Triple Tactics Talents, but you also don't want to give him any free monsters for no reason.
Slowly deciding to use Caesar, yep.
Does he have the talents?
Both of those were very reasonable cards to detach. Are you going to try to maximize the Shrivara value, make sure that the chamber is available, or do you want to make sure that you have Engraver for next turn in case you don't get to detach for the Caesar here?
True. So Fire King Island's going to
Lousy Island.
He knows that Skyburn's there, wants to hold off on the sequence.
And now, if you activate Garunix... Oh, you're doing Chainlink 2 Garunix?
You has to be Chainlink 2.
Okay, well, yeah.
Visible triggers first, and then hidden triggers second.
Well, that plays right into the Caesar.
This is 2, right? Yeah.
He's looking at that. Does he want to use this, or does he want to switch it with Phantom?
It's okay. Okay, it's okay.
It's okay.
Allows it. All right.
This is a bit dangerous here, but I guess if you're going to just use the effect of Phantom Yubel to negate the effect on the field, or just get rid of the Kirin. Like, make sure you get these out of the way, right?
I could hear the Japanese casters near us also surprised that the Grunix was able to touch down on the field. And the Poplar putting the Flame Birch in the spell and trap card zone. If he has something like Snake Eye Oak or Ash, being able to send it from there to the graveyard. Or yeah, we know he has the original
yeah,
spells.
that's the biggest thing.
That's going to be 3 more monsters coming to the field for Yuto. But with 30 seconds on the clock, he's going to have to find something fast.
Presumably that's why he's been holding off on the Wave King the entire time, right? Because he knows about the original Sinful Spoils.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
The Terror Incarnate is coming out.
That's a lot of terror in this room for sure.
You can't even like rush into battle phase against Yubel either because of that Nightmare Pain.
No.
There's the normal summon of the Ponix.
Okay.
Probably doesn't have much to add anymore. Considering going straight into the extra deck here. Okay.
Ooh. Anima can force
Anima.
out Desiree right away.
Okay.
Okay.
Shades of Maximilian Pegasus.
Discard. Special summon.
Oh.
Blackwood.
Chain 1, chain 2.
Well, you can. Oh, I guess
assuming
he can't target the Desiree. He can't force it out with the Anima.
Right.
Sequence.
Okay.
But could you negate the effect?
You can negate the Diabell Star summon.
Yeah, before the effect of Flamebridge can activate.
1, 2.
Yeah, it would negate the summon of Diabell Star, but then Flamberge would activate in the afterwards.
Fit.
It's going to allow it, though, and it does look like time is going to run out on him, though. Let's see how far he can go here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tough with timeout. If there was a little more time on the clock, I think he might be able to win this one, but it's going to be tough to make this life point deficit up in main phase 1.
Well, we could get a rematch in the semifinals.
We definitely could.
I mean, the only way out of this is doing something along the lines of maybe like a World Seas Atlantis, but I think at this point, it's a little too hard to do.
Got any of those Blaze Phoenix, the Burning Bombardment birds?
That would be nice.
Extra come.
All right, he's going to use the Anima and the Black Witch to go for Nightmare Phoenix. Maybe he's going to go after Nightmare Pain.
Discard.
Or
Discard the original.
Target.
Targeting the sequence.
Effect.
Sequences.
Desiree doesn't target, so Yuto thinking to respond here, but nope, nothing. So now it's going to negate Phoenix and
the Garunix, dropping it back down because it did have an attack boost earlier. Original's going to be able to activate now because he didn't choose to activate from the hand. Going to put the Flame Burst back in the bottom of the deck and add. Let's see what he adds.
Probably a Poplar if I had to guess blind.
Yep, there's that Poplar.
Snake Eyes Poplar coming to the field. Still has Skyburn.
Oh, okay.
You just have to remember to keep that Flamberge Dragon on the bottom after the deck is randomized. We're going to link 1, 2.
Go.
He's making an access code talker here. Going to try to clean up as much as he can.
Take it. Okay.
There's target the Nightmare Phoenix. That'll give it 2,000 more attack points. Or 4,300.
All right, activating the effect here. Probably going to go after that, yep, the Caesar. Only remaining interruption. He can now add resolution, activate the Shavara, but opting not to. Probably just forgetting at this point.
Man, I wish there was, maybe there's a time extension we don't know about. That would be so nice.
I mean, he is absolutely allowed to finish his phase.
Yeah. He had all the tools necessary to win this game for sure. And after, especially because he conceded game 2 so early, it's frustrating to see him not have the time here.
Spirit goes that the Terror Incarnate's still there.
Yeah, the Nightmare Pain still face up, but Access Code Talker is going to be able to clean up.
I do think that Giancarlo would have played the turn a little bit differently as far as his interruptions would go, if he knew that there wasn't going to be enough time for a battle phase. Because I think he was just playing to his outsider. Like, he knows that he's ahead here. There are only certain ways that he can lose, and he's choosing to save his interruptions for the things that would make that happen.
Now, if he was playing the Ultimate Nightmare,
well,
we could have gotten another U-Bell out there.
That would have been a hilarious effect. One of the most terrifying words he would have been able to hear.
I see it in regional deck lists sometimes. I kind of like it.
Yep. And Yuto's not able to do the damage and is going to lose, but, you know, 2-2 record, down but not out. But huge congratulations to Giancarlo. He's one of our players to watch from the start of the day and was able to, you know, despite losing game 1, bounce back, win the last 2. And now he's moving on 3-1 with 3 more rounds of Swiss. Has to be feeling good. Meanwhile, Yuto back against the wall, needs to win the rest of the remaining rounds, while Giancarlo, on the other hand, could lose another one and still make that top 8 cutoff.
This is a good match. I do want to see how it would have ended up if we had gotten to play out the rest of that game.
Yeah, I think both the decks are super resilient. If there was a point where Yubel gets another turn, I think there was a lot of follow-up there, and there's just so much going for it.
Like, the Nightmare Pain was still there, so I think Yuto would have had to just finish it there. Otherwise, he was going to be on the bad end of the rebound.
Exactly. And a lot of these decks are just way too powerful with being able to have another turn, and that's why you usually want to end the game as quickly as possible. But I think a lot of the deck building choices were really shown here in this match, especially Mulcharming Ferulia. That's a card that we've seen a lot, even in the main deck. I think nearly every single deck in this tournament has it in at 3 copies, somewhere between the main and side deck. But we saw why Fire King maybe not as popular in this tournament, because you have to give them a lot more draws at base here. Like, you were able to make a field without giving them as many draws, but even for just one, that was the best field you could make. You cost yourself at least 3 summons there.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, it's always just the other cards that are in combination with the Mulcharming Ferulia, but yeah, it definitely feels a lot stronger against the Fire King strategy. But let's go ahead and take a quick look at what's going on at the rest of round number 4. And would you know it, Mark Solis coming in, just happy to be here, is going to be one of our only undefeated duelists, taking down fan favorite Ruben here, going 2-1. And Mark 4-0 with 3 rounds to go. If he wins one more round out of the last, near guaranteed to make top 8.
Meanwhile, on table number 2, Michael Thomas drew with Baptista. And we got the word that it was, in fact, a draw.
And we see Jose Santiago only losing to Ruben earlier in the tournament, now 3-1 as well. He might be the player who's going to face off against Giancarlo, who just took down Yuto at table number 4, as we saw in our feature match.
We see Fox himself climbing. He was able to defeat Gabriel Netz. Gabriel Netz winning round number 1 and only round number 1 so far.
Yeah, that could be just the comeback of the century if Fox manages to make it all the way back, run it back 5-0, make it to the playoffs.
I mean, devastating for Netz, too. I mean, starting off with that round 1 win, losing the next 3 rounds in a row. Not
necessarily over.
Not necessarily over. We did have, I mean, our world champion last year made it in with 3 losses. You can't give up at 3 losses no matter how tough it may feel, but he's definitely going to be trying to climb back into it. And we also see the returning world champion, Wang Xiaqing, 2-0 Adrian at table 12. That means he lost the first 2 rounds, but has now won the next 2, I believe. So he'll probably also be sitting at a 2-2 record. But it is still anyone's game, for sure.
Tough break for Genga, who takes another loss here in round number 4. Whereas Marshall seems to be getting back on the right foot here. Down at the bottom table, but still picking up the win here in round number 4. A lot of action still to go here. A lot of players can make some moves as we go to the back half of the tournament. This was the halfway point. There's 3 rounds of 4. There's 3 rounds following this. So this is the middle of the event, and this is kind of where you want to stop and take stock of your situation, what you need to do moving forward.
I mean, yeah, you wanted to be focused going into every single round this tournament, but now you're basically at the halfway point of the day. We were already doing 7 rounds of Swiss, but we are doing 8 rounds total today with that top 8 match as well. So there's still plenty of matches to be played, but the first half of the matches are done, and the players need to really collect themselves and really lock it in for the remainder of the tournament.
Yep, it's going to be a tough back half of the tournament. It's not over. Even if you started off strong like Ruben, starting 3-0 but losing here in the next round, he still has to win more rounds. Nothing's guaranteed until it's over.
That's the whole thing. Like, you don't want to get too down on yourself if you start 0-2, but you can't get too complacent, if you start 4-0 even. And that is something that Solis should keep in mind as he continues through this tournament, because the matches are only getting harder from here.
Yeah, there's 0 guarantees yet. 0 guarantees.
Yeah, no one's locked it in. There are people who are in a better position, but we'll have to see how it's going to play out for the rest of the tournament.
I hope it's going to be as exciting as this previous match was. I was really impressed with how the Fire King deck operated, but I was also impressed on how the Ubel deck operated here. And I'm interested in hearing from our winner on how he felt this match went. Let's take a look.
Thank you very much, Strom. I'm on stage with Giancarlo. Congratulations on the victory in your feature match, piloting the Ubel deck. I want to talk about a very interesting move you made in that last duel. You see the Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf, and you summon Phantom into the zone it's pointing to. Talk me through that play from your perspective.
Yeah, I didn't summon to the point that Sunlight Wolf was pointing to, but yeah, the thought process for summoning Phantom first is just I need to be able to play through the. I thought he had the Kirin in hand, and I knew he had the Princess in the graveyard, so it just was a way to me to can play around it, and I had Engraver and Lotus, so yeah, apart from that was great as well.
Okay, well, either way, you were able to use the triple tactic silence afterward, and it felt like from that position you were in control, but he fought back a little bit. Were you nervous at all?
Yeah, I was a bit nervous, but yeah, we pulled through.
Okay, well, you were able to pull out the victory, which means now 3-1, correct? Now, fantastic record at this position, but it's only going to get harder as you're up against the duelists that are also at your level. Are there any players that you're hoping to match up that you haven't played yet?
I haven't played against anyone from North America, so I just hope to play any of them. It's great. I've talked a bit with all of them. They're great guys, so yeah, just hoping to keep going and keep doing well.
Okay, Europe versus North America, classic rivalry. We'll keep our eyes on that. But I want to let you hear your thoughts about representing Europe at the world stage, especially because we've seen your OTS store a couple times on stream. I know you have a lot of people at home cheering you on.
Yeah, I wanted to give a big shout out to the Weird store back home in the Dominican Republic. Thank you so much for all the help, everything you guys do for me every time we go to the store. Great environment, great place to test, and just have a great time. That's what you want to do when you're playing the game.
All right, well, thank you so much. Congratulations on winning your feature match, and we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with round 5.
I can play against all of my friends from all over the world.
Absolutely.
Much like how we have competitors from all over the world.
We do have, and that's what's really cool. It brings like we were saying the other day, Yu-Gi-Oh is a universal language. You don't have to speak their native tongue, but when you play a card, if you recognize that picture, you know what's going on.
All right, jumping into game 3.
Hopefully we know what's going on here, as we do have BOTB taking on CER. 3 games apiece. We'll see who wins. Loading on in here. CER trying to maintain that undefeated record.
So we have Centurion, potentially probably that super heavy samurai Centurion, getting Ash Blossomed.
Now, look, Doug, I'll be honest. I'm not too good with Centurions. I'm going to need you to walk me through it like this is my first time seeing Centurions. It's not,
Grizz is the expert here. What do we think? I mean, this is a pretty classic opening here, but with the Ash Blossom, you're going to need something else.
I wouldn't necessarily call me an expert, but I can talk a little bit about Centurion. So basically, what you want to do for a starter is Primera or Trudea, and eventually access the...
Interesting play here. Yeah, so we make the Artemis, because it is a spellcaster, to summon the Bestial. This is pretty good because you can probably go into an SP. It kind of depends on how many extenders they have in hand, but I feel like SP is not bad here, so we do see that get summoned, and then the you'll get another ad of a Bestial. So while that might look kind of unassuming, we are ending with 2 interactions, potentially an imperm face down.
Yep. So this is really intriguing now, and of course the return to the hand on the Bestial as well means that Nakwal in a pretty good position.
Not bad if you're getting ashed on your main starter.
So without the field spell, less scary to deal with the Centurion because obviously they cannot synchro summon during the opponent's turn.
Yeah.
However, there are still playmaking opportunities, and where we kind of identified the Typhon as an extender to buy a turn, there's still the capacity to do so with the SP Little Knight
We
here.
just saw Pot of Desires. Are we going to see some old school decks popping up?
You know?
Because that excites me. When you do that 10 gamble banish.
If we see a Grenmaju, I'd be pretty surprised, but you never know, right?
Yeah, it's not like anyone's going to ash a Danger, because that just wouldn't make sense here at such a high level World Championship.
So with that Pot of Desires resolving, we can pretty much assume that Nakwal does not have access to Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in your hand. I mean, pot cards are always good to hit.
Nibiru alert on the bottom. I just got to call it out, so sorry.
Nibiru on the bottom right, yep. So we don't know, maybe that was person playing 3.
Pearly again.
Pearly again, we are sticking with the Pearly.
Pearly versus the Centurion Super Heavy Samurai.
Not the matchup you would expect, but let's see what happens.
Guys, I once did ash a Danger live. Sorry.
You live and you learn, right?
No, I'd do it twice.
We see the Delicious Memory and a Maxi.
Maxi!
Will we have a counter? There's Called By, there's Cross Out, there's Ash Blossom.
The only counter that counts right now is on my card.
Does it resolve?
No!
Ash Blossom.
Unless
the alternate artwork Ash Blossom.
Unless this face down is a Called by the Grave, but
That's
why would
true.
you put that in the... Oh!
Centurion Phalanx. Okay, targeting the SP Little Knight.
What does Phalanx do for the unassuming and the unknowing? Oh,
pull that up so we can read it.
One face-up monster card in the field, banish it, and if you do, during the standby phase next turn, special summon that banished monster is on the field. Okay.
Yep, and then it also has the opportunity to banish itself from the graveyard to further unlock the Super Heavy Samurai again.
Okay, so essentially just a which way do I want to go with this combo type card?
So I think that this is a pretty interesting move here. I'm assuming that we're doing this because the Pearly deck actually has a pretty big problem with actually finishing the game. And one of the ways that they can finish the game is by crashing into your monsters. So by taking an SP off the field, don't really have to worry about that. And let's see what happens here. But the Pearly deck really does struggle to win quickly.
I don't know if you're laughing. I'm laughing at the current board state of 3 cards in hand, 1 on field, 2 cards in hand, 1 on field. We have a TTT. They're going to be...
Triple Tactics talent.
They're stealing a card and dropping it.
Or are they...
2 Bestials.
Oh!
Okay.
What do you take? Do you take the Druce?
I think so, because the Baldrake is basically a vanilla monster by itself.
Yeah, you need the Link on the field, correct?
You just need any
extra deck,
dark or light, to
Oh, my
tribute
bad.
for
Okay.
the Baldrake. It's kind of like a solemn warning.
Got it. Thank you
Get
very
that
much.
Druid Swarm.
He's got complete hand knowledge. There's
Got
the
Purlily. Okay. We're seeing things happening.
Is there disruption opportunity? I think not.
About to say, I mean, the Druid Swarm isn't a bad card, but we're going to get rolling here. We have the field spell set up. We have the My Friend Pearly. We know there's no Ash in the hand. I mean, this is looking pretty good. It really does feel so powerful to triple tactics talent and look at your opponent's hand. That means that you know that you have stuff. You don't have to blind draw. And then having the knowledge, even if you can't take out every interaction, like in this case where the Baldrake is still in there, just knowing that they have that is a huge benefit.
It's one of those cards, in my opinion, that just give you that sense of ease and relief. Just knowing that the paranoia is going to be gone. You know it's following.
And despite Nakwal being in a not great position at the moment, because we know for a fact that he will presumably get another turn, because, you know, you mentioned how difficult it is for Pearly to close games on an instant.
Yep.
If left uninterrupted, it's really easy for Centurion to build a field just off of one card, whether that's the Primera, the Trudea, or indeed the field spell.
It's going to really come down to how many materials can we get on this Noir, because remember, it's not only about the effect to shuffle back. You obviously want to have as many as possible so that you can keep it protected as long as possible. The SP Little Knight is, of course, going to come back in the end phase here, and that's pretty cool. Okay, we do see the Plump. See a pretty memory activated. The Plump's going to get Plump. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
So what would an end board look like here? Assuming there's no more interrupts or
Noir with
double
a million.
Noir.
That's it, just double. Okay.
I remember that because we have a team called Double Noir.
I wonder.
True. Are they playing Pearly?
They gotta be playing Pearly.
They did in the past. I don't know if they're playing it now.
You know what? What a good idea to name your team after something that you're not even playing.
You think there is a Yeep in the deck? The trap?
Oh.
Or no? Do you think we're just hard making the Noir? You know, the trap was quite powerful because it does give you potential like extra draws, but also it can be a little risky sometimes. It does open you up for interactions. We see the Pearly adding that Sleepy Memory. That's the one that gives you the extra draw, so very good.
Nice.
And I know it's a little small on the screen down there, but you have it in Duel B. Fallen of Albaz just hit the board, and it's going to be taking its opponent's monster off the board. And can't tell what he's going into, but we're about to see. Oh, that's an Albion down there. So it's looking a little rough down in Duel B.
Activating the Trudea here.
Yep, Trudea, really, really good start here, but not too much else that it can do when it's the only monster on your side of the field.
Right. It is kind of interesting with these Centurion monsters that they're not continuous spells. It's a big deal that they're continuous traps. We don't see that as often with monsters that go in the back row.
With our good friend Enigmaster Packbit as well contributing to that.
Oh yeah, that's that Synchromon. Yep.
It is, and you could Dogmatica Punishment it to turn anything into a continuous trap.
I need your expertise because I cannot tell. Down in Duel B, what card just hit the field in the fusion zone? Or the extra monster zone?
That's the...
I cannot tell what that is.
I mean, the monitor is pretty far away. Who knows? Could be anything.
I'm telling you, that's a game changer right
I bet
down
it
there.
has to do with Fallen of Albaz.
Is it
we do
Ring From?
see...
No,
it
it's not. It's somebody different.
So
Crazy.
we see the X-Pearly Noir get summoned here with 6 material. Not too bad at all. Taking that, going up to 7 material, 3,200 attack. But like I said, not that this is a bad board at all. I don't want to make it sound like it's a bad board. The Noir is incredibly powerful, but that's all that's on the board.
We still have the SP Little Knight coming back as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm telling you, my eyes are fixated in that bottom one. He's in battle phase, main phase 2.
Street activating the end phase, putting even more material. It's so hard playing into the Pearly because, you know, the best Pearly players, and we are at the World Championship, so we're going to see this probably, they're going to hold the shuffle as long as possible. They're going to hold that detaching because you want to keep that protection effect on there. But in this spot, I mean, we're going to be playing against what? 2 cards in hand, the SP on board,
That's
and we
it.
got a million ways to remove things. This is going to be a tough position for the Centurion.
Tension is palpable as we're still at 3-3 on the scoreboard between the two teams. There is no clear victor in any of the games so far.
B does kind of look like they have full control. They have like 6 monsters on board against 2 cards on the field, but we will see here.
Can't
Some
tell.
team has to get 2 wins.
And you know what? We're looking at 2 game states where it's a toss-up between Duel A and Duel C. This is a coin toss at the moment. You do have the Centurion Phalanx is coming back as well. That one just activated, bringing back our SP Little Knight.
SP Little Knight, indeed, being pretty
Oh,
interesting.
there's the
There we
Silver
go.
Samurai!
Okay, so we said that there was a 1-card starter accessible for the Centurion. This is it for the Super Heavy Samurai. Rather, Super Heavy Samurai Prodigy Waka Ushi is it, but it's now been searched out. Can we see this?
Is this even going to resolve?
Maybe.
I
If it
feel
does,
like, I don't know. I'm
Knuckles
looking
feeling
at
pretty good.
8 material Noir, 3 cards. We'll see here. We'll see. Yeah, that's going to go
No,
away
they're activated.
immediately.
But it was nice to have the hope, right?
I was excited.
You never know. And what's so scary from here about Noir is that with only 6 material, if you activate the detaching effect, then you can actually chain to it. It's now affected. So the SP Little Knight actually might be pretty clutch right here.
We do have a winner down in Duel B. It looks like Blue takes it, taking them to 4.
So CER is at 4.
Yes.
Now having a lead, yeah. 1 step.
Oh,
And Red just won
Red
that
just
one.
took it up in Duel.
Okay.
We're down to the final duel. It's tied 4-4.
Here we go.
At this moment, you got to feel like your teammates are just giving you everything. Give me all of my energy, you know, because it's the final one. Another 5-4 potential.
7 material Noir now, by the way, so we can detach
More
again. And that's going
removal
to be a
opportunities.
pass. There was no way to break through that. I think this is, I mean, like I said, I'm not sure if Pearly can actually win this turn, but do you really need to do damage when you can just have a million material Noir?
No, death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
1,000 meows.
I told death by 1,000 scratches. They'll get you.
There you go. 3 cards in hand, by the way. I mean,
SP Little Knight can maybe delay the inevitable slightly.
kinda, yeah. We'll see here. I mean, until there's another monster on board, it could be used, you know, to potentially stop another Pearly Exceeds from hitting the board. But the Pearly cards are just so strong because every single spell just gets you to the monsters that you need. And the Pearly, of course, the original one, is not a once per turn either, so you
So
can just
many-
keep adding stuff.
So many happy memories there.
And again, my favorite aspect of what we're seeing now, we're in a turn 4, which is long for Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you're getting some advice from the other teammates and they're chiming in, because by the time you hit turn 4, there are so many different branching paths that you could take. There's not a line or anything. It's almost like when they say chess, there's an infinite number of games that you could play in chess. Yu-Gi-Oh! The longer the turns go on, it could be an interaction that just hasn't happened yet.
Going right to the battle phase there, doing 1,600, giving the SP Little Knight no opportunity
Smart.
to banish itself. Going on to 4,200 here. But it just gets so out of hand with the field spell. I mean, everything here is just going to be so much advantage.
It's definitely an uphill battle for Blue, 100%.
I'm not sure if Knackwall is going to be able to come out of this. Let's
And
see, 2 back
if
row.
BOTB indeed take this one, it breaks the group wide open.
Yeah.
And you know what? I love to see that. I love.
Yuto Kondo in round number 4 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. That was really a fantastic match we had last round, and we're hoping that we're going to have another great one in round number 5 as well. Hello everybody, I'm Jerome McHale. I'm still here with Billy and Isala. It's been a long day, but we still got plenty of duels left to play and watch, and we hope that everybody at home is having a good time as well. Doubly so if you're not at home and are in fact at your OTS playing in a World Celebration event this weekend.
That's right. Been a great day. We are here in round number 5, halfway through the whole total rounds today. And you can see some of the players are already underway. And Anthony Lopez winning game 1. Oh, and we also see Marshall down there winning game 1. And Sam having a game win. But a lot of cool matchups we have going on. You see Mike Thomas, Mark Sleece, both representing North America, taking each other on table 1.
Yeah, North America has been having a really strong showing so far, but again, there are no guarantees up to this point. And speaking on that, some of these players, you know, playing some more obscure strategies, they started off 0-2. Maybe they had some bad luck with their strategy that wasn't necessarily the most popular one, but they actually made it back. They're 2-2. So I would love to see how some of these players made it this far and get to see some of them play off with something we haven't seen yet.
Always love a good underdog story, and we'll see if we have another one in the makings with this match.
All right, first up we have Shinichi Azuma from Japan, and his favorite card is a Master Duel card, not available in the TCG, and that's Orion the Battle King.
That's one of those normal monsters. There's a lot of really cool normal monsters from the old days of Yu-Gi-Oh! That are in Master Duel, but don't have physical versions yet.
Facing off against him is Esteban from Italy. His favorite card, Bestial Rebellion.
That's a cool card. It's one of my favorite bestials. Is, you know, not the one you really see a lot of play because it searches for all the bestials, so you can't really use it if you draw in that opening hand, but it looks so cool.
Dragon card's been really fan favorites in this tournament so far.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, it's Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So it's either dragons.
There's one
or
thing
cute
we're good
cards.
at, it's dragons. There's a second thing we're good at, it's spellcasters.
And the third thing, cute little cuddly creatures, little rescue cats, rescue rabbits.
And if the duels that we've had so far today are anything to go by, we're pretty good at Fiends as well.
That has been the up and up recently. Fiends have been all the rage as 2024 progresses, and we are here at the 2024 World Championship.
Are we not going to talk about the Pyros? Or?
Well, forget about the fire monsters. It's the year of Fiends. Ever since Duelist Nexus, right, when Unchained kind of took the world by storm. You had Unchained for a few months, and then you had Yubel, once Phantom Nightmare hit. Something else happened there as well. Can't remember what it is, though.
Something in between those, yeah. Nothing important.
Definitely.
Rescue Ace, that's right.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Rescue Ace.
That's all the fire monsters to speak of.
It was Rescue Ace. To be fair, Snake Eyes didn't really take off until Snake Eye Poplar came out in Phantom Nightmare, which is something that a lot of people tend to forget. They didn't all come out together in real life, but I think they did in Master Duel. Is that correct? All the cards released at once? Or
I think
Poplar
so, yeah. I
also
think Snake Eye, Ash, and Poplar were all in that same set. I think Princess actually came out like before all of those cards, even in Master Duel, so it was already...
It was printed first in Master Duel, before any other, like...
I think it was out for like one day in Japan, and then it was in Master Duel.
Definitely, but you know, now we see our two players. They are both sitting at 2-2 records, as we mentioned. 2 losses, you're still probably going to be able to have that opportunity to make top 8. 3 losses, it's a much taller ask. So both these players really want to win here, or else they could find themselves in some hot water.
Looks like they are getting their final instructions here.
Is he mostly ready?
Yep, and they are ready to go, just setting up their final... Looks like their score pads and everything else, getting their shuffle cards ready, and we are ready to go here in round number 5.
It's game number 1 here, round number 5. Players are getting ready. They're about to roll the dice. That is a 2 for Esteban. Shinichi gets a 5. Shinichi chooses to go first here.
Nope, yep, so just a slight correction. Shinichi Azuma is on Fiendsmith Rescue Ace, not Fiendsmith Snake Eyes, so that label for the deck is not correct, because we are excited to see some Rescue Ace cards. We were kind of mentioning them just a minute ago.
I wasn't bringing them up out of nowhere. I was expecting, it's called a tease. Trying to tease the deck that we're going to see here.
We're talking about Rescue Ace. We got to start with the guy, Airlifter.
Airlifter, the man, the main one. You don't ever really want to stop it. So the thing with Emergency being one of the cards that you can access, if you try to use the effect negation on Airlifter to prevent them from getting Emergency, they could already have Emergency. But it looks like that is going to be the card that is added here from Airlifter. Let's see what his next move is. It is going to be activate that emergency, so he's going to special summon a Rescue Ace monster from the deck to the field, and then he needs to send a monster to the graveyard.
He has to tribute another Rescue Ace from hand or field. There is that Hydrant. Going to be able to access the remainder of his Rescue Ace strategy with that card, but now he has to choose what he's going to be tributing here. Will it be the Airlifter, or will it be a card from the hand? It looks like it's going to be an Impulse from the hand.
Wanting to leave that Airlifter on the field, and maybe wants to use that monster for link material at some point in the turn. But Hydrant is going to call upon a different Rescue Ace monster.
A lot of options here, actually, so not necessarily guaranteed. And it's going to be Preventer.
Preventer is a useful addition. That was not originally in Amazing Defenders that came in. That came a little later, also in Duelist Nexus.
Certainly was. All right, now contemplating his next move. We do have another OCG versus TCG matchup here. My favorite to watch at the World Championship, just because it's something we don't ever get to see except at this tournament once a year.
Going to be linking away these two Rescue Ace monsters here. This is something I think I have yet to see happen in Rescue Ace's history because it hasn't been popular lately. But yep, oh no, never mind. We're still going to be going into SP Little Knight.
So
and there is a Turbulence in hand already.
Yeah, this is a heads-up play to play around stuff like Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler. And yep, the Turbulence is going to resolve. He's going to be able to set up to 4 Rescue Ace Speller Traps from the deck to the field.
All need to have different names.
That was like the one flaw, or not the one flaw, but like a flaw of Rescue Ace, right? Because you had to play all these different cards that you do need to play because they're so free because of the effect of Turbulence, but you don't necessarily want to draw them. They're not bad to draw per se, but they're a lot less impactful than when you get them for 0 investment.
Yep, so he's going to set Contain, Rescue, Alert, and Extinguish.
Now, these are all treated as Rescue Ace cards, even though they do not have it in the name. So it's okay to use your Hydrant there to let you activate one the turn of the set.
Okay.
So let's see how he continues from here. He doesn't necessarily have to do anything else. This is already a pretty strong field, but I imagine he will be using that Preventer.
Yeah, as Joe mentioned, he wants to get that Hydrant back on the field, so he'll be able to activate one of these right now. Will be useful for those spells that he set. And it's going to be a Link Summon with SP Little Knight and Turbulence. SP Little Knight is at 1 in this tournament, which the one deck that it really impacts me at 1 is probably Rescue Ace, because they do this play a lot of the times to where they go into that.
And this is what I was alluding to earlier. We haven't seen Fiendsmith cards with the Rescue Ace strategy, at least for us, in a while. They've been way more popular in the Snake Eye strategy, but we can see how some of those synergies of just being able to get 2 bodies on the field really impact a deck like this.
So he linked away the SP Little Knight and the Rescue Ace monster to go into Moon, into Requiem, and now Engraver, and now Diabell Star the Black Witch is going to come down. And this is going to be the way he's going to find a way to get Hydrant on the field with something like Original Sinful Spoils of the Snake Eye.
Getting a lot of extra value here from every single card he plays.
Just got to be a little careful, though. When you have all of your zones filled there, you don't want to accidentally stick yourself with something that fills up that last zone and lock yourself out.
Interestingly, he chose to go for Wanted, as you said that. A card he cannot activate right now.
Interesting.
Just wanting that follow-up and potential additional draws on the next turn.
Well, I imagine he can use one of his other Rescue Ace cards to get the Hydrant back.
That's true, but he didn't necessarily have to use one of those cards to get Hydrant back right now with the Preventer. He could have just gotten it off of Original and then have the Original follow, but looks like we're going for the Desiree, which again, he will need to open up a space for. But he's going to be linking away the Sequence as well as the Preventer here. Let's see what he chooses to summon. I imagine it will be, yep, there's the Promethean Princess. The Preventer, when it's sent from when it's sent to the graveyard at all, can summon back a banished level 4 or lower Rescue Ace, so it's going to be going for that Hydrant. Now that Hydrant's on the field, he can activate one of those Rescue Ace spells and traps. The turn it is set. He is going to be activating, I believe that's Alert?
Yep, it's Alert.
So Alert, while Hydrant is on the field, can add a monster from the deck to the hand. You're considering his options here. Oh, he's actually just opting to go from the graveyard instead, even though he didn't have to. And then now, because the spot is open, he can use the effective Sequence to target the Desiree. And now Promethean Princess is using its effect to resummon that Preventer. And now Desiree is using his effect to negate the Promethean Princess, so he's no longer locked into fire monsters, linking away with the Preventer that was summoned back into Appaloosa Boa the Goddess.
Yep, it's going to have 1600 attack, so we're going to be able to stop 2 monster effects.
To get 2 general card negations for face-up cards on the field, as well as those 2 monster effect negations. We've got Wanted face down, and we have the other 3 Rescue Ace spell and trap cards. Alert, Contain, and Extinguish.
This is probably the most oppressive Rescue Ace field I've seen so far in the history of the strategy.
It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough.
goes to show how powerful the Fiendsmith cards are, just in anything that you play.
I guess you just don't need the extra draws from Eat Soul anymore, or the Firewall Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, the Firewall Dragon essentially, I mean, gives you a lot of powerful ability to attack going second, but it's mainly just that one negate going first, and Desiree just covers most of those bases.
Yeah, I think Esteban has very wisely decided to just, you know what, let's just pack it in on this one, we'll go next.
Yep, had no responses that entire turn. Maybe potentially Shinichi is not aware of what Esteban's playing yet, can hide that information, not reveal any cards yet.
Seems more likely between regions, right? All the North American players probably know what each other are playing.
Yeah.
Same with LATAM. Maybe North America and LATAM will share that information as well. But I feel like that doesn't quite filter over to any of the OCG regions. Maybe some of them have friends in Europe that they're sharing with as well. But there could be an advantage here to be gained by just hiding all the cards.
Yeah, I mean, if you assume that you don't have any ability to play through it, you might as well not play a card. You save the time. You just try to hold as much information back as you can. Because even if he does know what you're playing, he doesn't know all the potential card choices. So just keeping as much information close to your chest as you can.
You see him making some choices there. Some of the things, maybe we don't need these ones. But this is a deck that I don't know how many players really prepared to play against. Now, if you were paying attention to the qualifiers over in Japan, you would have known that this was a possibility since that was prominent there, that and Tenpai Dragon as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it, but looking at one of the players' side decks, there's some cool stuff that could happen in this match. I hope we get to see some of these cards go in. It might throw us for a little bit of a loop, but yeah, not being prepared for the Rescue Ace deck, you're really hoping some of those cards that you might be putting in for other strategies might overlap. Like if you were worried about playing heavy back row strategies, you could have things like evenly matched, maybe art in your side deck. Harpy's Feather Duster is another card that's notoriously pretty strong against Rescue Ace, but we're gonna have to see if Esteban has any of those tools to combat Rescue Ace. I mean, he will be going first this time, so maybe not those cards here, but he's still gonna have to be looking forward to game number 3 since he did take that game 1 loss.
I will say, when you're going first with a strategy like Duel, I don't think you have to change anything about what you do.
So strong going first to begin with.
Yeah, I think, especially because you are so strong at dealing with cards on the field as well as monster effects, which, even though again Rescue Ace does present 4 spells and trap set, they're provided by the monsters, right? So as long as you can deal with the monsters, usually you have a means to deal with the spells and traps.
Being able to just change that setting effect into, let me get another monster, seems pretty nice.
I mean, as long as you're not hit by anything like Dark Ruler No More, Forbidden Droplet, something like that, there's a lot of different spell cards that you can side in going second against you, Bell, that they don't have too many hard counters for, or too many ways to play around it. It's really a mind game. That's why, the side decking is so important when you're going into any tournament, that you want to make sure you have all those cards prepared for their strategies.
I don't even think we've seen a Droplet so far.
Or a Dark Ruler No More.
I'm a big fan of Droplet.
Forbidden Droplet is one of the all-time classics. It's a little tough in Rescue Ace because you really need to use a lot of your cards, but you could have enough. You really just one airlifter can get you to where you need to be.
Any of these decks that can get away with just using one card to get to all their resources, but I think that's most of the decks right now, right? A lot of these decks have become so powerful because of how much they can do with one card.
They certainly have. Snake Eye Ash, Airlifter,
Sincerity Lotus,
or Nightmare Throne.
Yeah.
Or Opening of the Spirit Gates. There's a few in the U-Bell deck. One of the reasons it's such a good choice this weekend.
But yeah, these players are focused. Their side deck, they know what's on the line. They know where they're sitting in the tournament and how important this match actually is. It's almost like we're getting these bubble feature matches every round where their players' tournaments' lives are on the line. While there is a small chance at X3, you don't want to be in that position and having to rely on things that'll be out of your control.
Yeah, every single round has been stressful, but after round 2, it feels like every round is stressful, right? We've been doing some elimination matches for the majority of the ones since round 2.
And we've seen a lot of different players in decks as well. Although we didn't get to see Melodious versus Tenpai for too long.
But they do exist.
They do exist. Still doing
proof.
pretty well. And at this point, that means that we've seen 12 of the players in the tournament on stage as well, nearly half.
We can play? Oh, no. Okay.
All right, like final choices have been made. Side decks have been counted. Everything is ready to go. And game number 2 is getting underway right now.
The players have their hands drawn, ready to go. Let's see how Esteban wants to play it. Right, going into the main phase. Oh, in the stamina phase, that is a Molchami Prulia.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's a lot more damaging, I think, against this deck than it is the regular Snake Eye deck.
Definitely with stuff like Gruesome Grave Squirmer, Dark Beckoning Beast giving you an extra normal summon. There's plenty of cards that will come from the hand, but Nightmare Throne is a way to get a monster on the field without having to summon from your hand. It's going to destroy that Spirit of Yubel from the deck, which can special summon Yubel also from the deck or graveyard.
I'm always interested to see how people adapt to when Prulia is activated, just to really minimize the amount of draws they give their opponent and see what boards they still end up making. Sometimes there's no concessions made at all, and you think, my board is actually just going to be powerful enough anyway. I'm just going to let you draw 2 to 3 cards.
Normal.
And so there's one.
Perfect.
Can this go wrong if you are a Rescue Ace player here? Like if you draw one of the cards that you have to set and end up with only 3 left in the deck?
Yeah, you definitely feels bad when you get less value from that Turbulence.
It's not the end of the world, right? You still end up with what you got. It's like you didn't draw the card, which, I mean, oh well. Like, if that's the worst case scenario, I'll accept it. It's a lot different.
The worst is when you draw the traps and don't have any Rescue Ace monsters.
Yes.
Then it feels really bad. But with that Prulia, we'll see if he's able to get through the cards that he needs. Look, I think Azuma here is considering an option.
Yeah, heavily considering responding to this Dark Beckoning Beast.
So he should have, what, 5 cards in hand right now?
Yeah, back to 5.
Okay.
Going to be allowing the Dark Beckoning Beast to resolve.
So Spirit Gaze is going to get another card and allow another summon. But the other summon is going to be what?
Opening of the Spirit Gates is going to allow Esteban to add a Dark Beckoning Beast to his hand.
Or a Chaos Summoning Beast, if he so feels. It's going to be Dark Beckoning Beast. All right. Going to be linking away now.
Make 2 for Split of Summon.
Okay, he's going to be going into the Moon plus 7. Had a couple of options there, not necessarily guaranteed to go into that right now.
Fusion Contact.
Going to shuffle back the materials required to fusion summon Phantom of Yubel.
Using the Yubel as well as the Dark Beckoning Beast.
Okay.
There is the Phantom of Yubel. Still no response from Shinichi, but he, I mean, potentially bluffed that there is a response here.
Discard 1 for cost.
Oh.
Okay.
Is he going to just summon back out the Sincerity Lotus? Yeah. Makes a lot of sense here.
Finding a way to navigate his way around Molchami Prulia.
It's going to hold him here, and now we might see something like an Imperm or a Veiler.
Given, is there any reason
right?
to summon the Lotus instead of the Spirit of Yubel anyway? Because what else are you summoning off the Lotus?
Thinning out your deck, maybe.
Okay.
Can you grab a Grave Squirmer with it to your hand?
Not super sure. I think it just tributes itself to Special Summon, right?
It also comes back near the end phase, like the original Samstar Lotus, I believe.
Yeah.
Kind of like
if you
be able to
control
tribute off for the Yubel effect. That doesn't really come up too much anymore.
Yeah, potentially just loading up the graveyard with another Yubel monster so that if you have to make another Phantom of Yubel is very relevant.
Oh, I'm thinking of the last effect that adds it back to your hand or special summons it. That's okay, yep, so this is just going to be another Yubel.
I will prove to active effect Yubel to set or add the 1 card. Okay.
I imagine in this case it's just to get it out of the deck.
Yeah.
Getting access to Nightmare Pain, always fantastic. Gonna set that face down.
Okay.
The Nightmare Pain, obviously very strong here, but usually you're going to be adding the Grave Squirmer. You don't really want to have to special summon that from the hand here. You've gotten pretty far without having to give Shinichi too many cards. We've only given him one so far. And there's the Grave Squirmer.
I think that's my issue, is that I just forget the extra step of having to go get the Nightmare Pain first and then use it to get Squirmer. I just,
I'll pass lead down this road.
Yep, Spirit of Yubel's destruction effect to special summon a Yubel when it's destroyed is not once per turn.
Never will be.
Link, I want to special summon Requiem.
Okay.
Using the Moon for the Requiem here.
After Requiem summon, very good for cost.
Okay.
No responses for Shinichi still. I have to wonder if he was just trying to bluff it out at this point. Given there is a Phantom Yubel now on the field, so he might be forced to pair something down the line. There's a Fiendsmith Engraver.
So you think he's holding maybe, Imperm Veiler or something to try
yeah, like
hold it
some
down?
combination to try to get maximum value, do something a little bit more devastating than any of the individual uses.
I want to proactive sequence effect.
This almost always demands an answer, so let's see what Shinichi has here.
So this is tough. If he had the combination of them, he'd have to stop him on the summon and use the Imperm so that the Yubel would still be negated if it tributes itself off on the Veiler.
Exactly.
And Esteban is layering up, summoning Fiendsmith Lacrima here with Fiendsmith Sequence effect. He's going to add Engraver back to the hand. Hasn't used the discard effect quite just yet.
Gonna be using that now.
A lot of our players got their hands on Quarter Century Secret Rare Engravers for this tournament.
As I mentioned before, this is the tournament to do that.
Me, I know Cavello's got them, but he's got Quarter Century Secret Rare everything.
I remember when we played our 2017 one, I didn't own these cards per se, but I made sure to ask everyone that did if I could use them because it's Worlds.
Yeah, that it could be the case. Now, Fiendsmith's Tract is going to add Lurie, discard Fabled Lurie.
I want to proactive effect Lurie to special summon.
Okay.
Now that Lurie's on the field, these players have to be a little bit more cautious of the amount of time they're taking with their plays here. They're being clear with the actions they're taking, but they can take them just slightly faster.
It's a little tough because, like, Esteban's sitting there thinking, like, what has he got? Because he keeps stopping him at certain points.
He got in his head.
Yeah, I think that's what's happened here. That's why he slowed down a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we are significantly into this turn, but it is still looking like a strong field here for Esteban. But another copy of Phantom Yubel trying to play around something like Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, he's in the same mindset as we are. If there's going to be anything, it has to be something in the pair here. When you put two Phantom Yubels on, it's really hard to get any of those pairs off.
Okay.
He's fortunate that Desiree isn't out here yet. And I don't think it... Well, it can be because Track's in the graveyard. He could still do it.
Yeah, it's perfectly legal from what we can see right now.
Oh, he's got no Engraver, though.
This is true. Okay. But we're going to be making that Unchained Soul Lord Yama now. Yama's going to be adding the Sharvara from the deck to the hand. Again, another card that usually you have to summon from the hand. Maybe you're just going to avoid it entirely. There is that Sharvara and the Squirmer in his hand at the moment. He's already gotten a good amount of board presence. Maybe he will not invest those cards onto the field if he doesn't have to.
Is there a strong need to do it?
Not at the moment. It definitely makes your end board significantly stronger, but he has a good amount of bodies that he could represent as threats already.
Because he can still make the Wave King Caesar here. If he
Yeah,
wants.
it could be at minimum Wave King Caesar as well as Solar Rage, which is plenty.
And Phantom of Yubel still chilling as well.
You also have the access to Appaloosa at any point, if that's what you choose to do. There is that Solar Rage mentioned earlier.
Does he have one more level 6 in there?
Has he even used the effect of Engraver to special summon himself back?
He just did.
Ooh, yeah. And now, okay, we're going to be using the Shavara, going to be allowing for one more draw here.
Yama from the graveyard, since the card was destroyed, can banish to summon back a Fiend, and Unchained Soul Rage will add back to the hand. Then he can choose to destroy a card on his side of the field if he wants. But I would imagine not going to be the case here.
Yeah, not in this scenario, I would say.
Okay.
Although, you do have to, like, keeping the Shavara as a level 6 body is not that useful here unless you plan on link summoning something along the lines of, well, just as long as you're planning to link summon with it. Yeah, like, because you're not going to use it as a level 6 body because you do want access to the chamber so that you have access to the Rage again.
True, true. Though we have seen people forego it, like in the last round.
Yeah, but I think there was a lot more to pair with it. Okay, that makes more sense. We're going to just use the effective track to fuse. He does have the Engraver in his hand now.
Oh, that can make the Desiree.
The Desiree in defense position here. We're going to be using the effective sequence to equip it to the Desiree.
That'll protect it from targeting.
And then we're giving him all three. We're giving him all three.
Perilia has been key in this tournament so far, and having huge implications here in this round as well.
Shavara to set.
Muckraker of the Underworld's coming out.
Okay.
Going to be able to access that in
Bomb
chamber from the deck, thanks to Shavara. Gruesome Gravescorn is going to be able to banish itself to summon back Yubel.
Okay, so this is this is where you have to do something.
I mean, he's gonna need Valor plus Nibiru. Imperm won't cut it anymore.
It's tough because Imperm. Okay, so Imperm would get negated by
the
Desiree.
Nope, it is Imperm.
All right, well, this is
okay.
Okay.
Oh,
it's okay.
It.
It's okay. And
What?
there is the Nibiru.
What?
What is happening?
What?
It's okay. I guess it's okay.
He didn't use Desiree yet, had he?
No.
Well, Nibiru comes down and destroys or tributes everything, and now there's a huge Nibiru token, but incredible here for Shinichi Azuma.
After drawing 3 cards off the Perilia, like
this is tough too because he had multiple opportunities to make Wave King.
Yeah, like
I mean he also just had the Desiree.
It was currently like he could have answered that with the cards on his field, but I don't know what he was afraid of.
Well, it's like we said earlier. It kind of seems like he's in his head.
Defense is true for.
Well, I think clearly it wasn't a bluff, but this is what we all expected to happen.
Okay.
3 and.
He didn't like summon a princess or something and use Desiree to negate it that I missed? I don't think so.
In his Yubel deck?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. But that's okay. Makes this match a lot more interesting now. I'm sure Shinichi Azuma is happy about that.
All right, well, Yubel monster did leave the field because of a card effect, so maybe he's using the effect of Nightmare Throne now.
And the Desiree does have the effect since it's the graveyard. It's going to be able to take the Nibiru down with it.
This game is still definitely not over. You have the ability to potentially make another Phantom Yubel. You still have the chamber set, and you have a massive token.
Okay.
Is he going to make another Phantom Yubel?
Yeah, I guess.
The third?
Yubel number 3.
Oh, you just put one back.
Oh, he just put it back, right? Okay,
It'll
yeah.
still be the third one to summon, whether it's the third copy, second copy.
I want to do special summon.
Okay.
Okay. Some Yubels back in the deck to resummon that Phantom Yubel.
Okay.
So still a few interruptions represented even after that, but the Shinichi's hand, it has to be thick at this point, gotten so many draws to refresh its hand after spending 3 cards from it.
So right now it's just the Escape and the Phantom of Yubel, right?
It's Chamber.
Chamber.
Yeah.
Chamber a little more useful here since it can summon back from the graveyard. I do like playing Escape though because I feel like that helps you against some of those slower strategies that you try to use like skill drain and stuff, so you have ways to out those kind of cards.
And as expected, the token.
Oh, he's going straight into battle phase after giving him a token.
No.
That's brutal.
Enter battle phase. Yes,
in the battle
into
phase.
battle phase.
That's evenly matched.
Oh no!
Finally. And
no!
If you don't know at home, you can't pick any of these cards. It has to be the token because the token cannot be banished face down. So Esteban losing everything here.
And as you might
that was a
expect,
combo.
It's in the anima column.
Of
so
course.
the token's not long for the world
There's
either.
Bonfire.
By design, main phase 2, Bonfire. Perilia, Imperm, Nibiru, evenly matched. Amazing stuff here from Shinichi and his Fiendsmith Rescue Ace deck.
Esteban has to be questioning some of his choices right now. We're going to be activating the Poplar's effect in the hand when it's added by the effect of Bonfire. Special Summon itself is going to be able to use its effect to add. That's not right.
You can.
Wrong spell card. Similar.
Almost the same. In concept.
Eventually we'll get there.
You know.
It's going to take a few steps, but that will be a card that is probably added to the hand at some point this turn.
How big is that token anyway?
Enormous.
It was massive.
Like, is it enough to just make you win?
We're in main phase 2. We're in main phase 2.
That's right. It's main phase 2.
The animals are going to be able to take the token. The token, it goes to their spell and trap cards. Or no, it goes to his spell and trap card zone, but no attack.
Now we're able to use that original.
That actually is kind of annoying for a rescue ace, but he is going to probably link off the anima.
Yeah, I imagine the anima's not long for this Earth.
No.
There's the Hydrant going to be able to resolve now.
Wee woo. Wee woo.
Getting the Airlifter. We have not committed a normal summon yet. And it's coming down. We're going to the station. What are we picking up?
Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire.
Again, he's playing into Bell.
No, but the rescue ace monsters are fire monsters that are putting out fire.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
Apparently all I have to do to be a fire monster is be red.
Yeah.
Look like you belong.
We're getting alert. Interesting.
Okay, alert. He has Hydrant on the field, so he can add from his deck.
Getting Preventer here. Lots of extension ability now. But it's usually pretty telling of what cards are in his hand.
I love Rescue Ace. It's such a fun deck to watch. I played it a lot in Master Duel. It's a lot of fun.
Rescue Ace it's such a high value deck. There's nothing that feels quite as good.
Exactly.
It's like, I get how many cards? I can do what now? Okay.
Like every card just adds a card. Airlifter adds a card and summons a card. Preventer, summons from your banished, and it's the interaction. Hydrant can add any card. Turbulence sets everything from your deck. Then you got the field spell that just lets you do it all over again in the next turn.
All right, so as expected, the anima is no longer of this world and has been turned into a Moon of the Closed Heaven, which became Fiendsmith Requiem, which became the Engraver.
We're going to be linking away the Engraver as well as the Hydrant here. One more time. I believe we're going to be going into sequence. Sequence now is potentially able to activate. Will there finally be a response from Esteban? No. Going to be able to shuffle back the Closed Heaven as well as the Requiem here. Summoning out that Fiendsmith Lacrima. Lacrima's effect will be able to, looks like adding the Engraver back to hand. We knew he was looking for Tract earlier. He can find it now.
So just one of those things where you got too many steps ahead of yourself.
We'll get there eventually.
We knew it was coming.
There's the Lurie, discarding the Lurie. Lurie back on the field.
Fabled Lurie back at it again. Now where does he go next? I imagine a Promethean Princess is in the stars at some point.
Okay, maybe something from Esteban here as a response.
Oh, he has his own Nibiru, the
he's
Primal
got Nibiru.
Being.
Nice.
Okay, but we still have quite a few plays here. You have to, I mean, this makes a lot of sense from Esteban, right? This is the threat of that Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. You want to make sure that you don't miss another opportunity to get your effects off. We are, looks like, using the effect of Lacrima to put the Lurie back in the deck, get that 1200 extra damage. You get another, you know, reasonably sized token here, and now we still have that Preventer in our hand. Oh, okay, we're going to be immediately using Engraver instead, putting the Lacrima back, summoning itself to the field, using the effect of Sequence to summon, equip to the Engraver. Engraver's effect, going to be able to send the Nibiru.
So that leaves him down to 2 cards.
2 cards in a Dream.
And no Nightmare Pain left in the deck, most likely, unless he plays a second copy.
Banish face down, not even going to be able to add it back off the effect of opening Spirit Gates.
And it looks like Shinichi is going to...
Yep, Preventer banishing the Hydrant. Going to be linking away with the Preventer as well as the Nibiru token into Ida.
Oh, okay.
That one works.
Yep, and then he gets to summon back the banished Hydrant thanks to Preventer.
Is there a fire? Oh, the Shavara, yeah.
Shavara.
Locked into Fiends, but luckily for Shinichi, there is a Fiend he can link into with that Shavara.
I mean, you're actually not locked into Fiends, right? It has to be summoned from hand for its effect?
Does it for that part of it? Well, either way, he's going to summon a Fiend off this, I'd imagine.
No, I'm going to Appaloosa.
Okay.
Appaloosa.
With
3. Like 3 uses.
Oh, he used another monster. I didn't see the other
Hida,
monster
the Engraver, as well as the Shavara.
Ah, okay, the Engraver also went. Okay, I thought he was going for a Link 3. Interesting.
3 monsters.
And now we're banishing 2 Rescue Ace monsters. There is the Turbulence.
Oh, he's got Turbulence too.
And he's using the effect.
That resolves. And he's going to get 1,
2,
2, 3, 4. 4 cards face down, plus 3 shots with Appaloosa. It's not looking good.
I mean, it's looking good for someone.
Yeah, so it's not the player in blue.
She's gone through his plays now. I think the majority of his combo is done. Does he yeah, it looks like he's going to end his turn.
And randomize the deck. Well, you know what could fix this? It's another evenly matched.
Evenly matched is quite the cards I was talking about. The cards that are strong against Rescue Ace, a Duster, an evenly matched, anything to fight back. But sometimes you can just naturally play through all their trap card interactions. But with an Appaloosa also on the board, it's going to be really tough here for Esteban.
All right, we're going to be leading with the Terraforming, get access to the strongest card in Yubel's arsenal, but it's going to be immediately met with Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom as well.
Only 2 cards left. Normal summon Dark Beckoning Beast. Let's see if that...
Appaloosa is going to stop that.
Yep.
One more card.
Appaloosa drops to 1600. Is this last card going to do it?
All right, there's additional normal summon here.
So all he has to use is Container Extinguish. Either one would probably get the job done here. It doesn't really matter. Take your pick.
You might as well check if he still has access to Phantom and Yubel.
Or Yama or something in the graveyard, potentially.
Yeah, so he gets the extra normal summon off the first one just by having it.
Yeah, the effect wasn't negated either. It was just the individual effect was negated with the Appaloosa. We're going to be linking away. It looks like he's going to try to go into something along the lines. Yeah, okay, Almirage works. It was a normal summon monster with 1,000 less attack. Now he potentially has access to something along the lines of SP Little Knight.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. It just depends when he wants to start using his Rescue Ace. That wasn't the right one. He's looking for Contain or Extinguish. He could also Emergency out Preventer to put the Dark Beckoning Beast face down. There's all sorts of things he could do here.
Emergency.
Okay. Oh, Emergency. Okay, yeah. This makes sense. Exactly what you mentioned earlier.
I feel like this is the most stylish one. And it gives you the follow-up because the Preventer will be able to summon the Airlifter. It's all about continuing that Rescue Ace cycle. quick effect of turning another monster face down as long as he has a rescue ace, which he does. Hydrant.
That Hydrant is still untargetable and unattackable while he has another rescue ace monster.
All right, Engraver's going to come back.
I imagine that's going to take another couple hundred attack off of the Appaloosa. Yes, it does. And that is enough. Shinichi moves on with his rescue ace strategy. An amazing comeback here.
Your tables are turned by evenly matched here in game number 2.
It's over.
So Rescue Ace still in the tournament. Gotta love to see it. It's such a cool deck, and you know, it's a deck that's kind of fallen out of favor, you know, in the recent months for both OCG and TCG side. But in this World Championship format where things are a little different with a combination of both, you know, Shinichi Azuma found a way to bring it here and find success with it so far. Only a couple more wins for him, and he will be in that top 8 spot. Now on the other side, Esteban is going to have to win and hope that he has enough, and his tiebreakers will be good enough, and then maybe some people withdrawals won't prevent him from making that top 8. But while it doesn't feel great, all you can do is keep your head up and try to win every round that's after this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is something I mentioned in the beginning of this round. Certain players started off 0-2, and Shinichi was one of them. He was playing his rescue ace strategy, lost the first 2 rounds, but then now has come back. He is 3-2.
Yep, it's fine when you lose 2 and win the next 3.
And that's one of those things that really light a fire under you as well. Like when I made the top cut with Counter Fairies at that one SJC, I lost round 1, rattled off the next 7 in a row, and that was back when it was top 8 as well. So there's
really hard to make
really,
top 8 back in the day.
like you can really light a fire under yourself if you start making it back after going down in the first couple rounds.
Yeah, I remember a YCS in Houston. I actually talked to you because I lost the first 2 rounds, and I'm like, well, I don't really want to leave. I kind of just want to keep playing it, and everyone else told me to drop, but I wanted someone to tell me to keep playing, and it was you who told me to keep playing. I won the next 8. I made top 32, and then I lost in top 32. What was the point? Well,
I mean, that's proof that, like, this isn't just something like I'm just saying now because we happen to be on stream. This is like the mentality I've had as a player my entire life. The advice I give to, you know, up-and-coming players is you can't let yourself beat yourself down. But let's go ahead and take a look at how the tournament is playing out. And would you believe it? Mark Solis is undefeated, maybe our only undefeated left. Yeah, for sure, because Jose is there at table 2. We know both of those players have a loss already.
So Mark Solis is guaranteed.
Guaranteed to make top 8. Mike Thomas taking his first loss of the day. Jose winning this round means his only loss was Ruben earlier, and Giancarlo still in it at X2 potentially.
A lot of good matches here. So that was our 2-0 right there. Anthony Lopez also took a 2-0 victory just above our table against Baptiste. Fei Zhang is 2-1 over Don Lim. And then Kellisbed in the win column here, once again at the expense of the former world champion. It seems like every time we're looking for him, it seems like, okay, now's the time. Now he's going to make the run. Unfortunately, it seems like that's not going to be the case.
Your man's, though, Yuto Kondo, taking it down against Francisco. And, of course, Fox still crawling back up. He got another 2-0 victory to stay 3-2.
So that was another player that started 0-2 and has now won the next 3 in a row.
I want to see at the end of, like, who makes top 8 starting with an 0-2 record.
Right? And you saw it here first. If he does, you were here for round 3.
Yep, don't let what happens in the first part of your day affect the second half of the tournament. You want to just keep that strong mentality, keep playing, and just playing the best Yu-Gi-Oh! You can every round.
Yeah, really excited about those extra 2 rounds that we get to play because of this. Like, this is what giving these players this opportunity where they can start off kind of weak, but they get to just crawl their way back, show their dedication, show their passion, just show how committed they are and how, like, they have the mindset to play. Because if you do start weak, it's not guaranteed. You just get to play through, and you can crawl your way back.
Tough breaks for some of our former featured players, though, at the bottom.
Yeah.
Nets takes another loss. Daigo, who we didn't see very much of, also took another loss there.
Also, Nets is 1-4.
Yeah.
Tough. Yeah, you're not going to make it in with 4 losses, but it is what it is. You're still here at the World Championship. Not everyone can make top 8. Speaking from experience, you know, I still enjoyed my time, even though I didn't make top 8. I know you did as well. And I'm sure these players are also, because you don't just, I mean, these cards are amazing, and obviously everyone wants to win them. Everyone here gets, obviously, the free trip to the World Championship, where it's, you know, a couple days of fun, exciting activities, getting interviews, getting your pictures taken. We had a welcome dinner last night. We had a lot of fun games. You get to meet some of the best duelists from all around the world, and everyone gets a prize just for showing up. That party pack, that gift pack. I know, like, one of the things I liked out of it was the OCG box of Rage of the Abyss. So some of our players are going to get to pull, while they are OCG cards, we get a little sneak preview of some of the awesome stuff that's coming in Rage of the Abyss in about a month.
And if you're tracking our socials as well, you probably saw a little look into the welcome dinner last night and got to check out some of the amazing artwork that was produced by our players in the Pictionary game as well.
Yep,
so here are those prizes that everybody's getting in their goodie bags. We've got that Rescue Rabbit plushie. You see the little envelope there, and that is something that you can get if you're playing in your World Championship celebration as well. We've got that Pot of Greed ingot, Rarity Collection 2, Legendary Dex 2, and then in a look into the future with some Rage of the Abyss and Crossover Breakers, things that are coming to the TCG this fall.
Yeah, Crossover Breakers, the most recent release in the OCG right now, which is incredible. Really excited to see the cards that are coming in. That said, I know people online have a lot of buzz about what's coming in there. Rage of the Abyss, also an exciting set, but I think out of all that, Rarity Collection 2 is also one of my favorite sets of all time. Has a lot of cool cards and a lot of awesome rarities, and we've seen those cards here at the World Championship, and under these lights, they just shine so bright.
Yeah, I think the gift bag is such a really interesting mix of things that are extremely highly sought after, really collectible items, and then just stuff that is just extremely fun to open.
Okay, but it sounds like our winner is standing by with Kangas for our interview, so go ahead and take it away, Kangas, and let's hear from our winner of Round 5 feature match.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm here with our Round 5 feature match winner, Shinichi. Congratulations on the victory. I want to start by asking, Rescue Ace in the deck, what made you want to play this strategy at the World Championship? All right, one of the decks that you like the most. Happy to hear. What duelists or regions have you had to face that you're excited to face in the future?
これからなんですが、ちょっとデュエルしてみたい地域の方、それともデュエルしてみたい個人の方とかいたりしますかね。
2018年の世界チャンピオンの方がいられるんで、その方と対戦できたら光栄だなと思ってます。
So in this championship, there is the winner for 2018's World Championship, and he wishes to face him.
Ooh, all right, that's going to be a tough opponent. Now, what statement would you like to give to anyone at home supporting you and cheering you along?
今、母国の方で応援してくださっている人たちに何か言いたいことってございますか？
優勝のトロフィー持ち帰ります。
Oh, he said he'll take the winning trophy home.
All right, well, congratulations on your feature match victory. Thank you very much for coming on. And we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with round 6.
Am I wrong, or do you think it's
shotgun.
still evenly matched?
No, I think Tadashi's pretty far ahead after
Yeah.
how Shelmy ended his last turn.
Yeah, but Shelmy is dealing with what's happening right now.
He is, but if his last turn was any indication of anything, he doesn't have much to go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like Shelmy's just not getting the hand he needs.
Yeah. Although, I mean, he has the multi-roll in the area 0 face up. I guess we'll see.
I like that. I like that, Kohan. I'm holding on to hope here.
He's using Vector Blast to send 2 cards from the top. Oh, from the top of each deck to the graveyard. He's trying to deck him out. Shelmy's down to 2 cards.
Wow. Does he have a third?
What?
Does he have
I
a
don't
Vector
know, but
Blast?
why else would he do that if that wasn't his goal, or maybe just to limit the number of cards he can search for with Engage?
Also interesting to point out, life points right now. Well, it'll be going down a little bit now, but I was like, we've been playing for a while here, and they hadn't been drawing that much blood, but...
I mean, if you, it doesn't matter how many life points you've got if you deck out. So,
Yep.
Brings back the Widow Anchor.
Tadashi is attacking him from 2 directions here. He's decking him out, and he's hitting his life points.
But Shelmy is going to bring back Widow Anchor with the effect of multi-roll. This is a really grindy game.
Yep. This could turn around real quick if you Widow Anchor the Hayate and then turn that into your own Sky Striker Ace monster.
He could, but he has to deal 5,500 points of damage and has 1 card in his deck.
Mm-hmm. Not long, unless he's also playing Hercules base.
That could be. That would allow him to return cards.
Yeah, but it might have been one of the cards that got sent to the graveyard.
Shelmy's using multi-roll to destroy Area 0. Does Area 0, I believe, only summons from the deck? Right? So is that last card array?
I mean, it must be.
We're like, we don't want to speak too soon.
No,
we don't know.
Is that a second Widow Anchor?
Widow Anchors.
Wow.
Oh, man.
No, it's mine. No, it's mine. No, it's mine. No, it's mine.
He sends Area
Just cleared so quickly, sorry.
Yeah. All good. So,
Just how quickly things are changing right now.
So I guess he didn't use it to summon Ray. He used it so that Tadashi couldn't respond to his spell cards, the other effective multi-roll.
Oh, that's
so that was actually a brilliant play, because it doesn't come up a lot, but is super relevant here because it would have stopped Tadashi from chaining anything.
Yes, that's so clever.
So no, after he didn't get the Ray, I figured it out.
Yes.
Yeah, Shelmy fighting back here. He's not getting up.
He just ends his turn.
Hey, that happens sometimes.
I think
you know?
he's just accepted defeat.
Yeah, yeah.
With 1 card in his deck. I mean, yeah, he could have attacked him down to 4,000. But it is
You think
just
so?
not enough.
Yeah. Just was like, I'm just not even going to do it.
I think.
Oh, that makes me so sad. I mean, Shelmy, that could potentially be a 3-0, right?
It's looking like a 3-0.
Yeah. Oh, look at Tadashi, hand up. The last strike hadn't even happened, and he's like, hey, we're done here. We're done.
Yeah, well, like, he knew it because the monster itself has 1,500 attack, and the Link Dark Rays, as long as you have a Dark and a Link in the graveyard, or a Dark Link, makes that 1,500 2,300, because it's exactly his life points.
Well, very interesting. Tadashi and Shelmy both coming into that match with 9 points, but Tadashi, that was a clear victory, in my opinion. Would you both agree?
Very decisive.
Very
It was
decisive.
3-0.
Yeah, I mean, we've been keeping a close eye on Tadashi. Like I said, he is very meticulous, been practicing with a couple of friends across the globe. So, but the thing is, all of them have put the work in, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting to see who's rising to the top here. Was there anything about that matchup that stood out to either of you?
It was a Sky Striker mirror match.
Well,
they really
that duel was just
out.
the Sky Striker mirror match.
Really grounded out.
Yeah, that was. I think that was pretty typical of what. The
not just the
match
duel,
looks like.
but the match.
But but the match. I mean, Unchained certainly stood out because that was something
fun.
we hadn't seen.
Yeah,
it's always so nice to see a deck you love.
Yeah, I know. Michael lit up and looked at me because I was like, we probably won't see any Unchained. So. But I believe that we have a bonus match that we're going to switch over to momentarily. So, here it is. Okay.
Here we go.
Let's get into it. Oh, cool. Okay.
Oh, and a bit of Sacred Beasts beckoning.
Right. I think this is the first time we're seeing this skill in action.
And this is Yama and Asano playing right now.
That's right, yeah.
All my sorrow, I share them with you.
Very well.
And just in the beginning phase, Yubel, Varus.
Yeah, so we already saw that Sacred Beast Beckoning skill activate. So.
Could be an Unchained. No, kidding.
We saw it activate. We're restricting what he can summon and do.
Okay.
But he's going to reveal the Haman, search for Dark Beckoning Beast. And I love this deck because Dark Beckoning Beast is playing the TCG, but it's so much more powerful here when you can use the Chaos Summoning Beast effect.
Yep.
So he summons it, searches for the gates, uses gates. I assume he's going to get Chaos Summoning Beast. He is.
This whole play ends totally differently.
Totally different than the TCG.
Where I'm from. Totally differently.
So he summons the Chaos Summoning Beast. We know he has Haman in his hand, so he'll use the Summoning Beast to summon it.
Yeah. I was about to say, so what's the ideal field looking like here for Asano?
For turn 1, I think it's probably Haman with maybe the continuous spell that negates spells and traps, spell or trap that control Haman if he plays it, which not all decks do. I don't know if he does. So we will see, but he's going to banish the Chaos Summoning Beast at some point, I assume, to get the field spell.
And the Sacred Beast, just a nasty deck. We've talked about this numerous times, Kohanam. Just some big bads. That 4,000 attack definitely sticking out.
Yeah, and he's getting the Fallen Paradise field spell, which is a Pot of Greed every turn. And
as long as you control one of the Sacred Beasts.
Yep, as long as you control Sacred Beast, which the skill makes a breeze. And also, it protects the Sacred Beasts. They can't be targeted.
Yep. This is the thing with the Sacred Beast deck. You've got a couple of kind of continuous spells and field spell. They all do something pretty amazing if you've got a Sacred Beast. Yeah. Hold on, what card is that? Linkaribo. You can play that?
You can play that in Duel Links. You love Linkaribo. Come join us in Duel Links.
And I just checked the stats here, and Yama with 9 points right now, and Asano with 6. So I'm sure Asano feeling the pressure a little bit, right? Like definitely want to get some points on the board.
Oh yeah, this is huge.
Yama not in terrible shape, but again, Tadashi leading the charge with 12 points, though, which we just watched.
Yeah, so Yamada is playing the Dark Fluid Link deck, and he's using Dimension Distortion after using the skill to banish 5 cards. See, this deck, this is something I love about Dueling. Cards that would never be played, or you'd never expected to be played, suddenly become amazing because of skills. Yeah. So this normal spell card lets you special summon a monster from the Banish Zone as long as you have no cards in your graveyard. Yeah. And the skill lets you just load up the Banish Zone to play that card.
That's amazing then.
Yeah. And there's Firewall Dragon, but that Haman is protected by the field spell. So he uses Cynet Crosswipe to destroy a FaceTime down Tyrant's Tantrum, which would have allowed him to negate monsters.
He did trigger the Tyrant Tantrum right from the get-go, actually.
He flipped it.
Yeah, he flipped it.
I missed him flipping it.
Yeah, no, me too, me too.
So that is a necessary card for him to destroy for sure. Oh, but Cyberus Quantum Dragon is summoned, and it can return Haman to the hand, I believe, without targeting it.
Oh,
wow, that's a great way to combat it, yeah. I was getting a little bit nervous for Yama, to be honest, because when you see that 4,000 attack, you're just like, that's going to hurt, but okay, never mind.
Yeah, this is a great display.
And he gets a replay as well, wow.
Yeah, I believe it actually attacks a second time. I think I had said it triggers a replay before, but it actually attacks again.
Oh, okay.
So what? It's basically the same thing, but it actually returns it. And
oh my goodness, y'all! That happened in a flash. It's over.
Yeah, so that was a great display of what that Dark Fluid deck can do going second.
Yeah.
Because he didn't summon the Dark Fluid Dragon and instead relied on the powerful monsters that go to the Banish Zone when you use the skill.
Okay, can I tell you how excited I am to see that victory? I had spoken with Yama a couple days ago, and he told me, I'm feeling nervous. I feel like I lack ability among my peers. I'm getting a little emotional saying that, you know? But, I mean, you know, of all people, you've competed here at the World Championships. It's like you turn into a different person here, right?
Yeah, you just focus on the game.
Aww. Well, he's got one, but hey, we can't. We definitely ain't over yet, right? So we're into our second duel now. But nice to see Yama hopefully getting a little bit of confidence from that little victory there.
We are seeing once again the Revolution de Fleur.
Yep. So this skill is actually very versatile. It can be used with a lot of different decks. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's an Infernal Knight deck, but it looks like
that
does because he starts with on.
Yeah.
I know. We love the laugh. We love the laugh.
So
we love the animations too.
Uses the skill to get the Necro Synchron, raises the level. I assume he raised the level. Oh no, he didn't. He just got
Hastor into it.
He's summoning Hastor using the effect of the Synchron to summon. I think he summoned Glowpole. Typical, yeah.
tuning the lower bulb with Olga and Astor into Captain Roland again.
There he is. Its effect activates. Revolution de Fleur activates. He sends it to the graveyard, summons the Sorcerer de Fleur, and then by setting the top card of his extra graveyard, can special summon the Global back, and he will be able to synchro summon Captain Charles.
And Luke, while we're early here, I do kind of want to ask this question. I was talking to Kohanab a little bit about this. When it comes to Swiss, I mean, you can take a loss, but really, like, any loss is really going to have a huge impact on you. I'm sure Asano is really like, I need to get this, right?
Yeah. Well, especially here, where they're both 2-1.
Yeah. Oh, man.
This could be their life in the tournament on the line.
Yeah, both players here.
What a line, Kohanab. Life on
in
the line.
On the
oh,
line.
Man.
The pressure is high, Gaki.
Yes, it is. Asano's starting off quite strong, though. Love to see that 3,500 attack card out there.
Oh, so strong because it's equipped with the Excalibur and Ogier, so it can't be destroyed or targeted.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the combination of effects you get from summoning Captain Roland and then going into Captain Charles.
And we
Roland will send the Excalibur into the graveyard, and Charles will equip it along with Ogier.
Yeah. We are seeing Sky Striker once again. We see Shizuku.
Okay, the Dark Fluid, actually, I don't. Did we see a skill? I don't know what skill that is. But if it is Dark Fluid Link, a lot of different characters.
Up to 4,000 now?
I don't think we.
I mean, not Dark Fluid Link. Sorry, Link Dark Rays.
But he's only on 4,000.
Oh, so it's not Link Dark Rays. I don't know what skill he's using then.
Well, that's interesting.
You're right.
Again.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship, presented by Alienware.
That's right, we have a lot of awesome sponsors, one of those being Logitech.
You can't forget about Fnatic.
Yep, that's the company that makes those cool little metal, like the pot of greed we saw for the prize pack.
For the prize pack as well.
Yeah.
So welcome back in. We are now reaching closer to the end of Swiss. We're in Swiss round number 6 this time. Of 7. Getting so close to the end. And it's been a long road, and it's going to get even longer. But it's nice to be at the top here, as Mark Solis is on table 1 versus Jose Santiago.
He is no longer stressed here. I wonder how often he's just going to try to, like, let Jose Santiago win, but probably not.
No.
You know, like, just for like that North American camaraderie. But you know, he wants to finish strong. He wants to be able to end undefeated. But we do have a lot of players that we haven't even featured yet. We have Zhao Wei Zhang here versus Julio Valls as well in table number 2.
Yeah, but you see Mike Thomas taking his first loss, but I think he also had a draw already. So draw kind of works like a half loss, but he's at table 3 taking on EU's Anthony Lopez. But it looks like our feature match for table number... Oh, I won't spoil it just yet. We're going to meet our players here momentarily. So let's go ahead and find out who's going to be playing our round 6 feature match here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024.
Sitting in the red chair from China, it's Xiaowei Zhang. His favorite card is Sky Striker Ace Ray.
Everybody's favorite card.
The art from the welcome dinner wasn't very good, though.
And his opponent, Julio Valles from the United States. His favorite card is Gigabyte. Well, that's a cool one.
Showing off that flag, I feel like you're not from the United States, but...
I don't think he is either. I'm pretty sure he is from EU. I think I know all the NAWCQ representatives.
Yep, I don't recognize him from the WCQ.
Maybe he once upon a time lived in the United States and then moved to the EU, but this is definitely an OCG matchup versus TCG still, whether it's United States, EU, or, you know, China. But it's going to be a good one. Both these players are 4-1. As we mentioned, there are, what is this, round 6? So only one more round after this. So whoever wins this matchup...
Close to guaranteed.
Pretty close to guaranteed, depending on how many draws or what the other players are looking like ahead of them.
Yeah, a lot of cushion here. Like, they've, you know, fought to be at this point.
Might have just experienced the echo. That happens sometimes.
Yeah, if you're not used to, I mean, neither of these players have been on this specific feature match stage yet before, so they're not used to the headphones just yet, but they, you know, they're going to get adjusted really quickly.
It's nice to have, you know, a little bit of extra time ahead of the match to get all this stuff worked out. You know, the team and the judges and everybody. Just make sure that everyone's ready to duel.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this one. I won't spoil the decks just yet until we get into it, but I will tell you these are 2 decks that we haven't had on our main feature match stream just yet. We mentioned there's a lot of variety in the decks. I mean, there's definitely 2 decks that most of the players brought more than the other strategies. But we've seen things like Fire Kings, Labyrinth also making appearance. And then these 2 strategies are also going to be something different than just Fiendsmith Snake Eye.
Rescue Ace last round as well.
Exactly. It's been a lot of variety in this Worlds format, which is awesome to see.
And those players have generally been rewarded, with the exception of our poor Labyrinth player, who did not win again last round. There's been a lot of success from some of the kind of off, so, I lost the word that I was going to say. I had a really good word there, but it's gone now.
It's been a long day. We've been here since very, very early in the morning.
My words have been banished face down.
Never to be seen again. But our players are shuffling up. You did hear them exchange, asking how many cards were in each player's deck. That's a good question to ask before you start a round, just to know what your opponent's working with. You might be able to tell, like, oh, you have 60 cards in your deck. There might be some indicate what you might be playing, but 40 here for Xiaowei and 45 for Julio.
You know, the Tierman, is it Branded? There's all sorts of cards that you can play at higher deck counts these days. You know, adding Melodious into whatever other deck you play. We've seen all of these things this year.
I feel like if you're going above 40, like there's a range, right? If you're like slightly above 40, it's still very likely to be Fiendsmith Snake Eye, Fiendsmith Ubel. If you're a lot above 40, all of a sudden it's just only Branded.
I keep seeing these 53 Snake Eye Melodious decks, though.
Okay, well, yeah, that's a hybrid of just pure powerhouse, you know? You're sacrificing a little bit of consistency for a lot of power.
I have a 50-card Fire King deck.
I don't know what you're sacrificing or what you're gaining, but
Fiendsmith cards. Sacrificing Fiendsmith cards.
I'm sacrificing Fiendsmith cards, gaining a lot of those interactions from the hand that I can play, but also maximizing on the consistency cards like stuff like Ponix. And
you're sacrificing my sanity for your gain. Like
exactly. As long as it works for me, that's all that matters. But players are shuffling each other's deck. Final cut before the 6th round starts. I really can't believe we are already at the 6th round of Swiss. I mean, it does feel like a long day, and at the same time, it feels like it just started. Worlds is such an exciting tournament. It's kind of like a whirlwind, and it's over before like I'm ready for it to be over. I wanted to see more awesome matches, and we have more today, but man, I always get sad after this tournament concludes because this is just the best of the best facing off against each other for a weekend, and also just seeing all the players, you know, be around each other, you know, at breakfast and dinner. It's just so much fun, and the atmosphere and the excitement around is just, it's invigorating.
It does feel like the matches have flown by. Like every time I look up at the timer, I'm like, wait, it's been how long already?
Yeah, these matches have been moving pretty slowly, but it seems like the players are getting ready here. They're drawn their hands. They're about to get started.
All right, here we go with game number 1 of round 6.
All right, game number 1. Here comes the die roll. It's a 1.
I'll trust him. I didn't see it. Yeah. That's a 2. Oh, he's going second. I wonder what that could be.
That kind of gives it away. It's almost like Julio won the die roll on that one and at least got the information that he needs.
Now, if you watched the EU WCQ, you saw Julio in the finals. His opponent also let him go first. He did end up getting second to the deck he is facing here at the World Championship. This is a rematch of deck types from the EU WCQ.
The stakes are high. We're going to be activating the Pot of Prosperity here.
Yeah, I am doing. Yeah.
We'll see what takeaways he had from that final match.
You got to be careful with the cards you decide. That one of Pot of Prosperity I talked about a little earlier, because it is restricted to 1, it is the most consistent it's ever been. You can't hit another Pot of Prosperity. We're only going for 3 here. And there's Lara. Which one is that one? Is that Wendy?
Looks like he's always just like the rest of us when it comes to Ritual Beast. Like,
this is Window.
Yep, you pretty much know the basics. Ritual Beasts have a lot of different effects.
This one, when it's normal, summons from graveyard, right?
Yeah, yes, like Debris Dragon.
Yep, this is the original Lara.
I'm going to be normal summoning Kanahawk here, able to banish a Ritual Beast from the deck. And we're going to be banishing Spiritual Beast Tamer Lara. When that one is banished, it's able to special summon another one from the deck.
That's out of Battles of the Legend Terminal Revenge. Really breathed new life into the Ritual Beast strategy that hadn't seen much play for a long time.
Yeah,
those looks like we're going to get access to Wen.
All right, now here is where it all begins, the Kanahawk combos.
Yeah, go ahead.
So on summon, Kanahawk's going to target 2 of the banished monsters to put them into the graveyard, and now he's going to be able to use the quick effect of Kanahawk to send it back to the extra deck to target 2 monsters to special summon them to the field. So one will end up going to the graveyard, the other 2 will special summon to the field.
This is the Ritual Beast bread and butter. The one thing you have to really keep in mind here, every single one of those Ritual Beast monsters can only be special summoned once, and it's just about really organizing yourself and going through all of them efficiently.
Yep, it looks like he's adding Ritual Beast Inheritance here.
Mm-hmm.
It's another one of the new ones.
I will activate Inheritance. Yeah. I will activate Effect to Search. I will show Rampengu.
So yep, Inheritance, you can reveal a Ritual Beast monster in your hand, add a Ritual Beast with a different type from your deck to your hand, and then you discard a card.
It also makes your opponent's monsters lose 200 attack for each different type of Ritual Beast you control.
Not immediately relevant, but will be relevant eventually.
Yep, it is a continuous spell, so Rampengu goes to the graveyard, Lara goes to the hand.
I will activate Kanahawk effect.
I think the effect that'll actually come up the most is the secret hidden third ability.
Secret hidden third ability?
Yeah, if 2 or more monsters are special summoned to your field at the same time, you can target a monster on the field, change its battle position. That has to be crazy relevant in this matchup.
Link summon.
It looks like he banishes Winda there, right? Now he's going to Link summon for the Ritual Beast Link monster.
The Falcos.
It's going to give him another normal summon.
Banish. Banish when.
From his graveyard, he's going to be banishing the When.
Extra summon from my hand. Check this effect. I can tag out. I have seen right. Oh, it's not English, right? No, that's why. Okay, I know. Okay.
Yeah, Julio, I think it's from Spain, I believe. So yeah, his cards are in Spanish.
Summon, and then I can put to the extra deck. Like I want to check one thing. When special, when this card special or all normal. The time? This one normal. So all.
So what it does is you target one of your banished Ritual Beast cards, return it to the hand or extra deck, depending on wherever it came from. Then immediately after that effect resolves, you can normal summon a Ritual Beast monster from your hand. So you can use it to just put something back if you need to, but if you are going to use the normal summon, it's immediately afterwards.
Normal Lara, Lara to summon.
Yep, Lara is going to be able to special summon back that Rampengu from the graveyard. Rampengu is going to be able to use its effect if he so chooses.
No. It's scared.
He is scared. Don't worry, I am too.
And you have this
yeah, I think this is one of the scarier decks for a Tempai Dragon player to face because you let them go first and they have one of the longest and strongest turn ones of any deck in the game. But man, these cards look awesome. I love Rampengu, just aesthetically.
Banishes a Ritual Beast monster from your extra deck and sends one with the same type.
So we're banishing the Ultimate Apelio here.
No problem.
Going to be able to put that Apelio in the graveyard.
Go ahead. Oh, okay.
And there's a lot to keep track of for both players here.
And now, similar to Yubel, we're going to be banishing both those 2 in the graveyard to contact fuse for Ruby, not you Draco? This one's name was always hard for me to pronounce.
Ritual Beast Ulti Nochu Drago.
Okay. I will contact these monsters.
Alright, so he's going to be able to banish his 2 Ritual Beast monsters to summon Kanahawk again.
Kanahawk effect.
We're going to see that same Kanahawk combo where it's the target 2 to put into the graveyard, then you change the effect to put it return itself to the extra deck. Target 2 other monsters, well, 1 other monster and 1 of the same. 2 monsters special into the field, and the other one will end up in the graveyard.
Yep, the effect resolves as much as possible, so it will summon. You're going to be able to summon the Lara and the Apelio?
Special. This card not yet. No, this was a special summon by Lara effect. Oh, okay. And this was the extra normal summon. Yeah, it's normal. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now all those make sure to keep paying attention to which ones have been special summoned, because once they've been special summoned once, they cannot be special summoned again.
I think the scariest thing about playing against Ritual Beast is the person using that deck is extremely dedicated to the strategy usually, and it is quite terrifying. But we do see him adding Ritual Beast Steeds. It used to be their bread and butter card, kind of. Was able to destroy cards on the opponent's side of the field equal to their number of Ritual Beast monsters. Really strong.
So now we're going to get a Link Summon.
This is one of the most powerful cards in the deck strategy.
Yeah. Effect. Yeah.
Really good against Infernoids.
Veritari is going to be able to use its effect here. Target one of the banished ritual beast cards, return to the extra deck, and then get another extra normal summon.
Yeah, you want to talk about Milcharming Perillia being good against the deck? Ritual Beast, it's really good against because they get about 4 extra normal summons throughout their turn.
Where's your Perillia when you need it? And now we are going into that Banshee.
It adds a Pyro monster.
Oh, if you're not prepared for what's about to happen, things can get really scary really fast.
I believe he still has his regular normal summon left.
How many attack in your...
Does he not?
No, he's normal summon Conahawk at the beginning. That's how this all started.
Yeah, but Infernal
But there's
Flame...
plenty of banished cards to
Yeah.
get the flag onto the field.
Yep, Infernal Flame Banshee's such a cool card.
Very cool card, most recently used for strictly evil.
Yeah, it depends who you ask. You could think any card could be evil. Snake Eye Ash evil, is Fiendsmith Engraver evil, or are these just cards that people are not, they just don't like losing, I think is more of the issue than the cards being evil.
I don't think Engraver's evil. I think at this point Ash is on, he's...
Oh, but Nibiru, wait, they can't be tributed, right?
They can't be tributed.
Yeah, it can't be tributed.
To activate a card or effect.
Oh, and it's part of the effect. It's not to activate,
it's
though.
Not. Neither play contribute cards to activate a card or effect. It attributes it a resolution.
Oh, wow. Okay,
so it's totally legal.
Okay.
All right, well, we're going to be using the effect of Spiritual Beast Tamer Lara to discard itself and then get an additional normal summon. Going to be able to summon back that Conahawk. Conahawk is activating its effect once again. Going to banish another monster from the deck. Or not necessarily monster.
Now, where it is good is
go.
against Genroku, which does need to tribute itself to activate an effect.
And all the Infernoid monsters.
I feel like you've encountered this before.
Oh, I have. This is probably Infernoid's worst matchup is Ritual Beast. Not only do they main deck Dimension Shifter, that Ling monster is just a pain.
All right, we are just setting a Lonely Spell and Trap before passing our turn here. Likely going to be that Steeds that was added to hand earlier.
The Steeds will get you on 1 destruction?
Yeah, it's up to the amount of Ritual Beast you control, right?
Here.
Yes, no ambush here to add more into the field.
There still is the Lara in the graveyard now to protect. Oh, well, I mean, never mind.
Change of heart!
He's just laughing.
Well, you got to chain it now.
You got to use the Steeds.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, man, sure.
He's completely fine with that. He's going to take...
Now he's going to activate Conahawk. Just kidding. He's activating
normal
Hydra.
summon Timpai Dragon Pydra, and Julio's going to concede!
He's seen this before.
He plays the surrender card from off on the side, and we're done with game number 1, just like that.
Oh, man, do you think Julio is thinking back to that EUWC?
Not again,
thinking
not
about
like
that finals?
this.
Like, this
he can't be. You can't. You can't go into the tank like that. You just got to regroup and do it again.
I do like that Zhao Wei was very concerned. He was scared, and then he just shows the Nibiru and then immediately takes the game.
Yeah, I mean, he knew when to drop that Nibiru, too. It was very timely, cut him off from any future plays, just left him on the Steeds, had the change of heart. And, of course, if there's one deck that can win with one card, it's Timpai Dragon.
It's actually all of them. But
no, but like Timpai Dragon, a little easier. Just straight up, just Pydra, go to battle phase, you're good to go. You're able to get this. Well, first you're going to search the Sangan Kaiman, of course.
Of course. I will say, though, if Julio had any way to summon 2 monsters, which, I mean, like generally Ritual Beast has a large way to do that, then the Inheritance would have been able to summon, like put the monster summon off Sangan Kaiman to defense position.
Sometimes just going to defense mode would be enough, too.
Yeah.
Since they need to attack.
You just need to make sure you do it in the battle phase, right? Well, it's not protected by the Sangan.
Exactly.
As long as it's just one monster. If they go in with 2 and one of them's the tuner, then you could be in trouble.
All right, now they are diving into their side decks. I mean, if I'm Julio and, he lost in the finals to Timpai Dragon, he's definitely probably prepared for this with his side deck going here. But let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on as round 6 is underway. We see a lot of matches going on. Giancarlo, again, with, I mean, it's not the biggest tournament, so you're going to pretty much play a lot of different people, but the feature match players playing against each other. This is going to be Rescue Ace there, and I think Giancarlo was on Ubel, right?
Yes.
So, yeah. They're sitting at 1-0 for Azuma. Yuto is tied with Ruben. Oh man, that would have been a cool matchup to watch, but we have also already seen both of those players on stream today. But let's go Fire Kings, but at the same time, Ruben, it's tough. I'm torn.
A lot of good matches here in the middle there. I wonder if perhaps, Yubel is just a favorable matchup for Shinichi, that he really thinks that he's got a great time against. He's just like, yeah, just give me more of these Yubel matches. Let's go.
I don't think it was supposed to end that way in the last round, but, neither here nor there.
All right.
True, but he might be making up for it this time. Just going to get another clean 2-0. Who knows? Now our duelists are side decking here. Julio's going to get the choice to go first or second this time. Now, do you recall offhand what happened, how that went down in the EU?
The finals, I do remember a game 3, Julio going first, getting met by a dogwood, his opponent having like 30,000 life points, and then end up winning somehow like that. But yeah, it was tough. I know that he got the access to Protoss. I also do know that I remember him talking about in an interview, like in his match that was off stream, his opponent did use dogwood. He got up to 30,000 life points, but was able to still win that game on the backs of something like Arch Nemesis Protoss, just being able to continuously lock his opponents out of so many fire monsters. So it was tough for him, but we're going to have to see how it works out here for him in this matchup.
You just got to do 12,000 damage 3 times.
Not a big deal. No big deal.
Okay.
I suppose your opponent's turns go a lot faster when they can't play fire monsters.
A lot of just your turn, your turn, your turn. But, maybe he's always saying he kind of knows the deck, but it definitely seemed by that timing of the Nibiru. I mean, that's also an aspect of like an incredible player. Even if you're not completely familiar with the deck, you're able to see what's going on and judge the perfect time to use your cards. Okay, did Julio let Jawei go first?
He did. Opting to go second this time.
Yep, time to see what Tenpai Dragon can do here going second.
I mean, yeah, we talked about yeah.
It feels like when Tenpai Dragon goes first, it's the same for other decks when they have to go second. Not where you want to be.
Yeah, we talked about how powerful Ritual Beast is at going first, but it just has more actions. I want to say it's arguably slightly weaker than most of these other decks.
All right.
But it is like probably the highest number of actions outside of Snake Eye.
The players are shuffled up and ready, and it's time to duel. It's game 2 here, round 6 of the WCS 2024.
All right, we haven't seen Tenpai go first in a long time. Let's see how he adapts here. There's a lot of cards that we don't normally have available. Well, rather, we do normally have available in the TCG that are not available here. Something along the lines of Kashira Fenrir is forbidden in this list.
All right, so Sangan Kaiman's going to let him add a level 4 lower Fire Dragon from the deck to the hand.
No.
It only special summons during the battle phase, but...
I believe we're activating in the draw phase, trying to play around something like along the lines of Droll and Lockbird. Oh, no, but we're going to add the Drago here.
Dora.
Yeah.
This card's really cool. It's also, if you look, maybe a little blurred, it could be Snake Eye Ash. Funny enough,
it's Tenpai Stratos, yeah.
It's straight up Snake Eye Ash. So you can add the Genroku, special summon Genroku, a la Poplar. It works very similar as you would see from the Snake Eye strategy. I love Dora.
It's any Fire Dragon, right?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. But I mean, most of the time you're going for a Genroku because it just special summons itself to the field. And that is also pretty much any Fire Dragon. Any Tenpai monster you want.
So we're getting a quick text check here on Dora. Lots of different languages of cards being used here.
This is a World Championship. You'd expect so.
So Dora, if it's normal, something you can... Oh, it's a level 4 lower Fire Dragon from your deck to your hand. Although with Genroku, it's like summon your extra deck to the field.
A lot of cool tricks that can happen in the battle phase with a card like this. Oh, well, the Sangan Kaiman rather, not the Dora specifically.
So we know he's already at minimum going to have access to Heraldic Seal of the Heavenly Seers.
And while they're checking that, it looks like we have a winner in Table 12. Gabriel Netz wins Game 3 and the match 2-1.
Good to see Nets bouncing back up to those losses there in the middle of the tournament. And look how cute he is. Oh, but Perilia is really strong here against Dora.
Extremely. There's a world that Jawei has to pass here instead now of giving your opponent 2 draws just to make a Hieratic Seal.
Yeah, he could just potentially. Yeah, that is what he's thinking about. Do I want to pass with an open field? I just hope he's not able to play, but I think that might be asking for a little too much.
The other thing is, like, does he know how much damage a Ritual Beast deck can put out in one turn?
Really considering his options here. Okay, we're going into the main phase. It seems like he might be choosing to commit to the field now.
I'm pretty sure it can get you for 8,000.
Ooh, there is a triple tactics thrust. Gonna be able to set something here.
But not at it, because there's no monster on the field.
We're going to be able to set terraforming for the following turn. Can't activate it this turn.
Singen summoning is at 1.
Okay. Sorry. Not different. You can shuffle the deck.
All right, it's looking like Zhao is not going to be going back in.
And I cut. Oh, I cut.
Okay.
Yeah, I think since you mentioned the red sleeves that we hadn't seen them, we haven't stopped seeing them ever since then. This is kind of funny. Another card face down, and that's it.
So we know the other one is terraforming. We know one of the cards in hand is Dora Dora. There is a mysterious set and 2 other cards for Julio to...
Go ahead. I will activate lightning.
Oh, they're going for lightning storm!
Oh, spell traps.
Yeah. And it resolves.
It was rivalry.
Rivalry of Warlords. Oh my goodness. That would have been brutal. It's the one rivalry.
That effect.
Okay, we're going to be using the effect of Lara, discarding it to get an additional normal summon into other Lara.
Okay.
All right.
Gonna have to banish both of those to summon Nochi Draco? That's not the strongest hand, but it might work. Yeah. Yep, there's Nochi Draco. We'll activate the Lara when it's banished. Be able to special summon another Ritual Beast from the deck. At least here, it doesn't have to be a full combo. It just has to be 8,000 points of damage.
Okay.
All right,
We're getting the Kanahawk here.
He still has his normal summon available.
Some of these Ritual Beast monsters can get fairly big, and they can also, I believe one of them gives all of your monsters an extra 500 attack points. It's one of the Apelios.
Yeah, regular Apelio, right? When you banish one from the grave.
That sounds about right.
All right, Kanahawk effect to banish.
Yes, banish a Ritual Beast card from your graveyard. For the rest of this turn, all Ritual Beast monster control will gain 500 attack and defense, so including ones that are summoned afterwards.
All right, it looks like Kanahawk's effect banished the Winda, and now you'll use the effect of Nochi Draco to special summon back Winda. And now we're going to be... It looks like an overlay. Yeah, we're going to be overlaying those two into the Flame Banshee. Okay, on the summon.
Looks like Julio's really trying to rely on this Infernal Flame Banshee for his strategy.
Yeah, it's a weaker hand here, so...
Though if you get the Protoss out and manage to destroy a fire monster...
Seems pretty strong. Especially against Tempai Dragon.
I believe it has been 5 summons already, so... A couple of options from Zhao here.
Does he have Nibiru again?
It's almost always 5 summons from Ritual Beasts.
Okay, but it's resolving here.
Gonna let him add Nemesis Flag.
I mean, yeah, if you do have something along the lines of Nibiru the Primal Being, you might as well wait for the Protoss. Okay.
Flag's gonna be able to shuffle back a banished monster to summon it. Self.
So he's doing some math here, and he's probably got to check the types of the monsters available as well. The attributes, rather.
There is a water and a wind and a fire, so I think, like, plenty of options.
He does have Nibiru again.
The 1-2 punch.
And he
surrenders! Nibiru twice,
he has no remaining plays, and that's it!
Well, I'm taking notes. If I want to beat Ritual Beast, I'm going to have to go unpack my Nibirus, make sure I have them, and drop them at a key moment. You know, having a strong hand there from Julio, being able to disrupt Xiaowei, but having the Biru oh man, just
that was like
match.
the one card that just ends his turn immediately here. That's a tough one. That's a real tough one.
And Nibiru, the problem being clearly very strong against Ritual Beast, and Xiaowei knew how to use it.
The main deck Nibiru, I think, is really interesting too.
It definitely is, and I love the thumbs up to, I mean, maybe he has a friend or someone out there watching him right there. But, tough break here for Julio. But, he's not out of it yet. Both these players were X1. But they definitely wanted to win this one to feel really confident going into that last round. But now Julio knows he has to win that last round to have an opportunity to make top 8.
A lot of nerves in that must-win round 7.
Yep, and we might, it's almost guaranteed. I wouldn't say nothing in life is guaranteed, but Xiaowei in great position to take his Tenpai Dragon strategy into the World Championship top 8 here this year. Just absolutely incredible. So let's go ahead and take a look at how the rest of the round is going. We just saw Xiaowei beat Julio. Mike Thomas is still down a game to Anthony Lopez. Callis took down Don Lim, so Callis might be looking at a top 8 himself. I'm not sure what their records are. Giancarlo even things out against Shinichi.
Exactly. We saw previously that Yuta Kondo was able to take over the game against Ruben. Unfortunate for Ruben there. Fox is still 1-1, potentially be able to take it back. And then Aditya is also 1-1 against Baptiste.
Yeah, tough there for Ruben. He started off undefeated. Now he's lost a couple in a row. We're going to see if he can shake that off or keep moving on. But on the other side, Yuto, Fire King still in prime position to potentially make the top 8 at the World Championship. Got to be happy about that.
And we see Mark Solis versus Jose. There's still no result from any of those games. I imagine they probably had a deck check to begin, being on round 1. That tends to happen towards some of the later rounds of the tournament. And then over on the bottoms third, we got Landon in a 2-0 win as well. Plenty of matches still going on here. You can get a live view of the stage. See some of the judges there, along with the interpreters. If you take a look at the judge staff for this, you'll probably see a who's who of folks that you've seen at your WCQ. That's generally where the judges are chosen from for the World Championships on the best of the best that are working the WCQs as well. Might recognize that guy from some of our streams as well. See him walking around down there.
Yep, lots of, you just kind of feel how tense it is there in the playroom. I mean, it's always been tense every round, but as it winds down, there's a lot more on the line. Like, you can't lose anymore. Fox started off rough, but has been turning it around, winning it back. If he's going to be able to win this round, is going to be remaining to be determined. And then we see Mike Thomas over there also deep in match as well.
Yeah, it looks like Charles is going first in this game, number 3. I did see him resolve a Requiem from my eagle eyes. This is actually a really funny matchup because Charles Liu previous year has actually represented Australia as well. So these players are both from Australia.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Very, very interesting. It is winding down for the day, but the action isn't stopping. There's going to be at least one more Swiss round that we're going to feature.
I hope it's only one.
I would really hope not more.
And then
that's Swiss round 8.
Yep, and then top 8 after that before we're going to come back tomorrow for day 2, where we're going to crown world champions for every game. Master Duel, TCG, Speed Duel for Duel Links, and Rush Duel for Duel Links. The first ever Duel Links Rush Duel world champion will be crowned tomorrow, which I'm excited to see. I'm also a big fan of Rush Duel as well.
I'm a big fan of their prize card.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of all of the prize cards here this weekend. They look amazing. I know I'm really soaking it in, getting my chance to look at them now, because once they're, won, a lot of the times they just go into Legend. You never really get to see those world prize cards. There's so few of them. They're really, really special, and I think this year they look even better than ever. But I say that every year, but the Master of Duels...
The Master of Duels is so cool, and the background on it features a lot of different famous cards in it, just all over the place on the background. So it's a little bit of a shame that the average person is going to have a chance to really look at the card, see all the different scenes in there. You'll probably have to settle for looking at it on the card database. But man, it's a good looking card.
They really are, and I can't wait to see who is going to walk away with them tomorrow. But we first have to find out who's going to make top 8 today. I mean, now we know that we might have the potential to see Tenpai Dragon. I'm really hoping we see some Fire Kings. What deck would you like to see make top 8 that we've seen so far today, Asala?
I think between, I guess it would have to be the Melodious deck. I think that one's the most fair of all the decks that we've had. I would really like to see how it would be able to come back, but I don't expect it to. Like I'm realistic here, okay?
What about you, Jerome? Anything you're looking at?
I like the Rescue Ace deck. I really like the Rescue Ace deck a lot, and it's a case of the player bringing their deck to their championship and winning their way to the World Championship with it, and then sticking with that strategy as they go on to the World Championship itself, and being rewarded for doing so. I love seeing stories like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think comfort is key. You don't always just want to play the best deck just because everyone else is saying it's the best deck. You want to play with the deck you know the best. Maybe you can have your side deck dedicated to beating maybe that top strategy you're going to encounter a lot, but it's all about feeling comfortable. Like, if you go into a tournament not knowing how it works really, or not knowing the ins and outs or why you're using certain cards in your deck, but just someone told you to use it or you found a list online and never actually practice it out, you're setting yourself up for disaster. You need to know your deck in and out before you enter a tournament with it. Otherwise, you're the issue and not the deck itself. You have to do some self-reflection, some know when it's you and not the game. Because that's the only way you can grow and become a better player.
And just to be contrarian with you, I also think on the opposite end of that, if you are able to switch, you've been playing this deck for a long time, but you chose a different deck because you think it is better for the tournament, it shows your versatility as a player, your adaptability, how strong you are, and how able to just pick up on these new strategies and really overcome any of those differences. Because if you are not familiar, you just use that time that you have to become familiar and then show why you made it to the World Championship.
I mean, there was a time I did win a YCS, and I never activated a Shadal card in my life until round 1 of the tournament. But, Shadal Fusion versus Dante, there's not much you got to need to know about that. But I learned throughout the tournament I played against other Shadal players who are much better than I. And I was like, I'm going to do that next round. I'm going to copy your strategy. And that's what you can do through tournaments when you do play something new or something else. You play against someone who's been using the deck for a long time, and you just kind of take their ideas.
How many times did you get away with that in one tournament?
Which one?
Just, I didn't know I could do that. I'm going to do that next time. And you won?
Oh, yeah. It's happened a couple times, but it sounds like we're ready for our interview with Kangas. So go ahead and take it away. Let's hear from our winner from the Swiss round 6.
Thank you very much, Billy. I am on stage with Jiawei and our incredible translators for both the English and Japanese broadcast. First question for you, Jiawei. This was a unique deck that you had to play against. How prepared were you for this matchup?
就是灵兽是一个确实不是很常见的卡组，但是我们之前就是有看过他的比赛录像，所以我们会提前的就是对熟悉一些效果。然后同时这副卡组它对陨石就尼比鲁的抗性是依赖手牌的，并且它会损失中场，所以我们会非常尊重它，并且在主牌和背牌投入了尼比鲁。
相手の霊獣が、この大会には珍しいデッキタイプであって。でその霊獣の対策として、原始生命体ニビルは結構有効的なので、ニビルを、サイド的に、入れました。
So, my opponent was using Ritual Beast, which was a very, which wasn't so used inside the tournament. So I made sure to include Nibiru inside my side deck to make sure to prepare for them.
And it worked as well. That was the big play in the duel. And I want to, give you the opportunity, since you're on the world stage, what message do you have for anyone at home cheering you on?
你对于在家乡支持你的人们有没有什么讯息要传达的？
就是我有很多朋友在中国，现在是凌晨，所以他们陪了我整晚，然后非常感谢他们。然后我来这里只有一个目标，就是尽可能多的赢下去。中国只有这一个名额，我会好好珍惜，并且我会希望我们未来有更多的机会，从我开始。
今中国は深夜の時間帯なので、今まで応援してきた、観衆たちには、感謝の意を伝えます。中国大陸の代表は私一人だけなので、これからも、可能限り頑張っていきたいと思います。
So I want to appreciate all of my family members and friends because it's midnight over there, and I'm the only one who's representing from mainland China. So I'm very happy to give this victory to you.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations on the victory. And we're going to be setting it to a short break before our round 7 matches.
So you might just want to put your opponent on no card. It's kind of like the, you know, do you judgment or negate like a pot of extravagance or that kind of thing? And it's like, well, you could negate that card, or you could let him draw 2 cards and only have 1 negate for the 2 cards.
Or did he top deck Sphere Mode and we're about to see the greatest upset?
Already at the moment, we have 36, 46, 54. I can do math.
Yeah.
54 damage on board.
There's the Spirit Gates.
64 life points. This seems pretty wrapped up. I mean, we don't know what the face down is, but we know that it can't really be your tier limits trap because there's no tier limit on the board.
The Spirit Gates have opened and the game is about to be closed.
Ooh, I like that.
Another one to the hand, by the way, so you can open it again.
And also, and just in case you guys did not know, while you can only activate 1 Spirit of the Gates, opening the Spirit Gates per turn, if you have 2 on board, the recursion effect is a soft once per turn.
Exactly.
So you can use it twice if you have 2, which is great. And I think we're going to see the game clean up right here.
A very good job by Team 7, giving them their 2nd W.
Ray's win here is extremely important because that would have been the match.
It kept them in it.
It keeps the round alive for Team 7 here, and it keeps that first place position potentially within their grasp.
If Team 7 can pull off that reverse 3-game sweep right now, they will be in the first position in their bracket. And I would love to see it, but asking for 3 wins against any of these players, that's a tall task.
It's very difficult. I mean, this is kind of a similar situation as we saw with the Snipe Hunters round 1. If Team 7 loses a single game, they have already been knocked out of the match, which is not ideal. Obviously, they can keep playing and get a couple more games to kind of add to their tiebreakers, but they want to win this one. I think taking a 2nd loss here in the tournament, it would not go great. I think that really lowers their chance of getting to the 2nd day.
Especially when you look at the fact that they have powerhouses like Maxi, like Double Noir in the group as well, also vying for that 2nd place.
Yeah.
So take a look at some of the standings, and we're kind of seeing as some of the other games and some of the other competitors are going that aren't featured matches. We have, I mean, you tell me.
Is that a 9-0?
Am I reading that right?
Yeah, I believe so. 9-0 for Maigo versus Double Noir, who were looked at as being
They were competitive. They were very competitive. Double Noir has good standings.
I was going to ask you guys, so in round 1, obviously, but in this 2nd set, none of the Team 7 players, I don't even know if any of the players switched decks. What do you think's going to happen in this 3rd set?
How many times do I have to say it, Doug?
Are we going to mix it up?
Sphere mode.
You know, we might see a Wing Dragon raw deck. It could happen anytime.
We're going to see Sphere mode.
Are we going to see tournaments again for Jesse Cotton is my question.
So I
50-50,
believe
right?
Jesse has not been paired up against the other tier limit players, so we could see a tier limit mirror match.
Well, Jesse is the best at the tier limit mirror match.
To say, very, very comfortable in that situation.
I think Quantal may have won last year.
You know, what can you do? But we could theoretically see like all mirror matches, which isn't very likely in the 3v3. We haven't really seen that too much, but I think if no one switches decks,
I'd be so happy if every single match was a mirror match. I have no idea if that makes for good television, but that excites me. Every time you're looking at it, it's just like, who can play the deck better? Whenever you're playing online against other people, I don't know if you feel the same way, but when someone's running the same deck as me, I take it as like a personal pride, like, I'm the better player of this deck. I can pilot this deck better. So sometimes there's a little bit of that personal pride going up in the mirror matches. And like you guys were saying,
difference.
Yes, the skill difference. You know, or as my friends will commonly say, Chilled, you have a skishu. And whenever I use when I lose, I have a skill issue.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting too, because these players have practiced these mirror matches so often. They really know what's going on. So if we do see some mirror matches, we're going to see some pretty epic plays, I would imagine.
Mirror matches are going to give you the highest level of gameplay. You know the deck the best. You're going against it. You know the interrupt spots. You know the weak points. You're not going to get caught off guard by anything. So you're going to see every single play is going to be thought about, because you're like, it's chess. You got to think 3 steps ahead. If I do this, I know they can do this, this, and this.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see that, but we'll see. We'll see what the matchups are going to be. It's been a long day here, but everyone's still all smiles because this is Yu-Gi-Oh, man, and we love it.
Heroes feature on your screen right now. You previously saw Team 7. These are the teams that are vying for those qualification spots in Group B for Day 2.
Absolutely. Controlling your own fate is very important. Now, we'll wait until the end before we kind of look over some of the other stuff, but getting a chance to kind of crunch some of the numbers, that could be kind of exciting. See what kind of wins are needed.
Indeed, and Heroes Future team captain Tusk, as we said, renowned for being a really prominent player, respected to an almost unparalleled degree when it comes to the representatives in this tournament. I say almost unparalleled because Ryan from Team 7 was also mentioned time and time again as a player to watch by the other competitors.
Well, how much does that help when you guys duel, knowing if you have someone who is your coach, your leader, the tip of the iceberg when it comes to being so good at the game, knowing that he's on your side, he can walk you through things. That's got to be a confidence booster. That's got to be a little bit of a plus to morale, knowing even if I don't draw the best, I got someone behind me backing me up.
And actually, on that note, I do want to highlight the fact that we had Jesse win one game for the team. We had Ray win one game for the team.
Yes.
Ryan, the win here is contingent on him.
It is. It's
also
needed.
Finding
Well, they
one.
all need to
It's
win.
needed, yeah.
They need to go 3-0.
Everybody needs a W.
But it's scary. I think being in that position really puts it. I mean, I keep talking about pressure over and over again here, but you don't want to have to go 3-0 to get the back door, and but especially as the team that has the lower record.
That's true. It's hard. I mean, again, 3-0ing any of these guys is a task to be had. But when you look at some of the accomplishments, just going over Jesse, 6-time YCS winner, 2-time Ultimate Duel Series winner, 4-time World's Competitive tied for the most YCS wins and tops. He just won Sacramento. I mean, if you want anybody doing it, that's like you're talking to a heart doctor and this guy's got a perfect record. It's like, that's the guy I want who's going to save my life. If I want anybody on my team, I want Jesse on my team, I want Ryan on my team, I want Ray on my team. But I know it's an uphill battle because everybody's good.
Yeah. Well, and like we were kind of talking about earlier, it's like, even if you're a great player, even if you did all the great deck building decisions, Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes is a game about luck.
It is. It's a card game at the end of the
Just
day.
because someone lost doesn't mean that they're the worst player than the other person. Like, doesn't mean that they misplayed. Someone has to win.
Exactly.
Like, unless every game's a draw, someone has to win, and it can be anyone.
I'm going to take that attitude to my locals where it's like, I just happen to have a bad hand today.
Yeah, every single round.
You know, we highlighted again how last year we saw Tusk run that really unconventional strategy and it didn't pay off. It didn't work out. But this year, playing a standard competitive deck, he has been so reliable for this team and such a good team captain, just consistently bringing victories by way of Heroes Future. And honestly, if he can do it again here, they will win this round 2.
Leading by example is a real thing. So if you see your team captain and he is just winning and winning and winning, I mean, that's what you want to see. That's the guy you want behind you.
You know, when we're talking about like those rogue deck choices, it's always this question of when you're playing the best deck, everyone knows how to play against it. They know what every single card does. They've practiced against it, so you have that disadvantage, but the advantage is that the deck is so powerful, so consistent. When you play a rogue deck, you're probably losing something. You're maybe losing consistency, you're maybe losing resilience, you're maybe losing, I mean, maybe your end board isn't as good. But where you can make up some of that power loss is by having the surprise factor. There's so many cards in the game, and not everyone is going to know every single card. It's hard to have them all memorized. You know, I can't remember stuff for tests, but I can certainly remember some cards out there. But it's hard to know about everything and know about every deck. Even if you understand a deck on a basic level, if you don't really understand the interactions and like how they really work, especially at the World Championship, you could be in an unfortunate position. I'm sure that they tested against all sorts of decks, but you can only prepare so much.
You got to feel good if you know if your opponent's like, hold on, can I read that card? That's when you know, like, oh man, I caught you off guard. This is a surprise.
How many people were preparing for super heavy Samurai Centurion?
Probably not too many. Probably none of them.
Yeah,
Same thing with like Pearly, which, you know, that was that matchup, but Pearly is a deck that I think is a total underdog. I'm not actually sure if anyone else is playing it. I think there might just be one player, but those choices can really give you the edge in the tournament. But we normally see those as a second deck option, where the first deck option, which we're seeing these players stick with, they're sticking with it because it's so consistent, because it's so reliable. So I think as Team 7 going to this last round, if you are, or this last set, you're thinking about what's going to give us the best chance of getting this 3-0. Are we all going to switch to our second decks and try to get the surprise factor on them? Or are we just going to keep it clean, keep it consistent, play the best decks?
And then I know we've been harping on the idea of like, okay, they got to take 5s and go first place and control your own destiny, and it's very important to do that. But there's still so much Yu-Gi-Oh to play.
Yeah.
That even if they don't do that, they are such a good team that we're going to see what happens in round 5, where they could 9-0 somebody and it doesn't even matter.
Absolutely. It's not over till it's over.
That's true.
Group B seems to be shaping up with a few title contenders in it.
I think so. It's not over until Beatrice sings. And she's not singing anymore in the TCG.
Do we have any score updates for any of the other teams?
I have some.
Oh.
Let's take a look.
So, what we got is Group B. We have Mygo currently in second place now, overtaking Team 7, thanks to their 9-0 victory over Double Noir. Heroes Future still happy in first place.
Yeah.
Could very well find themselves falling down the standings a little bit if they drop this game to Team 7. Rogue Rulers and Maxi now sitting at 5th and 6th. And Double Noir actually falling from 2nd all the way to 4th.
Oh, after that,
it's a rough loss.
That shows just how
one match
this
matters.
could be.
Yeah, one match can take you from 2nd to 4th. I'm curious though, if we look at if we go back, I'm so sorry, if we look at some of the 4th and 5th place finishes, depending on how their final round goes, like for example, Max Yi. I mean, that 1-8's going to hurt them, but they also have an 8-1, a 4 and 5. In their next couple of rounds, if they start to take some 6 out of 3, you can easily see a 5th place player going straight into 2nd place.
I don't know. It's going to be tough because there's only, I guess, yeah, the 4th round hasn't been posted in there. So, you know, it is pretty interesting. But I think we are jumping into the game right now. Let's see what's going on.
Got it.
Let's see what's going on indeed. Team 7, their tournament is on the line here. Can they find the victory against Heroes Future? Maybe the winner of this will escape as seed number 1 of Group B. But it's that second seed that is all important, as it will guarantee day 2.
And as my wife always says, go Yugi! She thinks Yu-Gi-Oh is called Yugi, so it's really, I've been trying to teach her. It's very upsetting.
Close enough.
Yeah.
2/3 of the way there.
She keeps calling Yugi Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay, so we do see Ray on the U-Bell again, summoning the Lotus. Now this is kind of a spot where Ash Blossom messes you up a lot.
Bring me the same enthusiasm for U-Bell the 3rd time.
The 3rd time? Absolutely. Well, I mean, look, when you see your starter get Ash.
About to say, no called by, no. Okay, we do have the Nightmare Throne.
So we, unfortunately though, our options are kind of limited. We're gonna, you have a lot. You can destroy a card here, so you can at least end the board on Spirit of U-Bell, or sorry, Phantom of U-Bell. You can choose to follow up for next turn. Maybe you grab a Dark Beckoning Beast, or maybe you want to try and grab Samsara again. There's a lot of options here, and I could see that's why it's taking a little bit of time to pick it, because you got to figure out, how do I want to advance with this? Your normal summon is shot.
Let's take a look here. And I think what's so nice about the U-Bell deck is that even if you can't really do too much, you can almost always get to Phantom. We are going to see a Maxi on the Spirit. That's going to hurt. Not only because...
and they're dancing.
Yeah,
they're dancing.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And... okay, so we summon the U-Bell
feeling
here.
good.
Yeah. Now they still can make the Phantom of U-Bell from the graveyard. They still have the chance. So obviously that's going to be one extra draw if they choose to go that route. So we'll see how Team 7's going to play it. This is a hard one, and they are. They're going into it.
It's so awkward because it's like, you know, you're putting a negate on your board, but also you're giving them a card.
Exactly. And then set 1. Do we think, I don't know what they run, could that have been Eternal Favorite? Are we going to see U-Bell the Loving Defender?
We could very well. But actually, I do want to just go back to what I said at the start of this set.
Yeah.
Tournament is on the line for Team 7. When you think about it, Mygo actually beat Team 7 earlier in the day. And if Team 7 end up 2-2 here, Mygo already 2-2. So potentially their tournament will no longer be in their hands if they drop this.
Ebreeze, you're breaking my heart.
Ooh, we see the Imperm immediately activated on the Family U-Bell. That is a huge issue because it's just a 0 attack vanilla monster now.
But that's okay. He's playing defense with the Maxi, so we'll see how much they want to overextend. Unless, of course, he feels like he can just put 8K on the board.
I was going to say, I do want to say with the Maxi in this environment specifically, as I've mentioned with Nibiru earlier, you pretty much know that your opponent isn't going to have Nibiru. I mean, there's a low chance of them having Nibiru. There's only going to be 3 Nibiru between 6 decks. So I think game pushes through Max C are going to be
you think they're going to pop up
a lot more
often?
viable.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously, if you push too much and you don't play around the Ash Blossom or Ghost Mourner or Ghost Ogre or whatever, then it's not like perfect. But if you're without a card that just ends the turn like Nibiru,
exactly,
you can kind of push through. If your deck I mean, all these decks have so much card advantage that they can get that they can often just push through a lot of hand traps.
We are going to be seeing, though, the Snake Eyes Fire King, and that's going to be rough looking at a Phantom of U-Build that is currently negated in 1 set card that's unknown. Of course, though, he is playing under Max C, so we'll see how much he wants to extend. But I think you're right. With not having that threat of Nibiru on the board, well, again, we don't know. That could be the one in his hand.
We do see the Infinite Impermanence on the Onyx, though.
Okay.
That is going to be, you know, not bad. Do we have a Kieran in hand to dodge? That would be incredibly powerful. There we go. We got the Kieran. Kieran's so good, not only for like getting your combos going, but for that quick effect on either player's turn.
Now I know why he was dancing earlier, because he just had everything.
The instant destruction to have that effect of the opponent's resolve, and it effectively wastes the Infinite Impermanence.
Going right to the battle phase here. Interesting.
Okay.
Do we have nothing else, or are we just not willing to play under Max C?
I think that's got to be it. He's going to be, he's got TT.
Oh my gosh, the TT.
Honestly, oh my god, you steal the X.
Side frame driver.
This is going to be a top deck is going to decide this match. That is insane.
How much you want to bet that that's an Imperm face down or called by? It's like, I don't think we have the material engraved to summon another Phantom.
I think just 1 Spirit of Yubel. So he could have drawn potentially a Dark Beckoning Beast or a Samsara or any of that. He does still have Nightmare Throne on the board, so it gives a bit more leeway, but we're going to see.
Added back. So right now, it's like not only is it difficult to do anything, but also setting up a board. Oh boy.
He did. Okay, he top decked one of them, so he's making it.
Yeah, but
if Heroes Future take this, they will have first locked, because no other team is even close to them. They are the only team with 3-round wins at the moment, and they will be the only team in their group to get 4-round wins if they do manage to take
nobody
this.
else can even get to that at this point?
Indeed.
They
Excellent.
are crushing it. So we're going to see the activation of the
double
quick play spell
pop.
now.
Oh.
I mean,
we do have Nightmare Throne, though, coming up.
We do get the Nightmare Throne, but we also have the Kieran.
I don't mean to be a fanboy for Yubel, but it's just, I mean, I love it.
I think it's perfectly fine. I think it's a really interesting strategy with a lot of unique effects that we don't normally see. And like we saw that last game, you know, 6 monsters with 0 attack. That's pretty funny.
It's funny.
We can see the
Bionic
Summon, adding Fire King Sanctuary. Yeah, this is probably a wrap, isn't it? I mean, we know we have Sci-Frame Driver in hand.
That is it. So he just needs 8K. And unfortunately, I think Ray knows that too, where it's just kind of, and Bonfire to put the icing on the cake, and they are not stopping him from dancing.
They know. So Heroes Future absolutely dominating this side of the bracket.
My God. Especially when you think about the team here. I mean, Team 7, incredible. All of them are all incredible. And they were able to handle it. Now, we still, again, they may not be able to take 5 wins, but we still have 2 other duels, Duel A and Duel B on the bottom, the Team 7. From what it looks like, there is blue kind of controlling the board down there in the bottom left. So they can still scoop up some more points to make sure they stay in 2nd place.
And bottom right, you know, 5 cards in hand, not bad either. So each game counts. Don't forget that. Even if we lose a match, each game counts.
And time again, we've said Tusku is so good, but his teammates have also shown up. Maguro.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. We are beginning Swiss round number 7, and you can see our pairings just ahead. I'm going to check that real fast and see what our pairings are here in round number 7 in just a moment. This is the final round of Swiss, and man, have the times at the standings been a-changing over the last few rounds. I've seen some furious comebacks from some players who started off 0-2.
Yeah, it's been really kind of back and forth. We saw, some players start off 0-2, win the next 4 in a row. Now they're sitting in a position to make the top cut. We also seen some players, unfortunately, like Ruben, who started off 3-0, then lost the next 3. So they're sitting at 3-3. But here are the pairings for round number 7. We do see Mark Solis, who finally moves down from table 1.
He took a draw.
A draw, not a loss, but he's up against EU's Anthony Lopez. That's going to be a really important match. Anthony Lopez, I think, sitting out with 2 losses, wants to win that game pretty badly. So we keep seeing people who we featured before playing against other people we featured before. Table 4 is the one I'm looking at. Yuto versus Fox. Two of my favorite players we've seen on stream today. Now both competing. One of them will be in prime position to make it into that top 8.
Yeah, we're really looking at those top 6 tables here. Those top 6 tables have a really strong chance of making it into the top 8 finish. Just all the winners here. Obviously, tables 1 and 2, pretty much, well, not necessarily all of table 1 and 2, but
the top 3 players.
Yeah, top 3 players are pretty much locked in, but there's a lot of room.
There's a tough situation down on table 6 as well, where Michael Thomas really needs this one, and Ruben got to have it to have a chance.
Yep, so let's go ahead and meet our players here for round number 7, the final round of Swiss at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. First up, we have Kalist Uramovic from Australia, and hey Jerome, his favorite card is Goatee of the Deep Beyond.
Yeah, I love Goatee of the Deep Beyond. The Goatee are so cool.
I mean, some of the coolest looking cards for sure.
Yeah, art's fantastic, but of course playing against him is Baptiste from France. Favorite card, Masked Hero Darklaw.
Ooh, also very cool.
That's a fan favorite for sure.
Well, speaking of evil cards, I'm just kidding. This isn't an evil hero. This is a masked hero.
He is sometimes used for evil, but sometimes used for good. I'll give him that.
That is it is a frustrating
hero.
card. It is a hero. You can't be hating on the masked hero Darklaw, but it has that banishing effect only for your opponents. Can be quite annoying, but also very useful. So you definitely know Baptiste has probably been a hero player at some point or another.
No shame to our Jaden enthusiasts all around the world here.
So we've got 4 wins and 2 losses versus 3 wins, 2 losses, and a draw. Callis can probably skate by if he can come up with a draw in here, but Baptiste absolutely cannot, and he's going to be doing everything in his power to win this match.
Yeah, and all those players that already have 3 losses, they're going to be cheering hard against Baptiste here. That 2x21 record locks him in above the other players with 3 losses. We're kind of looking at how the points are adding up. The more X21s, the less chance an X3 is going to be able to make it. So Baptiste has a lot of people rooting against him. I'm sure a lot of people from France at home are rooting for him. Maybe at their local OTS. I know we have that going around worldwide. We're able to watch from home. You've been able to, or not from home. I mean, you can watch from home, just like a lot of you probably are.
In fact, if you are.
But there's also the live look-ins. You can probably see them in the background we have. But the players are already shuffled up and ready to go. It's time to jump into it. We are going to finish the final round of Swiss here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 in Seattle, Washington. It's game number 1, round 7. The winner of this will be looking to make the top 8 cutoff.
That's 2 2s.
Let's give that another shot. That's not what we're looking for here.
Did someone get another die in here? It's been rolling low all day.
A lot of 1s. I know there's been a lot of snake eyes in the room, but let's keep it to the cards.
Yep, this is going to be an Australia versus France matchup.
Ooh, not a big fan of Kalisa's hand here, but like it definitely works depending on how many interruptions are coming down from Baptiste.
Main phase?
All right, we made it to the main phase.
A few things checked off. The Divine Temple comes down here. Let's see what he's going to place from his deck.
Oh, I know some players out there love the combo of Field Spell plus Snake Eye Oak. We're going to have to see if that's going to be something that's going to come from Kalist here. Let's see what he places in his spell and trap card zone. It's going to be Snake Eye's Diabell Star.
Yeah, there's an argument that Field Spell plus Snake Eye Oak may be better than just opening Snake Eye Ash.
I mean, it's a great way to get to Snake Eye Ash.
It is a 2-card combo.
But let's see if that is what he's going to do here. He's going to send the Diabell Star and the Oak and potentially access Snake Eye Ash.
Gotta confirm what cards were in the hand there real quick. I think those 3 cards are the ones that go back in the deck.
Yeah, they just kind of slipped over there.
Oh, good. Sorry.
Nobody saw them, though, so it should be no harm done.
That's correct. Those were separate.
All right, now let's see if he's going for that Snake Eye Ash. Why this is a little bit better than just starting with Snake Eye Ash. You're able to get to Flamebirch before 5 summons, but when that Flamebirch does go to the graveyard, you can bring back that Oak, and then the Oak can bring back another monster. So it's like Flamebirch turns into 3 monsters potentially, but while you're able to still play around Nibiru in the beginning part.
Yeah, like potentially stronger output, but a lot riskier, right? There could be a lot more things that could happen to you coming from Baptiste's end.
True. But Poplar is going to the hand, then special summoning to the field, and then we're going to see original Sinful Spoils be added to the hand off that Snake Eyes Poplar.
Baptiste checks his cards there. Whole lot of green over on his side of the field.
And then he's going to link away Poplar for Anima, so Poplar can place that Snake Eyes Diabell Spar in the spell and trap card zone.
You can see some of the nerves here for Khalees. He's slipping over his cards a little bit here, wants to be really careful, make sure he plays proper.
I mentioned this is a huge match.
Yeah, absolutely. They're playing for everything here.
I mean, the winner of this is looking good for top 8. Baptiste is going to have a potential, tiebreaker situation if there's any other players that have 2 losses in 1 draw. But Khalees will be feeling really good when he wins this if he has at his chances of making top 8.
Going to be using that Ashes effect here, sending itself as well as the Snake Eye Oak. Going to be summoning out that Flamebridge. Now that it's on the field, I imagine Khalees is going to take a look at his extra deck. Really considering his options before going into the moon in the closed heaven with the Anima as well as Snake Eye Diabell Star. That moon will soon be transformed into the Requiem. Requiem is going to go through with his effect now.
Still no responses here from Baptiste.
I mean, there's been a few checkpoints up to this point as far as what you'd expect. But usually once you get to this segment of the combo, then you're looking for pairs, right? Because anything that hasn't been used now, you're going to attempt to use in pairs. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to still have them.
Like the fruit, a pair?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, you mean like a couple. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
But Original Symbols, it's been a long day, but Original Symbols Spoils is going to send... that was so funny in my head. I'm sorry, I just couldn't stop myself. But Original Symbols Spoils is going to send that Requiem to the graveyard, bring out a level 1 monster. Now they're going to be quickly linked away into Fiendsmith's Sequence.
Sequence is going to be able to use its effect here, putting back the... Oh, maybe not the Engraver. Yep, going for the Moon as well as the Requiem.
Yeah, he's one step ahead of what he's looking for here. He's going to get that Engraver back just in a moment.
You have to wonder how many times he's done this today. Going to be adding the Engraver to the hand?
Times, so 6 times 2, 12 minimum, probably.
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
No, I don't think that's quite correct. This has not happened yet. Maybe predicting the future. Wait, is it Shiju working on the production company? I've already... Wait, did he concede? No. This game is still going, right?
Not a chance.
Okay.
Unless he got
I don't think Baptiste is the one winning that game. Yeah.
No. I have already foreseen it, Kaiba.
Yeah,
you would never tribute your Egyptian god card.
I don't even think he got a warning for knocking over the card, so we don't have a game loss situation here.
We might have just might be some technical difficulties, so we're going to be watching it from the shoulder and from the side here. Oh, we haven't really talked much about this enormous screen that's behind him, but it looks beautiful. All right, we're back into the action. Appaloosa makes an appearance. Looks like he used the sequence. He used the sequence to summon the Lacrima. I assume the Lacrima brought back Engraver.
Yeah.
And then he linked those 4 away into Appaloosa. And then Appaloosa's on the field. He still has a Flamebridge. I'm assuming he's going to find another way to put another monster on the field because the Appaloosa's there to protect his field from things like Nibiru, the Primal Being. And then once Flamebridge goes to the graveyard, because that's the way you play around it, right? You will keep Flamebridge on the field as long as you can until you have that monster effect negation protection. Like Appaloosa, and then he's going straight to the graveyard to bring back more bodies, more monsters onto the field. And that is what is happening. It looks like he summoned an IP Masquerena there, and now he's summoning back 2 monsters. One of them is probably Snake Eye Oak, and we talked about how he didn't have to use that effect yet. So Flamebridge, instead of bringing out 2, gives you 3 monsters, basically.
Yep,
so we haven't
summoned back the Poplar.
Yep, so we haven't... We have an Appaloosa. Sorry, it going down on the side just killed me there for a second. My bad. But Appaloosa, IP Masquerena, plenty of monsters. The IP is probably going to the graveyard for Link Summon for Promethean Princess, Bestower of the Flames. That's just going to look to bring back that Flamebridge Dragon, which will use its effect to put the IP Masquerena in the spell and trap zone. So he's really, where he wants to be in this matchup. Baptiste has not won a game yet. Do not to just ignore what is on the screen right now. This is still game number 1 of round 7. And Baptiste, he's cool, calm. It's not great, going second in a must-win game and you don't have any of those hand interactions. You just kind of have to watch your opponent play there. All right, here we are back into it. Okay, well, the next step after the Flamebridge puts the IP would be to go into Nightmare Phoenix to protect that Appaloosa from battle.
Yeah. Yeah, we see that the Princess has it the graveyard as well. The only thing I was looking for is if you did end up using the Fiendsmith Engraver to add track to your hand, maybe you wanted to find a way to put Desiree on the field.
While they're randomizing the deck, we have a couple results coming in. Table 6, Ruben has won game number 1.
Very good, very good.
Table 1, Jose has won game number 1.
Ooh. Yeah, funny note about Ruben. He's played at least 3 rounds against other players from North America this tournament. But it looks like Baptiste is going to start with Wanted Seeker, the Sinful Spoils.
I mean, this is what happens when you don't have any points of interaction from the hand. That usually means you have all engine. Sometimes that's enough to push through.
You know, Wanted, we haven't seen a lot of it today. I mean, it is limited to 1, so it makes a lot of sense.
That would make a lot of sense.
But Divine Temple of the Snake Eye coming down here.
This does help play through things a little bit.
You still got to worry about that Appaloosa. Didn't have an infinite impermanence or anything like that to shut it off before the turn started. I mean, this isn't a lot. I mean, Appaloosa plus Flamebridge into IP, it represents a decent amount of interruptions. There's also the Princess in the graveyard. We luckily get to see it there on the top of the graveyard.
I think this is an interesting point, though, because now that the both temples are on the field, if Baptiste summons a monster here, Khalees can use his own temple to summon the Ash from his opponent's side. And then after that, there's nothing else on the spell and trap zones except for the IP, which Flamebridge can use. So we're making sure to clear it away with the Diabell Star here, which makes a lot of sense. All right, opting to just use the effect of the temple here to put the IP onto the field. And then Veiloring the Diabell Star as well.
It's always tough when you have that established board and you're like, okay, I might be able to play this. And then they have more of those hand interactions from the hand that you aren't readily know about. But he has Crossout Decimator.
All right. Here we go.
Platinum Rare out of Rarity Collection 2 looks beautiful. And that's another card we haven't seen a lot of today. Not that everyone isn't using it. It's just at 1 during this tournament, since we do have that combined Forbidden Limited list with the OCG and TCG.
Now that IP Masquerena is vulnerable to being attacked over, even though the Appaloosa is not, because we didn't opt to use the Appaloosa here prior. IP is going to potentially link away with the Flamebridge here. It looks like we're going into Little Knight. Yep, we're going to be using the IP Masquerena as well as the Flamebridge. Placing the IP co-linked to the Nightmare Phoenix.
It's going to be protected by battle as well. SP Little Knight's going after the original Sinful Spoils, banishing that away.
Interesting choice with the Wanted in the graveyard. Baptiste will be able to use the Wanted to get an additional draw here.
And be able to potentially search it out again with something like Snake Eyes Poplar. A full board of monsters here for Khalees.
This is a tough one, but because he didn't have all of those cards in hand to fight against building it, it's got to be ways to help him get through it.
Certainly is the case. And I mean, this Wanted, putting back the original Sinful Spoils, it's tough. You couldn't really go after the Diabell Star there with the SP Little Knight because he still has the Divine Temple he could send with the original Sinful Spoils. So maybe he's just hoping that even though he's giving him one more draw, he's not going to have a way to access something like Poplar. Because the one Snake Eye Ash is gone, he's going to need something like Bonfire to be able to go into that line.
And he still has all the uses of that Appaloosa as well.
And it was made with, what, 3?
Through
Link 2 and 2 other monsters?
Yep,
most likely.
He used the Fiendsmith package to do it, I think. And it also is protected by battle, which is huge. But now the chain of the Bestial to the activation of Appaloosa is going to let him get another monster onto the field. But he's going to use SP Little Knight targeting his Oak and Baptiste's Oak.
Just get it off the field so it can't use its effect to summon another monster from the deck.
So that is a Druid's Worm.
All right, Princess is going to target Poplar and the Black Witch. And that's all Baptiste needs to see. He's not going to be able to play through this board, and he's going to concede game number 1. And Khalees is now 1 game win away from being our first player. Well, our first player out of that is X2 to have a good shot at making that top 8 if he can win 1 more. But, you know, don't count France out just quite yet. That is Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. That is a wonderful card. I'm going to miss you, Appaloosa. You are beautiful. Or I guess, sorry, I'm going to miss your bow. Right? Well, Appaloosa is the bow.
The bow of the goddess.
We haven't met the goddess yet. We haven't met the bear of the goddess yet. We've met the bow of the goddess.
So it's just, it's just the weapon that's not allowed.
But yeah, big congratulations to Khalees for his game 1 win. You know, Australia, the Oceania is a really interesting territory. They have a lot of great players who always get to come to the World Championship. I know at the World Championship I played in, I got to play against an Australian player, and it was one of my favorite matches because it was so friendly and it was so nice. It was really great to see him here, and I'd love to see Australia walk away with the World Championship under its belt.
I know they have won Duel Links in the past.
Indeed, they have.
Have they never won the TCG before? Maybe I'm thinking of Duel Links as well.
I don't know. I know Bowden got close, and
he got second in 2018.
Yeah, but I know Khalees is probably focused on it. Looks very focused. Knows how close it is to him. Baptiste doesn't want to be eliminated quite just yet. He is side deck and ready to go.
Not a whole ton you can pick up from that last game. That one was just pretty rough having to sit there and watch your opponent play out their entire combo.
Yeah, the Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck typically plays a lot of those interactions in the hand. You want to be able to disrupt your opponent on their first turn before you get to play on your own turn. You're not really built to play into the field entirely because the field is so strong when you expect to play against the mirror match. And it was just really unlucky that he happened to see none of any of the cards that he plays.
When you say a lot, it's a lot, like 15 to 18.
Yeah, above average in past decks.
Now, Khalees wants to be very careful here. He doesn't want to take too long side decking. As you can see, Baptiste has been ready for quite some time. You don't want to take any sort of slow play penalties this late into the game.
For what it's worth, Baptiste is going first, right? He doesn't have to change that much.
True, very true.
And it is no more than 3 minutes of the rules for side decking. No more than 3 minutes. And you're supposed to be shuffled and presented at that time, but most of the time they'll let you slide, if you're just finishing up shuffling when the 3 minutes hits.
I mean,
it looks like he lost track of the card he was looking for there for a second. Kind of heard him saying, like, I lost the card I was looking for.
He is stressed, but, he has to get himself calm. You only have to win one more game here to potentially move on into the top 8.
We've got a couple other results here from the top tables. At table 3, Julio has won game number 1.
Oh, that's a good bounce back from the round he just lost there. He definitely wants to see win here this round to get into that top 8 potentially.
And the other one is, in fact, the update from the match we're watching right now. But I think we all know who won the game number 1 here.
It was a bit confusing at first, yeah.
Yes, on how the beginning of that match went. But no, Khalees was the victor for game number 1. And Baptiste, I can never tell. I can't get really a read on these players. I feel like players used to have a lot more of expressions on their face, but they came in here ready and prepared, not giving away any emotions. But let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game 2 of the 7th round of Swiss here in Seattle, Washington at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. All right, let's see if there's a Mulcharming Perillia or anything crazy here from Khalees before Baptiste can do his first action, and it doesn't look like he's going to activate anything quite just yet.
A Diabolstar giving up a Nibiru the Primal Being here.
That's tough. Even when I open up a Nibiru going first, I want to do everything I can to try and keep it in my hand, just kind of as that fallback plan, just in case something goes wrong.
And they were normal summoning the Poplar as well. Trying to eat up some interruptions from Khalees here, bait things out. Gonna add the Divine Temple. Divine Temple is going to be activated, going to place something from the deck to the Spell and Trap Zone.
Small reads you can kind of get from this play here, because if he had another starter or something that can normal summon, you would definitely discard the Poplar with the Diabellstar to place it in the Spell and Trap card zone potentially. But those are like the little things you need to pick up as you're playing. But yeah, the Divine Temple is going to place the Snake Eyes Diabellstar in the Spell and Trap Zone.
And now I imagine he's trying to keep the Snake Eye part of his strategy in the back. Try to get as many responses from Khalees as he can. That's why we're going into the Moon of the Closed Heaven, start accessing that Fiendsmith engine, and set up some protection before we commit any further. Gonna go into the Requiem, immediately use Requiem's effect. Get the Engraver on the field.
All right, Snake Eyes Elbow is going to be able to special summon itself from the Spell and Trap Zone by placing a fire monster from the graveyard in the Spell and Trap Zone. More Link summoning action coming down. Fiendsmith sequence is next.
Sequence is activating its effect now. Going to be able to shuffle back the Requiem and the Closed Goddess, or Closed Heaven. Yep, Lacrima targeted the Engraver, and there was a chain of Baldrake going after the same Engraver. Tactics is activated, going to look at Kalisa's hand, and that is a powerful one. Lots of starters.
Wow. Takes that talents.
Instantly goes for triple tactics talent.
I like that a lot, actually, taking their talents away.
Yeah, and taking away any tools he really has to pick apart the board outside of any of those hard once return effects that are natural to the combo. And now he knows that he's free to go. There are no more disruptions in Kalisand, so he can play freely.
Another player we're keeping our eye on, Shinichi, the rescue ace duelist, has tied things up on table number 8. It's 1-1.
Poplar uses its effect on the field now, and as well as in the graveyard to place itself in the spell and trap zone.
Ash is going to resolve successfully here. Well, everything's going to resolve successfully. We've seen Kalisa's hand.
Yep, no surprises anymore.
Where is Baptiste going to go next with this? Got a few options.
He is free to go, but he still has to make sure he makes no missteps. Sometimes when you get a little overconfident after resolving a tactics like that, you know there's nothing stopping you. You can get a little ahead of yourself. So make sure he collects himself here, plays through his plays, not necessarily slowly, but just giving some caution to him. Okay.
So SB Knight's going to go after Bestial Baldrake.
Can't attack directly this turn anyway, so or at all, so it doesn't matter that you give up that ability with Little Knight.
He knows his opponent's hand is Diabellstar, Bonfire, as well as, was it Poplar?
I don't think it was Temple.
Oh, it was Temple, yes.
It was Divine Temple, the Snake Eye. Promethean Princess is going to bring back that Snake Eyes Flamebird's Dragon to the field.
Now, this is where some people have been bringing out the Desiree to negate the Princess, but here we're actually going to get the Link 4 monster.
Well,
or Link 2 monster, rather.
Yep, just going into, maybe doesn't play or wants to waste like something like Nightmare Phoenix, going into Hida here. Not usually where you want to see it in the main monster zone, but I don't think it'll be there for very long.
Just going into Appaloosa here. Some of these duelists not that big a fan of Desiree. I mean, he did lose the Engraver from the Baldrake, so it must be a lot more difficult to do so.
It's a little tough. And he's going to end here on a 3-shot Appaloosa, along with Divine Temple. Little Knight is a spell card right now, and Flamber's Dragon's still here.
You hit your extra deck. Oh no, that's the card in hand.
Still having the card in hand to back up the field here. He did give up the Nibiru, so at the minimum, this card is stronger than that. Or, you know, so Baptiste thinks so.
Probably better for having with a full field, or a field.
Going to be using the effect of Flamberge in the semi-phase.
And there she is again in the card highlight, Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess.
Baptiste now knows that Khalees plays the tactics, but now he knows that he drew the infinite impermanence. So the
huge draw.
Yeah,
that's a big
That was
one.
a very, very good draw. He used it on the Flamebridge, yeah?
He used it on the Flamebirds, yes.
So he still has the Divine Temple.
He used it on the Flamebirds.
Okay, so now there's still the Bonfire as well as the Diabellstar.
And that also means that the Appaloosa keeps all of the attack points.
Exactly. There's a lot of threats remaining here, so now he can do some chain blocking. Yeah, so because of this, you're not super concerned with using Appaloosa here. You're not going to use it to attempt to stop the Poplar, but you can use your Divine Temple now.
I don't know. How many? What is his Appaloosa at? 2,400, right? I think you just use it here because he's threatened with the battle phase. So you might as well stop the Poplar from getting a little bit of extra value potentially.
I was more so concerned with if you use the Appaloosa, then you don't get to use the Divine Temple.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. But it does look like he ended up using the Appaloosa.
Attempt to
Yeah, but you have to go to battle phase here, I think.
Yeah, you're not going to allow the Appaloosa to get any more value.
Because we know the last card in his hand is Bonfire.
Mm-hmm. Which is a good one.
It is a good one, and Appaloosa is going to go down here. So now all Baptiste has is Divine Temple. Summon out SP Little Knight at some point during this turn.
Which isn't bad. There is still that mystery card in the hand, which again, I at least has to know as well, that card is at least as good as Nibiru the Primal Being.
I see what you're saying, because he discarded Nibiru the Primal Being
or the Diabell Star
as opposed to this card, so he knows that it has to be something on that same level. Could be a read that you would think it is a second copy of Nibiru. That is heads up play and things you got to think about when you're playing in a high level tournament like this.
It is Effect Veiler.
There it is. As you said, something of that same level, so he gets the SP Little Knight. He negates the Ash, but Original's going to send Ash. I think Khalees might be okay here.
This is probably fine. You can just go for Snake Eye Oak here. That can at least bring back the Snake Eye Ash, and then Little Knight can only get rid of one of them, so you have access to Flamebridge.
Yeah, you definitely go after that Oak, yeah.
And it appears that table 1, Jiwei has tied it up. It is now 1-1.
Oh, there's still Princess in the grave. I forgot about her. That'll do it. That'll do it.
Indeed. It doesn't look like Khalees is going to have any other options here in this game, so he will probably concede here very soon.
Yeah, that was a mapped out turn from Baptiste here. He knew what interruptions he needed to do. He had a full understanding of Khalees' hand, especially after the Infinite Permanence was used. There was no more mystery to it. Had perfect knowledge.
Khalees going to check the graveyard once again. There are no answers in there. I'm wondering what he's thinking about. He does have the Oak coming back from SP Little Knight, I guess.
Okay. I don't know if coming back from the SP Little Knight will be enough. He gets a Little Knight.
I'm just trying to think what is the thought process there.
Because the attack or defense?
It comes back in the position it was in.
Which was attack mode.
Yeah, I don't remember. Do you remember?
Oh, this is a big update we just got, and that is at table 6. Ruben wins game 2 and the match over Mike Thomas. So Ruben is going to be really cheering hard for Khalees. Even though he did finish with 3 losses, he started off 3-0, which, you know, could be favorable for his tiebreakers. If any 3-loss player might make it in, it could be Ruben.
And what was Mike Thomas's record at that point? Was he 2-1?
Same. No, I think
2-1.
Oh, he was
2-1. Yeah.
Next 2-1.
Oh, brutal.
Which is great for him because that eliminates one of the 2-1s.
It was great for Ruben.
Yeah.
Horrible for Mike Thomas, but unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Goes to show.
Gonna link away for Nightmare Phoenix.
Target Big Poplar.
Big Poplar.
Okay.
All right, Prince is gonna bring back Flamebirds. Sounds like something's going crazy on a Duel Links just mere feet away from us.
This feels like it should be enough, right?
Oh, it's been enough.
Push back the Bell Star and we're good.
It was enough last turn.
This is this is over 8,000 easily.
You just have to go through the motions. Yeah, now we can just enter battle phase.
I can see Khalees not conceding just in case he forgets that Diabell Star can summon itself back and he doesn't use Flamebirds, but
1,000, 4,000, 6,700.
Yep, Khalees will be moving on into game number 3 here.
20 minutes on the clock. Khalees did go first in game number 1, was able to take it pretty handily, but Baptiste didn't have any of those interactions from hand, really. But now that they're diving into their side decks again, there's going to be more opportunity for him to put in cards that he's going to need going second and take out those cards that are in his deck for only when he goes first, potentially.
And still about 19 minutes left on the clock here. As long as the side decking is done in a reasonable manner, they'll still have about 15 minutes left, which is about how much you should have per game.
Indeed it is. I mean, this is the most, I'm just going to guess and assume that this is the most important game of Yu-Gi-Oh! That either of these players have yet to play going into this tournament.
And I would imagine this is the matchup they're most prepared for, right? They know what they should be doing, going first, going second. This siding should be fairly quick. I mean, I understand the pressure is there, but this is something they've done thousands of times up to this point.
And there we go. Now he gets his game 2 winner picture. Baptiste Deron. I'm trying. I took French in high school. Still not very good at it, though. I can say Je m'appelle Billy, but that's about it.
Deron.
Oh, so I was close, yeah. I was trying to... my accent is not great. Every time I've ever tried to speak to someone like that speaks French, or fluently, they're always like, "Oh, it's okay, I speak English." I'm trying. I try my best. That's all you can ever really do. But Khalees has a whole continent on his shoulders right now. Australia cheering for Khalees.
And Fox.
Both of the players out of Australia doing really well here in this tournament. I mean, rough start for Fox, but bounced back, winning a bunch of rounds after.
If they both win, they both likely make top 8.
That would be wild. No smiles here, just stoic and focused.
Pure stress.
Pure stress. I guess that's another way to look at it. Sure. It is stressful. Playing your favorite game shouldn't be stressful. You should just be having a good time.
I mean, if you're stressed, that means you care. That's a good thing.
True.
Still no results from Fox's match. However, on table 3, Giancarlo has taken game 2 and tied things up at 1.
Good to know. There
really are so many exciting duels happening right now. So many players playing, putting their competitive lives on the line here.
And then we get to see a look in at the other players playing for round number 7. All trying to make it into the top 8 so they can play the first round tonight, and then we'll be back for top 4 tomorrow, where we'll eventually crown a world champion for all the respective games. More ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than ever, and they're all here at the World Championship this year. Rush Duel's first time for Dueling's Rush Duel.
Looks like the final choices have been made. Game 3 is coming up next. You can see they can't wait to get started. Here we go.
The last game 3 of the Swiss portion of the tournament is here.
Plenty of time left for this game. Oh, Baptiste has the Molchari.
One of the fastest Pirellias I've seen dropped out of the hand, so now he's going to be drawing some cards potentially.
I do see a potential response here from Khalees. Well, not really a response, but
a way to capitalize on
it.
Yeah, but Engraver is going to be discarded from Khalees' hand.
Engraver's a really strong way to get through Purulia here, put up a lot of bodies on the field without having to actually summon them from the hand.
Attract resolution.
Nothing at resolution here. Free from Drone Lockbird, activating track now.
And it looks like Jiwei has defeated Jose at table number 1.
Ooh, that puts Jose at X2-1, right?
Believe it does.
Yep, here comes Requiem. How long is he going to be able to go without giving any cards to Baptiste? I mean, I love cards like Molcharmi Pirelli. Like, it gives you advantage, but it also at the same time your opponent can adapt their play if they so choose to give you less cards. It's a lot of strategy involved. And Requiem is going to equip itself from the graveyard to Engraver and then be sent right back to the graveyard with original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
This is a really powerful use of original here. Not having to use the Diabell Star means you give one less card from the Molcharmi. You're able to potentially summon Snake Eye Ash here, and then if you are choosing to get Poplar, we're just going to forgo the Ash entirely and go straight from Poplar, so potentially giving 0 cards to Baptiste. Snake Eye Diabell Star hits
Big
the table.
Poplar, as Baptiste likes to call it.
Ooh, and another big one here at table 4. Yuto wins game 2 and finishes the match 2-0.
Yuto, let's go. I hope he makes it in the top 8. I'd love to see some Fire Kings in the top 8 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. And also, I just loved his energy on stage. He looked really excited to be there. I can't wait to see him if he makes it into the top 8. All right. Ooh, Infinite Impermanence on that Fiendsmith sequence. Now Khalees might be in a little bit of trouble. He still has Engraver effect in the graveyard. So Snake Eyes Diabell Star is going to put Poplar in the spell and trap card zone as it summons itself.
Baptiste has to be happy here. No shortage of those points of interaction this time around.
Effect to gain counters. Effect to lose counters.
Celine now being able to use its effect, summon back a spellcaster from the graveyard after removing 3 counters. Likely.
I have to say, Celine on Master Duel is a little more annoying than it is in real life. You have to click
selecting all
each
the
counter that you place on it. But yeah, 3 counters gained, 3 counters lost. Appaloosa comes down, and we just have an Appaloosa. And there's the card you saw, Triple Tactics Thrust. Since there was a monster effect activated this turn, he's going to be able to set a spell or trap from the deck. Probably
does have to be a normal one.
A normal
Different dimension ground.
Not, I was going to say probably infinite impermanence, but it's DDG.
No, that seems a little better in this particular case.
Giving Baptiste 0 cards off the Molcharmi, forcing him to use the infinite impermanence. So he's only having a 3-card hand. He's going to draw to 4 cards, having to face down infinite impermanence, Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, as well as the different dimension ground, as well as the temple.
Incredible. That's what I like about Perilia is like it can be devastating, but it does offer you a chance to play around it if you so choose. And that just feels rewarding when you can do something like that.
The only thing is the original is in the graveyard now with, I believe, I don't know how many Snake Eyes are in there at this point.
Stand by phase. Here comes different dimension ground.
Using it instantly. Let's see how Baptiste counters this.
Now, any monster sent to the graveyard is going to be banished instead.
Yeah, a little bit of reprieve for your spell and traps, but it's still tough for the Snake Eye deck, as a lot of their cards have to pay a cost to go to the graveyard in order to continue their plays. Did he just pass?
He might have just passed back.
Okay. I'm good to draw.
He just passes.
But we're going back to Khalees's turn here.
Baptiste looks like he really needed those draws from the Perilia, or maybe just having to wait out the different dimension ground.
We're entering the main phase, checking the graveyard here, probably looking for that original simple spell. Yep. Gonna have to probably put back one of those Snake Eye monsters and then get access. Oh, we have Engraver as well. You know how we talk about Snake Eye Fiendsmith having so much follow-up in their graveyard. We're backed up with the Appaloosa as well. Already insulated from any effects from Baptiste's hand.
Wait, it says targeting Snake Eye Diabell Star?
Original going to attempt to put back the Snake Eye Diabell Star to the bottom of the deck and then add a Snake Eye from the deck to the hand. Now we're going to be adding that Snake Eye Ash. Realistically, you're going back in that deck. No need to shuffle it that much, but other way around.
Oh, sorry.
It is the big Poplar.
Yeah, the original also does end up on the bottom of the deck sometimes, but not by its own effect. It's usually by wanted. And here comes Snake Eye Ash.
Going to be able to grab that Poplar now, able to special summon it as well.
No Perilia now.
Is this enough damage represented? Not 18. Just yet.
Because don't forget about the boost from
the Divine Temple. Yep. That accounts for an extra 2,200 points of damage to the 2 Snake Eye monsters.
Using Magician's Souls to send the Snake Eye Diabell
cool.
Star.
We get to see the cool cards that's in his deck. I haven't been able to talk about it, but he is packing Magician's Souls in his Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck. Really cool to see here. Going to be able to send one of those spellcasters, and it looks like he put the Snake Eyes Diabell Star back just to put it right back into the graveyard here.
All right, Snake Eye Ash is going to use its effect, sending itself as well as the Poplar in the spell and trap zone to special summon out the Flamebridge.
And Poplar's going to put Diabell Star back into the spell and trap zone, ready to move forward into the main monster zone.
I don't think there's really need to use the effect here. It's a lot more damage, but you already have the damage represented. Maybe just play around some pairs in the opponent's hand and just go into the battle phase now?
Oh, he might have the damage now with the Requiem. I think he was a little short. Yep. He's going to do the math. Baptiste wants to make sure it is the end for him. And yep, he realizes enough. And that's it. Khalees is going to win and move on with 2 losses, 5 wins, and really in prime position to make top 8. And you know those other players that are watching here competing at the World Championship with 3 losses are really happy to see Khalees win this game.
Should be a really exciting top 8 announcement once all of the matches and results are in. This round is, of course, still ongoing. But for now, we have our winner, Kalist, picking up his 5th win on the weekend. And I'm glad we really did get to see the Magician Soul before the end. I saw this in a few deck lists, and they just haven't been rising to the top so much. And so the fact that we did get to see it,
they've been slowly rising to the top.
Slowly
I'd say.
rising.
I can't believe just how different this tournament ended compared to how it started. So many players that started losing very early are now potentially the ones locked in for top cut, and the players that were nearly undefeated the entire first half of the tournament are sometimes knocked out.
I mean, yeah, it's really what happens when you have like those extra rounds, when you have the 28 players, 7 rounds of Swiss, and then you have way more opportunities. You can flip the script along the way. So here is some of the results we're seeing. We saw Xiaowei finish off Jose going 2-1. Jose, I think that's only his 2nd loss, so he is looking good at making top 8.
X2-1, still above X3s, yeah.
Oh, and Mark Solis, he really fought back there. He had a draw last round that he wasn't very happy about, and he responded well with a 2-0 victory here.
Yeah, 6-0-1 against Anthony Lopez, putting Anthony Lopez at X3.
Going to be another person with 3 losses that's going to be hoping their tiebreaker is going to be strong enough to make them into top 8. Julio Valles, that we just saw in our last round feature match, is locked into a tight one there with John Carlo. They're in game number 3. And we got that live update from Jerome. Yuto taking down Fox, the other player from Australia. Lost the first 2, won the next 4 in a row, and then unfortunately lost here.
That's so unfortunate, yeah.
But still, with those 3 losses, has a small chance. But Yuto looking good to take his Fire King strategy into top 8.
And then we've got Kalist, of course, from the match we just watched. Michael Thomas was on the receiving end of a 2-0 from Ruben Penaranda. And then Landon and Eduardo are still going on here. Shinichi Izuma, I thought when I saw it pop up that he won game number 1 that, he could be going as well, but he ends up losing 2-1 to John Lim.
Yep, and we also see Aditya defeating Gabriel Netz there down at table 10. I'm not sure what their records were, but I don't know if he was 3 losses or probably 3 losses in a draw, but maybe has a chance. And, it's just incredible that all these players were able to make it here to the World Championship, but now we're going to find out who is going to be in the top 8, who's going to have that opportunity to walk away World Champion, or at least get their hands on one of these amazing prize cards that we have right here in front of us. They've been with us the whole day. Tomorrow we're going to have to give them away. Maybe No, I didn't earn it. They get it. They'll get it.
I'm just saying there's 3 of those and there's 3 of us.
No, I didn't even do that math. Okay, dibs on this one. Y'all can take those 2. I'll take the dragon.
For legal purposes, this is a joke.
It is a complete joke, yeah. The players are going to walk away with these. I won't touch them, I promise. I had my opportunity many years ago, and I came up short, but that's okay. The players, we're going to find out who is not going to come up short this weekend. And it's been an incredible day. I couldn't have expected such a variety of decks we have. That we did just see a Snake Eye Fiendsmith mirror match, but there's been so much different other things. Melodious, Fire King, yes, Rescue Ace, all sorts of things. But I think
even among the Snake Eye decks, there have been a lot of different ones and things like Magician Souls.
Yep.
But we're going to hear from somebody who just won with Magician Souls in just a few short seconds, so don't go away.
Yep, Kangas, take it away with our interview.
Thank you very much, casters. I'm here with Kalist after your feature match victory, a very big one for your tournament life. And I want to start there. How stressful was it for you knowing that if you lost that match, good chance you're not making top 8?
It was very stressful. I was very focused on the match and just playing my best, feature match regardless or not. It is very high stakes. Getting into Top Cut for Worlds would be, a dream come true. But honestly, just being here is good enough for me. So I'm very happy with the result. My opponent played really well, but yeah, it was very, very difficult game as well.
質問として予選最後のラウンドとなってしまうこの試合でしたが、どのように緊張しましたかという質問に関しまして、今回の最後の試合ではありましたけれども、ミスなくそれでいて、この試合一つ一つやっていってよかったと思います。本戦に出られなかったとしても、ここにいられるだけでも非常に嬉しいことだと思います。
Fantastic. And now that you've gone through the full Swiss stage, I gotta ask, who is your toughest opponent? Who gave you the most hard duels?
I would say Jose. So he was actually like the first person that I met coming to the States. Like I happened to be in the same shuttle from the airport, so we got to know each other. So it was really tough on both of us when we had to play each other in, I think, round 3 or 4. He took the victory. He's an exceptional player. So I'm not sure how he's doing right now. Hope to see him in Top Cut.
Jose, good choice.
そうですね、予選も終わりまして、この中で一番厳しい戦いとなった相手は誰だったでしょうかという質問に関しましては、ホセさんが一番厳しかったと言っております。And you may have first in this. 今回初めて空港の方で彼と初めて会い、そして今回もデュエルを行い、厳しい相手だったと言っております。彼がどのように、予選でしたかはわからないですけど、彼が一番難しかったと言っております。
And final question I have for you. I know there's a lot of people back home cheering you on. What message do you have for your supporters?
Thank you everyone for supporting me through all of this. It's been an incredible journey, and I hope to do Australia proud.
そうですね。某国の方でいろいろな方々が見守ってくれていると思いますが、彼らに言いたいことはございますかという質問に関して、ちょっといろいろと応援してくれてありがとうございます。ちょっと非常に嬉しく思っておりますとのことです。
Thank you so much for the translation. Congratulations on the victory. Everybody stick with us because after the short break, we will be back with our head judge to announce your top 8 advancing to the quarterfinals.
そして少しの休憩の後に、じゃあヘッドジャッジの方からトップ8の発表がございますのでお待ちください。
We'll see you there. Hello, duelists from around the world. We are back live on stage with head judge David to announce our top 8 duelists advancing to the quarterfinals.
世界中のデュエリストの皆様お待たせいたしました。これから2024有料ワールドチャンピオンシップトップ8の発表をヘッドジャッジのデイビッドから行いたいと思います。
All right. I just want to say a quick congratulations to our top 8. Really good job. And to anyone who didn't make it, congratulations to you too. It's a remarkable thing to be here, so thank you. And in first place, with 19 points, we have Mark Solis. And in second place, with 18 points, we have Jiawei Zhang. In third place, with 15 points, we have Julio Valls. And in fourth place, also with 15 points, we have Kalis Juremovic. And in fifth place, also with 15 points, Yuto Kondo. In sixth place, 13 points, we have Jose Santiago. In seventh place, earning 12 points through Swiss, we have Ruben Panaranda. And finally, in eighth place, we have Giancarlo Valdez Tolentino. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations once again to our top 8 duelists. We're going to send it to another short break before we are back with our quarterfinals feature match.
got to pick up a couple more.
Group A really heating up now as we do have it all coming down to this final set of this final round.
How many times have we been here? Once again, Snipe Hunters has to 3-0 to get this round. But I know that they are thinking too, even if they don't win, they don't want to get 3. Like, they need as many game wins as possible. I guess, like, you know, even if they go 2 wins, 1 loss, that makes a big difference because these games count. We've said it time and time again. Every game counts, and we are coming down to the wire. This is the last round of Swiss. This is what it's all down to. This is the last game of the day.
Last game of the day?
Yeah.
Last set of games for the day, potentially.
Last set of games for the day. Yeah.
Short of any
games time 3.
Any tiebreakers that need to play out, which could very well be a possibility given how close this
it's
group has
scary.
been.
It's a lot of...
Well, because you're looking at, I mean, if we're just looking at the scoreboard, you're looking at CR prior to all this sitting at 20 points, and close behind it, you have CR2 sitting at 18 points. So depending on who finishes what and how CR2 places in their final match, you could have a tie.
Brazil also at 18 points as
Yes,
well?
Brazil's also at 18 points. So seeing how they perform as well could also be a tie.
It would be pretty interesting. I mean, obviously, you know, we want to see how this plays out, but it would be very strong for CER if both of their teams made it to day 2.
That would be quite a showing.
And if that were the case, it would mean that Snipe Hunters were eliminated.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is, but I'm not giving up hope. I think that they know what's at stake here. They know they have to go 3-0, obviously, and they're going to put it all on the table. Now, do you think they're going to switch to their backup decks? I don't think Josh is. I think Emery might.
Yeah, I think the Flunderies actually is a very reliable option. I'm also really curious to see if we see Super Heavy Samurai Centurion take yet another game.
We might.
I want to see Flanders. I want to see something new. I want to see Change of Heart. I want to see Snatch Steal. I want to relive 2005. I'm excited to see it.
I think we all are.
Yeah. Plus, Flanders is one of those things. It just, you're talking about the original. Well, I mean, obviously there's an original to die, but Flanders in the last 3 years is one of those decks. It just does not die. Regardless of the format, Flanders is in it.
Yeah.
You've always seen at least one. It's a very strong deck.
No, I mean, it makes you wonder if next year when we're all back here, if there'll be Tearlaments and Flanders in the format again still.
I promise you, Flanders will never go away. It's going to be here forever.
There's always one of them at the locals, right?
It's always happening.
Is it Emra? Does Emra go to your locals?
No, he does not. That'd be a quick plane trip, huh? But yeah, we are about to jump into the final games here today. What do you think is going through these competitors' heads?
I think at this point, you're really hoping to win this and hopefully secure the first seed, because if you are caught up in that second place tie, or even if you accidentally fall further down the standings and end up missing out entirely, it would be heartbreaking.
It would be.
And I think, you know, kind of like in golf and baseball and all sorts of things, we got to think about the follow-through. This is the last, you know, games, the last 3 games. You can't just, you know, it's the very end of the day. This is it. You're probably hungry. You're probably thirsty. You're tired. But you need to be locked in for these last 3 games, especially Snipe Hunters.
Day 2 is within the grasp of both of these teams off of these next couple of games.
I just want to say, what a great analogy, the follow-through. I haven't heard, it takes me back to Little League when my dad's just like, follow through, Anthony, follow through. And obviously it's a little bit more traumatizing at the moment, but thinking back on it, he was right.
Yeah, whatever foreshadowing. He knew about Snipe Hunters.
Whatever you start, commit to. Whether it be, like I said, baseball, follow through your swing, and if you are on game 5...
Or
and
crafting Royal Finish Promethean Princess Bestower of Flame.
Follow through.
You got to craft one more. It's always one more past when you think it is.
You have to be a good Konami representative. Follow through.
Snipe Hunters versus CER.
What more can we say? There they are, CER. 4 wins versus Snipe Hunters 2.
CER, team captain Greed, really prominent player, especially towards the end of last year, made a name for himself in that Duelist Cup using the Ghost Trick Pearly. Didn't quite bring Pearly this time around, but has been dominant on the Snake Eye Fire King. Subaduk returning after last year, didn't do quite so well at the previous World Championship, but has been consistent so far. And Nakwal, the Pendulum player, really doing great stuff with the Super Heavy Samurai build. On the other hand, Snipe Hunters. No introduction necessary. We've said that every time we've introduced them and then introduced them anyway.
Let's say that you're going to introduce them.
Josh is really good, as it turns out. The world champion himself.
There's his head.
Yep. And there are his two teammates that he handpicked
He's showing off his big
to
brain.
accompany him. Emre, quietly consistent, has his pet deck of the Flanderies. Quantal, arguably the best player in the world during Snipe Hunter's victory last year, has continued to impress across TCG events, across Master Duel events, plays a variety of things, but finds himself defaulting back to that tried and true Tier Limits yet again.
And I think Tier Limits is a deck that really rewards you playing it over and over and over again, format after format. You are just, if you've been playing it for as long as Quantal has, you are so far ahead of anyone that's just now picking up Tier Limits.
Guys, I've come to a bit of a breakthrough. I believe Sphere Mode is not going to come out today.
Is it in no decklist? Is it in zero decklist?
No, I've just accepted the fact that I did rip up my Sphere Mode, but if you put together all the letters from the ripped up...
What is that?
It says me loser. Why does it say that? How does that happen? I really thought Sphere Mode was going to come out. You know, a guy comes to a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, wants to see some monsters tributed. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Doug, are you going to be okay over there, Doug?
Could very well still see some monsters linked away by Unchained Soul of Rage.
That's true, yes. Which I will incorrectly say tribute, and I need you to correct me on.
You got 3 Yubel games in a row. I think you're thriving anyway.
Let's get one more Yubel game, just one more. Look what they did to my Sphere Mode. They took me into a me loser. I'm losing my mind over here, okay? Where's my tributes?
Anyway. I'm losing my mind too in the Sphere Mode. Oh my gosh.
Regardless, very, very, very important game now coming up here for both Snipe Hunters and CER.
Yes.
This set of the final round will dictate just who escapes Group A.
These people are going to remember 3 things. They're going to remember the day they got married, the day they bought their first house, and the day they took first place at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Oh, okay.
Today, they're going to remember winning Round 5's feature match. That's true for one of these teams.
An attempt to win the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. I'd put that over my wedding. No, I wouldn't. Wife, I love you. But it's a very good accomplishment. It's a very good accomplishment.
Have we seen... Is there even a way to really see draws at all in terms of individual games? Are there any decks that could put you in a situation? I don't even think... I think I've had less than 5 draws in Master Duel's history in the last 2 years.
Well, I have a question. So it kind of played out into that the Rescue Ace that we saw, where
Yes.
Josh Kipp did a complete 180 of the way we thought it was going to play out. What if they both ghost mortared each other at the same time?
And then what? Both monsters were sent to the grave at the same
Well, both
time?
burn effects. Yeah, you know, let's say a Dark Hole comes out, and then you get a Ghost Mortar for some whatever reason. I mean, anything's possible in Yu-Gi-Oh! Whether or not it's plausible.
Likely, yeah.
That's a different story.
I mean, it could happen, but, you know, I think that'd be really interesting. But I don't think we've seen that in either this year or last year's Master Duel 3v3 for the World Championship.
Can you check if there's ever been a time in any Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship if there's ever a draw?
There's been draws. Yeah, there's been draws before.
What are you asking me to check?
Well, I don't know.
My brain?
Well, you got the thing. You're
Dazif.
You got the Konami representative, so I got to, you know, you can call back home and find out the answer.
CER.
Running it back.
Versus Snipe Hunters.
I mean, what can we say? We're trying to escape to the next day. We got a lot of pressure, and Sphere Mode isn't here.
I'm trying to escape chilled chaos.
You're never going to escape me. I'm going to be here tomorrow, too.
Tomorrow, I'm going to be sitting in the middle. And
No way. If you were sitting in the middle, I will take that as a personal affront if you were not in the middle. You're the guy in the chair. You have all the knowledge.
You know, we've been here...
Please be quiet and drink your Calpico.
Ah, yes, Calpico.
Mango.
Something to drink when on the go. Calpico.
Wow, you could be like a spokesperson. You are a spokesperson for them.
So,
it's very good.
CER versus Snipe Hunters. This will be dictating who we have escaping Group A. Snipe Hunters, of course, you're returning world champions. Really high expectations for them. CER, though, pleasantly surprising with their record throughout the day.
Do we have any updates on Group B? It looks like they're all still kind of playing here. Or
Allow me to check.
Because that would be really interesting. I'm very curious if Future Heroes have... Looks like everyone's still playing.
Yeah, we got all 6 matches going off. Yeah, all 6 are in
So
the
that means
battles.
all of them probably went to the 3rd set. And that's what you want to see. I mean, while blowouts can be kind of cool for the people that are winning, it's kind of cool to watch 9 games. And I think we're going to hop into the game right now. Let's check it out.
In the meantime, we did have BOTB actually climb to 1st place in the group by clinching a 3-2 finish over CER2 x FCG. But this game will actually decide who else joins them there and who overtakes them for 4-1.
And, you know, not to, like, you know, correct you, but do remember that there are these games still happening, so
Yes,
they are in 1st
indeed.
place because they've been able to finish theirs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the 3-2 record will still maintain the same.
Hey, Effect Veiler. We are seeing Fluandereeze, Effect Veiler, and then, okay, so what's cool about Fluandereeze is that they have not just the Advent of Adventure to dodge it, but there's also, and I'm forgetting the name, there's another card that's essentially just Advent of Adventure 2. So you have 6 ways to dodge things like Imperm and Veiler, while when Fluandereeze first came out, before all those cards, they almost instantly scooped to Imperm every single time.
Deciding match. And Emra brings out the Fluandereeze to keep Snipe Hunters in it.
You got to keep the opposing team on their feet. And you know what? Let's do it with cards that released 2.5 years ago, but they're still so good.
I just saw in Duel A Triple Tactics talent, and in Duel B a Branded and High Spirits.
TTT is really, like, you aren't kidding. You know what? You were saying it was going to be a powerful card, but I didn't think it was going to be as much as it was used last year.
It is just unreal. You know, even way more popular than Thrust. Not that Thrust is a bad card, but when you're going first, if you don't have like a crazy trapped set, I mean, you can't use the spell unless your opponent has a monster. What do you think Emery is going for here?
Yeah, I think he's contemplating what to banish and what to add.
That is fair.
Or rather, actually, I think he did banish.
He banished the Rabina.
Yes, which will then have its effect activated.
Adding a map.
Yeah.
Okay.
Critical card for Fluandereeze. That is really what allows you. You have 2 ways to kind of play on your opponent's turn. You got the map, you got the Dreaming Town. Both very important.
I really love with Yu-Gi-Oh! I love the term when they go, our turn.
Yeah,
Makes me smile.
So we got the Toucan ad right here.
And the
Maybe
map
we're going
comes out.
for like a, I don't know. Sometimes you see people go like Stree Toucan. We'll kind of see what happens. If we see a, was that an M-Pen that was banished? That's kind of like the play that people do go for sometimes, but I didn't quite see it because the thing's covering it. Let's take a look, though.
You'll have to kind of lead me through this because I know whenever I've been playing Fluandereeze, even for the last 2 years, all I'm doing is cursing whatever's above me because it is such a resilient deck.
Can Super Heavy Samurai play through it, assuming Nakwall is back on that?
It kind of depends on what we're seeing here. If we're seeing Royal Rare M-Pen and an Apex Avion that can negate 2 things with the bounce back, I think it's going to be tough. Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard.
Can I say I love the adjectives of their rarities every single time? I always love that you say that.
Well, okay, so the super yeah, I mean, I'm just immediately breezing past that, but the Super Heavy Samurai thing to keep in mind with M-Pen, their Link Monster won't work, and that's a huge problem.
Oh, okay, you're absolutely right.
You can still do, you know, your synchro plays, you can still get some advantage on the board. Wow, and we see the unexplored winds. This is every Fluandereeze card in the game on the board.
Has just made an appearance, right? If you're going to make a show-off video, you're going to be using this one.
I don't think we could ask for a better hand, really. And taking a look at the other 2 games down there, we're seeing Kit Kalos summoned down there and Tearlaments. We also are seeing the branded player activating the Fusion Duplication. That card has really been good this particular format.
Yes, Fusion Duplication really useful for just accessing branded Fusion again.
And I think in both Duel A and Duel B that you had Max C's resolved, so you'll see some drawings.
So the Centurion Super Heavy Samurai hybrid build that Nightcore is piloting, really, really potent. But is it potent enough to shut down the Fluandereeze? We shall see.
Yeah, let's see here, because we are now activating the conga line of birds. So we got the Rabino, we got the Toucan, there's an Eagle and Banish, I'm pretty sure, or it's in the hand. We got, I mean, this is just so much. You know, so many Yu-Gi-Oh decks these days, once they get going, they really do get out of hand. But when you're watching decks like this, Labyrinth sometimes feels like that too when they're doing like Chainlink 4 and adding stuff back. It's disheartening to go against. Adding the Stree, you know, pretty good interruption. Maybe not the best interruption against Centurion, but not bad.
Hey, we finally got my tribute.
Yeah, we
finally got my tribute.
So this is kind of what I was talking about. We have the Apex Avian, but remember, we also have that Dreaming Town face down, so we can negate a card with Apex Avian. We can bounce it back to the hand, use the Dreaming Town, summon it again. That's so much. It's so much. We see a Maxi discarded, not really what you want to see, not what you want to Maxi against the Fluanderees. Field Spell is decent, though. I don't know. We could also see a Mega Ryza come down if that's kind of the route we're going for. I don't know. I think the double Apex Avian is usually better, but Mega Ryza can be pretty critical in certain moments.
Yeah, and running interference on the Trudea, which is, of course, a one-card starter for the Centurion components of this deck, really important.
Yeah, they didn't even let him get started. No, that's it. That's his turn.
It is the equivalent of the Prodigy Wakaushi for the Super Heavy Samurai parts.
Okay.
And it is really, really powerful if you can let it get going. However, Emre playing through it masterfully.
So from this position, Emre, I think, basically I mean, we don't know what the two face downs are. I will say that Nakwal does not look super confident. We just saw him maybe looking at a teammate, kind of saying something. Once Fluanderees gets going, it's just so much to deal with. And even the continuous spell there lets you tribute back row cards to summon your I mean, it's just so good.
That's true, and you could chain block anything you want with this deck.
Yeah, that is. I mean, the fact that you can insulate versus Ash Blossom and stuff like that, mainly Ash Blossom, it is a big deal.
And just taking a quick peek at the other games down there, it looks like the board states look pretty even in Duel B. You have Sir, looks like they have a more dominant position, but I can't really make it out from here. In Duel A, Snipe Hunters, I saw them coming up with a little bit of Rukalos was on the board. They're going on the attack. So we'll see how they handle that.
I don't know. Duel A, I think might be a wash for Red. This might actually be game down there. Let's take a look here.
Yeah. They're going for it.
Yeah, no, I think the 3K, that
would be an important victory for Snipe Hunters to keep themselves in this.
As they're crawling back.
Snipe Hunter, Snipe Hunters is red. Sorry, Snipe Hunters is red. I'm all confused.
You're all good.
Yeah. Okay, so that they are still in this.
They've crawled to within one. They're within striking distance.
I would say Fluanderees will likely win. Like, I would give it 95% chance of winning this, maybe even higher. So we might be down to the very last.
That's so exciting.
Match. The very last game to determine
Josh on Snake Eye Fire King versus the Branded.
I will say, Branded has a lot more cards on the field than Josh does, but it also looks like it's Josh's turn. So by having the initiative, maybe he can do some combos. We might be seeing that in just a few moments here.
Speaking of initiative, Emre, it is his turn right now, and just seems to be enjoying life with the Fluanderees.
Just going with the wind.
You know life is good when you can just continue the combo. You let out a sigh, nothing's bothering you in the world. You're just doing your normal routine.
We got game on board right here. If there's no response, which it seems like there's no response, it's just over. Mega Ryza in particular is one of those cards that, you know, maybe it is the third best tribute summon in the deck, but it can just secure wins by stacking your opponent's deck and giving them the worst possible draws.
Oh my god, yeah.
Centurion Phalanx, I mean, not bad.
But I don't know if that's going to be enough.
I don't... we'll see here.
Not bad, but not enough to salvage the game.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of where we're at, right?
And we're still looking down there in Duel B. That's still a back and forth. That is anyone's match down there.
Yeah, it looks like Josh has 3 cards on field. I think a Mirror Jade was activated.
He
so
just
that
took
might have
the
been...
Fire King Sanctuary, just drew that. So that's going to allow him to extend a little bit more.
We might be jumping over to that in just a moment. Yeah, I'm pretty...
Nakwal's in a little bit of trouble, but he's still got the field spell. So
even if it's not game right here, though, we are looking at one of the situations. Sometimes it's just numbers. 2 Apex
54.
Avian negates versus 3 cards.
You're right, that's difficult.
2,600. So the trap did keep him in. We see the Royal Rare Pot of Prosperity. That is can't be ashed. That's how the rules work. And let's see how many cards we're banishing. 6, of course. Pot of Prosperity is at 1 in TCG.
We're just
at the moment.
There's the Snatch Steal.
What is Flunderies going to do without the extra deck?
Yeah, we see the Jack in the Hand. The Swallows card is the
taking the Snatch Steal
Steal.
for follow-up.
We're Snatch Steal in the game, I think. So that is certainly, you know, it's like when they add GG Easy to their hand, right? So adding Snatch Steal, perhaps needed on the crackback. More likely than not, though, this is going to be it. The field spell in particular, not so hot because it does have to send a card to use its effect. Mega Ryza coming back, by the way.
Let's see. Okay, we're starting with the 1-card starter, but I don't think...
but the field spell...
Yeah.
Additionally, Miss Valley Apex Avian, making this a bit...
Yeah. Just stop it right there.
Oh,
and now if you need to, you can summon it again against the 1-card. No, this is going to be... easy
kind
game
of
for the
it.
Fluandery. You really, I think Emery could not ask for a better Fluandery start. Not even just himself, but also Nakwal opening Max C2 is great as well.
Yes.
Just a dead card in the hand.
Yep. No, he had all gas, everything. You wanted the profile of Fluanderies, you just saw every card.
And we're going to hit directly with M-Pen for game. We are moving on to the final game of day 1. Round 5, we are here. This is for all those marbles.
Josh did a very good job at dismantling the established branded field. Again, we're seeing a huge branded field just getting completely removed. And the Fire King Snake Eye is still going.
Still going.
I do believe we have to watch out for the Mirror Jade in the end phase, but, you know, maybe that's not that big of a deal. As long as you can dismantle everything and stop their follow-up, especially because if you think about it, there's only one branded fusion, and the fusion duplication, God, that's word so hard for me today.
Duplication.
Banishes it. What are they going to do?
How do you get it back? Yeah, how do you get it back?
Like, again, Polymerization for Guardian Chimera with, you know, 4-card combo, but... that goes everything right there.
I can't believe that we're getting it's 4-4. We're down to the final duel. This win right here means a lot. I can't believe we're going to chance this. This is essentially who's going to be the first in that bracket.
I think Snipe Hunters was thinking about feature match round 1, where they also needed to do that 3-0, and they didn't quite get it, and they're ready for it this time. Mirror Jade in the end phase, popping SP. Okay. Actually,
this is going to be interesting because
Branded and High Spirits gets added back. There's like nothing on Josh's side of the field. Blazing Cartesia getting added back as well. Maybe this isn't as cut and dry as we thought.
Subadok with going to be
in here.
Subadok 5 in hand. We're going to see. That set card better be a miracle.
You know, Dimensional Barrier would that'd be pretty good. So we are going to see the Garunix come back. It won't destroy anything, but it is a big bird. Yep, there he is. And then also, I mean, don't forget that if that is destroyed by battle, you get a special summon from deck.
Sarcophagus.
Gold Sarcophagus?
Oh,
man. So with Tactics, the card effects have to be activated, the monster effects have to be activated in the main phase, but what makes Thrust so good, or one of the things that makes it so good, is that it doesn't care what phase your opponent activates an effect monster.
Branded and White, so we're going to be using the Banish pile a little bit?
A little bit of Miracle Fusioning. I mean, you only have one Branded Fusion, so I like Branded and White, and it has that recursion effect as well. Probably in there, you know, more as like the Albion target, the main deck one.
Where's he pulling from?
Also just a good card.
Looks to be resolving now, so no disruption from Josh.
Although I'm trying to read Josh's mind right now, and he's blocking me off a little bit. I can't make it, but he's got something.
He's looking like he hasn't given up.
Yeah, exactly.
We see the Mirror Jade for Mirror Jade.
I mean, everyone knew that was coming out. We kind of expected that. But there's no sign or anything. There's got to be something set.
Maybe. I mean, if this is just, but it's not just Mirror Jade. We got the Branded and High Spirits. We have the Blazing Cartesia. We got an Elbaz, apparently.
Then Josh has the best poker face I've seen. Oh, there's the Psy. Okay, we're going to see how this continues from here.
Titaniclad getting sent as well, which is just even more advantage in the end phase here.
Subduck is just kind of popping off at this point. Mirror Jade wiping the board at the end. You know, it hurts. You can break someone else's board, but when you know you send that Mirror Jade, they are breaking yours right back.
We keep saying it. It's never resolved, I don't think, on stream. But what if there's a Nibiru? You know, you never know. It's one of those cards that You know, you never expect getting hit by it, but when you do, it oftentimes loses you the game.
Cartesia coming out. We're going to see the
now
effect.
coming out to essentially bridge your way into Grand Guignol. Foolish Burial.
Mirror Jade sending Sprint. We got everything. We have the
Oh.
Kieran effect.
Okay.
So by doing this, we can make sure that if we do survive until the next turn, the Garunix will wipe the board.
Yes.
Honestly, kind of similar to the Mirror Jade effect in the end phase.
Like distant cousins, dragons and birds, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So get the Kieran. Unfortunately, Garunix isn't going to have like a immediately activatable effect here, but it will, you know, trigger. Oh, we had the Sacred Fire King Garunix
Already
in the grave.
sitting there. Okay, great.
Okay.
Cartesia about to sing, fusion
Fusion
off.
summon, yeah. Quick play fusion summon.
What are we making, boys? What are we making?
I don't know. In hand, you know, we know that there is the Elbaz, I believe, is still in there from the Brandon High Spirits. We also have, I mean, I don't think we can go into a third Mirror Jade. I doubt that that's in the extra deck, but looks like we are using the Elbaz in hand. Oh,
no, the fall.
Elbaz as a dragon.
Yeah. All right.
We see the Granguignol. How do you pronounce that?
Granguignol.
There you go.
Actually, again, as you mentioned before, it's Foolish Barrel on legs. You can send something to the graveyard.
Me and my friends call her guacamole.
Oh, and we are using the other effect as well. I mean, we got Chainlink after Chainlink after Chainlink. Sacred Fire King Garunix is going to activate. I mean, not that Fire King Garunix is bad right here, but we have used the Kieran already, so maybe we send... Okay, we do send the... Volcanic... Whatever, yeah.
This is down to the
Gale.
wire.
Yeah, they're kind of playing on their shoestring budget.
The
both of
Quem
them.
is pretty strong here.
Yeah. Quem sending Lubelli. Oh, no.
Okay.
A whole nother engine to work with. That is awesome.
Let's see what we got. I think that was actually... Okay, we said... Oh, we got the Retribution in the grave. Potentially adding back... I don't know what we have in there.
I'm assuming if they're sending Retribution, Branded Fusion probably was in there from earlier in the day.
Yeah, we might not. Maybe they didn't Fusion Duplication. So maybe we can.
Oh, Brandon Red. Okay.
We could see a huge Guardian Chimera here, potentially. Does Josh have any interactions? No, he does not. This is going to be unfortunate if this is a Guardian Chimera for 2 draws and a pop.
Oh, okay.
Okay, using the Mirror Jade and the Elbaz. Going for the Lubellion.
Okay.
Searing Dragon we haven't seen much of as of recent.
Evenly matched. Discard evenly matched. It's like one of the first evenly match we've seen this entire tournament.
And now that the monster has left the extra deck, we're going to get Quem's effect.
Yep. This is the thing, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of decks right now just spiral out of control. And, you know, that's kind of what you... I think we call it inevitability, right? Like, once they get going, they don't need your opponent's cards to function. They just win the game.
What are we going with here?
Oh,
just for a negate. Okay, I can see it.
Interesting. Okay, so we can't win right here, but what the Draco Stapelia will allow us to do, I would have to double check the Garunix text. I'm not sure if it's all one effect to come back and destroy the field, or if it comes back and then destroys the field on summon, kind of like a 2-effect, you know, Altergeist Multi-Faker situation. Spring End's Kick getting added in the end phase from the Sprint. We also have the Titaniclad. Never mind. See you later, Titaniclad. Maybe no targets. Standby phase. Garunix coming back. Special summon this card. No, it is 2 effects. It is 2 effects.
It is 2 effects? Okay.
Well, it says if you do... Yeah, it's 2 effects. It's 2 effects. Draco Stapelia. I mean, 2,700 here is pretty big. The Blazing Cartesia is going to be a big problem, though. Get that Predaplant counter on there. It's level 1 now, by the way. So no rank 8s. I mean, Josh, the good news for Josh right here is that he does have the Fire King Island.
Yes.
We don't know what the back row is. It seemed like it
played
wasn't
no effect.
Anything. Yeah, I mean, nothing that could be used last turn. Oh, we go right into the battle phase.
So we just want to get that negate off that board.
Well, okay, so the negate's already been used, but we're going to trigger the Garunix to summon from deck. So what's so good about this is that whatever we go for, this is all happening in the damage step.
I think you can get Ulcanix and then tag into the Garunix again.
Right, and there's no way you can interact with it because it's all happening in the damage step, so like, maybe this is fine.
Guys, this might be above my pay grade.
right there, yep, just like he said.
This is definitely above my pay grade.
Okay, this is coming down to the wire. Do not count either of these players out.
I love the determination on both duelists' faces.
Fairy Tale Snow.
Yeah.
Hard to say how many cards are actually in the graveyard here, but I would imagine, I mean, we've seen a lot of cards milled, but we've seen a lot of cards banished too.
Oh, there
There's
goes our
7. I mean, that's like every card we've seen this match, so that must have been... I don't think there's 2 snow active. I mean, it's always kind of hard to get 2 snow activations, but this will be pretty good. Bookamooning the Sacred Fire King. Kieran would be insane, right? Okay, well. Can't always have it, right?
So our Quem is preserved. Okay.
Still got the Blazing Cartesia online. Kind of terrifying.
Exactly, but what... I mean, it feels like Subduck's gone through his extra deck quite deep.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen basically every Elbaz fusion monster in the game except the Rindbrum or whatever. So, I mean, and that can't really be summoned here, so I'm not really sure what we... Oh, that's not...
It's not ideal, but we'll see.
I don't... You can never count them out. Got that. Okay.
And that is bringing back...
itself.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yep.
Subduck's in a good position before he even draws.
Yeah, I would say so.
Nice.
I mean... Let's see what happens here. The Gold Sark is resolving. What did we banish? The Tragedy.
God.
Okay.
That
might not seem like the biggest deal, but it is good. We got the Springians kit. Shout out to Springians. Big fan of that deck. Very powerful.
But that Burial resolving, it just feels like a little bit of...
Effect Veiler. So that must have been the draw for turn.
Oh, but the dodge.
Chaining the Cartesia. I mean, that's... What else? You can't... Yeah, Cartesia is very hard to interact with. We see card effect. I mean, we've seen SP Little Knight be used like this a lot. We've seen a ton of decks use card effects that take their own monsters off the field and then dodge other effects. And I think that's really interesting.
And okay, we're getting back.
Ranganol is getting summoned again. Springian's kit is resolving. What are we at in here?
Another Branded and White to work with the Banish department. Okay. Fusion summon, fusion monster in your extra deck using monsters from your hand.
Got the Quem effect, of course.
Ooh.
This is not looking great.
There's Sanctifier.
For Snipe Hunters here. Josh is not looking happy, I'm going to be honest. And I couldn't be either. I think this has been a very back and forth game, but...
It's been a great duel.
He really needed to not draw a Veiler for... He needed like a starter card for turn.
Oh, and there it is. There's the Chimera.
That looked like what, 1 in hand, 2 on field, or was it 3 on... No, it was, yeah. Okay. Pop, pop. Protection.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Cross that Designator face down. Not really what you want to see in this matchup against anything other than exactly hand traps. Looks like we're not going to be able to win the game, which is good for Josh, I suppose. And there's no Blazing Cartesia on the field because she just, correct me if I'm wrong, I think she adds herself back to the hand during the end phase, not to the field.
Yeah, she'll be in the hand as long as
hit for
fusion monster hit the graveyard.
33, what a weird number, and then 1,500, putting to 32.
Oh, okay, and we know that's the trap card that was added back. Well, we don't know, but we can assume.
Very likely, yeah, unless it was put back with the High Spear or the kit. But probably, yeah. So that is an interaction, and the Albion is an interaction as well. We do top deck Snake Eyes Poplar. Let's see what we're doing with it.
What is sub grabbing with the Sanctifier, you think?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. You know, we've been through so many cards.
It is hard to not see the graveyard at the current moment.
Yeah. I mean, the question is, is there an Elbaz engrave that I mean, we'll see.
That's true. You're absolutely right. You got 2 cards to potentially discard, so yeah.
Max C to give the opponent, as usual. We have the Link Kribo in the graveyard already. If I saw that correctly. Yes, because it's in the main monster zone. I'm going to activate.
Okay, sending
it. Original. Yep. See you later. There's the Brightest Blazing Branded King.
Oh. That is gonna put a nail in it.
You still have an Island.
Oh.
Are we actually out of
I think King negates all face-up.
Yes.
Island is a face-up card. Okay, that is going to be... That's going to be it. They're, you know, I say don't count them out until it's over, but nope, that is actually going to be game as far as I know. I don't think there's anything else.
He's taken off the headset. I think you are right.
Very back and forth, but Snipe Hunters are eliminated right there.
They have actually...
Oh, getting the final numbers?
Eliminate, like...
Yeah, don't say that when there's...
No, I mean the match. I mean the match.
So, CER locked first place in the group with that victory.
Congratulations, Seminole. 4-1 today.
Both of the CER teams have done very well.
And also, with that victory, you'll see... So with CER's victory...
Was that the final standings?
We have also seen Snipe Hunters now take second.
So they are making it through. Okay, wow.
And just to tell you how close it is, I mean, we're looking at this now, and hopefully you guys will see in a second. Snipe Hunters is taking second with... Well, I don't want to talk yet because I guess it has not been... well, okay.
No, they have been determined.
They have been determined, but actually, it's just crazy the way it works out. CER has less wins overall, but because they won 4 of their 5 matches, they get to take it. Now, Snipe Hunters, who is 3 wins to 2 losses, with 26 wins, they'll be coming in second place, at least in their bracket.
Yeah.
But just to tell you how close it is, BOTB and Brazil, both 24 points. They both went 3-2, and both had 24 points. You're talking 1 game between everybody.
Yeah. And with that result, we will just recap the standings as a whole for Group A.
Yep.
So, first place, CER. You saw that team spearheaded by Greed, really strong. Not cool with the Super Heavy Samurai as well. It was great. Joining them in escaping that group, Snipe Hunters, Joshua Schmidt's team, the reigning world champions, Emre and Quantul, also reinforcing them there. Really, really, really promising. But it does mean we'll say goodbye to BOTB. We'll say goodbye to Brazil.
Oh, I was just going to say that, you know, I think when we're looking at the Snipe Hunters record and how they managed to get second, it is very important that they didn't lose.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship, presented by Alienware.
That's right, we have a lot of awesome sponsors this weekend, including kbind.us. That's right, the Knightsbridge Industries. We put brands in motion.
We'll also give out special thanks to Drakucha.
We're providing some of the wonderful drinks that we've had available to us. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, our top 8 bracket in the TCG division. In first place is Mark Solis taking on Giancarlo Valdez, who's also one of our players to watch at the start. Jiwei Zhang is taking on Ruben Penaranda, who really made a comeback here in the last few rounds. Yuto Kondo is taking on Kalist Uramovic, and Jose Santiago is taking on Julio Valles.
Yep, excellent duelists here to make it to the top 8. Good representation from a lot of different places around the world, but we do see 3 players from North America once again back in the top 8. They had a good showing last year, and they're back at it again this year.
You know, it goes to show how what a few extra rounds can do for you. It, like, really gets rid of some of that, you know, those variants.
Gives you a chance to get unlucky.
Yeah, yeah.
Strong representation from LATAM as well.
Definitely, just like last year, but you know, I might have to betray my country here and cheer for the one player that made it from Japan. That's right, that's Yuto and his Fire King strategy.
Yeah, you can do that from home.
I'm going to do it from right here. I'm going to be cheering him on all the way. But, you know, I would be happy if any one of these duelists in top 8 walk away with the World Championship title, World Champion, which is just incredible. And it's been a long day. We've had some great duels, a lot of variety of decks.
And I still don't know 7 of
win.
those players.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Yeah, we have featured 7 of the players in top 8. There's only one player we hadn't featured, and he happens to be the player who came in first after Swiss, 5th at the NAWCQ, but here this weekend and could just be mere a few rounds away from being crowned World Champion.
Jerome's pick since round number 1, by the way.
Technically undefeated. He has 1 draw, 6 wins. He's doing really, really well. And, you know, we saw him after his 1 draw, and he was mad. He's like, I could have won that one, too.
Yeah, and it's cool to see Ruben. We were worried that he wasn't going to make it. He started off strong, right? 3 wins, 3 rounds in a row, 3-0, and then dropped the next 3 rounds in a row. So going from 3-0 to 3-3, it feels bad. You know, he kept his wits about him, knew that it was out of his control. He had to win that last round. Then he snuck in at 7th place. But we are here for our first top 8 match, the end of the day, the last round for today. Let's go ahead and meet our players here for our top 8 match at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024.
First up, we have Mark Souls. You haven't seen him yet, but he came in first place here from the United States. Favorite card, Fifth Hope.
I mean, the artwork
cool
on that card
yeah,
is
right?
beautiful. And it's like a Pot of Avarice.
Sometimes for 3. And facing off against him is going to be Giancarlo Valdez from the Dominican Republic. His favorite card is still Gateway of the Six. I'd actually be shocked if it changed between the beginning of the tournament and now, but stranger things have happened.
You never know. Maybe a card in his deck became his instant favorite because it clutched that moment to get into top 8. But you know,
that would have to be what happened.
Some people have a lot of favorite cards.
Hey, I'm one of them for sure. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! And I have a lot of favorites. Any card that makes me happy is probably going to be my favorite. But I'm not here. We are going to feature the player we have not seen today, the player who came in first, and that's Mark Solis.
Yeah.
But we did see Giancarlo earlier in the day, and now he's back at it again, going to try and win on the feature match stage again.
As I mentioned earlier, on our very first Duelist to look out for slide was Giancarlo. Well, we're looking out for him, and he's made it all the way here to the top 8.
Yep, so top 8 is going to be played today here at the end of the day, and then we are going to come back tomorrow for our top 4 and eventually the finals where we crown the world champion. But the day has been 7 rounds of Swiss, not quite over just yet. These players need to stay focused. They made their first goal. The first goal is to make the top cut. You're in top 8. 1 win away from having a really good shot at getting a prize card. Not a YCS prize card. It's going to be a World Championship prize card here this weekend.
Yeah, some real leagues of degrees of separation there. But we see the records here, 6-0-1 versus 4-3. You know, you can see the World Championship difference. How many different records can make it within the top cut? Obviously, one of these players got 8th place, one of these players got 1st. But a record of 4-3 is really insane.
That's
Looks
right.
like they're ready to go. A little bit of handshake there. And we are ready to go. Game number 1 of the top 8 is now.
High roll, high roll.
Looks like the players are getting ready to roll. That's a 5. And that's a 3. Mark is the choice.
Put it here.
Everything's coming up, Mark, still. Winning the die roll here in top 8.
We mentioned earlier that we are playing, because we're playing top 8 within the first day, there's a lot more fatigue. They've already played 7 rounds, but they're still in the zone, right? They've been playing all day, so they're still in that realm. They've been dueling all day. They're prepared to keep dueling all day, but do you think the fatigue will come up here?
I think it might have, but you know, having the top 8 announcement, it kind of probably breathes a little new life, a little more energy into you. Everyone's excited. All the players kind of gathered around and got to cheer for each other. It was really cool to see. You got a lot of awesome pictures, but Mark is now done with the pictures and moving on to a strong start with Fiendsmith Engraver, discarding that from his hand to add Fiendsmith's Track from the deck, and now Fiendsmith's Track is going to add a Light Fiend, and then he'll have to discard a card.
Everybody looked like they were still pretty energetic over in that scrum, watching the results being read and then going up on stage. So I'm thinking they're good on the fatigue front.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, yeah, it is the World Championship, right? At the very least, it is one of the most exciting tournaments to play in.
Fabled Lure special summons itself back from the graveyard. Since it was discarded by the track, he's going to link summon Fiendsmith's Requiem.
That's fine.
Plays we've seen several times this day. Going to be able to use Requiem here to special summon from the deck. Miss it on that half. There it is, Fiendsmith Engraver.
Yes. In chain, I'll use Magnamon targeting the...
Magnamon on the Engraver in the graveyard here.
Good.
Gonna double up in value, get rid of the Engraver, removing the follow-up, putting the body like not on the field, and then getting the additional search during the end phase.
Yes.
All right, so the Requiem is going to be attached to the Engraver. Engraver's going to use the effect to take down that Magnamon.
Now we'll see how he extends from here. We're going to be activating 1/1, discarding that Ash Blossom, opting not to use the Ash Blossom on the Magnamon, probably because you needed monsters in hand for the 1/1.
Thinking a second.
Ash Blossom hits, Snake Eye Ash hits the field, activating its effect, but it seems like Giancarlo has a response.
try.
Effect Veiler.
I like how he phrased it. I'll try Effect Veiler.
Yeah, he hasn't committed his normal summon yet, so it is risky. But of course, there is only one copy of Snake Eye Ash, so it's there's only so many more things that you can use to follow up here.
Just taking a look at those number of fiends.
It looks like he's going to make a Link 2 here, going to make the Fiendspin sequence using the Engraver as well as the Ash.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Sequence effect. He's going to have to put back the Engraver as well as the Requiem.
Can I see the gravy?
Going to fusion summon the Fiendsmith Lacrima. Going to target the Engraver in the Banished.
Going to special summon right back to the field here.
Taking another look back into the extra deck. It's going to go for the Promethean Princess.
Has to consider if he wants to use Lacrima here, depending on how many Fiends he requires in his graveyard for the remainder of the play. He's choosing to leave it in the graveyard.
Makes sense.
Oh, that also makes a lot more sense, right? You didn't want to put back the sequence when you needed it for something like this, because you're probably going to send it with the effect of Ash. Yep, that's what you're going to do. Maintain the amount of bodies on the field. Playing through those two interruptions really well here.
Let's see where he goes next.
Running some numbers in his head and on his hands.
Doing some quick calculus.
This is not the linear equation cannon matchup, though.
That's fine.
Looks like we're trying to get some more Snake Eyes in rotation here. We have not gotten access to Poplar just yet, so we're going to be able to now use the Effect of Oak, sending itself as well as the Promethean Princess. Keeps missing on that first half.
Other half.
I'm going to get the Flame Bridge here. Surprised we never got access to Poplar at any point here. You getting access to Original would have gotten you to a similar point, so maybe something a bit indicative of Mark's hand here.
Ooh, and we've got our first update from the top 8. Ruben has won game number 1.
Ooh, off to a strong start there. Let's see how much of Team NA can make it into top 4.
Checking through that graveyard again. Don't want to make a mistake here.
Yep, but now we're going to be activating his own copy of Magnamut.
Oh, I like it.
Likely targeting his opponent's Magnamut.
Bestials have been all over the place here this weekend. Very strong cards. Yeah. Limited to 1 this weekend.
Except for Saranir.
That's okay. You don't need him.
So there is, what do we got here? 2 level 6s. We got Flamber's Dragon. We got Snake Eye Ash. 6s are a little bit mismatched. They're not 2 fiends, so Wave King Caesar is out. You can still see Beatrice if a rank 6 is in the cards.
It looks like that's what we're going to do. This is likely going to send the Poplar, right?
Mark's looking at the judges. He might be getting a slow play warning, potentially, if I had to guess blind. Yeah, but you hear him respond about asking about the penalties. He has been taking a little long on his plays here, but want to keep up that pace of play. Now he's going to use the effect of Beatrice to detach material to send a card from the deck to the graveyard.
Oh, I saw Poplar there. He goes and checks the other hand.
Yeah.
And it's Original Simple Spoil Snake Eye. Okay, I see.
That does make sense. You get to get Poplar without having to commit the Flamber's Dragon's effect.
Going to put the Snake Eye Oak to the bottom, add Snake Eye's Poplar. That'll special summon from the hand since it was added by anything but drawing.
I'm going to add the Divine Temple here. Really late into the combo to be able to add Temple now.
Yeah, you did have to go about it in a very roundabout fashion thanks to those interruptions.
I wonder if there's any indication that you're able to summon Beatrice at this point. Do you think there's even a copy of Nibiru in your opponent's hand?
Probably not.
So some freedom as to what you want to end on here. Maybe you get a little greedy, try to end on as many interruptions as possible out of lack of fear.
Do we know if they've played each other in Swiss?
One coin in hand, right? Yeah.
I'm not sure.
No.
Because if they had played each other, then they might know.
Can I see your graveyard? Yeah, yeah.
But now he's going to use 3 monsters to summon Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess.
Respecting the Nibiru still, we have not activated that Flame Bridge yet. Also potentially respecting a combination with Nibiru. Yeah, no, we're just going to be passing like this.
Your Magna first, that's fine. Magna.
Giancarlo going to add for the Bestial Magnament that he summoned earlier in this turn. He's going to grab Bestial Druisworm as well.
I believe Mark's Druisworm is going to be a lot more impactful in this matchup.
I think that's a reasonable prediction.
At the very least, it doesn't have to deal with the Appaloosa.
So both players finish randomizing, and now we're still in the end phase.
Effect, I'll try to get the engraver in the graveyard.
This makes a lot of sense. Using it in the end phase to try to get an additional use of the Appaloosa.
Can I write down Appaloosa's attack? I'll draw for turn.
Perfect 6 cards.
Oh no.
Druisworm's effect on in the draw phase, I'm sorry. Druisworm's effect on the engraver.
Trying again with the Druisworm, trying to get another markdown from that Appaloosa.
Yeah.
All right, only 800 attack left on that Appaloosa.
Only going to be able to negate 1 more monster effect.
Standby phase, main phase.
Ooh, opening of the Spirit Gates. That's a powerful card here for you, Bell.
It's nice seeing that Ash Blossom on the field instead. Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Spoke too soon.
Fine.
Strong hand from Mark. We see why he is in first place after Swiss here at the World Championship.
Oh, that's a tough one. All right, so Spirit Gates is negated. What's up next?
Great check.
Track's a good one. Going to be really easily answered maybe by the effect of Appaloosa, but you might want to conserve it for something along the lines of Requiem.
Discard Spirit.
Oh, discarding Spirit. Now it's open for the opening.
Ah, very nice.
So he gets a little bit of double advantage here.
Kick him for 1 second.
I don't know. This might be a good time to use the Flame Bridge to put up the IP and just banish the opening of the Spirit Gate so he doesn't get to freely discard the Lurie as well.
Doesn't look like he is going to make that move. But it does sound pretty reasonable to me now that I hear it. Because here comes the opening Spirit Gate. It's going to discard Fabled Lurie, so it will special summon itself back.
Oh, but he does have the Druisworm in his hand. We have to remember he's going to be using... Well, he doesn't have to use it now, but...
But it seems he is going to use it here on the target, not the...
So when you chaining 1 mandatory, chaining 2 Spirit.
So yeah, it seems like a good time to go Appaloosa Chain Druisworm.
No, this is 1 because it's mandatory. Chaining 2.
Mandatory effects go on the
Chaining
chain
3?
first.
Yeah, so what happened before is he tried to use the Druisworm as a quick effect before there was a monster on the field, and they very quickly rewound that.
Yep, I mean, this is still incredibly impactful. We know there's a Druisworm and another card in Giancarlo's hand.
Something on best? Yeah, thank you.
Now it seems like he's thinking about pushing forward the IP.
Yep.
No, not going to do it yet.
I'd like to proceed to end phase. Yeah, go ahead.
Just going to end phase here from Giancarlo. Tough luck for him.
Now that Apolos is completely drained, 0 attack now, and Mark was able to get through this entire turn without even bringing the IP back to the front.
Yeah, not taking the bait here either. When the turn was passed, he opted not to use the Flame Bridge effect here.
I think that's smart. If your opponent wants to end their turn and let you do whatever you want, you let them.
Yep, no, in the end phase, he's going to use the effect of the Flame Bridge to summon back the Epi Masquerena.
Yes.
Mark is going to draw for turn.
Nothing on drop phase. Standby. I'll use Prism on your engraver.
I think this one has to be allowed.
Yes.
Finally, the Jerusalem hits the field. Get a free Ash Blossom here, because why not?
It is a tuner.
No, you're good. Thank you.
I imagine... Well, the Flame Bridge is going to have to put back one of these in the Spell Trap.
I don't know if you understand. He needs a translation for the spirit.
To be honest, I don't think we've actually seen a single synchro summon, but many synchro summons have been implied in some of the matches we watched today.
When it's destroyed, yes.
And the Druid's Farm also will cause some problems when it's sent to the graveyard.
Well, yeah, that's why I would imagine, yes, he's going to link away with the Druid's Farm into the Goddess. Yeah, it's going to be able to send the Spirit with the effect of Druid's Worm, and now all you have to do is push back the other Druid's Worm with your Flame Bridge.
Yeah, you're good. That's fine.
Just got to be careful not to go over the limit.
You're good.
There you go. How many summons was that?
I think it's 3.
I'm sorry?
Oh no, 4. It's 4 because it was the Ash.
It was Ash.
Moon, Requiem, Engraver.
Yeah. So I have to be careful from here.
Go ahead.
Making SP with the Engraver as well as the IP Masquerena. No effective SP Little Knight, because I mean I imagine you want to be able to attack directly this turn. That is a good amount of damage, but not quite enough.
Gonna link away Appaloosa Engraver for sequence.
No, I'm thinking on the summon. Can I see your engraver? Yep.
Looks like Giancarlo is considering using his Nibiru now. But SP Little Knight would be there to counter and get rid of his sequence at the least, so they can come back on the following turn, and then allow the Flame Bridge to go.
He's got it. He's gonna do it here.
Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough, but you got to do what you got to do.
Engraver sequence, SP as well.
I have a feeling he's still going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, there's still plenty of follow-up in the graveyard here. It's just about how far he can climb. No summons have been
Flamebird Dragon, right?
Yeah, you get the
Flamebird Dragon getting Nibiru feels pretty good usually.
And yeah, you're good.
Yep, using the Little Knight to banish itself as well as the sequence, Nibiru is going to resolve, tribute the Flamebird Dragon.
Here in defense position.
Get a defense position token.
3025, yeah.
And the Flamebird Dragon is going to be able to special summon from the graveyard. I believe it's there are in fact plenty of targets here. He did put back the Oak with the effect of original, so not going to get maximum value here, but you can...
He still has his normal summon, right?
So yeah, he definitely has his normal summon.
I mean, Ash Poplar ain't bad.
Yeah.
Snake Eye Ash is going to add a level 1 fire. More than likely going to be Snake Eye Oak.
I'm not going to say anything else.
Heads back over to the extra deck there.
I mean, He's going to make Nightmare Phoenix now with the Poplar as well as the token.
Yeah, it's very good. It's fine. The Chainlink 2, the Poplar.
Yep, Poplar is going to be able to put the Snake Idea Bellstar back. That's another free body here. Giancarlo not conceding just yet. He wants to see it happen.
Yes.
Yep. Placing the Flame Birds, the spell and trap card zone. Snake Eyes the Bellstar summons itself to the field.
And then there's a Raging Phoenix.
This is the first Zealantis that we've seen.
Yeah. Then now we have to summon the fire at least to summon back. So we got a normal summon this Oak.
The Oak, yep.
Sorry, can I?
Yeah, he sees
yeah, that's
writing
enough.
on the wall. Going to concede. Mark can use the World Sea Dragon's Zealantis, banish all the monsters on the field, special summon them back. Since the monster special summon to Giancarlo outside the field, that'll activate Promethean Princess from the graveyard. He can destroy one of his fire monsters, summon it back. It's going to gain, then it's going to activate the effect of Salamander Raging Phoenix. Going to special summon back from the graveyard, gain the attack of the fire monster that was destroyed, and the way will be cleared just to attack for game there. So Giancarlo saw the writing on the wall, and now Mark Solis coming in first after Swiss, winning game 1 in top 8. He could be our first player to make top 4 here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship in 2024.
Great line of play there, too, through Nibiru, being able to still get all the damage that he needs to win the duel.
Yeah, definitely leaving Flamebird's Dragon on the field for as long as you can without having to use the effect is a good way to hedge your bets around something like Nibiru, the Primal Being, because, yeah, it just represents so many monsters on the field that you can link climb into all the stuff out of the extra deck, especially if you have the room for World Sea Dragon's Atlantis and Salamander Raging Phoenix. So we've seen a lot of players cutting those cards out of the extra deck when the Fiendsmith cards came out, but that's also because they had those TCG World Premiere cards, Necroquip Princess and stuff like that, but now in the World Championship, they aren't legal, so you have room to include those game finishing options in the extra deck.
Exactly. Those really like the classic Snake Eye OTK that people have forgone just because they needed to make that space for some extra utility at playing through interruptions, but now you have that extra utility at going second. You're able to clear through boards and clear through and receive a lot of damage really quickly because of this. And Marcos, he had that Flame Bridge on this field the entire time for 3 turns. He had not hit the graveyard since it was summoned until that turn.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive when you just don't have to do anything sometimes.
Yeah,
you use all of your other cards, and it's just fine.
Yeah, that's I mean, if you have the board and you have also those monster effects from the hand that you can use like Ash Blossom and stuff like that, you don't even really have to use that board you set up on turn number 1.
In the end, he wasn't even the one who sent it to the graveyard in the first place. His opponent was.
Yep.
He was going to leave it there if he could.
He was in the driver's seat that whole game and was able to take it down. But both these players have probably played this matchup a decent amount through this tournament so far, so no stranger. They probably both. Giancarlo's for sure lost game 1 before, and I'm not sure. Mark, 6-0-1. Maybe this is just more par for the course for him. He's been winning game 1s left and right all day.
We can only assume he's been winning several games. We don't know how many game 1s, but he's definitely won many games.
Been what, 12 of them? Actually, probably 13. One of them ended in a draw, unless it was just a 45-minute draw.
Could have been. Now they are shuffling up. We are mere moments away from finding out if Mark will go to top 4 or if Giancarlo can win game number 2 and push things to a game 3. We've seen a lot of our future matches go to game 3. Only a couple, maybe only one went to a 2-0, so we're going to... Oh, there's a couple that went 2-0. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case here in top 8.
Yeah, the double Nibiru one against Ritual Beast was pretty brutal, but we still got Ritual Beast in the top cut.
Indeed, still was able to recover from those Nibirus, but the Duelists are side deck shuffled up and ready. It's time to jump into it. It's going to be game 2, top 8, Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024.
Can Mark close it out right here?
I can imagine he'd really like to.
Oh, well, that's a good way to start.
Little Charming Ferrelia, very good against Duel. You see Giancarlo's physical reaction to that.
It's the one thing he didn't want to see here.
I mean, looking at his hand, it might be not that bad of a scenario.
No, main phase. Good.
Going to the main phase. Is he going to give him one card here?
Nightmare Throne, that's a great one.
That is a fantastic card.
He's going to be able to destroy Yubel from the deck or add one to his hand.
A lot of things to consider here, not only just how you want to play out this turn, but how to play out this turn while also minimizing the amount of cards given. Looks like we're just going to be putting up a Yubel on the field here.
Oh, good.
going to be using those that immediately fusion summon. Now we're activating the effect of Fiendsmith Engraver.
Good to put up that protection first.
Add track to hand. Good. Nothing on rest. Add to a track.
Track looking for that Lurie. Almost certainly.
So many players here only picking up portions of their deck. I'm one of the players who always, pick up the whole thing.
I mean, this is what happens when you double sleeve. It's a lot bigger of a stack.
That is true. Small hands must be
good.
Phantom Yubel protecting Giancarlo here from some monster effects. Fabled Lurie going to discard itself, special summon itself back from the graveyard after being discarded.
Something on rest. Rogue effect.
Going through the motions here of the Fiendsmith combo, resolving this far.
Summon Engraver. Good. Graver's effect. Shuffle Lurie for dust.
Engraver in the graveyard, able to summon itself back by putting the Lurie back in the deck. Still not giving a card to Mark from the effect of Perulia.
Go into sequence.
Going to be link summoning sequence using both those engravers.
You good? Good. Okay. Sequence effect.
Sequence also is allowed to resolve. Mark not doing much of anything else here. Summoning Lacrima by putting back one of the engravers as well as the Requiem.
Lacrima effect target engraver.
Engraver summoned back by the effect of Lacrima.
Does Mark have anything here? Doesn't look like it. Look like he's content with letting Giancarlo continue his plays. He's going to use Fiendsmith's Tract effect to banish from the graveyard to allow him to fusion summon. Yep. Fiendsmith's Desiree. It's going to take Fiendsmith Engraver plus 2 Light Fiends.
I think this is again one of those situations where you probably don't want to use Lacrima. I think, yeah, all of those cards are valuable.
That's going to keep Lacrima from being targeted by card effects here. Also open up the ability to use it to negate 2 cards that are face-up on the field.
2 powerful interruptions without having to give Mark a single card here. I'm wondering if he's going to opt to just keep it this way or if he's going to commit any more.
It's entirely possible that he's not capable of giving him any cards. That's got to be for the best. Like, if the hand that you open is everything that lets me put up interruptions without summoning from my hand, plus ways to stop you, life seems pretty good.
Yeah, 3 powerful interruptions in his hand that we can see. Mark gets the last turn, only having discarded a card.
And he got to replace that, I believe, from at least 1 card, right?
No, 0 draws.
Oh, he didn't do any? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Only 5 cards in hand.
0 draws.
Activating Engraver, that's a good way to start.
Ash Engraver's effect.
Ashing the Engraver effect. Still putting in Engrave, but limiting the amount of Fiends available. There's a Wanted as well.
Yeah, you're good.
That will resolve.
Yep.
Adds the Duel start to the hand.
So Engraver Wanted. Pretty good start here.
The Duel Star was added to the hand.
Mark here looking to activate Forbidden Droplet.
Oh!
That's a card we have not seen a lot of this weekend.
Doesn't target, can't be chained to by monsters.
So it's going to cut off Desiree and Phantom View Bell all at one time,
while also providing the material required for the original.
You're good.
Tell you, I love Forbidden Droplet here.
Yeah, and not only is he going to get the original search, gets to put back the Diabell Star, the Wanted's in the graveyard to also net that extra draw, so he's getting maximum value.
It's like he didn't even play a card.
It's a matter of, what are those other cards in hand? Ash Blossom's already been used here. Is he going to be able to force through his Snake Eye Ash?
Cut, yeah.
Do you think he normally wants to Snake Eye Ash first, or he gets the draw first?
Kind of want the draw, to be honest, but
I think he just doesn't want to draw the Flame Bridge, so
yeah.
he's going to force out the Veiler here. Now it's going to immediately be met with the draw from Wanted, putting the original back to the bottom of the deck.
Still only on 2 cards here. That Effect Veiler might have been enough here from Giancarlo.
Yeah, he needs to put another body on the field so he can at least get access to more Light Fiends.
He's going to
he
set a
doesn't
card
have
face
it.
down. So, yeah, the Forbidden Droplet, not doing much. He could have gone to battle and took out the Phantom of Yubel, but chooses not to. Not that I think it would have made much of an impact in this game and how it would play out.
Agreed.
Yep.
It's a concession.
His next move is to concede, and Giancarlo is going to even things out here in game number 2.
That's tough. A really strong hand, full of a ton of disruptions. Mark felt that he had a good one there, starting up with the Mel Charmy, but in the end, Giancarlo summons 0 monsters from his hand, gives him no draws whatsoever, sets up both Desiree and Phantom of Yubel with Ash Blossom and Effect Veiler in backup.
Yeah, I mean,
incredible job there to even it up.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love the most about Charmy Pirelli is while it can be devastating, it will stop you from playing your cards from your hand. You don't want to give your opponent free cards ever, usually in Yu-Gi-Oh! But you can use your skill expression to find ways to navigate around it or, be prepared for it and still have like a really strong board going against your opponent. And while Mark had that droplet to stop both of the interruptions that he put out there, Jerome, you mentioned he had the interruptions from the hand, but not giving him those extra cards was huge.
Exactly. It makes you wonder why he sighed so heavily when his hand was those 3 points of interaction as well as Nightmare Throne.
I mean, because it's not what you want. You don't want any sort of resistance from your opponent. When you lose game 1 and you're going first game 2, you don't want to see any good news on your opponent's side of the field. So I can understand it, and especially when there's so much on the line. So let's go ahead and look at the top 8 bracket. We already have one. We have one of our matches already concluded, and that's right. Ruben from the NA from North America has moved on to top 4, and he will be back for day number 2, competing for a prize card and potentially becoming a world champion.
Getting 2 wins in before any of the other players are done with the game so far.
Actually, it looks like we've got some messages coming in here, some notices. It'll soon be updated, but at table 4, Jose won game number 1 and Julio won game number 2, which means we are all tied up at 1 apiece down at that bottom match.
Yeah, just to note, Jose and Ruben both had to play each other in this tournament. They are both the top 2 for the World's Qualifying Point Playoff from the NAWCQ, and now Ruben's already stamped his ticket into day number 2 of the World Championship, and Jose could be next.
Yeah, sneaking in with an X3 record as well.
Shades of Paulie Aronson.
It happens all the time at the YCS as the player who comes in first ends up losing their first round of Top Cut. Happens so often.
Yep, we're going to have to see if that's going to be the case here for Mark. I mean, if he draws any... I mean, he's been drawing good at both of these games, but, Giancarlo's play really, I think, won him that game number 2.
I mean, I believe Marcel's play game 1 really won him that one. He was very conservative, able to keep his resources close to his chest, gave no opportunity for Giancarlo to take advantage of those interactions from the hand, and he does get to go first again now in game 3.
Indeed. There's plenty of time, Mark. The answer is plenty of time. We have 23 minutes going into game number 3.
You can finish in 23 minutes. I believe in you both.
We can see down on the lower thirds ticker there that we were talking about Glider Beast Gyzarus being from Light of Destruction, but Legacy of Destruction was the set that kind of brought back those Lightsworn monsters into the fold, and lots of other really cool cards that we've seen here this weekend, including a lot of the cards in Giancarlo's deck.
Snake Eyes D Bellstar was one of those cards in Legacy of Destruction. It really kind of brought it to a new level.
Indeed, and Nightmare Throne obviously had a huge impact on Yubel.
Easily
but
one of the best cards.
Of course, the Phantom of Yubel from Battles of Legend pushed that deck pretty much over the edge.
And then finally, Fiendsmith Engraver. Put it all together. The players seem like they're ready to go.
The decks are shuffled. The cards have been sided. This is going to be the last game of the day, no matter who wins, before we come back tomorrow to find out who will be a world champion. That's right, it's game 3 of the top 8 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
Inside there's a Perulia.
And now Giancarlo is the one with Milcharmi Perulia.
There's a normal summon of Poplar.
Immediately has to summon it. But if that's all he has to summon, then it's not so bad. Your opponent just got 1 card deeper in the deck sooner than they would have normally.
Poplar adds original Sinful Spoils to the hand.
Did he add original Sinful Spoil? Is that what we saw?
Yep.
Okay, so there might be a Divine Temple out here somewhere. Going to be able to use the effect of Poplar in the graveyard and then immediately be sent with the original. Likely summoning Snake Eyes Oak. Snake Eyes Oak hits the field. Going to be able to target that Poplar, summon it back onto the field. Oh, we're going to be link summoning into Moon in the Closed Heaven, using the Poplar and the Anima.
Yes.
Link it away into the Requiem. The Requiem is likely going to be immediately using its effect. Yep.
Yes.
Going to be summoning that Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck. Requiem's effect will be targeting the Engraver, so now Snake Eyes Oak has something to send.
And he is going to use that Snake Eye Oak effect.
Flamebridge has hit the field now. Will it leave the field this turn? We don't really know.
It's got a little bit more insulation against some of Giancarlo's possible responses.
We're going to be linking into sequence with those two.
Yeah.
Oak and Poplar. And now Giancarlo's going to take a look. No, nothing yet.
That would have been a really devastating spot to be hit with Nibiru the Primal Being.
Yeah, after you've used your Flambear's Dragon.
Mark's hand not as strong as it has been in the past, but we are able to continue the play here.
Add to hand.
Blackma adds the Engraver to the hand. Engraver likely going to be able to use its effect next.
We've not used the Graveyard effect of Engraver yet.
I don't believe so.
We have not. Grab the Tract, activating Tract, gonna grab the Lurie, discard the Lurie.
Sorry? Lurie. Yeah.
All the monsters filling up the field here for Mark's turn 1.
Can I see a Graveyard real quick?
Checking here.
Mark has, Mark has to consider his options here.
Very least you got to make him think that you have it.
All right, immediately going to go into that Appaloosa Boa, the Goddess here.
Thinking about the materials he wants to use. Oh,
going to be using 4.
All 4.
The last time I saw this happen, an Appaloosa got Ghost Ogre because they didn't use IP first to protect it. Hopefully that doesn't come back here. But Ghost Ogre doesn't seem to be like too popular of a card here this weekend.
Yeah, really trying to focus on not giving Giancarlo any more cards off the Perulia here. Trying to find a middle ground. Now has 2 level 6 monsters.
There are also Fiends. So multiple options here.
What are the chances that card's in his extra deck? Okay, it looks like we're just going to go into Beatrice here. That would have been quite surprised to see a Caesar.
Yes.
It's always tempting. Caesar ends up being like the last card I cut out of a lot of my decks that use the Fiendsmiths.
All right, we missed off the first half one more time. Oh, and there's the Angel Blue Tears!
Oh, no.
This could be rough here for Giancarlo. Angel of Blue Tears, if he inflicts effect damage, is going to let him set a trap from the deck.
And I imagine we know what that's going to be. We've seen it quite a few times this tournament.
Oh, it's Dimensional Barrier.
All right.
I guess maybe calling Fusion so you can stop Phantom View Bell.
Fusion's pretty good.
It's also not something that he's likely to be using himself. It's interesting because normally we see different dimension ground off of this.
I mean, Fusion is extremely strong because it cuts off Phantom View Bell as well as Sequence.
I do like it if you are using the Angel Blue Tears that you do have Dimensional Barrier because you're going to want that against Tenpai Dragon. But we're going to have to see how well Dimensional Barrier lines up against the U-Bell strategy here from Giancarlo Valdez.
I mean, it is paired with an Appaloosa here, and if the Beatrice sticks on the field, well, I mean, he doesn't have to stick on the field. It can just set himself up with some extra tools in the graveyard. There is also an original in the graveyard, so a lot of follow-up available for Mark, assuming he gets to another turn.
So both players did a very good job in playing around Molchermi Perulia.
Okay. Go for turn. Nothing in the draw phase.
All right, Beatrice is going to activate in the draw phase to send a card. What is the second one he's in? Does he have something like Black Goat Laughs? Or
Black Goat Laughs. It is Black Goat Laughs.
That's
in the graveyard,
the best option you could have here.
Right?
I wonder what's so funny.
Okay, on the field.
It's just really funny to that Black Goat Laughs. I love the art on it. It's really cool. With like the mask.
Thank you.
Is Aliber's max, yeah?
I think so. It looks like it at least. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Villains always get the last laugh. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sequels.
Very true. And now Black Goat Laughs will let him banish from the graveyard to stop a monster from activating, a declared monster name from activating the effect for the turn.
That is a lot of different versions of Appaloosa.
Yeah. And Barrier calling Fusion. No Phantom View Bell from the hand here.
That was draw phase, right?
Still in the draw phase.
What does Giancarlo have?
I mean, still has quite a hefty hand here. Looks like a lot of powerful cards.
3,200 attack points on that Appaloosa. And the Black Goat Laughs is still waiting in the graveyard.
Use Nightmare Throne.
Nightmare Throne's a good one.
Nice start. Nice start.
Pretty easily answered by Appaloosa one way or another, but instead we're just going to use the Cosmic Cyclone.
Every answer, every way. Giancarlo's turn, he's met by something from Mark. You know, he did come in first after Swiss for a reason. Giancarlo still has a handful of cards, though.
While he's thinking about it, I have an update. The next member of the top 4 is Jose.
Wow.
That is 2 North Americans in top 4 so far.
Mark is the third one trying to make it into top 4. We could have 3 players from NA in the top 4.
Going to be using the effect of Fiendsmith Engraver here. You have 4 Appaloosa uses. Are you going to try to use one of them?
Nope.
Doesn't want to play into the Triple Tactics talents just yet.
Just picking up your deck and section thing is killing me. It's always on the bottom.
When you're looking for one of
It's like you're trying to save time, but then you're just costing yourself more time in the process. But Fiendsmith's track is coming down. Oh, look, he knows the luri's in the bottom part, so he just keeps them separate.
There we go.
That kills me.
That's thinking on your feet.
There you go. He made up for the first part. I'm not going to lie, you had me in the first half.
We're allowing the Luri to hit the field. I think this still makes sense. You want to at least get the hard ones return effects out of the way, so wait until the Requiem is used. Going into the Requiem now.
I feel like you're just letting him get so many more like materials and Light Fiends in the graveyard.
I think he's just trying to look for a moment where he's not going to get absolutely punished by
talents.
Yeah, so he's going to let all this go through.
Good.
But that's the weird part. Now you have to stop this. Yeah, so now you're letting all this happen. Do you have an answer to Engraver's effect besides using the Appaloosa?
So I get the Apple, so I get this.
Using the Imperm.
Wow, just
Infinite
absolutely
impermanence.
playing around Triple Tactics talent.
You're not giving him the chance. I mean, it would be devastating. Taking a 4-material Appaloosa is devastating.
Yeah.
And it keeps Appaloosa at 32 instead of 24. So we can't crash into it either.
I'll think for 1 second.
This is probably the most important turn of his Yu-Gi-Oh career. He deserves a moment to think.
Okay, good.
So he's going to bring back Engraver by shuffling back Fabled Lure into the deck.
Yeah, he also knows that because you're under Dimensional Barrier, there are no fusion options here. You're not worried about the track. You're not worried about sequence.
I'm on summon Lotus.
All right, this might demand an answer.
Okay. Lotus, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like now you will have to use the Appaloosa, and if they have tactics, they have tactics. And otherwise, they're likely just going to be crashing the Engraver and hitting you for, well, nothing else.
Nothing, because the Beatrice still sitting there.
Sitting pretty. Yeah, you have to use it at some point, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Now, does he have it is the question.
I don't think he does.
And the Black Goat Laughs hasn't been used either.
2 cards in hand? Yes.
So if you get the turn back here,
No
you
effect
just
on
have
field,
to...
right? For the, if you use the Black Goat? Sure. Yep.
You got to make it count.
I mean, Mark is only down 2 this Appaloosa, pretty much, and 2 cards in hand outside of that.
His normal summon is used. He does have the ability to extend.
I do understand playing around Triple Tactics Talent, but I also don't think I make a 3200 attack Appaloosa planning on playing around Triple Tactics Talent. I feel like that's just a little contradictory.
Yeah, I just don't think... He would have only been able to save 1 body, right? And he wouldn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, he has no Light Fiends in the graveyard. Oh, I guess the Rec Room wouldn't be able to equip. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say.
Going for the Wave King High Caesar.
Going to be summoning out that Gravestormer because he controls a Fiend.
Proceed to the battle phase.
In main phase.
Oh! He's just going to Caesar, right?
But it's just going to get Appoed.
Yeah, you're going to negate it with Appaloosa.
Appaloosa, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, that resolves.
I did not see that one coming.
Your normal summon, Lotus. Can I just calculate the stats?
Yes, of course.
So
it was 28 plus 25.
Yeah, this is you.
Plus 0.
53.
Oh, man. What a huge Nibiru here from Mark.
There's nothing in